Across the vast expanse of China, myriad concealed treasures and perils lie hidden within enigmatic realms. Liu Chang'an, bearing the 9 dragon tattoos and the bloodline of a tomb guardian, transitioned from a Xinjiang transport soldier to a guide for the clandestine 701 unit. Venturing into the nation's most enigmatic cultural relic preservation site, he joined forces with a weapons master, a grave robber, and a Miao king, embarking on expeditions to the ancient kingdoms of the western regions, the mausoleum of the First Qin Emperor, and other mysterious locales. Herein lie the ageless queen, the manifestation of a true dragon, and the sovereign of zombies, along with unparalleled treasures such as the soul-stirring demon bell and the Jade Burial Suit, all awaiting protection. Geomantic secrets intertwine with mythological legends, as dramatic plots and vivid characters converge to construct the adventurous saga of mice. Tales of Mountains and Seas. Chapter 1. The General's Tomb Beneath General Ridge. Throughout Chinese history, a tradition of elaborate burials has prevailed, with individuals from all walks of life, from royalty to commoners, favoring the interment of cherished possessions alongside them in the afterlife. Consequently, significant and valuable artifacts are invariably buried deep beneath the earth. For instance, the First Qin Emperor possessed a bone-illuminating mirror, capable not only of revealing one's internal organs, but also of distinguishing the loyalty of his subjects. Similarly, Emperor Ming of the Song dynasty owned a spectral bugle, which, when sounded in battle, summoned the aid of underworld soldiers. Emperor Wuzong of Ming possessed a goblet of beauty, within which on moonlit nights a long-legged beauty adorned in gossamer veils would materialize while drinking wine. These objects, deemed national treasures, command prices soaring into the hundreds of millions as a result. Countless individuals have sought them out over the centuries, employing geomancy and treasure hunting techniques, only to be thwarted by the existence of unsung heroes. Safeguarding these treasures, that MY narrative commences with these very unsung heroes. In an era fraught with hardship, my name is Liu Chang'an. While many in our village struggled to secure sustenance, our family was fortunate enough to dine on rice and vegetables daily, with the occasional indulgence in meat every month or so. Inevitably, whispers arose. Villagers speculated that my father, who neither tilled the fields nor offered his labor, yet somehow procured an abundance of grain coupons, must be young, aged in some clandestine dealings. Though aggrieved by these rumors, I remained silent, for my father's conduct was indeed peculiar. He conducted his affairs with utmost secrecy, as if fearful of prying eyes, even those of his own son. Driven by insatiable curiosity, I surreptitiously bored a small hole, no thicker than my little finger, into his door while he slumbered during the day. There, I lurked, intent on unraveling his secrets. As twilight descended and the clock struck midnight, my father's eyes snapped open, and he arose from his bed with the suddenness of one risen from the grave. Startled by this abrupt awakening, I involuntarily trembled. In the dimness, he ignited a kerosene lamp and retrieved a battered enamel mug from beneath his bed. Though his back was turned, I surmised that the mug contained fragrant victuals, likely a medley of rice, vegetables, and meat. A wave of resentment washed over me. Was my father, under the cloak of night, indulging in secret feasts, concealing them from me? Unable to confront him directly, I resigned myself to clandestine observation, hoping to at least feast my eyes on his nocturnal repasts. After 3 or 4 nights of this routine, I found myself once again lurking outside his door. This time, he produced a copper basin, piled high with a veritable mountain of food. The sight of it caused my mouth to water uncontrollably, and I resolved to venture inside and beg for a morsel. However, before I could even nudge the door open, my father, parched with thirst, turned inadvertently in my direction while seeking water. I beheld it with stark clarity. What he clutched in his hand was not the fragrant repast I had imagined, but rather a mass of defilement. After what seemed like an interminable quarter of an hour, my father emerged, wiping his greasy mouth. The click of the lock sent shivers down my spine, yet I could not suppress my curiosity. I leaped up and stealthily trailed behind him. As my father reached General Ridge, situated beyond the village, my heart began to pound like a drum. General Ridge, a hill nestled amidst several villages, was typically avoided by the villagers, who prefer to take a longer route rather than traverse it, for the ridge was steep. In an aura of malevolence, Legend had it that atop this ridge lay an ancient tomb dating back to the Western Zhou dynasty, the final resting place of a general named Ji, a kinsman of Ji Fa and Ji Dan. He was renowned for his invincibility on the battlefield and his significant contributions to the Western Zhou dynasty. However, he was also said to be of a tyrannical disposition, having organized numerous expeditions to seek out dragons and explore burial sites, causing widespread resentment. General Ji's death was shrouded in mystery. Rumored to be the result of his achievements overshadowing his sovereignty, it was said that he was disposed of upon his triumphant return from a campaign, only to be secretly retrieved by loyal subordinates who constructed a mausoleum for him, which is now known as General's Tomb. General Ji commanded great respect as men knew that following him meant sustenance and victory. Thus, upon his demise, thousands of his personal guards willingly committed suicide to be buried with him. Today, General Ridge is dotted with countless burial mounds, the final resting places of these loyal soldiers, arranged like stars orbiting the moon, surrounding General Ji's tomb. In the center, starvation gnawed at the villagers. The thought of pilfering from the burial grounds did cross their minds. However, none who dared to disturb the soil of General's Ridge ever emerged unscathed. Madness, mutilation, or outright disappearance became their grim fate. Though trepidation gnawed at me, the sight of my father ascending with his host spurred me to steel my resolve and follow. A spectral aura permeated General's Ridge. The vibrant chirping of insects that echoed below abruptly ceased, replaced by an unnerving silence that amplified the sound of my own rag. Get breath. Even the earth beneath our feet felt eerily soft and yielding. Upon reaching the ridge, my father, with practiced familiarity, set down his basket and lamp before a burial pit. With a few strikes of his hoe, he unearthed skeletal remains. He then retrieved a dish of pastries from his basket, placing it reverently before the pit. After lighting 3 incense sticks and offering 3 respectful kowtows, he carefully gathered the verdigris-covered coins scattered around the bones, clutching them tightly to Hi's chest. With furtive glances to either side, he hastened away. A sudden realization struck me. My father was engaging in a ghostly exchange, offering sustenance to appease the spirits. Our family bookcase was replete with ancient, thread-bound books pertaining to geomancy and dragon veins. How such esoteric texts found their way into the possession of my simple, honest father remained a mystery to me. Having only a rudimentary understanding of the narrative, I am cognizant that it once pertained to a folk custom prevalent during the northern and southern dynasties, wherein duels engaged in a spectral exchange of sustenance. Specifically, if one were compelled to sustain their livelihood through geomancy and tomb raiding, it was imperative to consume a pound of defilement to suppress their yang energy, thereby deceiving the deceased into perceiving them as kindred spirits. Subsequently, one would proffer 3 sticks of cypress incense and 2 ounces of mung bean cake as an offering to procure funerary objects, exercising prudence by refraining from excessive acquisition to avert dire consequences. This undertaking is fraught with peril, akin to wresting food from the jaws of tiger, where a single misstep could prove fatal. It dawned upon me that our family sustenance was derived from such perilous endeavors. The premature demise of my mother evoked a profound sense of gratitude and filial piety for the sacrifices my father had made for our family. Prompting tears to well up in my eyes, I resolved to alleviate his burden and contribute to our family's welfare, at the very least. I would spare him from the repugnant task of consuming filth daily, and I would assume the mantle of responsibility for our household. Without delay, I commenced preparations the following day, enlisting the assistance of my closest confidant, Guzi, and ascended General Ridge. Given my father's recent foray, it was unlikely that he would return so soon. I held a disdain for the ancient coins interred within the burial pits, deeming my father somewhat naive. My ambition was to undertake a grander endeavor that would ensure our financial security for years to come. Consequently, I set my sights on the principal tomb situated deep within the ridge, as Providence would have it. Locating the main chamber of the 9 returns to one tomb proved relatively straightforward. One need only identify the smallest of the 9 accompanying burial pits, as the entrance to the main chamber would be situated nearby to prevent any feng shui clashes. After a comprehensive reconnaissance of the surrounding area, I swiftly pinpointed the location and, beckoning Guzi, commenced excavation. Initiating an excavation proves arduous, yet with progression, the earth yields more readily. After a laborious endeavor spanning 2 to 3 hours with air guzi, the resounding clang of metal against stone echoed with each strike of the shovel. "We've arrived," I exclaimed with elation, promptly accelerating my excavation. A bluestone gateway, approximately a meter in breadth, materialized before our eyes. Chapter 2. The Crimson-Clad Corpse. Relief washed over me upon confirming the bluestone composition of the gate. Had it been fortified with molten bronze or iron, our expedition would have been rendered futile. Sun Dianying, during his infamous desecration of Empress Dowager Six's tomb, encountered such a barrier and resorted to artillery bombardment. I excavated a 10-centimeter crevice beneath the bluestone gate, inserted the shovel, and levered it upwards with considerable force. The gate gradually ascended. Securing the avian specimen captured earlier that day, I cast it into the tomb passage. After a vigil of 3 to 4 minutes, its continued vitality reassured me of adequate ventilation within the passage. I promptly beckoned Argusi to proceed. Despite the inherent trepidation accompanying one's inaugural descent into a tomb, my predominant sentiment was one of exhilaration. Traversing the passage for over 10 meters without encountering any mechanisms, I began to regard the literary accounts of such contraptions as somewhat hyperbolic. After an additional 20 meters, the path bifurcated, causing a tremor in my hand, holding the kerosene lamp. Cognizant of the conventional layout, wherein the left passage typically leads to the annex chamber housing funerary objects, and the right to the principal burial chamber, I proceeded, without hesitation, to the left. While the contents of the main chamber might possess greater monetary value, an inexplicable sense of dread emanated from it, compelling me to ear clear. The shadowy palace on the left also featured a door of verdant stone. With a similar method, I pried it open, only to stand in stunned silence. Before me lay a striking crimson triangular coffin, directly facing the entrance. It is commonly said that coffins are not to be placed within shadowy palaces, especially not directed at the tomb's gate, for such an arrangement may invite the dead to rise. I suppressed my growing unease and surveyed my surroundings. Gradually, the trepidation within me dissipated. On my left, a complete set of bronze ritual vessels lay arranged. While a substantial collection of pearls rested upon the floor, seemingly abandoned, I exhaled deeply. After all, this was the handiwork of a general, a testament to his grandiosity. Yet, my gaze returned to the coffin, fixated upon it, a flicker of madness igniting within my eyes. One must understand that the true treasures lie within the coffin. Encountering such an opportunity, one cannot leave empty-handed. Adhering to the protocols outlined in the tome, I retrieved a candle from my breast pocket, ignited it, and placed it in the southeastern corner, bowing thrice. Observing that the candle exhibited no abnormalities, I proceeded to open the coffin. As the lid creaked open, I involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Within lay a female corpse, remarkably preserved, clad in pure garments. Her hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, her eyes half closed, as if on the brink of awakening. Her hands were gently clasped upon her abdomen, appearing almost indistinguishable from the living. Curiosity piqued, I pondered the relationship between this woman and the general. Why was she interred in bridal attire? Yet, I set aside my musings for the moment, lifting my lantern to begin my exploration from the corpse's visage downward. Upon reaching her wrist, my heart leapt with delight. She wore a pair of jade bracelets. I hastily removed the jade bracelet, examined its quality by the kerosene lamp's light, recognized its value, and tucked it into my bosom. Subsequently, I extracted several pieces of yellow jade from beneath the corpse's feet. After a thorough search, noticing the candlelight remained normal, I scrutinized the corpse once more. My attention was arrested by her hands. Just moments ago, her nails were of ordinary length, yet now they had abruptly grown 5 or 6 centimeters. The sense of unease washed over me. Considering the value of the items I had procured would suffice for a year's provisions, I urged Guzi to depart. However, a glance at the corpse's mouth caused me to falter. I had not noticed it before, but now I observed that the corpse's lips were slightly distended, as if containing some tea. Within, I rubbed my hands together, speculating that, as was customary in ancient burials, fine jade stones might have been placed in the deceased's mouth. Could this corpse also possess such treasures? Without further deliberation, I directly pried open the corpse's mouth and reached inside. I could see that instant. The candlelight suddenly flared up, emitting a half-meter-high green flame, casting an eerie aura throughout the crypt. My heart pounded with apprehension. If I were not meant to take the items, why not simply extinguish the candle? What was the meaning of this green luminescence? Before I could decipher the omen, an excruciating pain seared across the back of my hand. Upon closing my eyes, the image of the female corpse's smiling, lifeless eyes haunted me. Only after toiling through most of the night did I manage to steal a brief slumber as dawn approached. The following morning, I immediately sensed something was amiss. A black swelling, about half the size of an egg, had materialized on the back of my right hand where I'd been bit. It was covered in scale-like patches, and a maddening itch tormented me. Despite my efforts to scratch them off, they remained stubbornly affixed. Panic seized me. Fearing discovery by my father, I hastily donned a glove from the cupboard and was about to step outside when a mournful melody reached my ears. I furrowed my brow, wondering whose household had suffered a loss. Curiosity compelled me to peer out the door towards the source of the lamentation, where the sky was littered with floating paper offerings. Upon inquiring with the elderly neighbor, I learned that ere Guzi had passed away in the early hours of yesterday. It seemed a wild beast had invaded his home, leaving him with a ga. Ping belly in his slumber, blood staining the ground. In an instant, my mind felt as if struck by lightning. Could it be that our acquisition of the jade artifact had summoned the vengeful spirit of that female corpse? Is it raining? I leaned closer to the window for a glimpse. Under the blazing sun of midday, the ground radiated heat and the air shimmered, indicating no rain had fallen. Yet, the eaves persistently dripped with water, a sound that gnawed at the nerves. Assuming my father was washing tiles on the roof, I called out, "Stop pouring water on the roof." To my surprise, he emerged from the room, questioning what water I was referring to. Upon noticing the dripping eaves, his expression shifted, and he hastened outside, gazing upward at the roof. I quickly followed him out, but there was no one atop the roof whence came this water. On a sunny day, a solitary drop of rain brings foreboding. It surely heralds death, my father murmured, his voice laced with dread. This is a local saying, implying that when rain falls in one spot on a clear day, it foretells of impending death in that vicinity. Was our household destined for tragedy? That evening, my father, anxious about potential calamity, remained in my room, glancing out the window every hour, his demeanor grave as if a significant event loomed. Knock, knock, knock. As the night deepened, a sudden, violent knocking echoed through our home, startling both my father and Miao. Is it the living or the dead at our door? The common notion is that the living knock thrice, while the spirits prefer a quartet of raps. Could it be that a vengeful spirit had come to pay us a visit? My father cautiously edged towards the door, peering through the crack. The moment he glimpsed outside, color drained from his face, and he swiftly rushed back to cover my mouth. Spare it to silence any sound I might make. I nestled against him, my mind consumed by the thought of those lifeless, fish-like eyes. It must be that female spirit, seeking retribution after having dispatched Gauzano. She had come for me. The knocking intensified, growing more frantic, interspersed with whispers that sounded like sinister laughter, accompanied by the chilling sound of nails scraping against the door. My father held me tightly, his grip becoming more forceful as we huddled by the door. Then, a rumble of thunder rolled in from afar, causing my heart to race, followed by the heavy patter of raindrops striking the eaves. The sound of the rain drowned out the knocking, and the eerie laughter faded into the distance. Yet it lingered in my ears, haunting me. Finally, my father exhaled in relief, leaning against the wall, gasping for air. Trembling, I clutched my father's hand and whispered it. It can't be that dead fish-eyed spirit targeting me, can it? What do you mean by dead fish eyes? My father grasped my collar, his expression filled with dread as he questioned me.
Chapter 3. The Tomb Guardian family. A sense of dread enveloped me, prompting me to retrieve the jade bracelet from beneath the bed and confess my grave transgressions of tomb raiding in full detail. My father met my revelation with a resounding slap across my face, leaving one side of my cheek ablaze with pain. This strike bore no semblance of mercy. Our family, the Liu clan, has long been the guardians of this ancient Western Zhou tomb. Now, as our lives have grown increasingly untenable, We rely solely on the meager remnants of our ancestors' legacy for sustenance, and yet you have brazenly disturbed the sanctity of our forebears' resting place. Upon uttering these words, my father let out a deep sigh, his demeanor one of utter despondency. I was rendered speechless. Guardians of the tomb? Before I could articulate a response, my father cast me a peculiar glance. Wait a moment, you little rascal. How did you discover the tomb's entrance? I mumbled that I had learned from a book, and by sheer happenstance, found my way inside. My father's expression grew increasingly strange as he randomly pulled a tattered, yellowing tome from the depths of the cabinet and opened it, querying, what constitutes the four forbidden grounds? Clear path in daylight, shadowy passage by night, remember to shoulder, never to touch. Circle the dark coffin, traverse the black tower, drive away the corpses and mark their foreheads. Each of us recited lines in turn, and then my father posed a series of questions referenced in the text, which I answered one by one, his gaze toward me growing ever more intricate. After a lengthy silence, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile, declaring it to be the inevitable fate of the Liu family. He proceeded to brew some tea from a handful of leaves in an enamel cup and began to elucidate. It turns out that the tale begins at General Ridge, where indeed lay the tomb of a general of the Ji clan, named Ji Chang, a distant uncle of GFA, who was only slightly his senior by a couple of years. From a young age, he harbored a fascination with tombs, and after joining the military, he adeptly utilized his skills to secure substantial military funds, sustaining numerous battles. In times of chaos, such actions were of little consequence. However, as stability began to emerge, society became intolerant of his methods. Coupled with his eccentric temperament, he showed scant reverence even towards GFA, ultimately leading to his grim fate of being buried alive. Tragically, it was ill-fated timing that saw him targeted on the very day of his wedding, with even his unwed bride meeting the same cruel end. Had it not been for a loyal contingent of subordinates, the Black Spirit Army, both would have found it exceedingly difficult to receive a proper burial. The coffin I pilfered is likely that of his wife. The ancestors of the Liu family were among the original 1,000 members of the Black Spirit Army, having followed Ji Chang before he reached adulthood. At that time, the Liu ancestors were on the brink of starvation. Were it not for Ji Chang, the Liu lineage might have perished. Grateful for Ji Chang's benevolence, the Liu ancestors chose to remain behind as guardians of the general's tomb after the collective sacrifice of the Black Spirit Army, a legacy passed down through generations. The more I heard, the more entranced I became, yet my hand began to itch unbearably, prompting me to scratch it. Unexpectedly, my father seized my right hand and yanked off my glove, revealing my hand covered in festering sores. His face turned pale in an instant, and trembling, he inquired, "You little rascal, have you been bitten by that female zombie?" Under his scrutinizing gaze, I nodded. In a fit of panic, my father dropped the enamel jar with a loud crash, frantically rushing to the bookshelf, his movements frantic as if searching for something, scattering its contents across the floor. Subsequently, he repeated the same chaotic behavior with the table, tossing aside items as if they were mere debris, while the drawers were yanked out and emptied onto the floor. I had never witnessed such a side of my father. His eyes were swollen and red, his hair resembling a bird's nest, instilling a fear that rendered me mute. Eventually, he dragged a dust-covered shoebox from beneath the bed, seated amidst the disarray of the room, and extracted several yellowed telephone directories from within. Dipping his finger in saliva, he trembled as he turned the pages with astonishing speed yet remarkable delicacy. With each page he flipped, his eyes grew redder, and he muttered incessantly, "Fourth girl, fourth girl." After what felt like an eternity, he finally located what he sought in the last directory. He sprang to his feet, meticulously transcribing the number onto paper before tucking it into his pocket, and, umbrella in hand, prepared to leave. "Father." The final word escaped his lips, laden with emotion, while I yearned to speak, yet my throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, and all I could do was nod vigorously. My right hand itched increasingly, and I found myself scratching uncontrollably, only to witness the scales spreading rapidly across my entire arm, the color deepening until it became a shadowy hue. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate amount of time, the knocking resumed, and I instinctively raised my hand to cover my mouth. I was aware that it was likely the female specter at the door, yet I clung to a flicker of hope that it might be a villager. Thus, I cautiously crept to the window to steal a glance outside. There stood a disheveled woman at the threshold, rapping her nails against the door while emitting sporadic, low chuckles. At first glance, one might mistake her for a mad woman, yet the vibrant crimson attire she donned was strikingly conspicuous, rendering my mind momentarily blank, causing me to involuntarily utter a sound. She noticed the commotion by the window, and with a mechanical precision, her head rotated 180 degrees. Our eyes met, hers, half open like those of a dead fish, before she broke into a smile and began to inch closer. Terrified, I sank to the floor, hastily covering my mouth and nose as I crawled beneath the bed. The living can be discerned by their breath, and I believed that as long as I remained breathless, she would surely lose her target. A thud echoed as something heavy struck the ground, sending a jolt of fear through my heart. She must have entered the room. The sound of her footsteps echoed throughout, seemingly searching for me. Suddenly, the footsteps halted right in front of the bed. I tensed up, holding my breath and daring not to move. Then, with a loud crash, the bed above me shook violently, dust cascading down onto my head. I curled in tighter, hearing the bed creak intermittently, as if she were crawling about on top, sending waves of terror through me. The air in my lungs diminished. My face flushed crimson from the effort of suppressing my breath, and I felt as though I would suffocate at any moment, fervently praying for her to depart. After a while, silence enveloped the bed. I cautiously leaned out to ascertain whether she had left. In an instant, her entire being became paralyzed, contorted in an eerie manner as she bent down to peer beneath the bed. A pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes, pallid and devoid of vitality, hovered mere centimeters from my face. At that moment, I could no longer contain myself. My hands, which I had pressed firmly over my mouth, were on the verge of dropping away. Just then, the crowing of a rooster pierced the silence, heralding the dawn, causing those dead fish eyes to retreat reluctantly into the shadows. With a long exhale, I finally realized that my clothes were thoroughly soaked. It was then that I heard a commotion outside the door. Panic surged within me, and I instinctively sought refuge in the cupboard, only to be met with the unmistakable sound of a lock turning. Indeed, it was my father at the threshold. As I opened my mouth to speak, a young man emerged slowly from behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade, cutting through to my hands as he commanded, "Bowl, oil lamp." Chapter 4. The fourth miss and the 9 dragons my father hurried to prepare, while I furtively scrutinized the newcomer. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, strikingly handsome, clad in a pristine white jacket. However, his hands were unnaturally delicate, even more so than a woman's, lending him an air of the uncanny. As I looked further, my heart raced with alarm. The young man's right hand bore the absence of a thumb, and at his waist dangled a small pendant intricately woven with red thread, adorned with 9 jade cicadas poised as if ready to take flight. Each cicada was distinct in hue and appearance, suggesting they originated from different ancient tombs. The jade cicada, a relic carved in the likeness of the insect, was traditionally placed upon the deceased's tongue for 2 significant reasons. Firstly, to preserve the body from decay, and secondly, to express the hope that the departed might one day resurrect, akin to a cicada emerging from the earth. However, it is often said that the presence of a jade cicada within the mouth of a corpse significantly increases the likelihood of transformation. According to the records, a wandering master must personally slay a millennia-old zongzi to earn the right to adorn their waist with the jade cicadas, a symbol of honor. Typically, a master with 1 or 2 jade cicadas is already considered an authentic treasure seeker. However, the young man before me bore an astonishing 9 jade cicadas, implying he had vanquished at least 9 millennia-old zongzi. I couldn't help but feel a chill. A single zongzi had sent me into a frenzy, and 9. My curiosity about this individual's identity grew. "Fourth miss, here is the item you requested." My father arranged the objects as indicated by the young man. I was taken aback. Was he not male? Why then did he possess a feminine name? Yet no one was inclined to address my confusion. The fourth miss cast a fleeting glance my way, suddenly seized my arm, and brandished a small knife, heating its edge over the oil lamp until it glowed red, before deftly excising a scale from the back of my hand. I was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, yet the intensity of her gaze silenced me. Her movements were astonishingly swift. That seemingly dull knife proved sharper than the swiftest blade in existence. In a matter of moments, all the scales from my arm were removed, and streams of dark blood flowed from the wounds, pooling into a bowl on the ground. Once the bowl was nearly full of the dark liquid, my arm returned to its original hue. Is there truly no better way to save the child's life? My father lamented. Such is the fate of your Liu family. The fourth miss nodded, returning to her small book while sharpening the knife on a whetstone. Seizing the opportunity, I stole a glance at the page of the book, revealing a black tattoo design. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Was she intending to ink something onto my back? The pattern takes the form of a circle, with 9 black dragons, each the length of a finger, intertwining their heads and tails, encircling a single orb at the center. I observed that each of these 9 dragons possesses a distinct appearance. Although they are interconnected, there exists a notable difference among them. As the saying goes, a dragon begets 9 offspring, each unique in its own right, which must refer to the legendary 9 sons of the Dragon King. However, what connection do these 9 dragons have with the fourth lady? What does the fate of the old Liu family, as mentioned by him, signify? I yearned to inquire, yet I understood that my father would remain reticent, for he seemed to harbor an extraordinary apprehension towards the fourth lady. Even the slightest utterance from her would be treated by him as if it were a divine decree. As I observed the small knife glistening with a menacing sheen, the fourth lady began to dip it into the black, tainted blood that pooled in my bowl, painstakingly etching it onto my back. Although I could not see the process, my father later recounted the entire affair as uncanny. First, she traced a circle with the black blood. Then, using the knife, she meticulously engraved within that circle. Each dragon's intricate design was executed with flawless precision, and ultimately, my essence was used to bestow life upon the 9 dragons. Upon completing this ritual, she permitted me only a brief respite before instructing my father to procure a bundle of bamboo, each stalk to be hollowed out and standing as tall as a man, before leading him to General Ridge. Upon reaching General Ridge, she grasped a handful of soil, inhaled its scent, and then began her labor, her expression remaining inscrutable throughout. Just as she had driven the 5th bamboo stake into place, a sudden torrent of water erupted from the hollowed interior. The fourth lady nodded thoughtfully, revealing the true nature of the creation, a water dumpling. Having spoken, he cast a significant glance in my direction, a look that sent shivers down my spine. Indeed, at the stroke of midnight, he suddenly yanked me from my blankets, unhesitatingly thrusting a lantern into my hands and insisting that I venture alone to General Ridge, all the way to the tomb entrance I had excavated. Naturally, I was unwilling. However, he calmly remarked, "The water malevolence is entwined with you. Only you can lure it forth. Otherwise, it will come knocking at your door whenever rain is imminent." The village had long since succumbed to slumber, leaving me solitary upon the desolate path. Trembling, I advanced, each chirp of an insect sending jolts of terror through me. My pace was excruciatingly slow, yet I eventually arrived at General Ridge. Gazing upon the eerie landscape, and recalling the sight of that figure clad in a vivid red, with lifeless eyes reminiscent of a dead fish, I felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the lantern and flee. But the thought of death compelled me to muster my courage and ascend the ridge. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting ghostly shadows upon the ground, while I chanted invocations to various deities, gradually making my way toward the main tomb. Upon reaching the spot I had previously unsealed, I gazed at the ajar tomb entrance, an unsettling sensation prickling at the back of my neck, as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon me, sending goosebumps cascading over my skin. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind surged forth, leaving my neck icy and my hand gripping the lantern trembling uncontrollably. Yet I dared not glance back. An eerie laughter echoed in my ears, and as the chill enveloped my neck, a frigid hand settled upon me. I knew it had come, paralyzing me with fear. "Begone." A voice tinged with barely restrained anger reached my ears. Turning my head, I noticed the fourth sister standing 2 meters away, her gaze fixed intently beside me. She took a step forward, while the lifeless-eyed figure retreated a step back, emitting soft sounds of discontent. In an instant, the former surged forward, swiftly grasping the neck of the latter, dragging her into the tomb. The tomb door slammed shut before me with a resounding thud. Observing the fourth sister's demeanor, I felt a sense of relief. The lifeless-eyed figure was unlikely to match her prowess. However, as time passed, an uneasy worry began to creep in. After all, this lifeless-eyed figure was a formidable adversary from the Western Zhou era. What if she faltered? Minutes dragged by, and I began to fear that the fourth sister might have succumbed to the lifeless-eyed figure's grip, prompting me to flee down the mountainside, too terrified to even relieve myself. A cold moonlight cascaded down, mingling with my increasingly frantic breaths, as the fourth sister emerged step by step from the ancient tomb, her left hand prominently holding a head with long hair cascading down. A head that belonged to the lifeless-eyed figure. Chapter 5. The Xinjiang front. The fourth sister cast a sidelong glance at me, then patted the head of the lifeless-eyed figure. Instantly, a jade-green cicada emerged from its mouth. She held the cicada up to the moonlight, seemingly assessing its quality. Throughout the ordeal, her face remained inscrutable, but as I watched the head tremble slightly, she uttered a reassuring phrase, "Do not be afraid." As we approached the village entrance, I spotted my father waiting in the biting wind, holding a kerosene lamp. A wave of emotion washed over me. At last, we have awaited this moment. My father gazed earnestly at the fourth miss, who nodded in response and then turned her attention to me. "Young man, having borne the 9 dragons tattoo, you are now the new guardian of the Liu family tomb. For the next 30 years, you must protect the ancient graves across the realm. Otherwise, you shall incur divine retribution." I nodded, somewhat bewildered, as I observed the fourth miss withdraw a small booklet from her bosom and present it to me. "Fourth miss, this is far too precious." My father expressed his surprise. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she replied, "Liu Zhenxing, I have repaid the debt I owe you today. This star official's manual rightfully belongs to your Liu family. I withheld it from you, believing you unworthy, but your son is deserving. Now let it return to its rightful owner. Young man, may our paths cross again." With that, she disregarded my father's pleas and vanished into the night. Once the fourth miss departed, life resumed its tranquil course. However, as I was forbidden from touching the burial goods, my father continued to sustain himself by consuming the flesh of the deceased and plundering tombs, his health deteriorating with each passing day. He eventually fell ill with a chill, and his cough began to be tinged with blood. I urged him to change his profession, but he declared that he had anticipated this day since the moment he took his first bite of human flesh. Now, he felt he had one foot in the grave and preferred to fulfill his paternal duties by saving money for my future bride. Thus, my father and I lived for 5 years, but he ultimately could not endure. In his final moments, with tears brimming in his eyes, he grasped my hand tightly, murmuring incessantly about many matters. Though I understood none of his words, it was clear that he could not bear to part with me. It was only later that I learned my father had entrusted me to an old friend of his. This dear friend of mine is a company commander in the military, who, owing to a life saved by my father in the past, held my father's dying wish in profound regard. He hurried over the day after my father's passing. With Commander Chen's assistance, I laid my father to rest at Jiangjun Ridge, which was his final wish. He had stated that he had relied on the companionship of this place throughout his life, and thus, in death, he ought to atone for his sins. Following this, I gathered a few pieces of clothing and meticulously wrapped the star official's essentials. Departing from the village I had inhabited for 14 years, Commander Chen, having spent a considerable amount of time in the military, decided to enlist me to ensure I was well taken care of. His unit was stationed in a region of Xinjiang known as Beiyanguling, close to the Lopner, where the endless yellow sands and karst topography imbued everything with a sense of antiquity. This unit was primarily responsible for transporting supplies such as medicines and vegetables to the border posts along several lines in northern Xinjiang, typically making a trip every 2 weeks, while spending the rest of the time training in the camp. When I first arrived, I was filled with curiosity about everything here, but after a few trips, during which I swallowed mouthfuls of sand, that sense of novelty quickly faded. Fortunately, the soldiers, recognizing my youth and knowing I was brought by Commander Chen, took good care of me. Occasionally, when they managed to procure a few cans of meat, they would invite me to join in the feast, making my experience, despite the harsh conditions, rather pleasant. However, All of this was disrupted by the sudden arrival of a mysterious visitor. Even now, I can vividly recall the events of that day. It was a bright morning when new supplies arrived, and the comrades, having gnawed on hard buns for several days, were excitedly eager to train an extra few kilometers, filling the camp with a vibrant atmosphere. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the military camp, accompanied by the subservient gestures of Commander Chun. This individual appeared utterly incongruous with the military environment, instantly capturing the attention of the comrades. He was clad in a wrinkled black suit, with a battered briefcase tucked under his arm, and a cap perched atop his head, coupled with his stubbled face and a half-smoked Hongmei cigarette dangling from his lips. He exuded an air of dishevelment. Curiosity swirled among us regarding the identity of this suit-clad stranger, but Commander Chen's demeanor was unusually reticent. He shot us a glare before retreating into his tent with the man. When not engaged in transport duties, I typically stood guard outside the tent and observed as Commander Chun summoned the exemplary soldiers, those who had consistently performed well, one by one into the enclosure. I found myself intrigued and peered through the tent's seam, witnessing the suited man frowning as he questioned the model soldiers. The inquiries were peculiar, ranging from the essentials needed for survival in the desert to the methods of rescuing comrades lost deep within its expanse. Ultimately, he pointed to several sheets of paper, inquiring if they recognized the plants native to the desert. Could it be that he was seeking a guide? Although our encampment was not far from the Lop Nur, we seldom interacted with that region, and knowing even a couple of emergency survival techniques in the desert was considered quite commendable. As the exemplary soldiers were dismissed one after another, the man's frown deepened, and he anxiously glanced at his watch, as if pressed for time. His cigarette consumption increased, filling the tent with a dense haze of smoke. Upon witnessing this scene, I could not help but mutter softly, "This question is exceedingly simple. How is it that no one knows the answer? Who is murmuring outside?" A hoarse voice inquired impatiently. Startled, I barely had time to react before I heard Commander Chen bellow, "You little rascal, why aren't you coming in?" I touched my nose and resigned myself to entering. The suited gentleman cast a mocking glance my way and inquired, "Were you just saying that these questions are simple?" Fueled by youthful arrogance, I could not tolerate his condescending demeanor and retorted, "These are, in fact, quite elementary. How does one determine direction in the desert? What instruments are to be used? During the day, one observes the sun. At night, the stars. Instruments are unnecessary, as they are susceptible to magnetic interference. How much water should one carry into the depths of the desert? It is advisable not to carry too much. Instead, one should seek water sources within the desert. How does one locate these sources? There are numerous methods. One can rely on the terrain, traces of animal activity, and the condition of the vegetation. I found myself somewhat perplexed, and he offered no further explanation. He then proceeded to select 4 exemplary soldiers, and as I casually glanced over, I realized that these selections were far from arbitrary. Despite the notable differences in age and appearance among the exemplary soldiers, each possessed a unique talent. For instance, a diminutive lad who had just turned 20 was renowned within the battalion as an exceptional marksman, capable of hitting a target from 100 paces. The other 2 also showcased their own remarkable skills. Ruins of the Lop Nur? I felt a surge of excitement. During my years in the military, I had often heard tantalizing tales of Lop Nur, a place that inspired both yearning and reverence within me. The prospect of visiting it now filled me with exhilaration. Why are we here? Could it be that there is a secret mission at hand? Chapter 6. The Terrifying Recording. The gentleman in the suit provided little explanation, merely instructing us to pack some clothing, assuring us that he would procure the other supplies. I found myself with minimal belongings. Having joined the army alongside Commander Chun, I possessed only a few sets of attire, which had become unwearable after 3 years. Thus, I carefully wrapped a set of olive green military uniform and the Star Officer's Manual, considering my preparations complete. During midday, as we were enthusiastically devouring our steamed buns, the gentleman in the suit gathered us inside a tent, where to my surprise, Commander Chun was also present. His presence was unexpected. He typically managed all matters, great and small, within the unit and seldom left unless absolutely necessary, as the entire operation would falter without him. However, His arrival indicated that he must have been well prepared for the situation. The gentleman in the suit invited us to take a seat and proceeded to distribute to each of us a can of milk, 3 cans of luncheon meat, and a packet of chocolate. We hesitated to indulge, as the midday meal provided by the army had been considered satisfactory, consisting merely of soft steamed buns dipped in a hint of chili powder. The bounty he presented was a rare delicacy, something we hadn't tasted in ages, and the sheer quantity left us feeling anxious. Could this be a prelude to something dire? The diminutive figure clutched the can of meat tightly and murmured a comment, which immediately earned him disapproving glances from the others. Everyone was already on edge, and his words only served to heighten the tension. The suited gentleman flicked the ashes from his cigarette and, getting straight to the point, declared, "From now on, you may call me Old Yen. Our upcoming expedition to the Lop Nur is of utmost significance. Thus, prior to our departure, each of you must compose a certain document." After his statement, he distributed a pen and a sheet of paper to each of us. Curiously, I inquired about the nature of the writing, to which he responded with an enigmatic smile, exhaling 2 words through a cloud of smoke: "Last will." We were taken aback, glancing at the delectable spread of food before us, and a singular thought surged through our minds. This truly is a meal of finality. However, the soldiers upheld a doctrine of absolute obedience. It was not uncommon to draft a last will before embarking on perilous missions. Thus, without further inquiry, we solemnly penned our wills. Afterward, with trepidation, we consumed the last meal and followed Old Yen into a truck. At the rear of the truck were numerous cans and water, presumably supplies for our mission, while in front of us lay several large wooden crates. Old Yen gestured with a nod, prompting Sergeant Chun to lift the crate lid. His expression shifted from delight to surprise. I peered inside to find an array of identical Type 56 submachine guns, far more advanced than the ones we were accustomed to. We had long heard tales of such weaponry within the ranks, yet we understood that such treasures were typically reserved for our frontline comrades, leaving us to merely salivate at the sight. To my astonishment, there were 2 guns allocated for each of us, complemented by a row of grenades. Although each person could claim only one, the firepower was undeniably formidable. No wonder Captain Chun reacted that way. As a soldier, he naturally cherishes these weapons. However, it is quite astonishing that we are equipped with such formidable firepower for a mere expedition to the desert. Are we truly headed to battle? Yet, without Old Yan's disclosure, we felt it inappropriate to inquire further, leaving only Captain Chan, who gazed at the array of weapons with a furrowed brow. Once the firearms and ammunition were distributed, the truck roared to life, jostling along the rugged path towards the Lop Nur region. For half a day, the truck continued its journey into the desert, deepening our bewilderment. Even if it were a military operation, it seemed implausible to conduct it in such an arid expanse. What precisely was our destination? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Captain Chun implored, "We've even written our letters of farewell. What are we truly embarking on? At least provide us with some clarity." Rescue mission? We exchanged glances, pondering the implications. If that were the case, shouldn't we be carrying medical supplies and necessary provisions instead of an arsenal? What purpose does such overwhelming firepower serve? Ancient relics? I furrowed my brow. Having camped here for years, we had never heard of any historical sites hidden within this vast desert. Perhaps we are heading to the front lines, Captain Chun speculated. But what exactly is the nature of this recording? My curiosity piqued. What could possibly warrant such an extensive display of military force? In this day and age, weaponry is rationed, and our previously cherished Type 56 semi-automatic rifles felt like treasures, fragile and irreplaceable. We feared any damage would leave us waiting indefinitely for replacements. Old Yen cast a glance at us, then retrieved a tape recorder from his backpack, resting his hand on the switch. After listening to the recording, you may decide your course of action, but you must keep what you hear confidential. Otherwise, without his need to elaborate, we were well aware of the severe consequences of a breach of trust within the ranks, and we all nodded in acceptance. As the recording commenced, there were a couple of feeding sounds, presumably for audio adjustment, yet the signal was poor, rendering the spoken words indistinguishable amidst the crackling static. Gradually, fragmented voices emerged, likely someone documenting events. I faintly caught words like ancient nation and shock. The recording lasted about a minute before all sounds abruptly ceased, though the tape continued to roll, indicating that the recording was still ongoing. After approximately another half-minute, the recorder emitted a harsh, crackling noise that was painfully sharp to the ears. This, Captain Chun furrowed his brow. Just as I was about to ponder the unfolding situation, the tape erupted with a cacophony of screams from what seemed like a dozen voices, each cry abruptly cut short, the entire ordeal lasting mere seconds, followed by a chilling silence. What sent a shiver down my spine was the presence of guttural roars intermingling with the anguished cries. The sound sent chills down my spine, yet I could not discern its origin. It bore some resemblance to a human voice, but more so to the roar of some wild beast. Following the recording, an extended silence enveloped us, leaving everyone at a loss for words, though it was evident that our confidence in the rescue mission had waned considerably. Ultimately, it was Old Yen who shattered the silence, inquiring if anyone wished to withdraw. All 6 of us hailed from military backgrounds. Despite the trepidation brewing within, none would abandon the mission at this critical juncture. Moreover, we had already journeyed for the better part of a day, and Old Yen's question seemed merely a probe of our resolve. Chapter 7. The ghostly encounter. We continued our trek for 2 consecutive days, scarcely pausing along the way. When hunger struck, we consumed canned meat. When thirst arose, we sipped water. Occasionally, nature called, and we would hastily resolve it by the roadside before swiftly resuming our journey. After 2 days, our vehicle succumbed to the terrain, its wheels sinking into the sand, kicking up clouds of dust with every attempt to move. Ahead lay the uninhabited zone. It was time to disembark. Our only option was to proceed on foot. Old Yen stood at the rear of the vehicle, peering ahead before signaling for the others to descend. Each of us carried a military pack filled with various supplies, and once we slung our submachine guns over our shoulders, we deemed ourselves adequately prepared. Old Yen, like us, bore a military pack, but in addition, he carried a smaller waterproof bag, swollen with an unknown content. Traversing the desert was unlike any other terrain. The sun blazed down, rendering the sand beneath us scalding hot, each step akin to treading upon a furnace. Within a few kilometers, we were drenched in sweat. Old Yen, shall we take a break? Company Commander Chun led the old smoker, who, apart from the old smoker himself, was the eldest among the group. Despite his robust physique, he struggled to endure the harsh desert climate. I was astonished by the old smoker, a middle-aged man, yet his stamina was remarkably extraordinary, remaining vigorous even after such a prolonged journey. The old smoker glanced at his watch, then down at the map, shaking his head to indicate that it was not yet time to rest. He expressed concern that if we paused now, we might not reach a suitable camping spot by nightfall. Hearing this, the rest of the group felt powerless, and we continued to trudge forward, each step a mix of deep and shallow. I wiped the sweat from my brow and surveyed my surroundings, feeling dizzy. The desert offered nothing but endless sand. After trudging for half a day, it felt as though we were merely treading in place, truly testing one's patience. After approximately 2 more hours, with the sun dipping low in the sky, the old smoker pointed to a low ridge, a sheltered spot, and declared that we would camp there for the night, intending to search for clues in the vicinity the following day. According to him, the route we were following was the one established by the Yukengza archaeological team, necessitating an exploration at each designated camping site. By now, we had grown accustomed to the old smoker's leadership. At his command, we promptly began setting up our tents. This was a task we were well versed in, and within half an hour, 3 windproof tents stood in a circle at the sheltered location. Naturally, the old smoker paired with Company Commander Chun, while Eagle Eye and Short Stump, who had always enjoyed each other's company, joined forces as well, leaving me and 2 others to set up another tent. These 2 individuals were not significantly older than myself. One possessed a cherubic countenance, appearing even more youthful than my own 19 years. Affectionately nicknamed Milkface by our comrades, he hailed from Baingalan Mongol Autonomous Prefecture, Xinjiang. His enlistment was driven by dire economic circumstances at home, where sustenance was scarce. Despite his tender appearance and jovial demeanor, his prowess in combat was unparalleled within the entire unit. Few could rival his skill, whether in technique or hand-to-hand engagement, hence his presence here. The other, known as Viper, was more taciturn. He was perpetually engrossed in the study of various flora, possessing a profound understanding of pharmacology. He was capable of concocting both lethal poisons and life-saving remedies, inspiring a mixture of reverence and trepidation among our fellow soldiers. My interactions with them were infrequent. Model soldiers, invariably, differed from transport personnel like myself, who were primarily responsible for logistical tasks. It wasn't that they were unapproachable, but rather that their training and missions were more demanding, leaving them with little time for frivolous banter. Now confined within a tent, silence was untenable. Milkface was the first to speak, casting a knowing glance in my direction. "I wouldn't have guessed you were so knowledgeable, considering your unassuming nature," he remarked. "Honestly, you know more than I do, and I was born and raised here." His tone was exaggerated. Before I could formulate a response, he shifted the subject, confiding with an air of mystery, "Don't you think this rescue mission seems a bit off?" Viper, who had remained largely unresponsive, glanced up briefly before uttering a single word of agreement, then relapsed into his characteristic silence. My curiosity was piqued as I leaned closer to him, murmuring, "Something feels amiss. Who comes to the desert in search of someone while armed to the teeth?" Indeed, I couldn't shake off the feeling that the recording was peculiar. "Have you noticed the tape? It has yellowed with age." The young lad spoke as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. I had overlooked this detail and merely suggested that it might not signify much. Perhaps the old tape was simply what was available during the recording. After pondering for a while, the young lad seemed to agree that this suspicion lacked substance, and thus we let it be. We were both quite young, and it happened to be our turn to keep watch during the early hours of the night. Engaged in conversation outside the tent, we lost track of time until a voice interrupted us. "Time to sleep, I'll take over the watch." The previously slumbering Viper emerged from the tent and uttered this, startling both the young lad and me into realization that the night had grown deep. We hurried inside the tent and fell into a deep slumber. Amidst my sleep, I was vaguely aware of a sound, akin to weeping, a soft rustle that lingered around me. I paid it no mind. The desert is often filled with strange noises. The howling wind through weathered rocks can be more eerie than such cries. I merely turned over and resumed my slumber. "Wake up." Just as I was on the verge of sleep once more, the young lad nudged me. Rubbing my eyes, I inquired what was the matter. He glanced nervously outside the tent, asking if I had heard anything unusual. I nodded, and upon seeing the pallor of his face, I couldn't resist teasing him, feigning terror as I quipped, "Could it be a ghost?" To my astonishment, his response was a piercing scream. "It's the ghost coming for us. They have come to take us away." "What on earth is a ghost connector?" I inquired curiously. The child, seemingly apprehensive of the snake, quickly withdrew into his sleeping bag, rolling closer to me. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I softly asked him again what a ghost connector was. Trembling, he struggled to articulate an explanation, merely stating that it involved impending death. Observing his inability to convey clarity, my interest waned, and I waved him off, urging him to sleep. Just then, the sound of weeping escalated dramatically, resembling the sobs of countless children congregated together, sending chills down my spine. The child abruptly sat up in his sleeping bag, grasping my shoulder and pleading for my company. Reluctantly, I rose to my feet, patting his shoulder and assuring him that I would step outside to investigate. He, however, clutched my arm tightly, insisting that those who ventured outside would perish. "It's all right," I comforted him again, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat before stepping out of the tent. The snake stood just outside, frowning upon my emergence, while his companion, Hawkeye, asked if I had been frightened by the cries. I forced a smile, explaining that the child was scared, and that I needed to check on the situation to put his mind at ease. The snake's brow furrowed deeper, yet he remained silent. Hawkeye, however, laughed heartily, remarking that not only was the child small in stature, but also timid, and that his nickname was quite fitting. I chuckled softly in response, choosing not to elaborate further. I switched on my flashlight and scanned the distance, but apart from the incessant sobbing in my ears, nothing else was visible. Chapter 8. The Death of the Short Stump. Chang'an, what are you doing? Weren't you on watch for the first half of the night? Commander Chun emerged from the tent, seemingly preparing to relieve himself. The child remained nestled within the confines of his sleeping bag, flinching at the sound before visibly relaxing upon recognizing me. I offered a rueful explanation, attributing the noise to the wind, a common occurrence given our position against the low slope. He remained silent, clutching my sleeve, imploring me to stay by his side. Relenting to his apprehension, I remained with him throughout the night, only managing to steal a few moments of sleep as the first hint of dawn heralded the dissipation of the unsettling sound. At breakfast, our panda-like eyes became the subject of amusement among our companions. However, the child declared with unwavering gravity that fatalities were imminent. Dismissing his pronouncements, the others paid him no heed, save for the old smoker who paused, inquiring if there was any particular reason for his apprehension. Seizing upon this attention as a lifeline, the child approached him, his expression fraught with trepidation, and revealed, "It's a legend of Lop Nur." Having spent his formative years in Bayangalan Mongol Autonomous Prefecture, the child had been exposed to numerous tales surrounding Lop Nur, among which was the haunting legend of spectral abduction. According to the lore, those who dared to spend the night in Lop Nur would be marked by the attention of malevolent spirits upon hearing a chorus of dense, muffled sobbing. Each night, the spirits would claim a soul, continuing their grim harvest until none remained. "What shall we do? We are doomed," the child exclaimed, his face ashen as he fixed his gaze upon the old smoker. The old smoker ignited a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and then said, "Those on night watch should be vigilant and alert the others at the slightest sign of trouble." Initially skeptical, the others were now weighed down by a sense of foreboding, given the old smoker's somber admonition. "Very well. Secure the tents and let us attend to our tasks," the old smoker declared, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he rose to his feet. We naturally dared not be remiss, meticulously securing the tent, ensuring not a single gap remained, before shouldering our rucksacks and following behind Lao Yen. Lao Yen consulted the map, then directed us to search the vicinity for any signs of activity. This was a slow and painstaking task. Viper and I formed a team, while the others were similarly divided into groups, each searching in different directions. Lao Yen delineated a perimeter of approximately 1 kilometer radius from the tent. Our team was responsible for the western sector, yet after a morning's labor, we discovered nothing. Not a trace of human activity, not even a serpent. "Something is amiss," I remarked, voicing my apprehension during our midday respite. This desolate region should teem with desert creatures, yet everything seems eerily dormant. Viper furrowed his brow, grasping a handful of sand and sifting it through his fingers. His expression deepened with concern. I inquired as to the cause of his unease. He tentatively suggested that either the area was truly barren, or something far more significant was at play. "Are you suggesting this area has been demarcated as territory?" I questioned, picking up a handful of sand myself, yet discerning nothing of consequence. Viper affirmed with a nod, then remained silent. A sense of unease settled within me. Territorial demarcation is common in the natural world. Lions and tigers, for instance, establish their domains, marking them with scent, and any intrusion is perceived as a challenge. However, such occurrences are rare in the desert, particularly in uninhabited regions. While the desert harbors numerous venomous creatures, primarily snakes and scorpions, they typically have nests rather than demarcated territories. If such a vast area has indeed been claimed, what manner of creature could be responsible? Upon our arrival, we found everyone present, their dejected countenances mirroring our own lack of discovery. "Why the long faces?" bellowed Battalion Commander Chun, delivering a kick to the nearest lackey, who mumbled inaudibly, not daring to retaliate. Old Yen chuckled, asserting that it was only natural to find nothing so early into the desert trek. I was assigned the latter half of the night watch, originally to be shared with Naiwa, but he had burrowed himself into the tent, refusing to emerge. Old Yen had to temporarily reassign the lackey to stand guard with me. "Do you think he's being truthful?" the lackey mumbled, a withered blade of grass dangling from his mouth as he winked towards the tent. I shrugged, replying that it was likely untrue, for if all the desert legends were to be believed, no one would dare traverse it. "As for you," I jested, casting a glance at the grass in his mouth, "you shouldn't be so flippant about chewing on desert flora. It could be poisonous." The lackey nonchalantly waved his hand, proclaiming his extraordinary luck, but before the words had even left his lips, he clutched his stomach, crying out in pain, startling me with the possibility of my jest having come true. Oh, I can't hold it any longer. Keep watch for a moment. I need to relieve myself behind that small hill. The lackey thrust his submachine gun into my hands, lamenting as he scurried away. So, it was merely a stomach upset, I thought, shaking my head in resignation. As I hefted the submachine gun, I noticed that he was unarmed. I was about to rush forward when the lackey collapsed to the ground with a thud, lying motionless. In the instant of his fall, I thought I heard something burrowing into the sand. The remaining individuals emerged from their shelter, their countenances reflecting dismay upon observing the prone figure of A.I. Dun. A.I. Dun was deceased, his complexion a dusky purple, with a noticeable, thumb-sized, inflamed welt upon his posterior. A question hung heavy in the air. What had transpired? Company Commander Chen's visage was grim, displeased at the loss of a man so soon after entering the desert. I swiftly recounted the events that had unfolded, adding with a hint of uncertainty, I believe I discerned the sound of weeping. It is a spectral abduction. Behold, a spirit has claimed him. The young soldier, Naiwa, murmured, his face ashen. Scorpion, drawled Dushi, examining the wound with gloved hands, delivering his verdict. Scorpion, I voiced, finding it peculiar. Earlier in the day, Dushi and I had deliberated over the demarcation of this area. Yet a scorpion had appeared this very night. Dushi nodded, his expertise in venomous creatures lending credence to his words, and the others concurred, a sense of foreboding settling upon them. Scorpions in the desert were elusive, their presence often unnoticed until one unwittingly encountered their sting. Naiwa, however, was beside himself, incessantly proclaiming a spectral abduction. Company Commander Chan, with a dark countenance, silenced him with a blow to the shoulder, exclaiming, "Have some fortitude." Naiwa dared not speak further, but his conviction in the legend of the spirit abduction was evident. His departure left a pall of silence. A.I. Dun, amiable and a skilled marksman, was well regarded within the company. His sudden, inexplicable demise filled them with unease. Naiwa was on the verge of hysteria, prompting Company Commander Chan to instruct Dushi to escort him into the tent and stay with him, preventing further incident. As for myself, my watch was to continue. Yen had already stood guard for the first half of the night, leaving Company Commander Chun to remain and keep me company. Chang'an, did you genuinely hear weeping? Battalion Commander Chun inquired. His brow furrowed as he regarded the cadaver lying a short distance away. Chapter 9. The deadly red-tailed scorpion. I nodded, then shook my head with uncertainty. At that moment, I was rather disoriented. Upon witnessing Dwarfy frantically waving and crying for help, my mind went blank. When I saw him collapse merely 2 meters away, my mind was utterly void. Whether the weeping actually occurred remains uncertain to me. Battalion Commander Chun patted my shoulder, chiding me for my impetuousness. He felt I shouldn't have sought attention, as something seemed amiss from the start. He wondered how he would face my deceased father should something untoward befall me. I shook my head ruefully, never anticipating such an incident. Early the following morning, we interred Dwarfy on the leeward side of a small hill. We packed our tents and departed, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. Dwarfy's demise deepened our apprehension regarding the mission's prospects. My heart was particularly heavy, although Poisonous Snake assured me that, given Dwarfy's condition, even the swiftest reaction would have been futile, as he likely succumbed to a scorpion sting upon emerging. I couldn't shake the feeling that I might have saved him had I acted more promptly. This incident evoked memories of Two Dog's death in my childhood. Had I not incited him to tomb raid, he wouldn't have fallen prey to dead fish eyes. During my years in the village, the vacant expressions of Two Dog's parents always stirred guilt within me. Even secretly bequeathing half of my inheritance from my father to them upon my departure couldn't quell the remorse in my heart. After so many years, the incident had gradually faded into memory, but the demise of the diminutive Dun yesterday has stirred it up once more. Why are you lost in thought, lad? Battalion Commander Chun, having drawn abreast of me unnoticed, clapped me heavily on the shoulder. It was then that I realized it was already midday, and Old Yen had called for a halt. Owing to the intense heat, we had covered approximately 10 kilometers that day before resting. After setting up camp, Battalion Commander Chun suggested that, in light of Dun's absence, Naiwa should share a tent with Hawkeye. However, for reasons unknown, Niwa was rather attached to me and reluctant to switch. Unwilling to leave two callow youths together, Battalion Commander Chun ended up going to Hawkeye's tent himself. Old Yen had no objections to the one-man per tent arrangement, merely cautioning us to exercise extreme vigilance during our watches. He had sprinkled realgar around the perimeter of the tents, assuring us that as long as we remained within this boundary, we would be safe. In truth, no one dared to stray far from the tents after yesterday's lesson. Even to relieve themselves, we would simply turn our backs and take care of business. We were all grown men with no inhibitions. Niwa was still unable to stand guard, so Hawkeye and Battalion Commander Chun took the first watch, while Viper and I took the second. Viper, noticing my poor condition, suggested that I go inside to rest, saying that he was perfectly capable of keeping watch alone. I shook my head in refusal. In truth, I was unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Dun's lifeless form. I would have come out during the first watch if I hadn't been afraid of being too tired to continue the journey. Were you able to identify the scorpion? Couldn't help but ask. My understanding of scorpions is rather limited. Yet I am aware that most individuals stung by them experience a period of reaction. With proper treatment, survival is often possible. However, the diminutive scorpion can cause instant demise, its venom spreading at an astonishing rate. The serpent shook its head and remarked, I cannot be entirely certain, but I am familiar with a species known as the red-tailed scorpion. Its tail exhibits a faint crimson hue, and the sound it produces when agitated resembles a baby's wail. To be stung by it leaves little hope for survival. This observation resonated with me, yet I pondered. But what? I was almost convinced that the red-tailed scorpion was the culprit, but the serpent insisted otherwise. Red-tailed scorpions are social creatures. Their nests are substantial, yet they do not venture out in swarms. The cries we have heard over the past few nights are far too frequent to be attributed to them. The serpent continued, moreover, red-tailed scorpions have been extinct for over a century. I only heard of them from an elderly gentleman in Xinjiang. Upon concluding this statement, the serpent fell into deep contemplation, evidently troubled by the matter. As our discussion neared its conclusion, the mournful wails echoed once more. I swiftly adjusted the powerful flashlight beside me to illuminate the distance, and in the next moment, the color drained from my face. Approximately 10 meters from our tent, an overwhelming mass of scorpions swarmed, encircling us like a tide, their tails waving rhythmically as the sobbing grew louder and more imminent, sending chills down my spine. The rustling sounds of scorpions traversing the sandy ground sent shivers through my scalp. A single scorpion could easily eliminate an adult, and with such a multitude advancing upon us, we would likely be reduced to mere remnants. Could this be the red-tailed scorpion? I swallowed hard and turned to the venomous serpent. The serpent's expression abruptly shifted, and with a fierce roar, he dashed into the tent to summon aid. Realizing the urgency myself, I joined him in calling for assistance while swiftly stuffing essential supplies into my bag, tearing down the tent and fleeing. Observing the ominous demeanor of the red-tailed scorpions, it was evident they intended to ensnare us, and any further delay could seal our fate. However, the others were seasoned soldiers, and at the moment we roused them, they adeptly gathered their belongings. The sound of weeping was distressingly close, yet no one had the luxury of concern. The priority was to salvage supplies, for lacking provisions in the desert was tantamount to courting death. Time is of the essence. Run, the serpent bellowed. Fortunately, the others had nearly finished their preparations, leaving behind only the non-essential items, and we swiftly retreated through the gap encircled by the red-tailed scorpions. Our movements incited the scorpions, and the sound of their scuttling through the sand intensified. I glanced back and saw the distance between us rapidly diminishing. At this pace, it was only a matter of time before we were overtaken. The others clearly recognized this peril as well. Commander Chun raised his weapon and unleashed a volley of bullets, striking down the foremost scorpions amidst the swirling sand, only to have them instantly replaced by their relentless kin, their speed unabated. Commander Chun prepared to fire again, but Lao Yen seized his arm and implored, "Don't waste your ammunition. What in the world are we to do? A sting from these creatures could spell our demise." Commander Chun fired once more, turning to shout in desperation. The crowd remained silent, retreating while occasionally firing their weapons, despite the futility of their efforts as Old Yen insisted. Their instinct for survival could not be quelled. This is pointless. As I felt the sweat trickle down my forehead, I shouted out, observing the crimson-tailed scorpions closing in within 5 meters. Squad leader Chun turned and barked at me to devise a solution. If I couldn't, I should refrain from demoralizing the troops. I wiped my face and assessed our surroundings. We had been cornered into a depression, and retreating would spell our doom at the pincers of the scorpions. Scanning the number of scorpions, I shouted, "We have no choice but to fight." Old Yen seized my collar, urging me to speak up quickly, admonishing me to stop hesitating. I swiftly replied that there was no time for explanations, instructing everyone to extinguish their lights and follow me quietly. Although I was uncertain of what drew the scorpions towards us, their speed had evidently increased after I illuminated them with the spotlight. Desperate measures were our only recourse. At this critical moment, no one voiced objections. Casting one last glance at the encirclement of scorpions, I turned off my light. Following my lead, everyone extinguished their flashlights, moving in the moonlight behind me. Instead of retreating further, I took a few steps closer to the scorpions. Chan grasped my arm, his voice low yet filled with fury. "If you have no confidence, don't try to show off. Are you trying to get us all killed?" With a muttered curse, Chun followed suit. With merely 2 meters separating us from the scorpions, panic ensued among the group as they questioned my intentions. I shook my head, signaling them to remain silent, my gaze fixed anxiously on the advancing scorpions. Silently, I counted down the distance in my mind. 2 meters. 1 meter. When only half a meter remained, I gestured, tucked my head, and rolled westward. Swiftly, I rose and circled behind the scorpion horde. Throughout, I made scarcely a sound. As I regained my footing, the others followed suit. In that critical moment, their faith in me spared considerable effort. But where was the kid? Upon closer inspection, one was indeed missing. I queried the group, but each had reacted swiftly to my signal, oblivious to those around them. I knew this was typical. In such circumstances, military units execute orders promptly, with other concerns relegated to secondary importance. "Kid," I murmured, fearful of alarming the scorpions ahead. I'm here," a breathless voice replied. Following the sound, I spotted the kid prone on the ground, scarcely 50 centimeters from the last row of scorpions. Chapter 10. Man occupies scorpion den. My face paled in fright. I signaled him to remain still, then slowly approached, seizing and pulling him back. The kid, chastened, remained silent, but I patted his shoulder in understanding. As a local, he held unwavering beliefs in supernatural encounters. Since entering the desolate zone, he had been unable to rest, despite not standing guard. The death of Shorty had further affected him. No matter how skilled in combat, his physical condition was compromised. "Move quickly." Captain Chun had more to say, but I shook my head at him and whispered a hasty remark before sprinting in the opposite direction of the red-tailed scorpion. Occasionally, I paused to observe the traces of their movements before dashing forward again. After approximately half an hour, we arrived at a low slope. I wandered around the slope, scooped up a handful of sand, took a whiff, and then kicked the slope with my foot. The sand cascaded down, and a substantial chunk fell away, revealing a hollow space within. My goodness, it was indeed empty inside. Eagle Eye exclaimed, "Impressive. How did you discover this? I've been a scout for years and never noticed. What is this place?" Captain Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he yanked my collar and hissed in my ear, "Are you reliable? After all the trouble we went through to escape, you've led us to the lair of that creature?" The others also wore concerned expressions. I helplessly shrugged and explained, "Given the scale of the red-tailed scorpions, it's clear they have all emerged. Escaping in the dark of night, even if we aren't pursued, we might encounter a few stragglers. The nest is our safest option." I admitted I had only a slight confidence in this plan. If they didn't believe me, there was little I could do, as it was merely a frantic idea conceived in haste, undoubtedly with some flaws. The only certainty I had was that this location was, for the time being, safer than fleeing outside. The others were at a loss for words, but the Viper gang supported me by stating that the red-tailed scorpions would only return to their lair just before dawn, confirming that we would indeed be safer here for the moment. With his assurance, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. yet they dared not fully relax, instead leaning against the low slope that had yet to collapse to rest. I decided to step outside for a moment. Lao Yen furrowed his brow and suddenly spoke up, leaving his backpack untouched as he exited. Before he departed, he cast a subtle glance in my direction. Since the moment we were encircled by the red-tailed scorpions and entered the den, he had refrained from speaking, except to advise against wasting ammunition, never once questioning my assumption of his command. This behavior stirred unease within me, leading me to wonder if he harbored resentment towards me. After he had been gone for a while, I fabricated a convenient excuse to follow him outside, only to find it peculiar that Lao Yen was absent. I scanned the area but found no trace of him. The desert was vast and desolate. Even at night, my eyesight could discern up to 10 meters, which posed the question, had Lao Yen ventured that far? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead, head bowed and clutching something in his hand. As he drew closer, he seemed startled to see me, quickly stashing the item into a waterproof bag and approaching me to inquire how I had come out. Despite his swift movements, I recognized it was a phone, an object I had only seen with Commander Chun, leaving a lasting impression due to my curiosity. However, there was hardly any signal in the desert. One would need a mobile signal tower and central coordination to make a call. Therefore, Commander Chun had not brought one, believing that even if he did, it would be futile in a dire situation where a call could be made only after it was too late. Who was Lao Yen attempting to contact? Was it someone from above? I am somewhat intrigued, yet I am aware that he would not disclose such matters to me. He merely scratched his head and mentioned it for convenience. He did not pursue the topic further but inquired how I had discovered the lair of the red-tailed scorpion. The old smoker nodded, refraining from further questions, urging me to rest quickly, as he himself seemed to have encountered some quandary. After having smoked 2 cigarettes in succession, his brow remained furrowed, indicating his persistent struggle. Yet, no one was in a frame of mind to concern themselves with him. Each person wore a troubled expression, their gazes steeped in profound vigilance. Thus, we endured a night of torment, and an hour before dawn, we fled from the lair of the red-tailed scorpion, heading in the opposite direction. At last, we had escaped. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, the young lad sighed, only to be scolded by Commander Chun for his lack of fortitude. He said nothing in response, likely aware that his recent behavior had brought shame upon the unit. However, following this incident, it was evident that my peers regarded me with newfound respect. Even the typically taciturn Viper expressed admiration, acknowledging that, given the circumstances of the previous night, I had managed to devise an ingenious strategy and execute it swiftly, something that most would find impossible. I was buoyed by their praise, and subsequently found myself adopting an elevated stance, speaking to them from a position of perceived superiority. Commander Chun admonished me several times, yet my youthful arrogance led me to disregard his counsel, even questioning the old smoker's decisions on multiple occasions. The old smoker remained silent, and when Commander Chun reprimanded me, he chuckled, remarking that my youthful impetuosity was a virtue. There must be a water source nearby. The old smoker, cigarette in mouth, grasped a handful of sand. As I observed the sand, though it was damp, it lacked depth, prompting me to shake my head and assert that even if there were a water source, it would be deeply buried and beyond our reach. During our evasion of the red-tailed scorpions, we had unfortunately lost some supplies, including several bottles of water. Thus we remained vigilant for any nearby sources of hydration. Initially, when Old Yen mentioned the presence of water, everyone was filled with delight, but upon hearing my dissent, a sense of hesitation ensued. Old Yen squinted and inquired, "How did you arrive at this conclusion?" Realizing he intended to test my knowledge, I seized a handful of sand and proclaimed, "Observe, this sand appears moist, yet crumbles at a mere touch. What do we call this?" The group regarded me with curiosity as I confidently explained that, in the realm of Feng Shui, this is termed Li Sha, signifying that while this sand seems to coalesce due to moisture, its water content is exceedingly low, indicating the presence of an underground river, albeit buried so deep that by the time we excavate it, we might be parched to death. Witnessing the enlightenment on their faces after my exposition filled me with satisfaction, and I cast a challenging glance at Old Yen. "Well said," he acknowledged, not in anger but with a nod, "yet you remain rather youthful." Chapter 11. Beneath the Li Sha lies an underground river. I furrowed my brow in dissatisfaction, casting another glance at the sand in my hand, which was unmistakably akin to what I had read in books during my childhood. I couldn't help but glance at old Yen, curious about what rationale he might provide. The underground river beneath the Li Sha was indeed profound, yet you have overlooked a crucial detail. In the realm of Feng Shui, it is often stated that where sand gathers, there lies a hidden river, reaching depths of 100 meters. However, there is an additional saying: where sand gathers and the hidden river is profound, an oasis awaits to the east. Lao Yen chuckled as he stroked his stubble, his tone imbued with the wisdom of an elder guiding a younger counterpart. Furrowing my brow, I realized that I had indeed only heard the former part of the saying. Yet it was evident from Lao Yan's demeanor that the latter was not merely a fabrication of his imagination. Subsequently, Lao Yen glanced at his compass, confirmed the direction of east, and led us onward. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I trudged along in silence, when suddenly, Yen clasped my shoulder and jovially remarked, "How old are you?" It's no surprise that Lao Yen has seen more of the world at his age. You are doing just fine. Look at us, oblivious even to a hidden river. Thanks, I muttered quietly in response. Yen patted my shoulder and advised that since we had encountered a knowledgeable person, I should seize the opportunity to learn, for one should not be overly calculative in such matters. Although his words struck an uncomfortable chord, they also ignited a spark of realization within me. Indeed, while I possessed a fair amount of knowledge, much of it was theoretical. Throughout these years, I had merely indulged in self-reflection without any practical experience. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to learn from Lao Yen? With this newfound understanding, I hastened a few steps forward and respectfully inquired of Lao Yen, "How does sand relate to an oasis?" Lao Yen, with an unlit cigarette perched between his lips, appeared quite pleased with my initiative. He patiently elucidated that while many hidden rivers exist in the desert, instances of sand being present are rare. This suggests that although the hidden river is deep, it is in close proximity to a water source. Otherwise, the formation of sand would be improbable. He observed my continued look of confusion and chuckled, pointing to the sand beneath our feet. In fact, within a desert, if you dig deep enough, disregarding improbable causes, there exists a depth where water can be found. Yet, why is it that not every location has access to moisture? I pondered for a moment and inquired if it was because the subterranean river beneath the sand was connected to the oasis nearby. In other words, the oasis had an influence on this area. Indeed, you are quite astute," he replied, patting my shoulder. I felt a bit embarrassed and scratched my head, realizing that I had been somewhat disrespectful to him over the past couple of days. However, he did not hold it against me. Instead, he remarked that youthful fervor is commendable, especially since I was eager to learn. His praise only intensified my embarrassment, prompting an awkward smile and a silence that followed. After walking alongside him for approximately 5 miles, we crested a high ridge, and an oasis suddenly emerged before us. Although modest in size, it was sufficient for us to replenish our freshwater supply for the coming days. The group erupted in cheers, ready to dash forward, but old Yen raised a hand, retrieving a pair of binoculars from his bag to study the area for a while before he descended the slope first. Following our recent debate, everyone held him in high regard and thus adhered to his lead. Old Yen selected a spot where everyone first washed their faces, drank their fill, and then filled their water containers. "What is this, Eagle?" I suddenly exclaimed, prompting us to look over as he drew a dagger and unearthed something. It was a can, still free from rust. The tin can was embedded beneath a patch of grass, its green packaging revealing only a circular edge. Were it not for the keen eyes of Eagle Eye, we would likely have overlooked it. Lao Yen picked up the can, weighing it in his hand, and confirmed that it was indeed the supply meant for Professor Yu and his entourage. This particular brand was exclusive to Beijing, indicating that Liu Chang'an and his group had indeed traversed this oasis. At last, we had not lost our way. Chun, the company commander, exhaled in relief. Yet, I found it peculiar. I crouched near the grass where Eagle Eye had unearthed the can and began to dig. "What mischief are you up to now?" Chun, the company commander, patted me, and I curiously remarked, since Professor Yu and his team were a group, "Why is there only the solitary can left behind in the oasis?" A heavy silence fell over the group, even Lao Yen furrowing his brow. Eventually, he rallied everyone to search the vicinity. But indeed, this was the only one. Unable to deduce any rationale, we resigned ourselves to the mystery. At least we were headed in the right direction, which offered some solace. After resting for the better part of the day in the oasis, Lao Yen studied the map and confirmed our course, prompting us to set off once more. I looked at him with exasperation. It seemed the soldiers called him Milk Baby not only for his youthful appearance but also for his disposition. Had I not witnessed firsthand a few days prior as he playfully sparred with Eagle Eye, I would scarcely believe he could swiftly subdue him. Chang'an, why are you so glum? Milk Baby bounced ahead a couple of steps. You are clearly 2 years younger than I am. I helplessly glanced at him, younger. Just then, my eyes caught a glimmer of something, and I shouted for Milk Baby to get out of the way. The young lad truly exemplifies a model soldier. Although somewhat naive, he instinctively leapt aside. In that moment, I heard a tearing sound, and I beheld the sudden disappearance of half of his trouser leg. Fall back. Stay alert, I urged, pulling the venomous serpent beside me as we retreated a couple of paces. I then raised my weapon and unleashed a volley of bullets, which merely struck the sand, sending up a cloud of yellow dust without hitting anything of consequence. We gathered closely, the young lad still trembling in shock, stammering a question about what had just occurred. I shook my head in response, admitting my ignorance, though I had fleetingly glimpsed a gaping maw and instinctively shouted out, unaware that something truly peculiar was afoot. The lad continued to quiver, and I patted his shoulder, wishing to offer some words of comfort but finding myself at a loss. Had we delayed even a fraction of a second, it might not have been merely his trouser leg that vanished, but perhaps a portion of the lad's very limb, a fact that I could certainly comprehend. After we had retreated nearly a mile, Old Yen finally called for a halt, his countenance grave as he inquired if anyone had any notion of what that might have been. Everyone shook their heads. Had it not been for the commotion between the lad and myself, we would not have witnessed that moment. Were it not for the lad's missing trouser leg, I would have doubted my own vision. How could a gaping maw manifest in a place where nothing existed? In any case, we must remain vigilant. Commander Chun issued a directive, then turned to Old Yen, asking if there was any chance of taking a detour. After studying the map for a considerable time, Old Yen finally shook his head, stating that the current route was the most sensible. Any deviation would only lead to greater peril. As I leaned in closer, I discovered he had spoken the truth. The only way to circumvent the peril was to traverse a patch of quicksand. The quicksand in the desert is notoriously merciless. Once one is ensnared, the chances of survival are almost non-existent. Although a fortunate few may be washed out from elsewhere, none daring enough to venture into the desert would risk confronting quicksand. It poses a greater threat than any swamp, appearing deceptively like ordinary sand. Yet the instant a heavy weight is placed upon it, one plunges into its depths with alarming swiftness. The grains of sand can swiftly fill one's mouth and nose, leading to suffocation and death. Faced with the unknown creatures on one side and the treacherous quicksand on the other, the group fell silent, uncertain of which path to take. Chapter 12. The gaping maw at last. It was Old Yen who broke the silence. There is scarcely a chance of survival in the quicksand. We must stick to the original route. The others hesitated, but Old Yen gestured for everyone to don their durable leather boots and boldly stepped forward. I am afraid, the young lad lamented, his face drawn in terror. In light of the recent bizarre occurrence, none dared to label him a coward. Clutching my sleeve with one hand while gripping his gun in the other, he resolutely followed my side, while the others gathered closely around me, forming a protective circle as we moved onward. We're almost there. Everyone be cautious, Old Yen signaled, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the group. Less than 20 meters ahead lay the site of the unknown creature's appearance. Despite my earlier bravado, an unsettling doubt lingered within me. The young lad, on the verge of tears, exclaimed by my grandmother, "If it comes to a real fight, I'll charge in with my gun. What on earth is this thing? What are you wailing about, you fool?" Eagle Eye, in a fit of impatience, struck the infant, causing an already tense atmosphere to nearly induce a heart attack with his sudden outburst. Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled us, and upon turning to investigate, we observed Viper emotionlessly lowering his firearm, his gaze unsettlingly off-kilter. As Eagle Eye prepared to unleash a tirade, Viper cast him a disinterested glance, prompting him to silence himself, which led the infant to mutter that he only bullied the weak. Eagle Eye cleared his throat, asserting that had Viper been more forthcoming, he would have certainly reprimanded him, yet Viper remained unyielding. Offending him could result in a concoction that would leave one wary of his presence in the future. Old Smoke glanced at Viper, who abruptly crouched on the sand, straining to listen. Then, without warning, he began to dig downwards with the butt of his gun, creating a hole nearly half a meter deep. His expression shifted, and soon he buried his entire head within. What on earth was happening? Speak up. Lieutenant Chun, growing anxious, stomped his foot from the sidelines. Don't move, Viper bellowed. Chun, momentarily taken aback, refrained from further inquiry. We all gathered around, utterly perplexed by Viper's actions, yet his taciturn nature and avoidance of frivolous gestures made us hesitant to intrude. After what felt like an eternity of 5 or 6 minutes, Viper finally resurfaced from the pit, his tone ominous as he declared, "Something just burrowed beneath the sand." What? The group gasped in unison, hastily probing the ground with their gun butts, fearful that whatever it was lurked nearby. Old Smoke furrowed his brow, questioning how Viper had detected it. Viper met my gaze, revealing that he had glimpsed a gaping maw, yet the entity appeared to float in midair, devoid of any corporeal support. He swept his gun across the area, yet struck nothing. However, he noticed a small mound of sand, faintly vibrating beneath the surface. Thus, he began to dig, listening intently and confirming that something indeed lurked below. I observed as Eagle Eye, with a composed demeanor, prodded the excavated pit with the butt of his gun, fixating his gaze on the subtle movements within. We held our breath, bullets chambered, our weapons aimed squarely at the pit's opening. Should that malevolent creature dare to emerge, it would be riddled with holes. Yet, Eagle Eye gestured for us to lower our arms, suggesting that the entity was seemingly absent. This development heightened our tension as we cautiously advanced. Old Smoke, with a furrowed brow and a cigarette clutched between his lips, unlit, appeared somewhat agitated. I was taken aback. He was typically composed, seldom revealing such emotions, which only intensified my alertness to our precarious situation. 1 meter, 2 meters. We gradually approached the previously disturbed area. Old Smoke signaled for us to circumvent that small patch and proceed from the side. We held our breath, striving to make not a whisper, moving gingerly past. In a mere span of a dozen meters, we took over 5 minutes to navigate around. Old Smoke exhaled in relief. However, before he could finish his sentence, I saw his eyes widen in terror as he discarded his cigarette and sprinted towards me, desperately pulling me and the child back a few paces. The others reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the spot we had just occupied, rapidly converging around us. I turned my head to look at him. Half of his body had slumped against Lao Yen, his face ashen, and below his knees, there was nothing but emptiness, a copious amount of blood gushing forth, instantly staining the sand a deep crimson. I stiffly turned to the spot where we had just stood, and indeed, a trail of blood connected this place to the other. What Lao Yen had just witnessed was likely the moment when the child's legs vanished. Yet both the child and I remained oblivious. It was only after being yanked to his side that the child let out a piercing scream, spurred by pain. Observing the swift actions of the venomous snakes as they retrieved medical supplies to staunch the child's bleeding, my mind was in a haze. Just moments ago, we had been standing together, yet I had sensed nothing amiss. What on earth was that dreadful entity? It is worth noting that the boots Lao Yen had provided us were sturdy, yet this monstrous thing was able to sever both boot and leg in an instant. Ah! The child cried out in agony, his eyes a fiery red. Eagle Eye pressed down on him, forcing a crumpled cloth into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in his struggle, leaving only muffled whimpers to escape his lips. The venomous snakes swiftly disinfected his wound and then wrapped it with layers of gauze. However, the volume of blood loss was so substantial that even after the bleeding had been addressed, the gauze still faintly stained with crimson. Once the wound was treated, the child was on the verge of losing consciousness, his face pale, devoid of any color, whether from excessive blood loss or overwhelming pain. I gazed at them, feeling a swell of emotion as my eyes brimmed with tears. Since our entry into the desert, Naiwa had been particularly attached to me. Though timid, his lively spirit had added a considerable amount of joy to our monotonous journey. Despite being older than I always regarded him as my younger brother, yet now, he lay before me in such a pitiable state. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether he would survive this ordeal, even if he did, for a soldier whose prowess lay in combat, he would be rendered utterly incapacitated. "Let us depart from this place," Commander Chun said, giving my shoulder a reassuring pat as he handed me Naiwa's backpack, shouldering Eagle Eye's pack himself. Eagle Eye lifted Naiwa, his movements gentle, yet the latter winced in pain, eliciting a somber atmosphere among us. Lao Yen turned his head, raising an eyebrow while Commander Chun, with a gruff voice, inquired where we were headed. "Did we not agree to rescue Professor Yu?" Lao Yen frowned, seemingly displeased with the tone of Commander Chen's question. Commander Chun, growing more agitated, slammed his submachine gun against the ground, stepped forward, and seized Lao Yen by the collar, his eyes ablaze with anger. "I refuse to believe this. In my past, I have ventured into the Lop Nur without encountering such horrors. It has only been a few days. We've already lost Deng, and Naiwa is on the brink of death. We have yet to catch even a glimpse of Yu Chengza. Tell me, are we all to perish in this desert?" Chapter 13. Lao Yan's secret silence enveloped us. In the military, comrades are akin to brothers. I have been here for 3 years, having come to regard the military as my home. Many of these exemplary soldiers have been serving for 5 or 6 years, and the likes of Eagle Eye and Viper have been here for nearly a decade. Given that they were nurtured under the guidance of Captain Chen, the bond between them is profound. Now that Aoduan has perished and Naiwa is left crippled, their hearts are undoubtedly heavy. Were it not for the imminent danger in that area, Captain Chen would have likely erupted in anger by now. Old Yen brushed off Captain Chen's hand, his expression far from pleasant. "Old Chen, you should know what I do. I have said all that I can. As for the rest..." He cast a glance at Captain Chen, who surprisingly fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. "If we ultimately cannot escape, at least let him understand what has transpired." As we were setting up the tent, I looked up to find Old Yen missing. Curiosity piqued. I scanned the surroundings and spotted him crouching behind a low slope not far away. Was he communicating with someone above? But why do so in secrecy? I shook my head. Old Yan's earlier conversation with Captain Chen indicated that he was likely engaged in confidential work, making his discreet demeanor understandable. Yet, he had no need to act so furtively. Soldiers possess integrity and would not resort to underhanded deeds. We gathered around the fire, enveloped in silence for a moment, until Eagle Eye broke the stillness, asking, "What shall we do next?" "We can only press on," Captain Chen replied, his tone slightly irritable as he cast a sidelong glance at Old Yen, clearly hoping for a response from him. The old smoker, with a cigarette in hand, lamented that there seemed to be no other option. Perhaps only by locating Professor Yu would we find a glimmer of hope for survival. We eagerly inquired about his meaning, and he gestured towards the path we had traversed, asking if we had encountered any corpses along the way. We shook our heads, and he crushed the cigarette onto the ground, declaring, "That settles it. The team that ventured and took the very path we are now following." Remarkably, they had all passed through safely. Perhaps they were privy to the dangers that lay ahead and knew how to navigate them. However, Commander Chun shook his head, suggesting that the bodies might have been buried beneath the yellow sands, rendering them invisible to us. "That's not the case," I interjected, recalling the agonizing screams captured in the recordings, which indicated that nearly all who reached their destination had met with misfortune. The old smoker uttered a few words, leaving Commander Chun at a loss for further commentary. He advised us to eat something and rest quickly before rising to be the first to enter the tent. During our meal, the infant stirred momentarily. We offered him a sip of water, after which he fell back into a deep slumber, stirring a profound sense of sorrow within me. That night, I shared a tent with the infant and the venomous snake. The latter placed the infant on a sleeping bag, signaling me to secure him before attending to his wounds. Observing that the infant had slipped into unconsciousness, I refrained from applying too much pressure. However, as the venomous snake began to tend to the wounds, the infant thrashed violently, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his eyes remained shut. I quickly restrained him, my heart aching with a mix of concern and sorrow, unable to bear the sight of his injuries. What kind of agony could provoke such a reaction even in the depths of unconsciousness? This is nothing. I recall the time when I stepped onto the battlefield, surrounded by severed limbs and mangled bodies. Many of my comrades were obliterated into mere fragments, their remains beyond recovery. We could only dig a pit on the spot. Some were so disfigured that it was impossible to discern who was who. The Viper, having prepared his medicine, sat beside me and surprisingly spoke at length. I responded with a sullen murmur, then lamented about old Yen, for if it weren't for him, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits. However, Viper shook his head, patting my shoulder as a reminder not to forget my identity. A soldier is inherently bound to obey orders. This mission is no different from the others. Each task carries its own peril. One cannot blame old Yen simply because the danger is shrouded in uncertainty. Truth be told, among the 7 of us, if he had truly led us to the battlefield, we might have been wiped out in an instant. My dissatisfaction with him stems from the fact that we are confronted with the unknown, which undeniably intensifies our fears. If the adversary were indeed the enemy, even if they charged at us with explosives, we would harbor no grievances. With this realization, I found peace, laying my sleeping bag beside the infant and slipping into slumber. Click. Blood. It was all blood. What is this? What in the world is this? I grasped my weapon and unleashed a torrent of fire, screaming frantically. Shadows flickered around me. I heard voices inquiring about the situation, and I also heard Captain Chun bellowing for me to calm down. Yet I could not process it, consumed only by the desire to rip that thing to shreds. With reddened eyes and a face twisted in rage, I scanned the shifting figures before me, my gaze hazily locking onto a single visage. Raising my submachine gun once more, I was certain it was him, the one responsible for the death of the child. Just as I was about to pull the trigger, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The sharp sting on my left cheek jolted me back to reality as I turned to see Commander Chun, his hand still raised. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes. Uncle Chin, the child. I choked on my words, utterly unable to articulate my grief. The child's demise had been horrific. Having already lost his legs, now his abdomen lay torn open, blood saturating the tent. His eyes remained wide open, devoid of panic or fear, only a haunting bewilderment. He had not even grasped the gravity of the situation before departing from this world, a sight that wrenched at my heart. Another sharp slap from Commander Chun struck me, and he seized the barrel of my weapon, directing it towards himself. His face flushed and voice booming, he shouted, "I witnessed everything. So what? You think you can aim a gun at your comrades? Is this what I've taught you? Have you squandered your years in the army? If you wish to kill, then aim it here and pull the trigger. Let's see if the child will awaken." It was only then that the gravity of my actions dawned upon me. I had aimed a gun at my own people. This was an egregious taboo within the military. Regardless of the circumstances, one should never point a weapon at a fellow soldier. This was the very first lesson imparted to me by Commander Chun upon my enlistment. In despair, I lowered my weapon and collapsed onto the ground, cradling my head in anguish. I cannot discern if my tears stem from the loss of the infant or from the terror that grips my heart. Regardless, a sense of suffocating unease weighs heavily upon my chest, and I find no relief unless I release my sorrow through weeping. After a fervent outburst of emotion, I rose and forcefully wiped my face, resolutely declaring, "I refuse to believe this malevolent entity can manifest from thin air. I am determined to unearth it." No one opposed me. The impact of the child's demise had profoundly unsettled us all. His innocent visage was too painful to behold, and ultimately, it was Eagle Eye and Viper who buried him on the spot. Old Smoke, with your vast experience, do you harbor any insights? Chun, the squad leader, drew several deep puffs of his cigarette. Old Smoke glanced at the blood-stained ground and suggested that we dismantle the tents while it was still dark. He then arranged 3 bonfires to create a makeshift enclosure, and we all gathered within this designated space. Whatever the entity may be, it surely must fear fire. We shall make do with this arrangement for the night. Old Smoke plopped down, irritably raking his fingers through his hair, clearly unsettled by our current predicament. Noticing his eagerness to distance ourselves from this place stirred discontent within me, and I spoke up, "We have journeyed for so long, yet that creature continues to pursue us. Old Smoke, Do you truly believe we can evade it? With the child's death, my mind spiraled with countless thoughts. This sinister being not only appears and disappears without a trace but also possesses a degree of intelligence. It seems to have fixated on a specific target. It has attacked the infant 3 times in succession. Why, if the tent housed both Viper and me, did it choose to claim the child? As I articulated these thoughts, the expressions of those around me shifted dramatically. Eagle-Eye surveyed the group and, in a subdued tone, remarked that he was uncertain who might be the next target. Unless we unearth this entity, tranquility will remain elusive. Lao Yen, what do you think? I fixated on him. After all, he is the commander of this operation. Without his backing, our efforts would be futile. Lao Yen, with a wry smile, inquired whether I believed he harbored no desire for vengeance on behalf of Niwa. I remained silent, my stance ambiguous. He sighed, stating it was not that he was unwilling to seek retribution, but we could not even catch a glimpse of that thing. Prolonging our stay would only invite peril. Our only hope lay in moving forward, as that entity could not possibly pursue us indefinitely. Not necessarily, I retorted skeptically. That creature has followed us for so long. The likelihood of its continued pursuit is considerable. Besides, it is not without means of confrontation. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse, asking for my thoughts. First and foremost, we must locate it. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. No matter how formidable that accursed entity may be, it must be akin to the red-tailed scorpion, a creature of the desert. Once we identify it, we can extinguish it. Lao Yen lifted his gaze, signaling me to elaborate. After pondering for a moment, I proposed a method to lure that entity out. What method? Lao Yen inquired. I gestured towards the site where Niwa was buried, suggesting that if we could make the entity believe Niwa was still alive, it would surely come seeking us. Of course, exhuming Niwa's body to carry it was impractical. My idea was to don Niwa's clothing, thereby convincing the entity that I was him. Generally, creatures rely heavily on scent for identification, and this approach would simply be a gamble. No way, Commander Chun barked darkly, asserting that if we were to lure it, he would take the lead. His opposition was within my expectations. He had expressed regret multiple times about involving me in this perilous task, as he had once sworn an oath over my father's coffin to ensure my safety, at the very least preventing me from encountering any danger. He deemed my participation in such a treacherous endeavor to be a grave miscalculation, and now, witnessing my intention to lure that malevolent entity, he naturally voiced his dissent. Uncle Chun, only I can undertake this duty. I am of a similar stature to Niwa, and when that sinister being attacked him, I was nearby. Therefore, I resolutely stated, even if I do not proceed with this, it is entirely possible that I could be the next target. Commander Chun remained grim-faced, yet found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Rather than speculating on the entity's target and inducing anxiety among everyone, it would be far more prudent for us to seize the initiative. Lao Yen considered my plan feasible, and thus I shed my garments, donning the military uniform that Niwa wore at the time of his demise, and strapped 2 iron plates to my legs before leaping out of the fire pit. The others, armed with Type 56 submachine guns, regarded me with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, hoping the entity would emerge while simultaneously fearing for my safety. To claim I was unafraid would be disingenuous. However, the anger ignited by Niwa's death quelled my unease as I gripped the iron rod, fixating on the ground beneath me. I refrained from using a firearm, as the malevolent being evidently attacked from below, making a weapon unnecessary at this distance. Time slipped by, each second heavy with silence, yet I dared not relent in my vigilance, my eyes wide as I scrutinized the sand below. At the slightest movement, I would strike with the iron rod. After swinging it 4 or 5 times without any sign of disturbance, I shook my head, perhaps it would not return. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the air, and I felt a sharp pain in my leg, causing me to instinctively swing the iron rod downwards. A shrill cry echoed, reminiscent of a mouse's squeak. Upon glancing down, I realized I had struck something. I continued to unleash a series of blows, but aside from the initial unexpected strike, my efforts only met with empty air. Others also fired a few shots in my direction, yet their hesitance to harm me rendered their aim futile against the elusive creature. Chang'an, are you all right? Commander Chun and the others attempted to emerge from the fire's circle to assess the situation, but I halted them. The creature could still be lurking nearby, and their emergence would be perilous. I cautiously stepped into the circle formed by the flames, and Commander Chun quickly helped me to sit down. I tore off the iron plate from my leg, revealing a fist-sized gash on the left side, with a deep wound on my calf exposing bone, oozing blood profusely. If the injury had been any deeper, I feared I would lose my leg. Chapter 15. Extinct beasts. The medic swiftly produced supplies to tend to my wound, the sting of disinfectant sending shivers through me. Now you feel the pain? Commander Chun patted my head, his fierce expression belied by the gentleness of his touch. I chuckled softly, then furrowed my brow as I recounted the earlier events. I did indeed strike it. It felt soft, yet I cannot fathom why it remains unseen to the naked eye. The others echoed my sentiments, having heard the mouse-like cries, perplexed as to why the creature appeared to be cloaked in invisibility before us. The old smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and suggested that I take a moment to rest as he pondered further. I then observed him retrieving a yellow diary from his waterproof bag, flipping through its pages, occasionally muttering in surprise as if he had stumbled upon something peculiar. My own concerns faded. With my leg injury bandaged, a sense of drowsiness washed over me. I reassured myself that nothing untoward would occur by the fire, allowing me to relax if only momentarily. The day had drained everyone of their energy. Originally, Eagle Eye and Viper were meant to keep watch, but the old smoker insisted that they rest, promising to take the watch himself. They complied without protest, tidied up, and settled down beside the fire for the night. My sleep was restless. The pain in my wound flared intermittently. In my dreams, the faces of Niwa and Aoduin flickered in and out, demanding to know why I had not avenged them. Niwa, in particular, crawled towards me, his upper body drenched in blood, his face contorted in a silent scream. Suddenly, I awoke with a start, realizing it was just before dawn. What had transpired? Clearly startled, the others had been roused by my outburst, and I sheepishly waved my hand, claiming it was merely a nightmare. Under normal circumstances, they would have mercilessly mocked me. But today, silence enveloped us, and their expressions were grim, each seemingly grappling with their own shadows of fear. I propped myself up, and Viper changed my bandages, remarking that given the state of my injury, we would not be leaving today. Leaving? Were we not to stay and confront this? Eagle Eye snapped, his frustration palpable. Today, it's my turn to take charge. I wished to confront that ghastly creature myself, yet my injuries forbade it. Thus I did not decline as I observed Hawkeye roughly strip the infant's garments from my body to don them. He was sturdier than the infant, and the latter's clothing appeared as if it might burst upon him, a sight that could have evoked laughter, yet none dared to laugh. Take it off, Old Smoke interjected suddenly. His eyelids bore a bluish hue, and he clutched a yellow diary, evidently having devoted the entire night to studying its contents. Hawkeye stubbornly insisted on not removing the clothing, declaring that he was determined to vanquish that monstrosity today. With a resounding thud, Old Smoke hurled the book to the ground, pointing at the illustration upon it. If you don't take it off now, even the King of Hell cannot save you. We all turned our gazes to the book, where a simplistic drawing depicted a creature approximately half the height of a man, and as thick as a barrel, languidly sprawled out, its interlocking fangs glinting menacingly. This creature, a dull yellow, resembled a gargantuan earthworm magnified countless times. What is this? I furrowed my brow, already surmising the answer. Old Smoke's revelation indicated that this was likely the very entity that had left us utterly disheveled over the past few days. Indeed, Old Smoke nodded, igniting a cigarette and taking 2 deep puffs. Sandworm, he stated, a species that ought to have been extinct long ago. I pondered its calls yesterday and recalled that there seemed to be records of it in the department. According to Old Smoke, these sandworms were solitary beings, typically existing in pairs within a desert, surviving on the various insects that inhabited the arid landscape. The hue of their bodies, seamlessly blending with the desert, renders them exceptionally adept at camouflage, lying in wait to devour their prey in a single swift motion. Their teeth are remarkably sharp, capable of severing even the tough hide of a crocodile with ease. As he spoke, he gestured with the hand clutching his cigarette towards Eagle Eye, exasperatedly urging him to hastily remove his clothing. He recounted how, merely by fortune and swiftness the previous day, he had escaped suffocation. I was momentarily taken aback by his words, and Eagle Eye, startled, quickly tore off his garments. Soon, everyone turned their attention to Old Smoke, inquiring about the next course of action. Exhaling a ring of smoke, Old Smoke coldly remarked that it was not some monstrous entity, and that a single shot would suffice to take it down. We exchanged glances, wondering how we could even see it. Which of you possesses the finest marksmanship? Old Smoke inquired. We fell into silence. Although Shorty was a sharpshooter, he had perished. I was inadequate. Despite having handled firearms considerably over the past 3 years, my proficiency remained mediocre. Captain Chun glanced between Eagle Eye and Viper before finally nodding at Viper. You go. Viper did not object, promptly chambering his weapon and asking Old Smoke for further instructions. Old Smoke retrieved an item from his waterproof bag and tossed it to Eagle Eye. This is an infrared night vision device, genuine American-made. The sandworms share the same coloration as the sands, making them invisible during the day. However, once night falls, don this gadget, and the sandworms will be unable to escape detection. Eagle Eye, excitedly rubbing his palms against the device, flushed with enthusiasm. I limped over, hoping to persuade him to let me engage in a little fun, but he immediately pushed me away, exclaiming, "Get lost. I've long desired to experiment with that device, but alas, only foreign special forces are equipped with it. I never anticipated that Old Yen would have one here. I must contemplate it thoroughly." As he spoke, he cast a wary glance in my direction, then turned his back and retreated to a corner. Old Yen. I approached him, who was leisurely smoking, and chuckled softly. He glanced at me and shrugged. It's gone. There was only that one. I sighed in disappointment, while Old Yen chided me for my lack of ambition, assuring me that once Eagle Eye had thoroughly examined it, he would surely allow me to try it out. I rolled my eyes, silently criticizing his ignorance of Eagle Eye's nature. Once he encountered something novel, he would dismantle it and meticulously label each component, showing no sign of losing interest. Indeed, since acquiring the infrared night vision device, Eagle Eye had secluded himself, forgetting even to eat. Well, there would eventually come a time for me to experiment with it. For now, I needed to devise a strategy to endure the daylight. Captain Chun patted my shoulder, his brow furrowed. It was evident that he remained unconvinced by Old Yan's proposed solution. As the initial excitement waned, I recalled our current predicament. The evening fire was necessary due to the cold, but if we lingered by the flames during the day, we risked being roasted alive. I surmised that in about 10 minutes the fire would extinguish. Furrowing my brow in thought, I inquired if Old Yen knew of any natural enemies to the sandworms. He shot me a glance and replied, "There are some, but we cannot obtain them." "What are they?" I asked, intrigued. I had merely posed the question casually, harboring no real hope, given that sandworms are exceptionally elusive creatures. "Wolves." The old smoker gazed at me, and before I could utter a word, he added, "Desert Wolf King." A shiver coursed down my spine at the mention of such a formidable entity. The Desert Wolf King is akin to a deity in the arid expanse. A Wolf King is the most cunning and ferocious leader among a pack, and while confronting a typical Wolf King is already a daunting task, the Desert Wolf King stands as the paragon of its kind. Legends speak of its intellect rivaling that of humans, possessing a divine connection, thriving effortlessly in the desert, leaving no chance of survival upon an encounter. The sole comfort lies in the fact that wolf packs are exceedingly rare in the desert, and the Wolf King is a sight seldom seen in a century. It is something to be evaded at all costs. Who would dare provoke it? Furthermore, it is not as if we could instigate such a confrontation even if we wished to. The fire must be extinguished. Sergeant Chun suddenly interjected. I turned my gaze toward the fire pit, and then a thought struck me. I called upon everyone to retrieve the iron rods from our packs and arranged them in a circle, fixed upon the desert. 7 iron rods in total, placed with a cautious distance between them, akin to the width of an adult's calf. We then laid down a metal sheet on the ground, with 5 of us crouching within the circle. The sandworm's teeth are razor-sharp, and these iron rods may not suffice as protection. Finally, Hawkeye reluctantly lifted his gaze from the infrared night vision scope. I gestured, explaining that it was not merely to obstruct it. Should it attempt to breach our defenses, it would have to sever the iron rods or the metal sheet, inevitably producing a sound. At that juncture, we could swiftly retaliate with gunfire to deter it. The sandworm may sound sinister, yet creatures adept at camouflage often possess a frail capacity for direct confrontation. Their disguise is merely a facet of their survival strategy, and besides, in our previous encounters, whenever we discharged our firearms, the sandworms ceased their assaults. It is indeed a commendable approach. We must muster our spirits. If only we could shatter this creature's head with a single shot. Commander Chun let out a rare laugh, patting my shoulder. The five of us stood back to back, our ears attuned to any peculiar sounds. We remained in this position for 2 or 3 hours, and my leg injury began to protest, prompting me to lean slightly against Commander Chen's back. "Are you holding up?" He glanced back at me. I nodded, about to speak when a crack echoed. "Here it comes." Chapter 16. It has arrived. Eagle Eye, Commander Chen shouted, but his call was unnecessary. Eagle Eye had already unleashed a volley of bullets. The iron rod before him shattered upon striking the sand. Silence ensued. Old Yen listened intently, and before he could finish his sentence, I heard another crack from below. I aimed my gun downward, sweeping the sand, and a line of holes appeared. A piercing scream followed. Did I hit it? Eagle Eye turned to me, and I uncertainly shook my head, stating that the sound did not resemble that of a bullet striking its target. Moreover, at such a short distance, if it had truly been hit, some blood would have surely surfaced. It was likely just a graze. Old Yen dismissed it nonchalantly, saying that even a graze would suffice to keep the sandworm at bay for a while. Yet this method would not hold for long. Commander Chun examined the already damaged iron plate before shaking his head. Old Yen exhaled, remarking that we had no other options. Should we attempt to flee, we would surely be pursued relentlessly. "Old Yen, let me take a look at that book." I extended my hand towards Old Yen. I had only glanced at it before, not paying much attention, but there might be some information in the book. Old Yen retrieved the diary from his bag and tossed it to me, remarking, "I've looked through it. The records are too sparse."
Pour out all the water.
I exclaimed, struck by a sudden inspiration. Sandworms are one with the sand, so there must be traces of their passage near water. Even though they emerge suddenly from beneath the sand, the movement of the solidified sand being pushed up will be more noticeable than that of dry sand. I gathered all the water, reserving roughly 2 days' worth for the group, and poured the remainder around my feet and outside the perimeter. Observing the sand coagulating, I instructed everyone to keep a close watch. If you see any movement in the sand, unleash a relentless barrage of bullets. Old Yen cast an approving glance at me, then, like the others, focused intently on the patch of sand before him. "Is it dead?" Hawkeye exclaimed excitedly, following the trail of blood as he dug, only to find nothing. "This thing is too good at hiding," he grumbled. "It's only wounded." "Careful," I shouted, shoving Hawkeye aside. Before he could react, a chunk was torn from his calf. Fortunately, I had acted swiftly, and Old Yen followed up with another shot, ensuring that it was only a superficial wound. "Are you courting death? Digging in the sand now will mask even the slightest movement of the sandworm," Old Yen rebuked. Hawkeye, subdued, remained silent, hastily bandaging his calf and resuming his vigil over the sand. However, the desert heat was intense, and it was clear that the water would evaporate within half an hour. Hawkeye anxiously inquired whether he should sprinkle more water. "No, we can't afford to use any more water. If we do, we'll be left with nothing to drink." I shook my head. Lao Yen suddenly patted my shoulder, remarking that it was quite commendable for me to have endured thus far. Now he would take over. I cast him a puzzled glance and inquired whether he had a solution. Uncertain of its efficacy, I thought it worth a try. Lao Yen sighed, then produced an iron rod, wrapping the clothing of the infant around it, and smeared a bit of blood from Ying Yan's wound upon it. We were to fire in protection as he exited the circle, thrusting the rod into the ground approximately half a meter away from us. Ying Yan nodded, crouching down to assume a shooting stance, while the others took their positions as well. An entire hour passed in silence. Had it been frightened into submission? Commander Chun wiped his face. Nightfall was approaching, and if we could hold on a little longer, we could rest. Bang! 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 No sooner had he spoken than Ying Yan sprang into action, unleashing a volley of bullets. I noticed a streak of blood appear where the clothing hung, and quickly signaled for everyone to follow the blood trail. The agonized cries echoed, filling me with elation. I refused to believe that this time we could not vanquish it. "Speed up," Lao Yen shouted. He glanced skyward, his expression darkening as he urged us to swiftly deal with the sandworm. For a sandstorm could strike at any moment. If we failed now, we would truly be awaiting our demise. I surveyed the sky and inhaled the air. Indeed, it was somewhat cool, and the atmospheric pressure was low. Although the wind had yet to rise, it seemed inevitable. Observing the situation, I feared that a sandstorm would arrive before nightfall. We hastened our fire towards the direction of the blood trail, pursuing it for about 10 meters until it abruptly vanished. Yen furrowed his brow and inquired if it was dead. I shook my head in disbelief. Something was amiss. If it were dead, there wouldn't be such a meager amount of blood. It must have escaped. Damn it. Eagle Eye muttered a curse, and the expressions of the others were similarly grim. Eagle Eye, don the night vision goggles. Lao Yen raised his hand, and upon seeing Eagle Eye's puzzled glance, quickly clarified that although the temperature of the sand was high, the sandworm's body temperature would invariably be higher. This might reduce the accuracy, but time was of the essence, and we had no other choice. He then instructed Company Commander Chun and Viper to coordinate with Eagle Eye's directives to fire, fearing that Eagle Eye might be overwhelmed on his own. As I watched them receive their assignments, I felt a surge of anxiety. Lao Yen glanced at me with a somewhat sinister smile, and before I could comprehend his intent, he crouched down and yanked the bandage off my leg, pressing his hand against my wound. Hiss! I inhaled sharply, watching as the blood, which had only just begun to coagulate, started to flow profusely again, wishing I could pin Lao Yen to the ground and give him a thrashing. Don't look at me like that. The sandworm can chase us not only because it senses the prey's scent, but, more importantly, due to the scent of blood. Lao Yen explained, and then he disregarded me, instructing Eagle Eye to observe the surroundings closely and signal at the slightest hint of movement. Eagle Eye gripped the night vision goggles tightly, his head swiveling incessantly. I assisted him by scanning areas he might have overlooked. 10 o'clock, Eagle Eye shouted, and Viper raised his hand and fired. Bang! Dust erupted as a mound of earth scattered, revealing no sign of the sandworm. Subsequently, Eagle Eye issued several commands, all of which, without exception, fell flat, leaving Commander Chun panting in frustration. It seemed insufficient. Old Yen, chewing on his cigarette, turned to me, and I felt a chill run down my spine under his strange gaze, prompting me to ask what he intended to do. Old Yen, in a roundabout manner, replied, "The wind is rising." With his words, the surrounding sand began to lift slowly. The wind was not strong, yet everyone understood the ominous portent it signified. When a sandstorm approaches, all creatures will flee towards the leeward side. Eagle Eye looked to the east. Old Yen shouted, "Chang'an, you stay out of the circle and stand on the eastern flank." "Are you asking me to walk into death?" I retorted, my frustration boiling over. Yesterday was a moment of reckless impulse. Though I had no regrets, trepidation lingered. Lacking any gear, I felt no courage to take such risks. Old Yen, in a fit of agitation, pushed me out of the circle, exclaiming, "Stop dawdling like a coward. Once the sandstorm hits, no one will survive." He then handed a Type 56 submachine gun to Eagle Eye, asserting that he was the only one we could rely upon now. The sandworms would follow a trajectory toward the east, passing right by that young man. We needed to be vigilant. After assisting Eagle Eye with his night vision goggles, Old Yen stepped aside. My irritation intensified upon realizing that the night vision goggles could have been donned earlier. Why did he require multiple people to coordinate? There would certainly be a delay in responding to Eagle Eye's commands upon spotting the sandworms. "What are you mumbling about? Are you trying to court death?" Old Yen shot me a glare, and silence engulfed the group. I anxiously fixed my gaze on Eagle Eye, fearful not only of his potential delay in firing but also of whether he could even hit his target while wearing the night vision goggles. The wind grew increasingly fierce, obstructing my vision as I gritted my teeth and stood my ground, perpetually sensing the shifting presence of a sandworm at my feet. I lost track of time, teetering on the brink of collapse, and muttered under my breath, "Couldn't it just be over quickly?" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ground beside me, causing the remainder of my words to lodge in my throat, leaving me momentarily speechless. "Hawkeye, can't you aim more accurately?" Had it been off by even a centimeter, my leg would have surely been shattered. He paid me no mind, his expression growing more serious as he scrutinized the surroundings. Before I could process what was happening, another precise shot whizzed past, nearly making me bite my tongue in fright. Hawkeye, continue. It seems this creature is intent on feasting before fleeing. It will undoubtedly return. Lao Yen, with a piercing gaze, clutched a cigarette. Hawkeye nodded slightly and then shouted, "Sidestep." Instinctively, I shifted my body, the bullet grazing my waist, its heat palpable. I shouted, "Hawkeye, do you have a grudge against me?" He merely barked commands before firing again. Had I been a second slower, my waist would have been pierced. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and escape." I was unsure how long I stood there, but Chun, the company commander, and the others had already packed up. Hawkeye hoisted me and dashed eastward. So they hid it? As Hawkeye dragged me along, curiosity compelled me to glance back, revealing a worm the size of a barrel lying where I had just stood, its round head and numerous teeth writhing in its blood-red maw. With alacrity, old Yen, who had been lagging behind, seized the sandworm's cadaver and hastened to catch up. It was only later that I discovered old Yan's night vision device was a defective relic, commandeered from the Americans during the war. He had been permitted to bring it solely due to the gravity of the situation. In essence, wearing the night vision goggles induced visual distortions, a revelation that sent shivers down my spine, as I realized how narrowly I had averted a brush with death. The tempest howled relentlessly, reducing visibility to a mere 5 meters. Our sole imperative was to outpace the encroaching sandstorm, and we ran with every ounce of our strength, eventually losing all sense of direction. I could vaguely discern platoon leader Chun and the others sprinting ahead, while Hawkeye's pace was considerably hampered by his having to pull me along. I dared not look back, instead burying my head and charging forward, but the sandstorm rapidly gained ground, and I could already feel the sting of it pelting my back. "Hurry, there's shelter here," old Yen bellowed. Hawkeye's speed surged dramatically, dragging me forward like a sack of rags. With a deafening crash, the sandstorm engulfed me, burying me completely and instantly constricting my breath. Before despair could take hold, I felt a tremendous force pulling me outward, and soon the oppressive weight on my body began to diminish. "Quick! Expel the sand from your mouth." In a haze, I couldn't discern who was speaking, but I instinctively obeyed. Simultaneously, I could feel someone clearing my nostrils. Cough, cough. After what seemed like an eternity, I felt a searing pain in my trachea, as if I were coughing up my very heart. Finally regaining my breath, I realized I was within the confines of a dilapidated structure, surrounded by crumbling walls. The others were gathered around me, visibly relieved. "You ought to express your gratitude to Eagle Eye, were it not for his unwavering grasp on you at the last moment. You would surely be meeting your demise in the depths of the Lopner," remarked Commander Chun with a chuckle. I cast a glance beyond the wall, only to be met with an expanse of darkness, while the howling gale heralded the relentless fury of the sandstorm. Recalling the suffocating sensation I had just experienced, I acknowledged the truth in Commander Chen's words and hastily thanked Eagle Eye. "What's there to thank? We are brothers. Once healed, you should allow Viper to tend to your wounds while I explore the vicinity." "Eagle," I replied with a hearty laugh before rising to wander through the desolate structure. Sand had infiltrated the injury, and Viper had exerted considerable effort to cleanse it thoroughly. Ultimately, he meticulously bandaged the wound, cautioning that there was a slight infection, but nothing to be overly concerned about. "You've quite the knack for survival," old Yen remarked with a grin. I rolled my eyes in exasperation, thinking that had it not been for him, my wound would not have been infected in the first place. Just then, Eagle Eye suddenly called out, "Come quickly. I've made a discovery." Intrigued, we gathered around him, observing as he circled a stone with an expression of awe, as though he had unearthed something extraordinary. "What is it?" Seeing his excitement, everyone began to inquire. However, Eagle Eye shook his head, indicating he was unsure, though he felt that the symbols etched upon the stone were eerily familiar, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. I took a closer look at the stone, noting that it was inscribed with orderly symbols that bore a resemblance to certain ethnic scripts from the Xinjiang region. Eagle Eye, with a hint of defiance, proclaimed that he had served as a soldier in Beiyangguling for nearly a decade. While he may not have been familiar with the local script, he could certainly recognize its appearance. These symbols merely bore a superficial resemblance to one another. I glanced over. Lao Yen, who had initially been crouched behind, examining the corpse of a sandworm, suddenly surged forward, donning gloves and wielding a magnifying glass for a meticulous investigation. Observing his fervor, we understood that it would be unwise to interrupt him, so we idly lingered nearby. Due to my leg injury, I was only able to wander aimlessly for 2 minutes before I sank down onto the ground, my gaze inadvertently landing on the sandworm's remains. What purpose did Lao Yen have in bringing this creature here? The sight of the sandworm that had nearly rendered my leg useless, after consuming a milksop, filled me with a deep-seated aversion. Why? I bewilderedly raised my head. He is certainly not a benign entity. Their department. The voice of Commander Chan was lowered to an almost inaudible whisper, nearly drowned out by the howling wind outside. Had he not leaned in close, I would scarcely have caught his words. Come quickly. Before he could finish, Lao Yen suddenly shouted. We hurried over to inquire if he had made a discovery, to which he nodded, his expression shrouded in an inexplicable air as he remarked that it was difficult to articulate. Yet it appeared that we were indeed amidst the ruins of an ancient kingdom of the Western regions. Ancient kingdom of the Western regions? We were all taken aback. This term currently refers to the area west of the Yumen Pass. During Zhang Qian's mission to the Western regions, there were 36 ancient states within present-day Xinjiang. Among them, the kingdom of Lulan is perhaps the most renowned, its mystery of vanishing overnight remaining unsolved to this day. It is noteworthy that the discovery of each ancient kingdom sends shockwaves throughout the nation. How fortunate it is that we stumbled upon such a phenomenon. Indeed, the peculiarity lies right here. Old Yen gently shook his head. I once delved into the scripts of the 36 kingdoms of the Western regions, and none aligns with the inscriptions on this tombstone. However, judging by its approximate age and the style of carving, it is indeed a relic of an ancient Western region kingdom. I smacked my lips for a moment, then it dawned on me. Are you saying this is a tombstone? Are we currently inside someone's tomb? My words startled the others, who cautioned me against speaking carelessly. Unexpectedly, Old Yen nodded, asserting that he could decipher a few of the characters, at least enough to recognize the word tomb. Search further, he instructed. Aside from this tombstone, are there any other artifacts? Old Yen commanded, retrieving a seagull camera and snapping a series of photos of the tombstone. There seems to be something on this wall. After a fruitless search, I leaned against the wall, but Hawkeye yanked me away, pointing to the spot I had just occupied. I turned to see that the wall, erected for who knows how many years, was covered in a thick layer of accumulated dust. My leaning against it had dislodged the grime, revealing something the size of a palm that resembled a watercolor painting. Hawkeye excitedly reached out to pry it off. Don't touch it, Old Yen exclaimed abruptly. Hawkeye flinched, his hand applying too much force, and a brick-sized chunk of the wall was dislodged. Old Yen glared at Hawkeye, his expression suggesting he wanted to devour him whole. Hawkeye tried to conceal the piece of wall behind his back. Didn't mean to. What a sacrilege. Old Yen lamented, snatching the fragment from Hawkeye's grasp and caressing it incessantly. Hawkeye awkwardly rubbed his hands, attempting to articulate something, yet was brusquely dismissed by Old Yen. Subsequently, the latter retrieved a brush from his bag and began meticulously painting the wall, inch by inch. With each stroke, a mural gradually came into view. This mural was peculiar. A beautiful woman sat upon an opulent throne, her face veiled in black, while beneath the throne knelt a man, reverently cradling her pristine foot, adorned with a string of golden bells. The man lifted his gaze slightly, yet his eyes remained cast downward, his expression one of both respect and contentment. Old Yen continued his brushwork, revealing an entire wall adorned with murals. 5 in total. The second mural depicted the same kneeling man, now standing before a window, where a silhouette clearly represented the queen from the first image. The subsequent 2 murals bore a resemblance to the second, suggesting a theme of guardianship over the woman. However, the 5th mural took a sudden turn, illustrating a scene of war. The man stood beside the woman, his expression one of sorrow, seemingly opposed to the conflict, while the woman, in stark contrast, gazed at the carnage below with a disquieting smile beneath her veil. What is this? I murmured. Old Yen, having finished his examination, remarked that the man depicted was likely buried here, serving as the queen's protector, yet ultimately diverged from her in beliefs. What transpired following that divergence remained a mystery. As the group pondered for a while, interest gradually waned, for with such scant information, it was impossible to ascertain the identity of this nation. Only old Yen remained fervently engaged, continuously capturing images with his camera and occasionally jotting down notes in his book. I recalled his unfinished statement and inquired, "What department did you say old Yen was from?" I always assumed he was dispatched from above, at most a cadre from Beijing, but from what Company Leader Chun said earlier, something seemed amiss. Company Leader Chun remained silent for a long while before exhaling and saying, "Forget it. Just keep your distance from him." "Okay," I replied casually, glancing at old Yen, who was still studying the murals, and then went back to sleep. I was awakened by the need to relieve myself. When I awoke, it was already dawn, and the howling wind had ceased. It seemed the sandstorm had passed. I exited the wall and took care of my physiological needs not far from the base of the wall, then surveyed the entire cemetery. Yesterday I had been dragged inside, and now I could clearly see the location of the wall. I was immediately struck by how fortunate we had been the previous day. The wall we had entered was only a small exposed section, backed by a rocky mountain. The mountain's surface was weathered with numerous pits and hollows, making it appear precarious. It seemed this exposed section of the wall had been unearthed by the sandstorm. However, the location seemed somewhat off. I examined the rocky mountain and the direction it faced. My gaze fell upon a dried-up riverbed stretching into the distance. Judging by the direction, if there were water, it would likely inundate the entire cemetery. I furrowed my brow and entered the wall to urge everyone to leave quickly. "What's wrong?" Company Leader Chun asked. Chapter 18. The 10 burial prohibitions. I recounted what I had just witnessed and proceeded to elucidate. In the realm of feng shui, there exist 10 prohibitions against burial, which include the burial on a child mountain, a severed mountain, a traversed mountain, a rocky mountain, a solitary mountain, a constricting mountain, a shattered mountain, a lateral mountain, a steep mountain, and a protruding mountain. This particular grave, however, is situated upon a rocky mountain, clearly a deliberate choice aimed at conjuring malevolent forces. The others cast skeptical glances in my direction, with Commander Chun asserting that there are no suitable locations for graves in the desert, and it is entirely normal for the ancients to utilize rocky mountains as burial sites. I felt a surge of urgency and continued. Just outside, I observed the riverbed. Any proficient feng shui master would recognize the adage, "Seek the water source when entering the mountain, and observe the clear hall when ascending." This implies that one must consider the flow of water and the condition of the clear hall when selecting a burial site. Analyzing the direction of that riverbed, even the most skilled tomb raiders would be unable to locate this grave, as it blatantly contradicts the principles of feng shui. It is more likely that it was not intended to suppress any malevolent spirit but rather to summon one. Old Yen regarded me with a knowing glance and remarked, "You certainly possess an abundance of knowledge. However, now is not the time for such discussions. We are here to recuperate, and after all this commotion, we could inadvertently awaken something." Furrowing my brow, I hastily stuffed my belongings into my backpack, yet the others remained still, unresponsive to my urgency. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, causing the faces of my companions to pale, for the sound emanated from the depths. We had explored this area yesterday, and the walls did not extend far enough to lead to another location. Could this be the malevolent force you spoke of? Eagle Eye's tongue was tied, and it took him a considerable time to articulate a single sentence. I nodded silently, but his expression darkened further as he hastily gathered his belongings, ready to rush out. Yet it seemed that escape was not an option. How could this be? Even the typically unflappable viper showed signs of distress. Upon reaching the exit, he touched the area with his hand, ultimately shaking his head. It was not an illusion. It had genuinely vanished. The sound of footsteps echoed once more, this time closer to us. I quickly retrieved my flashlight and switched it on, revealing a dark entrance ahead. Lao Yen exhaled, instructing everyone to take out their flashlights. After ensuring our gear was in order, we proceeded toward the entrance. "Lao Yen," Commander Chun called out, "what lies within?" Lao Yen shook his head. "I cannot say, but given the current circumstances, we must venture forth." Commander Chun scrutinized Lao Yen, questioning whether it was his own desire to explore, as he was not even seeking an alternative route, but instead heading straight into the jaws of danger. Lao Yen fell silent, then pointed toward the dark entrance, stating, "There may be clues regarding Professor Yu within." At this point, even I could discern that he was merely offering a facade. We had found no signs of human activity within these walls. On what basis was he making such a judgment? Commander Chun glared at him, then decisively declared, "If you wish to explore, you may do so alone. We must remain and find a way out." With that, he approached the exit and began tapping around with his dagger. Viper and Eagle I hurried over to assist. Commander Chun shot me a glare. "You little rascal, why aren't you coming over?" "Uncle Chun, there's no need to rush. We truly cannot escape." I sighed. Chun Lianzhong widened his eyes and inquired what I meant, to which I explained that the malevolent presence within did not seem intent on causing harm, but rather appeared to be beckoning us towards a certain location. Given this interpretation, it seemed more perilous to resist its summons. "At least you possess some sense," the old smoker remarked with a weary smile. I chose not to respond. It was not wisdom I possessed, merely an understanding that forceful intrusion was unwise. Chun Lianzhong, skeptical of the supernatural, continued to fumble at the exit. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly urgent, as if something were about to emerge from that entrance. "Hurry inside," the old smoker shouted, warning that if we did not take refuge, that entity would surely pursue us. Realizing the futility of their efforts, Chun Lianzhong and the others despondently followed behind. The entrance led to a passageway, and as I touched the stone wall, I furrowed my brow, remarking that this passage was entirely natural, untouched by human hands. The old smoker also felt the surface, nodding in agreement before advising us to proceed with caution. After all, such naturally formed sinister locales could be far more fearsome than those crafted by human hands. I, however, remained unconvinced, believing that the degree of human interference was a crucial factor. For instance, the 10 malevolent tombs were exceedingly sinister, with 10 dreadfully cursed graves surrounding a central tomb, from which emerged entities that wreaked havoc upon the land, some capable of conjuring drought spirits. Upon hearing this, the old smoker chuckled. Constructing the 10 malevolent tombs is no simple feat. Each tomb's occupant must have been a formidable hero or a notorious tyrant in life. Do you truly think it an easy task to bury 10 Chow Chows together? Enough chatter. What about those footsteps? Commander Chun impatiently interrupted my conversation with Lao Yen, casting a furtive warning glance in my direction. It was only then that I recalled his advice to keep my distance from Lao Yen, which left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, his reminder led us to realize that the sound of footsteps had ceased, and the corridor had come to an end, revealing a stone wall before us. "Is it beckoning us to enter?" asked Poison Snake, tapping the stone wall and furrowing his brow. Lao Yen and I nodded, retrieving a folding shovel from our backpacks to dig along the base of the wall. After prying it with an iron rod, the wall shifted upwards by more than 30 centimeters. Lao Yen signaled for everyone to lift the wall, leading the way inside. As soon as I stepped through, I was taken aback to find another passage concealed behind the wall. It felt different, and everyone seemed to perk up. Lao Yan's expression grew serious. My curiosity piqued. But I knew Lao Yen would not speak lightly, so I remained cautious. After walking for about 10 meters, I seized Lao Yan's arm. "What exactly lies within?" "I don't know, but be careful," he replied, his face grave, as if preparing for an imminent threat. At that moment, Eagle I suddenly chimed in with a carefree laugh. "Why is everyone so timid? I see nothing to fear." I shot him an incredulous glance, recalling how he had been paralyzed with fear earlier. Now, with no apparent danger, he was putting on a brave front. "Hush!" Lao Yen turned to glare at him, signaling him to lower his voice. Eagle Eye chuckled, but the next second, he abruptly shouted at Poison Snake behind him, "Why did you suddenly hit me? Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly?" "I didn't hit you," Poison Snake replied coolly, casting a dismissive glance his way. Hawkeye's expression abruptly shifted. "Do not jest." The Viper remained silent, and Hawkeye was thoroughly terrified, for he understood that anyone present might play tricks on him, yet the Viper would not. Old Yen furrowed his brow and inquired about the situation, to which Hawkeye trembled and stammered that something had tapped his shoulder. I leaned closer, illuminating his shoulder with a flashlight, and my countenance drastically altered. "We must flee." What is it? Hawkeye's calves quivered uncontrollably. I had no time to explain, so I urged them to run. At that moment, his hand was extended forward as though someone were guiding him, and upon inspecting his wrist, I discovered a circle of black marks that unmistakably resembled a handprint. A child's laughter erupted in my ears, and I shouted, "Draw your blades." We had undoubtedly encountered a malevolent spirit. Yet this time we were equipped solely with formidable weaponry, devoid of any means to exorcise evil. I could only hope this specter was not a formidable foe. Our knives had tasted blood and were not prone to confront anything less than fearsome, but I also recognized that this entity likely held no fear of our blades, as ordinary spirits would not dare to manifest before our group of battle-hardened soldiers. Indeed, the moment our blades were unsheathed, the force that gripped Hawkeye intensified, propelling him forward, and he fell to the ground. The knife grazed his arm, and he was swiftly dragged onward, the air filled with that incessant, giggling laughter. I immediately followed suit, lunging forward to grasp his leg, and fired 2 shots into the void ahead. The speed at which Hawkeye was dragged had markedly diminished. I quickly discerned its usefulness and ascended his body, using a knife to pierce my index finger, pressing it directly against Hawkeye's wrist. A shadow materialized before us, swiftly darting away and vanishing around the corner. I could only discern it resembled a child of approximately 7 years. "What was that?" Hawkeye inquired, lying on the ground, still shaken. I maintained a composed demeanor, responding that it was merely a little ghost. At that moment, Old Yen joined us, grasping Hawkeye's wrist and inspecting it closely. Fortunately, it seems there is no grave matter. The long-absent sound of footsteps echoed once more, emanating from the corner where the ghost had disappeared. Hawkeye, clutching my arm, dared not move. I patted his shoulder, rising to muster my courage and advancing towards the corner, only to draw a sharp breath. The corner opened into an immense cave, its ceiling adorned with countless desiccated corpses, all shackled together with iron chains. Chapter 19. The Heartless Corpse Cave. What on earth is this place? Gazing at the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of dried corpses, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. These corpses appeared ancient, their pale forms seeming as though they could crumble at a touch. Some were clad in crimson robes, reminiscent of the attire from ancient Western regions. A shiver ran down my spine as I noted that all these corpses lacked hearts, their left chests gaping darkly. "What is happening?" Old Yen circled around and casually inquired, only to be struck dumb himself, stammering, "How could this be?" The others gathered around, their faces turning pale at the sight, just in time to hear Old Yen's words, urgently questioning him for clarification. The old man spoke not a word, instead gradually making his way inside. The others dared not move, and I clenched my teeth, steeling myself to follow. As I approached, I discerned that the arrangement of these desiccated corpses appeared to follow a certain pattern, as if imbued with some significance, though I could not articulate it at that moment. "You two, stop staring. We should hasten our departure." Eagle I was evidently terrified, lingering at the corner, too fearful to advance or retreat. The expressions of Poison Snake and Captain Chan were similarly grim. The encounters we had previously faced, whether with the red-tailed scorpion or the sandworm, had at least fallen within their realm of comprehension. However, the shadow we had just encountered, along with the present corpses, had surpassed their understanding. "Old man, is there something to be said?" I inquired, studying the corpse nearest to me. After a moment's contemplation, he replied that the arrangement of the corpses seemed reminiscent of some ancient ritual. A ritual? Pondered, yet could not recall any rite that would necessitate the use of 1,000 corpses. Suddenly, I was taken aback. Had that corpse's hand been raised? "Aren't you all leaving?" Eagle Eye was on the verge of tears, unable to proceed alone, remaining at the corner to urge us on. His eyes widened in alarm. His right index finger tremblingly pointed at me as he stuttered, "Why you? Is it necessary to react so strongly to a mere shout?" I replied, "Very well. The footsteps that led us here must have a purpose. We shall depart as soon as our examination is complete." I offered a faint smile. Yet Eagle Eye suddenly yelled, "It's alive!" "What?" I was momentarily taken aback, and just then, I felt a tightening around my neck, as if something were grasping it. I lowered my head with great difficulty, only to see a pair of emaciated hands gripping my neck, tightening with each passing moment. The sound of clanking iron chains echoed ominously, and old Yen, quick to react, swung his rifle but to shatter the hand constricting my throat, shouting at the bewildered onlookers, "Why aren't you running?" Commander Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, pulling along the Viper and Eagle Eye as they turned to dash outside. Old Yen and I fired our weapons to fend off the undead while gradually retreating. After they had run a few paces, Commander Chun glanced back at us, noticing we were still nearly stationary, and beckoned us to hurry. I waved my hand dismissively, urging them, "You go on ahead. This creature is not slow. We will hold it off for a moment longer. Go." Before I could finish my sentence, an undead lunged beside me, its claw raking across my arm, leaving a trail of blood. Panic surged through me as I smashed its skull with the rifle butt, then forcefully struck down on a second approaching corpse, turning to shout, "Can't you see old Yen and I are buying time? Don't delay." Only then did Commander Chun grasp the urgency of the situation, stomping his foot before sprinting back the way we had come. What on earth are these creatures? I swapped out my magazine, witnessing the undead one by one breaking free from the chains, mechanically crawling in our direction, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Although I was unaware of the origins of this ancient nation, I recalled that many of the smaller states among the 36 in the western regions had customs of burial sacrifices. However, their practices differed from those in the Central Plains, where such sacrifices often served to display authority, while in the West, they were intended to summon malevolent spirits. They believed that using living sacrifices would evoke the greatest resentment, and when this resentment concentrated on the deceased, it would generate formidable malevolence. Indeed, you are correct. This tomb was constructed to conjure malevolent spirits. If my conjecture holds true, there is at least one ancient corpse here, over 1,000 years old. It appears we have stumbled into a perilous situation. Lao Yen, peering over my shoulder, fired a shot at a cadaver that was about to approach me. In unison, I raised my weapon and unleashed a volley of bullets, only to realize the implication of his earlier words. Are you suggesting that these corpses are sacrificial offerings? And that ancient entity, is it the little spirit we encountered earlier? I intended to inquire further, but he interrupted me with impatience. At such a critical juncture, why do you have so many questions? Prioritize your survival. While they may fear bullets, how many do you have left? I checked my waist. There were only enough rounds for a few more bursts, insufficient to dispose of even a fraction of these corpses. They must have retreated somewhat. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, we both escalated our firepower to the maximum, forcing back the foremost line of corpses before turning to flee. The sight of the undead surging forth was nothing short of spectacular. After rounding a corner and sprinting for about 10 meters, we spotted Commander Chun and his team. Are you having a picnic here? Why aren't you running? You are about to become the main course for these corpses. Lao Yen shouted urgently. Commander Chun, his face pale, replied, "The stone door won't budge." It was then that I realized the stone door we had pried open had reverted to its original state, with Poison Snake and Eagle Eye desperately attempting to force it open with crowbars. The crowbars were visibly deformed, yet the stone door remained unyielding. A familiar laughter echoed from beyond the stone door, clearly indicating that this predicament was the work of that mischievous entity. As Eagle Eye, in the midst of his efforts, trembled and abandoned the crowbar, he took refuge beside Lao Yen and me. What a disgrace! The company commander, Chan, glared at him, retrieved the crowbar to assist Dushi, though I observed a tremor in his hand as well. Hawkeye tugged at my arm, urging me backward. Don't open the stone gate. That thing is right behind it." No one paid him any heed. Behind us lay a multitude of desiccated corpses. Beyond the stone gate, a diminutive ghoul. Anyone would choose the lesser of two evils. Facing the ghoul offered at least a chance of victory, whereas being surrounded by the corpses guaranteed being torn to shreds. Lao Yan's countenance was grave as he extracted 2 handfuls of cinnabar from his pack, entrusting one to Chan and the other to Dushi, instructing them to scatter it the instant the gate was breached. Chang'an, you assist them. Hawkeye, take up your rifle and help me hold off the corpses. Lao Yen inhaled deeply, thrust a packet of salt into my hands, and seizing Hawkeye, turned to erect a barricade. The cacophony of footsteps heralded the imminent arrival of the corpses. With no time to ponder, I drew my own crowbar from my pack, crouched down, and joined them in prying, intermittently casting pinches of salt beneath the stone gate. "What are you doing?" Chen inquired. Chapter 20. The little ghoul bang, bang, bang. A succession of gunshots rang out. I glanced back to see a throng of corpses clambering toward us, a mere 10 meters distant. Hawkeye, squeezing the trigger, roared at us to hasten our efforts. I half stood, wedging the crowbar horizontally, beckoning Chan and the others to pry along the fissure. As they achieved a slight elevation, I incrementally raised the crowbar, yet after protracted exertion, we had only managed to create a 5-centimeter gap. An eerie giggle emanated from beyond the stone gate, yet the proximity was amiss. It was right beneath the gate. I mechanically lowered my head, only to see a dark hand pressing against the stone door we had elevated. I raised the crowbar and struck downwards. With a resounding clang, that hand vanished from sight. Rubbing my eyes, I almost convinced myself it was a mere illusion. "Did you all just see that?" I turned to ask the others, but their faces were pale as they nodded slowly. Their actions of prying the door halted. "Are you all capable of this? If we cannot force it open, we shall perish here," Hawkeye shouted once more. He and Old Smoke, both panting heavily, gradually retreated, having no time to heed my words, as the corpse lay less than 3 meters away from us. "Speed up," I gestured, yet instead of joining them in prying, I crouched down to listen intently. Although I had only glimpsed a single hand, I discerned the entity's true nature. It was a hidden zombie. This creature was entirely black. Even its eyeballs were dark. The reason it had been invisible moments ago was its diminutive size, concealed within our shadows. The hidden zombie is a rare type of undead, and I had encountered a brief description of it in the Star Official's manual. This particular zombie has a tragic origin. It is crafted specifically to serve as a companion for other malevolent beings, a process that is exceptionally cruel. It requires the life of a 6 or 7-year-old boy, whose body is coated in tung oil and then set ablaze. At the moment of death, the flames are extinguished, and a breath of life is bestowed upon it, resulting in this grotesque form. While it appears horrifying, it serves as an ideal plaything for the wicked. The hidden corpse, having indulged in playthings for far too long, inevitably engages with any moving objects it encounters. Its choice of Hawkeye may stem from a peculiar fondness for him, and the current inability to open the door is merely a source of amusement. Cloaked in darkness and exuding a shadowy hue, the hidden corpse remains elusive, though its movements produce a sound akin to that of buzzing insects, easily overlooked. Moments ago, its hand emerged from the ground only to vanish again, and I am certain it still lurks beneath. "What do you hear?" inquired Commander Chen. "Buzzing." Suddenly, I discerned a faint sound gradually approaching. I gripped the crowbar tightly, awaiting the moment. 1 meter, 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters. Now, I swung the crowbar against my right side, and upon hearing a piercing scream, swiftly withdrew the snake-laden tool and began to dig. After burrowing merely 10 centimeters, I uncovered a writhing arm, with my crowbar embedded within it. "What is this?" Commander Chen's face drained of color. I gestured for him to hasten in prying open the door, while I pulled the hidden corpse out. In that instant, a nearby corpse seized Hawkeye's leg, dragging him backward as he momentarily froze. "Be careful," I shouted, shoving the hidden corpse into Commander Chen's arms, then leaping to grasp Hawkeye's arm. The corpse's strength was immense. Just as I secured Hawkeye, he was yanked to the ground, and several other corpses quickly overwhelmed him, causing me to stumble and nearly fall as well. Old Yen wished to assist, yet the numerous corpses before him rendered him incapable of lending a hand. Captain Chen and the Viper also sought to join the fray. I bellowed, "Prise open the door." They hesitated momentarily but ultimately turned to pry the door open. What perplexed me was that these corpses remained at a distance, and several that had initially clutched Eagle Eye's arm had released their grip, leaving only a few clinging to his legs, their strength significantly diminished. Although I could not fathom the reason behind this, the situation was evidently advantageous for me. With one hand, I tore off my clothing and swiftly bound myself to Eagle Eye. With my other hand, I brandished my firearm and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the surrounding corpses. "Are we ready?" I inquired, glancing back. "Ready," Captain Chun roared, brandishing the hidden zombie as he made his exit. Old Yen fired several rounds before forcefully dragging me backward, disregarding the blood drawn by the corpses clawing at his arms. "Hurry, we're running out of time," Viper shouted, shoving Old Yen out before taking his place to pull me towards the stone door. I stowed my weapon and crawled inch by inch towards the exit, preparing to call for the others to assist in extracting Eagle Eye. However, at that moment the corpse's grip suddenly intensified. Chapter 21. Farewell, comrade. Panic surged within me as I frantically pounded on the stone door, shouting, "Quickly, everyone, pull with all your might. Brother, hold on." The corpses, seeming to go mad, clutched at Eagle Eye's arms and legs, their sharp claws digging into his flesh, causing blood to surge forth in torrents. Hawkeye clenched his teeth, gazing at me with an almost pleading look. I grasped his hands tightly, unwilling to relinquish my hold. Yet, despite our numbers, we were no match for the horde of corpses, and gradually, Hawkeye and I were dragged into the throng of cadavers. "Let go, Chang'an," he suddenly smiled at me, voluntarily loosening his grip before beginning to unbutton his shirt. I exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you out of your mind? If you have the strength for that, hurry and climb quickly." Saying this, I immediately tightened my hold on his wrist, pushing my feet back with all my might. Hawkeye's eyes were reddened, his body drenched in blood. "Let go. It has been a pleasure to know you. You are truly a brother." A faint smile of reassurance appeared on Hawkeye's face, and then, unexpectedly, he summoned some hidden strength, arching his upper body and biting into his shirt. Before I could comprehend, the shirt was torn free, and the swarm of corpses surged forth, pulling Hawkeye down. In mere seconds, he was shredded into pieces, his head rolling away, only to be seized by other corpses, which eagerly sank their teeth into him. White brain matter sprayed across the ground, and the corpses, as if they had encountered a delectable treat, collapsed onto the earth, ravenously licking. "No!" I screamed, struggling to rush in and fight, but Commander Chun firmly held my waist, dragging me out with unwavering force, and then the stone door slammed shut with a resounding thud. I suddenly retched violently, collapsing onto the ground, and vomited uncontrollably until only bile remained. "Hawkeye!" Commander Chen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his question hanging unspoken in the air. "In my view, they are fortunate. At least they have not witnessed how Eagle Eye was gradually torn apart and subsequently stuffed into the belly of a corpse." I waved my hand, unwilling to recount the horrific scene once more, and mustered my spirits to urge everyone to leave swiftly. This door would not hold for long. We must depart. Old Yen nodded in agreement, dragging the hidden zombie ahead of him. Bang! Bang! After only a few steps, a series of loud thuds emanated from behind the stone door, and Chan, the squad leader, brightened. "Could it be Eagle Eye? Let us go. He is dead." I dragged my weary body in Old Yan's wake. Bang! A tremendous crash resonated once more from behind the stone door, and in a fit of rage, I shouted, "Damn it, Old Yen, hand me a grenade. I'll blow these man-eating beasts to smithereens." Old Yen slapped my head. "Are you trying to get us all killed? Outside is nothing but a pile of stones. If you toss that grenade, we'll all be buried alive." My eyes reddened, and I fell silent, fully aware of the impracticality of my thoughts. Yet the previous scene had impacted me profoundly. "Let us get out first. Once we're outside, we can blow it up." Old Yen patted my shoulder. "Hurry, those corpses are about to emerge." Chen's voice quivered behind us. Old Yen's expression suddenly changed, and he quickened his pace, clutching the hidden zombie. We dared not linger and followed in haste. "Where is the door?" It was only when we reached the mural that we realized the door had vanished, leaving us to await the corpses like fish in a barrel. I turned to Old Yen and said that this was not merely impulsive. We must throw out a grenade before the mummified corpses swarm in, or we are doomed. We still have guns. Old Yen gasped. I scoffed repeatedly, saying, "What good are guns? You did not see how Eagle Eye met his demise. He was devoured by those corpses, consumed entirely. Do you comprehend?" I could no longer contain my outrage, my eyes reddening. The others were bewildered, their faces ashen. Old Yen, with a grim expression, ultimately refused. Regardless of how he died, the lives of the living are paramount. Do not forget what I previously mentioned. This place harbors more than just mummified corpses. My expression shifted dramatically. Old Yen had spoken of a possible millennium-old Zongzi lurking within. Was it that very Zongzi that led us to the lair of the corpses? My lips quivered as I gazed at the hidden zombie in Old Yen's hand. If my conjecture held true, this hidden zombie was likely a mere plaything of that Zongzi. Captain Chun finally found his voice. From the outset, I suggested we leave, but you all believed that whatever that entity was leading us would yield some benefit. What good can a ghostly thing bring? Now that Eagle Eye is gone, are you satisfied? Both Old Yen and I fell into silence. Although, at that moment, we believed that if we did not follow the footsteps, we would never escape. Now having followed them, we had lost another comrade, and the door still had not appeared, casting doubt upon our judgment. Captain Chun, let's devise a strategy, Old Yen said, pulling out a cigarette and taking a few deep puffs before exhaling a sigh of relief. Once we are outside, you can scold us. The company commander, his countenance darkened with displeasure, offered no further response. Instead, he audibly chambered rounds into his weapon, maintaining a vigilant watch over the passage entrance. The shambling footfalls of the desiccated corpses grew nearer. Old Yen directed Cobra and the company commander to establish a tactical defense, while he pulled me along in search of an exit. Chang'an, there must be a mechanism nearby. Discover it and we're done, Old Yen said, patting the area that likely once housed a door. My complexion paled. You weren't so forthcoming before, I retorted. Your youth belies your understanding. Had we not followed the footfalls, what chance do you believe we would have had against it? That was a significant Zongzi. Old Yen sighed, clarifying that he had not intentionally led the group into peril. Based on his experience, the source of the footfalls was a greater threat than the unknown. I knew his words rang true. The Star Official Essentials that Fourth Sister had given me contained 3 volumes. 7 Killings, Army Breaker, and Greedy Wolf. The 7 Killings volume mentioned that typical Zongzi are devoid of consciousness, reacting only passively. They pose no threat unless provoked. However, some Zongzi possess awareness, actively targeting intruders. In our situation, the Zongzi likely had a request for us. Disregarding its directive would have meant annihilation the moment the door sealed shut. Seeing my contemplative silence, Old Yen urged me onward, imploring me to locate the mechanism without delay. I acknowledged his instruction and immersed myself in a meticulous search of the surrounding area. The placement of mechanisms within tombs is commonplace, often employing the principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams near doorways. I systematically explored based on this premise, yet found nothing. By this time, the first desiccated corpse had materialized at the passage entrance. With a resounding crack, the venomous serpent swiftly dispatched its foe, shattering its skull with a deft flick of the wrist. In rapid succession, it unleashed a barrage of gunfire, taking down several adversaries before remarking, "At this rate, we are destined for demise." Chang'an, take the serpent's place, Old Yen suddenly interjected. I cast a perplexed glance in his direction. It was only the 2 of us who possessed the requisite skills in this dire situation. Could he truly manage alone? Old Yen waved his hand dismissively, signaling me to refrain from further inquiry. As I assumed the serpent's position, he appeared somewhat bewildered, standing idly by, unable to assist Old Yen, while still aiming his weapon at the corpses. Old Yen remained silent, his fingers incessantly probing for hidden mechanisms, occasionally glancing my way as if scrutinizing something of significance. His gaze unsettled me, yet I dismissed my trepidation, resolutely maintaining my grip on the Type 56 submachine gun to prevent the corpses from breaching our defenses. After a minute or 2, Old Yen had yet to uncover the door, and our ammunition was dwindling. Panic began to creep in as I turned to shout, only to find Old Yen had inexplicably positioned himself behind me. I was taken aback and opened my mouth to inquire, but he unexpectedly shoved me with considerable force. Caught off guard, I stumbled forward and fell amidst a throng of corpses. There was no time to berate Old Yen. I raised my weapon, prepared to fire at the approaching undead. Yet, upon lifting my gaze, I was astonished to see that none of the corpses were advancing. Instead, they seemed to deliberately steer clear of me, just as I suspected. Old Yen smirked cunningly. You simply block the passage. Let the others come through. Even if we must break through, we shall carve ourselves an exit. Observing that the corpses posed no threat to me, Captain Chen and the others followed Old Yan's lead with renewed confidence. I spread my arms to block the passage, gazing at the menacing yet hesitant corpses before me. A wave of confusion washing over me. Just wait a moment. Lao Yan furrowed his brows. Turn around. Ah! I was momentarily taken aback. Turning my back to the corpses left me feeling even less assured. However, seeing Lao Yan's resolute demeanor compelled me to comply. I slowly turned around, occasionally glancing back at the corpses, fearing they might charge at me the instant I turned. Once I completely faced away, a synchronized sound of footsteps sent a shiver down my spine. When I turned my head to look, I was astonished to find the corpses had actually stepped back in fright. It was evident that they were wary of something, yet unwilling to retreat entirely. They merely stood there, fixating on me. Chapter 22. The 9 dragons stirring the corpses. What could this mean? I felt a twinge of bewilderment, but then a possibility struck me. If there was anything that set me apart from everyone else present, it would have to be the 9 dragons tattoo on my back. In my earlier excitement, I had not noticed it, but now, as my mind calmed, I felt a peculiar itch on my back. Turning my head to glance, I was astonished to see the 9 dragons seemingly alive, writhing as if they had their own will. Understanding this, my curiosity regarding the origins of the 9 dragons tattoo deepened. What was it about this mark that could cause the corpses to retreat? I then cast a glance at Lao Yan. Did he recognize this tattoo? Could he possibly have some connection to the 4th girl? As I pondered, a sudden clatter of footsteps echoed from the passage, sending a jolt of alarm through me. Was that the giant zombie approaching? Lao Yan, I whispered urgently, and he nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for me to remain still. He withdrew a fluffy, enigmatic object from his bag, which astonishingly turned out to be a black donkey's hoof. Immediately, he crouched beside the corridor and gestured to me. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. He intended for me to serve as bait? That was a colossal rice dumpling, capable of claiming my life in an instant at such a close distance. Was Lao Yan truly jesting? I desperately attempted to signal him, but he ignored me, intent on listening to the footsteps. Are they out yet? Lao Yan mouthed silently. I glared at him in frustration. How would I know? They've retreated. Suddenly, Commander Chun shouted with excitement. They've withdrawn. Lao Yan, equally perplexed, murmured that the footsteps seemed to have vanished. I still dared not turn my head, but it was Commander Chun who, laughing heartily, patted my shoulder, allowing me to finally confirm that the danger had indeed passed. Could it be that the colossal rice dumpling had come to our rescue? I looked at Lao Yan in bewilderment, and he too seemed puzzled. After flicking a cigarette from the pack, he remarked, perhaps we were not mistaken. It did lead us here for a reason, though I cannot fathom what that purpose might be at present. Regardless, it is certainly wise not to antagonize the dumpling. I sank onto the ground, panting, and said, Lao Yan, could we perhaps confer before undertaking such endeavors in the future? Each time, I am thrust into these inexplicable situations, and I fear I might die from fright. Lao Yan, with a stern expression, replied that if he had informed me in advance, it would not have had the same effect. I rolled my eyes. Yet, he was not wrong. Had he forewarned me that this dragon tattoo could intimidate a horde of corpses, I would not have believed him. Suddenly, I sprang up and seized Old Yen by the collar. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Had I known that the ghoul feared me, I would have lunged at it directly and eagle-eye. He wouldn't have had to perish. Old Yen sighed, explaining that he had only just contemplated this notion and was still uncertain. He had dared to experiment at the entrance because he was confident that even if something went amiss, he could rescue me promptly. After all, the entrance was narrower, and the ghoul could not drag me away. Despite his reassurances, I found it difficult to reconcile with the situation. Eagle, I could have been spared. I slammed my fist onto the ground, filled with regret, cursing myself for not having been bolder at that moment, for not having realized the solution sooner. Clearly, when I was still within the stone door, the ghoul's grip on Eagle I had not been so forceful. Everything had changed after I stepped outside. Chang'an, you did well enough. This is not your fault, Captain Chan said, pulling me up from the ground and patting my shoulder. I muttered a response, feeling despondent. Just then, A beam of light pierced through. I looked up to see the long-vanished door gradually opening. Outside was already noon, and the scorching sun rendered the ground unbearably hot. "The door is open," exclaimed Poison Snake with rare excitement. Captain Chun urged me to step out, cautioning that we had no idea what other dangers lurked in this accursed place. I exhaled deeply, trailing behind with my head bowed, but inadvertently kicked something, nearly losing my balance. Upon raising my gaze, I discovered the subdued corpse I had previously struck with my crowbar. It had been obscured in darkness, blocked by the ghoul, and I had momentarily overlooked it. Now, with sunlight flooding in, its dark form was utterly exposed. What should we do? I kicked the hidden corpse. This entity is rather difficult to handle, as it can only be resolved by reducing it to ashes. This is not an insurmountable task, yet I hesitate to proceed, for it was but a pitiable creature in its lifetime. Lao Yen grasped my arm and suggested that the Zongzi likely sought the hidden corpse, and we ought to leave it be. I had no intention of confronting the hidden corpse, but now, with a millennium-old Zongzi fixated upon me, I dared not act against it. Let us depart. I sighed and followed the others out. Just as we exited, the door slammed shut behind us. Should we not detonate this place? Lao Yen glanced back at me. I shook my head. Our escape was only facilitated by the Zongzi's concession. If we were to blow this place up, there is no guarantee it wouldn't emerge in a fury to confront us. First, let us don our garments. Lao Yen gestured to my bare back, and only then did I realize that I was still shirtless. In the dim light of the tomb, the others may not have noticed, but standing under this blazing sun, their inquiries were inevitable, and I was at a loss for an explanation. I retrieved a shirt from my backpack and slipped it on. Suddenly, Lao Yen leaned closer and whispered, "Do you know the fourth young lady?" I was taken aback, then responded vaguely, for I was unaware of his connection to her. If they were adversaries, I would be walking into a precarious situation. Rest assured, the fourth young lady and I are friends. That tattoo on your back was done by her, wasn't it? Apart from her, no one else possesses such a skill. Lao Yen chuckled. I nodded, unable to conceal my awareness, yet I refrained from elaborating further. He, however, expressed considerable interest, suggesting that once we exited this accursed desert, he would introduce me to a place that promised greater prospects than serving as a transport soldier. I responded vaguely, neither affirming nor denying, and he paid no heed, merely stating that I would undoubtedly find it intriguing when the time came. Old Yen, do you still have something to say? Suddenly, Commander Chun exhaled sharply. What exactly are we doing out here? Damn it, he exclaimed, abruptly drawing his Type 56 submachine gun and pressing it against Old Yan's head. Do you really think I'm a fool? You have means to deal with the corpses we encounter, be it vermilion, refined salt, or even that black donkey hoof. I may not use them, but I have seen them. You carry an assortment of grave-robbing tools and claim it's to rescue a missing professor? Old Yen remained silent, prompting Commander Chun to erupt in anger. Look around. 7 of us ventured out, and 3 have already perished. Are we heading to the underworld to rescue souls? Commander Chun, you once stated that a gun should never be aimed at a comrade, Old Yen retorted, unflinching. Commander Chun scoffed. Comrade? What do you call someone who leads us to our demise? Speak the truth. If you refuse, I will shoot you right now and withdraw with my last 2 soldiers from Lop Nur. Poisonous Snake, standing behind Commander Chun with his weapon drawn, clearly shared his sentiment, and I silently positioned myself opposite Old Yen. Old Yen cast a glance at us and, in resignation, revealed an immense secret. Have you ever heard of the ancient kingdom of the Long Night? Chapter 23. The Mystery of Lop Nur. This appellation was novel to everyone, eliciting shakes of their heads. I, however, inquired whether it pertained to the ancient kingdom of the western regions previously mentioned. Indeed, I affirmed. My cognizance of this tomb's provenance stems from the inscriptions adorning it, which are rendered in the script of the ancient kingdom of Chang'an. Old Yen sighed, professing that his reticence was not intentional. Rather, the very existence of the Chang'an kingdom carried such profound implications that, ideally, had the mission proceeded without incident, our ignorance would have been preferable. After all, in certain circumstances, augmented knowledge precipitates a curtailed lifespan. His sincerity was palpable. Commander Chun sighed, setting down his rifle. We have reached a point of no return. There is no advantage in further concealment. Old Yen, divulge everything. Even in death we deserve clarity. In Old Yan's estimation, the matter was too intricate to elucidate expeditiously, and given our recent brush with mortality, it was prudent to recuperate first. Let us speak presently, he proposed. Once preparations were complete, Commander Chun fixed his gaze upon Old Yen, his posture indicating that any recantation would be met with immediate lethal force. Old Yen offered a rueful smile, assuring Commander Chun that such vigilance was unnecessary. Having already uttered the name Chang'e Kingdom, he had no intention of perpetuating the deception, as the expedition had already deviated from his expectations. Even had Commander Chun not inquired, he would have sought an opportune moment to disclose the truth. Commander Chun remained unconvinced, urging him to dispense with the preamble and proceed directly to the narrative. It all began 5 years ago, he stated. Old Yen gestured for everyone to be seated, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. Commander Chen, you are likely aware that 5 years prior, the Air Force utilized the depths of Lop Nur as a proving ground for aerial bombs. Are you not? Commander Chun nodded. He was an old soldier from Bayan Goling and was not surprised by such matters. Even the venomous snake displayed no signs of astonishment, leaving me as the sole individual in a state of confusion. Fortunately, the focal point of Old Yan's narrative did not revolve around the experiment itself, but rather the astonishing discoveries it yielded. I cannot articulate the complexity of his gaze when he spoke of this phenomenon. There was a hint of terror, yet an undeniable sense of yearning. He held a cigarette between his fingers, not even taking a puff, allowing it to burn perilously close to his skin, oblivious to the heat. In a tone steeped in mystery, he slowly revealed that aerial bomb fell deep within the Lop Nur, creating an unfathomable chasm. However, they discerned certain elements. As they illuminated the depths of the pit with their flashlights, they observed the walls seemingly adorned with murals, alongside shattered fragments that appeared to be ceramic shards. Although the Air Force lacked expertise in these matters, they recognized the significance of the site and swiftly reported their findings to the authorities, including the remnants of the explosion. With a deep exhalation, Old Yen recounted, the experts were quite remarkable. They eagerly approached their superiors, expressing their suspicion that this site did not belong to any of the known ancient nations of the western regions, but rather to a hypothetical 37th nation beyond the 36. Thus, the state organized a Sino-Japanese expedition to delve into the depths of Lop Nur. A Sino-Japanese expedition? I expressed skepticism. Regardless of whether it was an archaeological site, this was still a state secret, so how could foreign entities be involved? Old Yen expressed his helplessness, explaining that at that time, the domestic conditions were far from adequate, and many pieces of equipment were simply unfit for use. The involvement of foreign entities was merely for better assessment. Even now, assistance from abroad is still often required, albeit with a strengthened resolve. We can now procure the equipment without needing personnel. We listened with a sense of melancholy, fully aware of the truth in his words. And then, queried Captain Chun, tapping the ground thoughtfully. And then, Old Yen extinguished the cigarette that had burned down to his fingers, lighting another one. After several puffs, he slowly continued. Then a significant incident occurred. 5 years ago, Captain Chun questioned darkly, are we to believe that the Professor Yu we are searching for is the one who went missing 5 years ago? The nation had conducted extensive searches, but as hope dwindled, they eventually abandoned the effort. Yet, a few months later, a professor named Liu Chang'an miraculously escaped from the Lop Nur region, shocking the public. Unfortunately, his mental state had deteriorated significantly, rendering him unable to provide any valuable information. Professor Yu was placed in a psychiatric hospital, attended to by 2 caretakers, who were also tasked with ensuring his security. After nearly 3 years in the facility, the authorities deemed his mental condition sufficiently improved and arranged for him to reside independently. The 2 guards remained, but their vigilance was noticeably less stringent than before. However, just 3 months ago, Liu Chang'an escaped. Old Yen exhaled a ring of smoke. He escaped? We asked in astonishment. Chapter 24. The eerie smile. Old Yen nodded, then shook his head. It cannot be deemed an escape. He merely walked away, making his way towards the Lop Nur. The 3 of us exchanged glances before inquiring of Old Yen. So our purpose here is to capture Liu Chang'an, rather than to rescue him? With a sigh, Old Yen replied that initially, Their intent was merely to trail Liu Chang'an. But as time passed, the pursuit transformed into a mission of rescue. What does that mean? Lieutenant Chen asked. Old Yan explained that, for the past 5 years, they had kept watch over Liu Chang'an, always feeling he was concealing something. When he finally headed towards Lop Nur, they recognized that the opportunity had arrived. Yet, both teams had vanished in succession, leaving him no choice but to intervene personally. Vanished? I furrowed my brow. How did they disappear? Did they leave any traces? Old Yan shook his head, stating that their disappearance was exceedingly peculiar. Contact was lost the moment they ventured deep into Lop Nur. He had been vigilant along the way, hoping to find any remnants left by his 2 teams, but regrettably, he had found nothing. After pondering for a moment, I slowly remarked, "How is that possible?" It is hard to say. Since our entry into Lop Nur, we have been beset by red-tailed scorpions and sandworms. Old Yen extinguished his cigarette. Moreover, one thing that the Viper mentioned piqued my interest. Viper was taken aback. His words were always few, and he could hardly recall anything that would have captured Old Yan's attention. Old Yan asked if he remembered ever saying that red-tailed scorpions rarely acted in unison. Viper nodded, then, astonished, inquired, "So someone is truly orchestrating this? I suspect it may be Liu Chang'an." The old smoker exhaled a breath. None of us could believe that Liu Chang'an had not vanished. The old smoker smiled enigmatically and inquired if we knew why he had personally taken action. Given his age, he rarely intervened in departmental matters unless faced with particularly challenging or significantly valuable issues. I shook my head and replied, "Isn't it due to the disappearance of the previous 2 teams?" "That is merely one of the reasons," the old smoker nodded, then produced an item from his bag. "Take a look. This is another reason for my personal involvement, and indeed the primary one." I took the item he offered and discovered it was an old black-and-white photograph, featuring approximately 15 individuals, not all of whom appeared to be Chinese. I immediately realized, could this be a group photo of the Sino-Japanese joint expedition team from 5 years ago? The old smoker nodded, but I pondered the photo's background, which was exceedingly peculiar. It depicted a grand and majestic hall, yet due to exposure issues, it was not very clear, evoking a sense that it did not resemble anything from reality. "This was taken in the ancient land of Long Night," the old smoker remarked. I was astonished. Having heard tales of the ancient land of Long Night, I had always perceived it as shrouded in mystery, and now I was confronted with it directly, though it felt no different from not seeing it at all. The old smoker explained that this must have been captured as a commemoration of some historically significant discovery made by the expedition team, but the background remained overly obscure. Even professionals had struggled to enhance it without revealing much. I nodded, then commented, "Isn't this just a rather ordinary photograph? Look at this person." Old Yen pointed to a person in the center of the photograph. With a swift glance, I discerned that he indeed appeared rather odd. He bore a remarkably benevolent expression, exuding an air of refinement, standing in the midst of the expedition team clad in a pristine white shirt, clearly the leader. At first glance, he seemed to blend seamlessly with the crowd, yet upon closer inspection, one could perceive the strangeness of his smile. Although he was smiling, his facial expression was unnaturally rigid, as if his lips had been forcibly drawn apart like a marionette manipulated by strings. I touched my arm and returned the photograph to Old Yen. The smile, upon prolonged observation, sent shivers down my spine. Both Commander Chan and Viper also wore expressions of discomfort, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Yen exhaled and remarked, "This is Liu Chang'an." We were all taken aback, yet it soon felt rather expected. Among the dozen or so individuals, he was indeed the one who resembled a professor the most. But surely, this does not imply anything significant? Commander Chan paused. "It's merely a smile. Perhaps he simply doesn't enjoy laughing." Old Yen shook his head, revealing that he had been monitoring Liu Chang'an for several years. Following the latter's disappearance, he had deliberately conducted inquiries with Liu Chang'an's former friends and acquaintances, all of whom expressed that something was amiss with him. In what manner was he amiss? I furrowed my brow. Old Yen glanced at me and slowly articulated, "His preferences have seemingly changed entirely. Even if a person descends into madness, certain inclinations are challenging to alter. Furthermore, following 3 months of investigation by the department, It appears he may be feigning insanity. Then why have you sought us out? Commander Chun interjected with dissatisfaction. Such matters should be more within the expertise of your department. Shouldn't they? I have already lost 2 teams, and at this moment, I cannot muster anyone. Your unit is the closest to the Lopner, so I have no choice but to seek assistance from you. Lao Yen sighed with a bitter smile. It was evident that he would rather not rely on our utterly inexperienced soldiers if he had any other options. So, you harbor suspicions about Liu Chang'an, do you? I pondered for a moment, realizing that Lao Yen had not shown any concern for Liu Chang'an's life along the journey, and he suspected that the adversary was manipulating the red-tailed scorpion. Lao Yen nodded. Indeed, he is highly suspect. I, however, remained unconvinced, stating that even so, Liu Chang'an might not have the capacity to control the red-tailed scorpion, given that he emerged from the ancient kingdom of the Long Night. Lao Yen chuckled oddly. With just a handful of people, how could he possibly escape? Moreover, it was during a time when several rescue teams had been dispatched without any success in locating them. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air. His words sent chills down my spine, and I tentatively inquired if he believed Liu Chang'an was not human. This is the peculiar aspect. If he were not human, our department would have discovered that long ago. Thus, the only way to unravel the final enigma is to find him, Lao Yen stated solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the 3 of us fell silent. Although Lao Yen remained vague on several crucial points, it was clear to everyone that the dangers of this ancient kingdom of the Long Night were palpable. Suddenly, Captain Chun rose, his face dark, motioning for me and the Viper to gather our belongings. Captain Chun, what do you mean by that? Lao Yan's expression also darkened. Captain Chun scoffed. Clearly this is a task destined for death, and he would not partake. Lao Yen shot him a glance. You are a soldier. Indeed, I am a soldier. If it comes to battle, I would not hesitate to strap explosives and take down a tank. What does this even mean? 3 have already perished. 3. Lao Yen, I am aware of your true nature. You are seasoned in this line of work. When you first approached me, I inquired about the dangers involved. And what guarantees did you provide? While drafting my will, I thought you were merely an extra layer of security. Only to realize now that you knew all along that we, these soldiers, would never make it out. Chen, the squad leader, was furious, gripping Lao Yen by the collar, his face flushed with rage. Lao Yen remained silent for a moment before he replied calmly, Do you believe I can assure my own escape? I care not whether you escape or not. In this profession, one must accept the responsibilities that come with it. If you cannot find your way out, that is your burden. But what of us? Look at that child. How old is he? Hawkeye and Shorty have struggled for years to gain some recognition, only to meet such an untimely end. Chun continued to shout. Both Poisonous Snake and I fell into a heavy silence. Chen's anger was understandable. I had been with him for 3 years and knew how much he valued his men. He would personally oversee any transport mission that posed even the slightest risk, fearing for their safety. After all, the soldiers he led were still quite young. Even the likes of Poisonous Snake and Hawkeye were considered mature by his standards. In Chen's words, without their uniforms, these soldiers were but children, and he could not bear to see them perish. Lao Yen brushed off Chen's hand and finally spoke. In the long night of the ancient land, there are indeed things that the nation desires. Chapter 25, The National Mission. What things? What secrets do you still conceal from us? Just moments ago, you asserted that as long as we locate Liu Chang'an, everything would be resolved. Yet now, you introduce this obscure ancient kingdom into the equation? Commander Chen glared at him. Lao Yen exhaled deeply, stating, I have not deceived you. Our primary objective is indeed to find Liu Chang'an. However, should the opportunity to enter the Long Night ancient kingdom arise, we must procure that item. The only issue is, I do not yet know what that item is. Commander Chun remained silent, while Lao Yen cast a glance at us. What did you vow when you first enlisted? Absolute obedience, unwavering loyalty. Such commitments are not mere words. Do not profess to face the battlefield without a flicker of concern. That is merely visible smoke. We are also amidst a battlefield, one that is exceedingly perilous, and the nation requires your service. Do you still wish to choose your battleground? His words rendered us speechless, for we understood the truth in his assertions. Yet we found it difficult to reconcile within ourselves. On the battlefield, no matter how treacherous, danger is palpable. Here, one moment you might be laughing heartily, and the next, inexplicably gone. Commander Chun, I grasp your intentions, but consider my plight as well, Lao Yen sighed. Do you think my heart feels ease watching them fade away, one by one? I have simply witnessed too much over the years. My reactions are more tempered than yours. His words instantly loosened Chen's grip, and after a moment's pause, he slowly replied, Old Yen, we can continue on our path. My soldiers and I are not cowards afraid of death. We merely hope you will no longer conceal the truth from us. Did you not feel it was unworthy when the likes of Aoduan were absent? They remain oblivious to their own actions. However, I harbor some doubts that his so-called determination of direction is merely a result of contact with superiors. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to deliberately avoid us. Uncle Chin, what is it? I inquired softly. Chun lowered his voice. Be honest with me. Do you possess any knowledge akin to Old Yen's expertise? I understood the nature of his inquiry and did not withhold the truth. I have read quite a bit on the subject. To be candid, prior to encountering the Fourth Lady, my understanding was superficial at best. I relied solely on tomb raiding for survival, much like my father. However, after delving into the Star official secrets, I realized that the realm of tomb raiding is profoundly intricate, encompassing 36 taboos and 72 disciplines. If I were to revisit that ancient Western Zhou tomb now, I would certainly avoid grave mistakes. Yet, I refrained from elaborating to Chen, as he remained an outsider, and divulging too much would only serve to burden him further. Chen's expression darkened, and he cautioned me to exhibit my skills in this domain sparingly, preferably not at all. Curiously, I asked why, and he gestured toward the direction Old Yen had departed. Did I not previously advise you to keep your distance from him? Yes. You also mentioned his department. My interest was instantly piqued. After a moment of silence, Platoon Leader Chun confided in me that Lao Yen's department was intrinsically linked to mysterious events, often associated with ancient tombs and relics. They frequently sought out newcomers. However, the specifics of their operations and methodologies eluded me, though I was aware that the mortality rate within this department was alarmingly high, with many fresh recruits disappearing shortly after their induction. Chen's worried gaze met mine, revealing his apprehension that I might attract Lao Yen's attention. Unbeknownst to him, Lao Yen had already set his sights on me. Initially, I was oblivious, but upon hearing Chen's account, I began to comprehend the alluring prospects Lao Yen had alluded to. Strangely, rather than feeling trepidation, I was filled with a sense of anticipation. Did you hear that? Chun said, delivering a firm pat on my shoulder. I nodded earnestly. Uncle Chun, rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. That's more like it, he replied, exhaling deeply as he noticed Lao Yen approaching from a distance, prompting him to cease his discourse. He cautioned me to remain vigilant, for the path ahead promised increasing peril. Later that evening, we gathered to partake in a modest meal of canned meat and naan. During the meal, Lao Yen instructed us to prepare ourselves, hinting that we might need to linger in this location for an additional couple of days. I was perplexed, as it had been previously stated that we would depart the following day to await further news. Lao Yen provided no explicit clarification, merely offering a vague remark that left me pondering what he had been engaged in earlier that day. However, as we finalized our preparations, Lao Yen unexpectedly returned the next morning to beckon us to set off, leaving us in a state of bewilderment. Chun furrowed his brow and inquired why we were not waiting for news. Old Yen remarked that the news had already arrived during the night. Upon hearing this, I glanced at him, for I had not slept a wink the previous night and had certainly not heard any commotion. When had the news been delivered? As I was about to voice my inquiry, Old Yen suddenly cast a warning glance in my direction, one imbued with a profound sense of caution. For reasons unknown, I felt an immediate sense of trepidation, swallowing my words back down. Satisfied, Old Yen nodded and continued to lead us eastward. Throughout our journey, there was little conversation among us. Only occasionally would Old Yen issue a command, prompting us to diligently search for clues. However, in the vast expanse of the desert, the leads we could uncover were regrettably scarce. After 2 fruitless days, we had encountered neither peculiar objects nor any signs of interest, and this left me feeling somewhat unsettled. I chuckled to myself, reflecting on the peculiar nature of humanity. Terrified in the face of the unknown, yet disquieted when it eludes us. Chang'an, come here for a moment. While I was lost in thought, resting in place, Old Yen suddenly called out. At that moment we had reached a parched riverbed, and Old Yen sought to locate a water source, thus allowing us a brief respite. I intended to assist him, but a stern glance from Captain Chun deterred me. Now that Old Yen had approached, Captain Chun found himself at a loss for words, merely advising me to refrain from unnecessary involvement. I nodded in acknowledgement, yet I understood that Old Yen had summoned me for a purpose, and avoiding engagement would prove challenging. Indeed, upon spotting me, Old Yen gestured for me to approach, pointing to the ground and saying, "Come take a look at this." Upon closer inspection, my complexion underwent a sudden transformation, and I anxiously surveyed the surroundings, yet discerned nothing amiss. "Cease your scrutiny," the elder smoker intoned, his countenance equally troubled. "I have already conducted a thorough reconnaissance." My gaze returned to the markings upon the ground, realizing they were not mere objects, but rather a series of footprints, numbering 3 or 4, faintly impressed as if newly made. Despite the openness of the terrain, precluding the possibility of unseen presence, we had detected nothing. The elder smoker, his visage grim, gestured towards the imprints, stating, "These are unequivocally human footprints. Yet how could one traverse the sand, leaving such shallow impressions? Observe, the sand here is palpably soft." I scrutinized the footprints with mounting unease. Chapter 26. The unseen the elder smoker retrieved his camera, snapping a series of photographs of the footprints before declaring, with a somber expression, that their appearance was highly peculiar and warranted increased vigilance. Gazing at the imprints, I remarked after a prolonged silence, "Do these impressions not resemble those of green rubber shoes?" The elder smoker slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, they do. Could it be that a person actually traversed this way?" I shrugged, replying, "I am unaware of any zongzi that adorn themselves with rubber shoes. However, should this entity prove to be human, it would likely be more formidable than any zongzi." The elder smoker's initial elation waned considerably. He sighed, conceding that they must proceed cautiously, noting that humans, at least, are susceptible to firearms. I nodded in agreement, recognizing the limitations of their present course of action. Suddenly, Company Commander Chun emitted a boisterous shout. The elder smoker cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking his head and lamenting that Chen's irascible temperament seemed impervious to change. I could only explain that Commander Chun was acting out of fear for my safety due to my father's dying wish, urging him not to take offense. It was nothing significant, merely a study of the water source. I fabricated an excuse, yet it was evident that Commander Chun did not believe me. Ultimately, he sighed, leaving me to ponder my own thoughts. We rested for nearly 2 hours before Lao Yen arrived to instruct us to set off again. "Where is the water source?" Commander Chun inquired, his brow furrowed, as our drinking water was running low. If we did not replenish soon, it was likely we would not last 2 days. Lao Yen gestured towards the direction of the dried riverbed, suggesting that the source should be upstream, though he was uncertain of the distance. We would have to proceed to find out. Commander Chun fell silent, and the silent snake remained equally reticent. I couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. Ever since we emerged from the tomb, the atmosphere had been heavy, and they were clearly struggling with their inner turmoil. Yet, it was precisely during times like these that we could not afford internal discord. So, I clapped Silent Snake on the shoulder, attempting to feign ease, and remarked, "Perhaps if we follow the riverbed, we might just find Professor Yu. He must be slower on his own." Silent Snake nodded non-committally, while Commander Chun scoffed, "Who knows if Yu Chang'an is even alive? Let us hope we don't encounter him when it's already too late." "Old Chun, that's rather disheartening," Lao Yen interjected, frowning. "Mishaps can occur at any moment in the desert. While it's fine for you and me to have our disagreements, we must not falter at a critical juncture." Commander Chun snorted, remaining silent, and once again, the group descended into silence. I offered a helpless shrug, refraining from further dissuasion, as both Company Commander Chun and Viper possessed a lower threshold for accepting such uncanny phenomena than I did. Old Yen ceased his discourse as well, proceeding silently at the forefront. However, I discerned that he was meticulously searching for something, advancing at a deliberate pace and pausing intermittently to photograph the ground with his camera. Upon inspection, I observed nothing but sand in the areas he captured. Driven by curiosity, I was about to approach him when Company Commander Chun abruptly seized my arm. "Tell me honestly, lad," he began, "are you intrigued by those entities?" I scratched my head and responded with a sheepish grin. "You know my father, and that's why your father perished." Company Commander Chun retorted in a subdued roar, prompting a glance from Viper. I fell into immediate silence. He was correct. Had my father been ignorant of such arcane matters, he might very well be alive and well now. Company Commander Chun sighed, adding, "Chang'an, I am somewhat familiar with your family's affairs. It is possible that you will inevitably tread this path, but if you have an alternative, I implore you to consider it carefully. A tranquil life is a blessing." Listening to Company Commander Chen's words, I inhaled deeply. "Uncle Chen, rest assured, I won't trifle with my own life." He cast a glance at me, then patted my shoulder, gesturing towards Old Yan's figure. "Go on then." I responded affirmatively and hastened my pace to catch up with Old Yan. I was acutely aware that Company Commander Chun had spoken to me at length because he understood my inclinations. While those arcane things were indeed terrifying, they held an inexplicable allure for me. Since that fateful entry into the ancient tomb of the Western Zhou, I found myself inexplicably captivated by such relics. After my father's passing, I followed Commander Chun to the military, where I occasionally indulged in my studies. I believed that I had become estranged from this world, yet the appearance of Old Yan rekindled my curiosity. Upon catching up with him, he cast a glance my way and chuckled. "What are you trailing behind for? Are you not afraid of Old Chun tugging at your ears?" "He won't," I retorted casually. "What were you searching for along the way?" Old Yan's expression turned somewhat conflicted, and after a prolonged silence, he abruptly shifted the subject, inquiring whether I had sensed an unusual tranquility in recent days. "Isn't a bit of calm preferable?" I shrugged, however. "It cannot be deemed entirely tranquil. Did we not just uncover those peculiar footprints?" Old Yan nodded in agreement, yet his expression remained troubled as he expressed a lingering sense of unease, advising me to exercise caution. "Do you suspect those footprints belong to Liu Chang'an?" I suddenly posed the question. Old Yan froze momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. "You truly possess a sharp wit. After contemplating those footprints, I realized that aside from us, he is the only one who could be on this path. Yet, if it were indeed him, it would be utterly bizarre." I, however, disagreed. If it were Liu Chang'an, he would likely be evading us, not drawing our attention. Old Yan exhaled, acknowledging the validity of my reasoning, though his troubled demeanor did not improve. After traversing the riverbed for an entire day, we set up camp in a flat area near the river as dusk descended. I shared a tent with the Viper, while Old Yan and Commander Chun occupied another. Captain Chun was initially reluctant, but Old Yan insisted that he had matters to discuss, prompting him to enter with a sullen expression. The Viper and I remained outside the tent, speculating about what Old Yan wished to confer with him privately. The Viper, with an impassive demeanor, remarked that their conflicts must be resolved. I suspected that Captain Chun had been deceived by Old Yan, for his reaction was disproportionate. It occurred to me that Old Yan likely had not fully conveyed the perilous nature of this journey, or else Captain Chun would not have permitted my involvement. Before long, heated arguments erupted from within the tent. Captain Chen's shouts echoed for an extended period, but ultimately, he was swayed by Old Yan. The Viper and I exchanged knowing glances. He gestured towards the nearby riverbed and inquired whether proceeding in that direction might indeed lead us to a water source. Just as I was about to respond, an odd sound caught my attention, as if something had moved stealthily between us. Lowering my gaze, I was struck with dread. Another footprint had appeared. This time, it was impossible to conceal, as the prince ominously materialized beside the Viper. Moments before, he had been conversing with me, and in the blink of an eye, a series of footprints trailed forward from where we stood. I watched in horror as the footprints stretched out and then abruptly vanished, leaving my face pallid. The Viper was equally unsettled. He suddenly darted aside, raising his firearm and firing twice, but both shots missed their mark. I recounted the appearance of the footprints to him, and he promptly retrieved his camera from his bag, comparing it with previously taken photographs. He nodded at me. They were the same. What did it mean that they were the same? Had they discovered these tracks before? Captain Chen was furious. Old Yen captured the newly emerged footprints with his camera. His expression grim as he remarked, "It appears that creature has been following us." Our hearts sank upon hearing this. The entity had traversed the space between me and the Viper with alarming speed. Despite the Viper's quick reaction, the bullets had still missed their target. Could this truly be human? A glance exchanged between Old Yen and myself revealed our mutual doubts regarding our earlier assumptions. If it were indeed human, how could it possess such bizarre abilities? And if it was not human, then what could it possibly be? Chapter 27. There is something in the water. Commander Chen, with a darkened expression, inquired, "Is it possible that it is related to the entity from the previous tomb?" No. Old Yen shook his head, recounting the matter of the rubber shoe prints. Surely a millennia-old ancient civilization wouldn't have rubber shoes. Furrowing my brow, I suggested we take a different route. Old Yen, after a moment of contemplation while studying the map, finally raised his head and said, "I fear that is not feasible." At that moment, I was at a loss for words. Ultimately, Old Yen merely instructed us to remain vigilant, noting that this elusive creature had yet to attack us, possibly harboring ulterior motives. For the time being, we resolved to take turns keeping watch through the night, setting off again only when the dawn began to break. Old Yen, could it be that we've taken a wrong turn? Commander Chen, after taking a sip of water and wiping the sweat from his brow, voiced his concern. Old Yen pointed to the riverbed, asserting, "How could we have gone astray?" However, Commander Chen, increasingly agitated, retorted that the water supply would last only until midday the following day, and if we failed to locate a source soon, we would face the grim prospect of dying of thirst. "Let us continue onward," Old Yen said, furrowing his brow and offering no further commentary. As darkness descended, the elusive source of water remained absent. I glanced at the riverbed and exchanged a knowing look with Lao Yen, sensing that something was indeed amiss. Lao Yan's assessment held true. Given the moisture and trajectory of the riverbed, we should have discovered the water source by now. Yet, as we observed the riverbed nearing its end, not a single drop of water was in sight. "Come quickly." We were startled by the sudden call from Poison Snake. Turning my gaze, I noticed the peculiar expressions on both his and Captain Chen's faces, prompting me to rush over. "What's the matter?" I inquired. "Look, the footprints have reappeared." Poison Snake pointed to a spot not far from us. I raised my eyes to see a series of footprints leading away from the riverbed. Poison Snake asserted that these prints had just manifested, emerging right before his eyes. I exchanged a glance with Lao Yen, who, resolute, gestured for us to follow. Captain Chen hesitated, but I was in favor. The footprints had first appeared at the riverbed, and, coincidentally, twice more during our discussion about the water source. Perhaps they were guiding us. Though this notion seemed far-fetched, it was worth a try. Consequently, we gathered our belongings and followed the direction of the footprints. As night enveloped us, we tread cautiously, wary of missteps that could lead us astray. Thankfully, our journey remained uneventful. After traversing through the night, dawn broke to reveal a shimmering lake before us. The crystal-clear water instantly invigorated us, and I was eager to wash my face and cleanse my weary body. I exhaled deeply and remarked, "Lao Yen, it seems that the owner of those footprints was indeed aiding us." After traversing the parched riverbed for nearly 2 days, our water supply was dwindling, and we had yet to encounter the edge of a water source. To our astonishment, following the footprints for merely an hour led us to an expansive lake. Lao Yen furrowed his brow and inquired if I found anything peculiar about the lake. Peculiar? Upon hearing his words, I cast a glance at the lake and pondered for a moment before responding. There is no vegetation surrounding it. Indeed, Lao Yen scooped up a handful of sand, noting its unusual moisture. Logically, this should have fostered a lush oasis, yet the area stood stark and barren, defying reason. Dushi shook his head and pointed to a patch of earth beneath his feet, saying, "Yet it is not entirely absent. Look here." Lao Yen and I moved closer, observing a withered blade of grass beneath his foot, its species unrecognizable. I crouched down to grasp it, and it disintegrated into dust, merging seamlessly with the surrounding sand. We continued our search and discovered several such grasses, some seemingly substantial, yet they blended indistinguishably into the sand. This is not right. I rubbed the desiccated plant. My brow furrowed deeply in contemplation. Lao Yen's expression grew more troubled as he examined the plant for a considerable time before urging us to quickly fill our water containers and leave, advising against lingering in this place. Understanding his intent, the thought of washing my face and wiping my body was swiftly discarded as I unfastened my water flask, desperately filling it with water. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, startling me into a tremor. Looking up, I saw Commander Chun, his face ashen, pointing at the water. A chunk of flesh was missing from his right wrist, and blood flowed into the water, instantly staining it crimson. Old Chen, Old Yen shouted, swiftly supporting Commander Chun and applying pressure to his wound. There is something in the water. We must leave this place at once. Despite his injury, Commander Chun bellowed back, I don't even know what it is. The sudden turn of events caught both the snake and me off guard, but we promptly retreated a step in response to his command. Old Yen pulled Commander Chun away from the lake's edge, urging the snake to tend to his wound. Yet, the snake, gun in hand, resolutely moved back towards the water. Commander Chun seized him, insisting that he refrain from approaching, for he had not seen what lurked beneath the surface. Besides, the lake was so clear that one could see to the bottom, rendering the appearance of such a creature all the more bizarre. I too sensed something amiss and advised Old Yen to assess the situation before proceeding. It's fine. Old Yen waved dismissively, determined to advance. Chun and I held our breath, anxious for his safety. Meanwhile, the snake, preoccupied with bandaging Commander Chun's deep wound, thankfully not life-threatening, paid no heed to Old Yen's reckless advance. Old Yen, get out of the way, I shouted, and true to his seasoned nature, he wasted no time, leaping forward and rolling to safety. Just as I exhaled in relief, a blue shadow crashed onto the sand, swiftly crawling towards Old Yen. Panic surged within me. The pursuing entity was gaining speed, its rustling sound drawing nearer. Run left. The snake halted, glancing back at me, beckoning. I yanked Old Yen along, veering off course, when suddenly a gunshot rang out. What are you two planning, revenge? That shot was dangerously close to my head. Old Yen shouted, yet I paid him no heed. The venomous serpent certainly had no intention of addressing him either. After firing a few shots, it turned and fled. Did you catch a glimpse of what it was? I inquired swiftly upon encountering the serpent. The serpent pondered for a moment and replied. The creature was not large. Its hue was quite peculiar. Pale blue, roughly the length of an arm and flat like a fish. However, its head was disproportionately large, akin to that of a human, and it appeared to possess legs, scuttling rapidly across the ground. Upon hearing his description, we fell into silence. No wonder we had failed to notice this entity earlier, for its color blended seamlessly with the water, rivaling that of the previous sandworm. Old Yen furrowed his brow and asked the serpent if it had struck the odd fish. The serpent initially nodded, then shook its head. I hit it, but due to its remarkable speed, I missed my shot, and it swiftly plunged into the lake. Never mind. We should keep our distance. Chan, the squad leader, gasped, evidently shaken. Just then, a resounding cry, reminiscent of an amplified chick, echoed through the air. The serpent's expression changed drastically as it bellowed. Run! In that brief moment of distraction, the strange fish darted towards us, covering 3 or 4 meters in an instant. My complexion turned pale as I raised my weapon and fired a shot before sprinting away. Chang'an! Old Yen shouted, and as I glanced back, I was horrified to see him pinned to the ground by the monstrous fish, which was poised to sink its teeth into his neck. I had no time to ponder. I fired a shot that struck the monstrous fish in its abdomen. It flipped over, revealing its eerie blue belly. Yet, before I could revel in my small victory, it began to stir again, flipping back over to expose its fangs menacingly at Lao Yen. I hurriedly rushed to pull Lao Yen up, turning to flee. However, in that brief moment of delay, we found ourselves encircled by the strange fish. Curiously, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they slowed their pace, stalking us like a cat toying with a mouse, compelling us to retreat step by step. What were they planning? I wiped the sweat from my brow, remaining vigilant as I observed the uncanny creatures. Lao Yen shook his head, pressing his lips together in silence, his hands rummaging through the waterproof bag, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching fish. What to do? They cannot be killed. I fired several more shots, yet all it accomplished was to marginally slow their advance. Lao Yen continued to search through his bag, seemingly deaf to my frantic pleas. Frustrated, I shouted, "What on earth are you dawdling for at a time like this?" The bullets in my gun quickly ran out. I yelled for Lao Yen to hold them off while I retrieved a magazine from my bag. But to my horror, Lao Yen appeared entranced, slowly moving toward the menacing fish. "Lao Yang," I called out desperately. "Poison snake, Uncle Chun, come quickly to help. Quicksand," I cursed under my breath, realizing the urgency of the moment. "Hold on for just a moment," I shouted to Poison Snake as I gritted my teeth, watching Lao Yen inch closer to the throng of bizarre fish. I rushed towards Lao Yen, gun in hand, but before I could approach him, I was struck by a chilling scene. Lao Yen had crouched down before a peculiar fish and was extending his hand, seemingly intent on caressing its head. "Lao Yen." I swallowed hard, hesitating as I took a few steps closer. Was he communicating with the strange fish? A shiver ran down my spine, and I began to retreat slowly, for Lao Yen now appeared to me as a monstrous entity. Suddenly, I felt a sinking sensation beneath my feet, as if I had diminished in stature. Bewildered, I looked down to find that I had stepped into quicksand, my body rapidly descending, the sand quickly engulfing me up to my waist. "Chang'an, what on earth are you dawdling about for?" A familiar voice thundered in my ears, jolting me from my stupor. I lifted my gaze in confusion, only to see Lao Yen pulling me back, while before us lay several corpses of the strange fish. Chen, the squad leader, and the Viper stood vigilant at our sides, their eyes fixed on the approaching menace. Had they not been ensnared in quicksand? And wasn't Lao Yen just conversing with the fish? Before I could voice my bewilderment, Lao Yen hastily explained, "You must have experienced an illusion. You charged in heedlessly, and now look. We are all trapped." His words struck me as peculiar. The earlier scene felt too vivid to be mere illusion. Yet, the dire situation at hand left no room for further contemplation, as I realized our upper bodies were the only parts above ground, and we were gradually sinking. What should I do? Panic surged within me as the strange fish loomed, clearly ready to attack. "Down we go." Old Yen called out a word, then immediately released my hand and jumped in. Before I could react, my body sank deeply into the sand, and I hurriedly covered my mouth and nose to prevent the grains from invading. In the final moment when I was engulfed by the sand, I saw those strange fish rushing towards us, biting down on the sand. Had we hesitated even slightly, they would have bitten our heads instead. Surrounding me was utter darkness, and I felt as though my entire body was constricted by the sand, making my breath increasingly labored. I feared I might perish here. Encountering quicksand in the desert carries a high mortality rate. Although one can eventually extricate themselves from quicksand, the typical response upon being swallowed is to struggle, and by the time one realizes the gravity of the situation, their body is already consumed to a significant extent, leaving little hope for survival. It struck me as somewhat absurd. After evading so many monstrous attacks, were we truly to meet our end here? Bang! Before I could fully contemplate my fate, my body plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground. What on earth? I touched my head, still not daring to open my eyes, when I heard the sound of 3 heavy objects hitting the ground, accompanied by muffled groans. I reached up to brush the sand from my face, struggling to open my eyes, yet everything remained shrouded in darkness. I fumbled through my backpack for a flashlight and turned it on, discovering I had landed on relatively even soil, with Old Yen beside me, his eyes wide open, staring blankly upwards, while the venomous snake and others were a short distance away. Just as I looked over, the venomous snake stirred awake, appearing somewhat bewildered but quickly tapped on the side of Commander Chun. Cough, cough. Squad leader Chun coughed violently a few times, and upon opening his eyes, his first inquiry was, "Where are we?" I shook my head, and beside me, Lao Yen spoke up, "We are beneath the sand." We immediately looked up, only to see the quicksand that had just engulfed us pressing above our heads. Strangely, the sand seemed to be held back by some unseen force, not cascading down upon us, resembling 2 distinctly flowing rivers that, despite converging at a point, remained remarkably separate. This Is utterly astonishing, murmured squad leader Chun. Lao Yen wiped his face and remarked that there were indeed countless inexplicable phenomena in the desert. But now was not the time for contemplation. It was imperative to find our way out. He was right. We quickly organized our backpacks and tended to our respective wounds before rising to continue our journey. Though we referred to it as finding a path, there was in truth only one route available, with the other three sides encumbered by heavy sand. Why does this path seem so peculiar? Squad leader Chin mused, brushing his arm. I can't shake this chilling sensation. Peculiar or not, we must proceed with caution. Lao Yen said with a frown as he led the way. The poisonous snake and squad leader Chun followed in the middle while I took up the rear, each of us moving gingerly, wary of any sudden surprises. After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, I attempted to take a breath and asked, "Have you noticed the air becoming increasingly humid?" Moreover, the chilling sensation that squad leader Chun had mentioned was growing more pronounced, sending a shiver down my spine. Surely we aren't heading toward that lake, are we? Upon my utterance, a profound silence enveloped the group. In the depths of the earth, discerning direction proved an arduous task. However, I was certain that the only nearby body of water was that singular lake. The air grew increasingly humid, rendering the possibility quite substantial. Lao Yen, brushing his fingers against the adjacent rock, furrowed his brow and remarked on the excessive dampness. "What shall we do?" stammered Commander Chen, evidently still haunted by the bizarre fish we had previously encountered. Chapter 29. The sound of the telegraph, he spoke the truth. Yet if we were to proceed towards the lake, there was no certainty of survival. A palpable silence fell over us. "Let us not lose our morale," Lao Yen interjected. "Though we are heading towards the lake, given the appearance of the quicksand, it is quite possible that the lake is suspended above our heads. Those strange fish may not be able to descend." His words offered little solace, yet they provided a semblance of resolve. Indeed, this was our sole path. Whether we desired to or not, we must tread it. We all understood that apart from continuing along this route, no alternatives existed. Thus we steeled ourselves for the journey ahead. The humidity intensified, and as we progressed, we occasionally splashed into puddles, producing a disheartening sound. How much farther? The atmosphere within the passage was overwhelmingly oppressive. I raised my flashlight to illuminate the path ahead, only to find an inky void, devoid of any discernible end. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Yen surmised that we could not be far off. He was correct. Moments after I posed my question, a corner emerged before us. Turning the bend, the corridor widened considerably. After merely 2 minutes of navigation along this newfound passage, we arrived at an exit. Yet this exit caused our hearts to plummet with dismay. What in the world is that? Even the usually composed serpent's tongue faltered. Before them lay a subterranean river, but it was not the river itself that inspired dread, but rather the multitude of bizarre fish teeming along its banks. It appeared that old Yen had been mistaken. The strange fish from the lake were not unable to descend, but rather originated from this very place. Compared to the sheer number of fish here, the 20 or so that had pursued them previously were insignificant. "Extinguish the lights," old Yen hissed, his voice strained. Belatedly, they switched off their lights, holding their breaths in the ensuing darkness. They were now perilously close to the subterranean river, with only one path behind them. If they were to alarm the strange fish, there would be no escape. I murmured, my voice barely audible, inquiring as to their next course of action. "Did you notice anything?" I responded with bewilderment, confessing that I had been so overwhelmed by the sight of the strange fish that I had been unable to focus on anything else. Old Yen exhaled deeply, explaining that he had observed a path on the left side of the subterranean river, an area devoid of the strange fish. He speculated that this path might possess some hidden mechanism capable of deterring the fish. I furrowed my brow, then questioned the distance of this path from their current location. "Approximately 20 meters, old Yen replied, his tone laced with apprehension. "If we wish to reach it, we must first traverse the area in front of us, which is overrun by the strange fish." His words elicited a collective gasp. Given the availability of alternative routes, they would have preferred to distance themselves from the strange fish as much as possible. Yet he was suggesting that they pass directly through them? "Old Yen, you jest surely? Are you not cognizant of the speed of those fish? How could we possibly navigate through their midst?" Commander Chun interjected, his voice tinged with exasperation, likely stemming from the realization that their reprieve from death had merely plunged them into a more precarious predicament. Old Yen, uncharacteristically, exhibited a hint of anxiety. His words carried a sense of desperation, leaving Commander Chun momentarily speechless, while the Viper approved of Old Yan's approach. I naturally held no objections, so we illuminated a flashlight, shrouding it in a thin cloth to soften the beam, and subsequently stowed our shoes into our backpacks. Ensuring that nothing on our persons emitted sound as we moved, we cautiously advanced. Before long, we arrived at the edge of the dark river. Old Yen was indeed correct. There was a path along the left bank, just a few meters away, its ominous darkness unsettling. The surrounding area was eerily devoid of any peculiar fish. I furrowed my brow, sensing that this was no favorable place. Otherwise, the strange fish would not seem so wary. Old Yen gestured for us to proceed with caution, and then led the way into the midst of the peculiar fish. Our hearts raced, fearing that he might inadvertently provoke one, akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Fortunately, his movements were remarkably agile, allowing him to evade the strange fish with each step, gradually drawing closer to the dark opening. What seemed like a mere 10 meters took Old Yen 5 or 6 minutes to traverse, until he finally stood at the mouth of the abyss. I exhaled softly. Although only 3 of us remained, this method had proven effective. Uncle Chun, you go first, I urged, nudging Commander Chun as I saw Old Yen was safe. He appeared reluctant, yet considering his own injuries, he refrained from protest and began to inch towards Old Yen, mirroring his movements. Suddenly, just as Commander Chun neared Old Yen's position, a small stone dislodged from the rock above, striking a peculiar fish. It stirred slightly, as if roused from slumber. My heart clenched tightly as I raised my weapon, prepared to unleash a barrage at the first sign of danger. Captain Chun, equally startled, stood frozen, gripping his knife and fixating on the peculiar fish. Just as our nerves reached their zenith, that strange creature unexpectedly halted, sinking back into slumber. Phew! I exhaled in relief, while Captain Chun wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously advanced the final few steps. Following him was I, and then came the Viper. The Viper moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the cave entrance in less than a minute. We breathed a sigh of relief. If he took one more step, we would be reunited. Just as we released our breath, a series of jarring beeps erupted, and simultaneously, the bizarre fish encircling the Viper began to stir. Chapter 30. The unfinished transmission. We turned our gaze toward the source of the sound, and were startled to discover it emanated from Lao Yen's waterproof bag. Lao Yen! Captain Chen shouted, and the veins on my forehead throbbed with tension. Making noise at this moment could be fatal. Yet, Lao Yen remained remarkably composed, speaking rapidly. Now is not the time for blame. Quickly, save the Viper. We understood the gravity of his words. In mere seconds, all the strange fish had awakened, their mouths agape, lunging toward the Viper. Surrounded in the center, the venomous snake was instantaneously bitten on the leg by one of the fish. Subsequently, several others leaped from the water, baring their sharp teeth, and grasping the snake's pant leg, they began to drag it towards the depths of the dark river. My companion, Lao Yen, and I raised our guns and commenced a barrage against the monstrous fish, while Company Commander Chun coordinated with our firepower to pull the snake, his hand wielding a knife, swiftly plunging it into the belly of one of the creatures. After firing several rounds, I sensed something was amiss. My magazine was still full, yet, when I changed the magazine, it was precisely during the moment of Lao Yen's communication with the fish, so was it truly an illusion? But it remained inexplicable. Lao Yen might be concealing things from us. Since our entry into the desert, he had already hidden numerous matters. However, why were both Company Commander Chun and the snake also complicit in his deception? Why are you dawdling at this critical moment? A heavy slap struck the back of my head, accompanied by Lao Yen's exasperated voice. I turned to see him swiftly replacing his magazine, while the snake, with a swift motion, dispatched the fish gnawing at his leg with a decisive stab. Seizing the opportunity, Company Commander Chun dragged him closer to us. Phew! I exhaled heavily, relieved that the snake was now within our reach. Otherwise, relying solely on our firepower, we might not have succeeded in rescuing him. But it was not over yet. Lao Yen furrowed his brow. Before I could comprehend the meaning of his words, the previously hesitant monstrous fish once again recklessly burst forth from the water, their ghastly blue faces mere inches from me. Startled, I was about to pull the trigger when Lao Yen restrained my hand. Look! I was on the verge of losing my temper when, instinctively responding to his words, I glanced over. To my astonishment, I saw the first wave of monstrous fish engulfed in azure flames. The hue of the flames closely matched their skin tone, rendering them easily overlooked. How could this be? I murmured. The flames seemed to emanate from within the creatures, accompanied by a sizzle reminiscent of meat grilling. Within mere seconds, the batch of aberrant fish was reduced to ashes. Yet more of these strange fish surged forth, and without exception, they too succumbed to the fate of becoming cinders. Eventually, they ceased their suicidal charge, their bulging eyes filled with a profound human-like terror. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they lingered on the water's surface, fixating on us with a persistent, discontented chirping. Old Yen contemplated for a moment, suggesting that it might be related to the cavern behind us. What could possibly lie within that cave? I turned to glance at the dark, ominous opening, perceiving it as a monstrous beast, poised to ensnare its prey. Without a hint of hesitation, I resolved to enter, not out of bravado, but because the monstrous fish had not retreated. They were stationed just outside the circle, leaving us with no alternative. Though I voiced my determination, my heart raced with trepidation. I quietly inquired of Old Yen whether he had any insight. I shot him a puzzled look, sensing his agitation. What had the telegram stated? I raised an eyebrow, recalling that Old Yen had always been composed. His sudden anxiety seemed tied to the message. He met my gaze momentarily before shaking his head. Old Yen, withholding information from us at this juncture serves no purpose. Sergeant Chun wore a grim expression, evidently displeased with Old Yen. Old Yen produced a cigarette, igniting it before taking 2 sharp puffs. It's not that I withhold information, it's just that the telegram only transmitted half of the message. He then scratched his head and continued, in fact, to be on the safe side, I dispatched another team in addition to ours. Another team? Sergeant Chen's expression darkened even further. Old Yen, what other secrets are you concealing from us? You'd best reveal everything now, or my bullets may not discriminate. With that, he reached for his firearm, indicating a serious intent to shoot Old Yen. It's not what you think, Old Yen explained. I prepared 2 teams merely as a precaution, for no one can predict the route Liu Chang'an might take. The map I possess was drafted by the experts in our department, outlining the shortest path to the ancient kingdom of Chang'an. Old Yen spoke slowly. Liu Chang'an is certainly headed toward Chang'an, but since the whereabouts of the kingdom are currently unknown, I cannot vouch for the accuracy of this map. Thus, to ensure safety, I sent another team along the route originally designated for the Air Force. Old Yen exhaled deeply. The telegram was sent by that team, but it only transmitted part of the message before cutting off. I have no idea what they encountered. I contemplated in silence, realizing he had indeed been in contact with another team. What did they say? Sergeant Chun stubbornly inquired. Even half of a message must contain some substance. Doesn't he it? Old Yen cast a glance at him, then exhibited a peculiar expression, articulating each word with deliberate precision. You, all, in, the, cave, will. We fell silent upon hearing this, as Old Yen's demeanor had become rather unsettling. They were unaware of our presence here. Old Yen reverted to his usual expression, yet his words left us feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He mentioned that they typically communicated every 2 days to exchange thoughts. And since today was not designated for contact, he suspected that another team might be encountering a crisis. The remaining half of his statement lingered in the air, instilling a sense of unease within me. Old Yen extinguished his cigarette on the ground, his brow furrowed in worry. We refrained from speaking, primarily because we were at a loss for words, until Old Yen finally waved his hand to break the silence, suggesting that we had rested enough and should venture into the cave to investigate. We organized our backpacks and rose to our feet. I followed closely behind Old Yen, flanking the 2 injured, Poison Snake and Commander Chun, as we entered the cave. It was engulfed in darkness, and even with the flashlight, our illumination barely reached the ground beneath us, as if the very light were being consumed by the shadows. I scanned the surroundings, Noting that the walls were composed of rock, adorned with slick green moss, likely a result of being in such proximity to the underground river. The stones appeared as though they had been polished. After touching several rocks, I expressed my curiosity. Old Yen approached, examining the stones thoughtfully for some time before agreeing with my observation, then incredulously remarked that he never expected this cave, buried beneath the sand, to be man-made. However, we found it rather unsurprising. The desert climate is capricious and ever-changing. When this cave was first constructed, it likely rested atop the sands, only to settle down later. What intrigues me more is the purpose behind the ancients building this cave. What could those peculiar fish possibly fear? Old Yen tapped his index and middle fingers against the rock. This stone is hollow. Hollow? This rock must be thousands of years old, I thought, glancing at Old Yen. He nodded. Do not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Many of their inventions are beyond our modern capabilities to replicate. That is not my point. I shook my head. I meant to ask, what was the purpose behind their laborious effort to hollow out this rock? Commander Chun, who was growing impatient, interjected. What does it matter? Let us simply open it and see. Both Old Yen and I fell silent. He then retrieved a hollow copper tube, roughly the thickness of a finger, from his backpack and carefully inserted it into the crevice of the rock. After approximately 20 centimeters, the copper tube ceased to move. Old Yen tapped the tube, and his expression shifted. What is it? I inquired. Old Yen, however, gestured for silence, concentrating intently for a while before extracting the copper tube. He glanced at it briefly before handing it to me, signaling me to examine it. As I received the tube, I first observed its surface, noting that the previously unblemished copper tube was now coated with a layer of verdigris, and within it lay some damp sand. This. Old Yen encouraged me to express my thoughts, seemingly eager to test my insight. Ever since he espied the 9-dragon tattoo emblazoned upon my back, the trials we've encountered have proliferated incessantly. Thus, I forthwith articulated my conjecture. This grotto must be a site of interdiction. Chapter 31. The interdictory site. An interdictory site, by definition, harbors a forbidden entity. The monstrous fish outside are not merely barred from entry, but are also compelled to guard the subterranean river, preventing the egress of whatever lies within. They serve as a reciprocal check upon each other. The hollowed rock, filled with water and sand, constitutes an ancient confinement array. Water, embodying yin, and sand, embodying yang, coalesce to generate a suppressive force, typically employed to restrain entities of formidable malevolence. Yet, the stellar official's manual remains conspicuously silent on the precise nature of these malevolent entities, leaving me momentarily bereft of certainty. Old Yen nodded approvingly, subsequently exhaling a breath of air. The entity within must be of extraordinary menace. Maintain vigilance, and in moments of exigency, resort to grenades. I refrained from inquiring about the potential for being entombed alive by employing grenades within these confines. His pronouncement implied that the entity within presented an exceedingly formidable challenge. Confronted with inevitable demise, a trial, however perilous, seemed preferable. His words instilled trepidation within us, yet we resolutely pressed onward. What is this? After traversing for approximately 10 minutes without incident, I was on the verge of declaring the cave unremarkable when Old Yan's voice, laced with astonishment, pierced the silence. His flashlight beam converged upon the ground beneath his feet, illuminating a diminutive mound of crimson material, its nature obscured. Old Yen crouched down, carefully donning gloves, before gathering a handful into his palm. He rubbed the substance between his fingers, then brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. After a prolonged moment, his countenance contorted in bewilderment as he declared, incredibly, it is sand. Sand? I too crouched down, grasping a handful of a reddish substance, only to ascertain that it indeed was sand. Yet what sort of sand could possibly be red? Moreover, this hue appeared exceedingly somber, evoking a resemblance to blood. Lao Yen gazed at it for a considerable time before ultimately shaking his head. I am uncertain, but it is evident that someone has deliberately scattered it here. Indeed, shortly thereafter we encountered clumps of such sand approximately every 10 meters, and at every fork in the path, one of the routes invariably bore this sand, as though it were guiding us. Lao Yen gathered the sand along our way and subsequently inquired if we remembered the footprints from before. Of course we do. Chun, the squad leader, retorted with irritation. Were it not for those footprints, we wouldn't be ensnared here. I exhaled deeply, suggesting, could it be that this sand was also left by Liu Chang'an? Lao Yan's mind momentarily faltered. Apart from Liu Chang'an, he truly could not fathom anyone else. However, it made no sense. If he had deliberately avoided you all and ventured into the desert alone, why would he now be guiding us? I furrowed my brow, pondering what Liu Chang'an could possibly intend. Lao Yan scoffed. Perhaps he aims to lead us into a dead end. As his words lingered in the air, we fell silent. Ultimately, it was Lao Yan who broke the silence, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, we must first escape this cavern. Wait, I raised my hand, adjusting the flashlight to its maximum brightness, then suddenly directed it forward. Yet the beam did not reach far, and I saw nothing. Lao Yan inquired what was amiss, and I looked at them in astonishment, asking, did you not hear the sound of running? Old Yan shook his head, while platoon leader Chan and Poisonous Snake stared at me with equally bewildered expressions. My brow furrowed even more deeply. Could it be that I was truly experiencing auditory hallucinations? Just as I was contemplating this, the sound of running footsteps grew even more distinct. My countenance underwent a sudden transformation. Something is hurtling toward us. This time, it wasn't just me. They all heard it as well. We were all seized with apprehension. Present, we were situated on a path that could only accommodate 2 people abreast, rendering retreat impossible. The entity's velocity was remarkable. Almost instantaneously after my exclamation, it was upon us, lunging directly at me. I sidestepped to evade it, but my flashlight was struck to the ground, where it rolled a couple of times before being extinguished completely. However, in the moments before the darkness engulfed us, I vaguely discerned the entity's form. A person, or more precisely, a grotesque being with a body that had undergone substantial decomposition, emanating a putrid stench that, even from a distance, churned my stomach. Bang! Bang! Just as I was about to caution them to be vigilant, I heard a succession of thuds as objects fell to the ground. We were plunged into utter darkness. I hastened to relay the image I had just witnessed to them, urging them to exercise caution. No firearms. Switch to blades. Old Yen bellowed. The passage was confined, and visibility was non-existent. Employing firearms would likely result in friendly fire. I unsheathed my dagger and stood with my back against the wall, the labored breathing of platoon leader Chun audible beside me. I anxiously inquired if he was unharmed. Chang'an, lad, get over here. Platoon leader Chen's voice emanated from a distance. My heart sank. When the creature charged, I had indeed become separated from them. Could it be that the entity currently in close proximity to me was that very monster? Gurgle. The monster emitted a sound akin to phlegm caught in the throat. Without a moment's hesitation, I thrust my dagger forcefully. Clang. The blade struck the rock, sending vibrations through my hand, while the very spot where the creature had stood moments before was now devoid of anything. I groped along the wall, inching my way toward Captain Chen. The journey was marked by an eerie silence. In a fit of anxiety, I called out, but no one responded. Old Yen, stop playing around. I growled, for the passage was narrow, and even if they had scattered, they should not have been far from me. Just then, a rush of wind surged behind me, and as I rolled forward, it was too late. The monster bore down upon me. Gagging from the acrid stench, I felt the bile rise in my throat. The creature, seemingly enraged, sank its teeth into my shoulder. I gasped in pain and retaliated with a swift stab. The monster let out a guttural roar, a foul, viscous liquid splattering across my face, prompting another wave of retching. I wiped my face with one hand while the other continued to stab at the beast. Despite its ferocious roars, it refused to relinquish its grip, gnawing at me with relentless vigor, as if I were a delectable feast of human flesh. Old Yen, where have you all gone? I can barely hold on. I bellowed, summoning all my breath. As my voice echoed through the passage, an uncanny sensation washed over me. The silence had dissipated, and I could hear the hurried footsteps of Old Yen and the others. Soon after, I felt the presence of someone behind me, attacking the monster. As the creature's grip lightened, I seized the opportunity to crawl forward a few paces, gasping for breath as I managed to rise to my feet. Are you all right? I exhaled. I won't die. Stop chatting. How can this creature not be defeated? The frustrated voice of Commander Chun reached us, and we hurried to assist him. We saw Commander Chun grappling with the monster, his body splattered with an unknown liquid. The poison snake wielded a dagger, relentlessly targeting the creature's vital spots, yet it seemed utterly impervious to pain, continuing to bite at Commander Chun. Step aside.
Lao Yang suddenly shouted.
The poison snake and I promptly retreated, witnessing Lao Yen extracting a handful of red sand from his bag and throwing it directly at the creature. Ah! The monster let out a pained howl, releasing its grip on Commander Chun, who quickly rejoined us, astonished and inquiring how Lao Yen knew the sand would be effective. Lao Yen replied that he was merely experimenting, for this monster had appeared precisely in an area devoid of red sand. Commander Chun appeared as though he had just swallowed a fly, and then, with a pale face, remarked, "But it seems relatively unscathed." Just then, the creature, previously facing away from us, slowly turned its body, its bloodied claws flickering ominously in the beam of the flashlight. Clearly, the red sand inflicted minimal harm upon it. "What are you standing there for? Run!" Lao Yen shouted. We snapped back to reality, turning on our heels and fleeing. This thing was indestructible. Prolonging our confrontation would surely lead to our doom. Having traversed the corridor for quite some time, we quickly reached its end, where a stone door obstructed our path. Chapter 32. 5 corpses bowing to the coffin. I had no time to chide him. I swiftly exposed my back, handing the red sand to Viper, who stood nearby. "It's actually effective," Viper muttered. Unable to see what was happening behind me, I could only hear the approaching footsteps, growing ever closer. Beads of perspiration formed on my brow as I anxiously asked, "I thought it was supposed to work? Why is it still coming this way?" Viper responded that its speed had indeed diminished, suggesting it was merely being cautious. Despite Viper's repeated scattering of red sand, it only marginally slowed the creature's advance, and it was on the verge of reaching us. Fortunately, the stone door proved easy to open. Just as the monster was about to pounce, Old Yen beckoned, and then he and platoon leader Chun were the first to slip inside. Viper flung the remaining red sand outward, seized me, and we dashed through the stone doorway. Viper and I strained to shut the stone door, finally managing to bar the creature just before it could reach us. Bang! 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 It hammered against the stone door. We waited anxiously for some time before hearing it depart in the opposite direction. Phew! I finally felt relieved, leaning against the stone door and gasping for air. Old Yen patted my shoulder, remarking, "You're a lucky kid. You were affected by the corpse gas just now and didn't make a sound. We were searching for you in the dark for quite some time. Fortunately, you finally uttered something, or we wouldn't have known even if that thing had gnawed you down to the bone." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear. Old Yen chuckled and said, "With that thing fourth sister tattooed on your back, ordinary entities can't truly take your life." Only then did I realize that he had merely frightened me. The reason I was able to cry out later was that the monster had torn my clothing, revealing the intricate 9-dragon tattoo, which mitigated its influence over me. Could there actually be light? After resting for a considerable while, I discovered that my surroundings had changed dramatically. Unlike the previous dark and gloomy cave, this passage was not only spacious, but also illuminated by oil lamps adorning the rocky walls, making the entire corridor as bright as day. The curious serpent leaned closer to the oil lamp, sniffing it, and then wrinkled its nose, exclaiming how pungent it smelled. I quickly pulled it away, warning, "Do not lean too close to everything." The serpent, puzzled, inquired why, to which I pointed at the lamp, explaining that the oil used in such places is likely to be corpse oil. To my surprise, upon hearing this, the serpent's eyes lit up with excitement. It confessed that it had long studied various toxic substances and had heard tales of corpse oil, yet had never encountered it until today. Afterward, it retrieved a small vial of water from its bag and gulped it down before carefully pouring some corpse oil from the lamp. We were at a loss for words as we observed its actions, but fortunately, it ceased after filling just a little. "Let us proceed." Old Yen beckoned after the serpent finished. The passage was not long, merely around 10 meters, culminating in a stone door that was wider than the one behind us, inscribed with characters. Old Yen glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed the script of the ancient kingdom of Long Night. Although he could not decipher it, he faintly recognized the words forbidden and tomb. He extracted his camera and captured the entirety of the stone door. Subsequently, he extended 2 fingers and pressed them against the sides of the door. With a resounding thud, the stone door slowly sank into the ground, revealing a magnificent palace hewn from rock before our eyes. I gazed at him in astonishment and inquired how he was aware of the mechanism behind the stone door. Old Yen chuckled, explaining that he had encountered many such doors, which typically had layers of defenses set up externally, with the final layer being rather straightforward. Thus it was. I nodded in understanding. I had also encountered a wealth of knowledge regarding ancient tomb mechanisms in the Secrets of the Celestial Officers, particularly in the section on the 7 kills, yet I found it overwhelmingly intricate and had yet to grasp even half of it. Now, witnessing Old Yen handle it with such ease, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He patted my shoulder and remarked that I was still young. I chuckled quietly, saying nothing, as I followed him into the rocky palace. The reason it was referred to as a palace was due to its grand and majestic style, though its dimensions were relatively modest, measuring approximately 10 zhong in length and width. A solitary coffin lay horizontally in the center, with nothing else in sight. "Is there someone by the coffin?" Captain Chen suddenly spoke up. Following his gaze, I indeed saw several figures standing in front of the coffin. Just as I was about to respond, I noticed Old Yan's expression change dramatically as he dashed towards the coffin. Fearing for his safety, we hurriedly followed suit. The words faltered on company leader Chen's lips as he uttered merely, "They?" The spectacle before us was simply too macabre for further description. 5 corpses encircled the coffin, heads inward, like petals of some unholy flower. In their final moments, they had stretched forth their hands, yearning to crawl inside, as if fleeing some unspeakable horror. Their bodies were covered in a dense array of blisters, filled with a putrid, yellowish, gelatinous substance, some of which had already seeped out, emitting a nauseating stench. Old Yen knelt, a shadow of grief passing over his features. A thought struck me, and I inquired if he recognized the deceased. Did I not mention that I dispatched 2 advance teams before our arrival? Old Yan's voice was laced with bitterness. This was one of them. Before entering Lop Nur, I held onto a sliver of hope, but now, we remained silent, allowing Old Yen to continue, unprompted. This team comprised some of my most capable men. I had believed they would at least survive, but it seems the other team has likely met a similar grim fate. Perhaps not necessarily, I offered, though the words felt hollow. I knew Old Yen spoke the truth. We had already lost 3 along the way, and if we continued on this path, total annihilation seemed inevitable. Moreover, this team had consisted of 6 individuals. Abruptly, Old Yen interjected, "Did you not say that the creature outside the door was a partially decomposed human?" I stood frozen, incredulous. "You cannot possibly mean that the monster we encountered was one of them?" Old Yen cast a glance at me, his expression tinged with sorrow, yet it was evident that he tacitly acknowledged my words. I swallowed hard. The passage had been shrouded in darkness, preventing me from discerning clearly. I had initially mistaken the creature for a Zongzi, only to realize, those of us in this line of work inevitably face our fates. Old Yen spoke with an impassive demeanor, though it was apparent that his heart bore a heavy weight. We found ourselves at a loss for words to comfort him. Fortunately, he recovered swiftly. He retrieved 3 cigarettes from his pocket, ignited them, and placed them in the crevices of a stone below, as if offering a tribute. "Today, let smoke serve as incense, to accompany our good brothers on their journey." After exhaling a sigh, he donned a pair of gloves. "You all proceed to investigate. I shall see if there are any clues left on them." "Be careful," urged Commander Chun, his concern palpable, for the monsters we had encountered previously had once been these very people. Old Yen offered a wry smile, assuring us it was nothing to worry about. He was unsure how that individual had transformed, but the 5 corpses before us were undoubtedly lifeless, devoid of any further mutation. The sight of the 5 bodies grew increasingly repugnant. During his search, Old Yen inevitably brushed against their blisters, causing a yellowish liquid to ooze onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Could this substance be venomous? I suppressed my revulsion and crouched down to examine it closely, yet I could not identify what it was. However, the snake glanced at it curiously, noting that it bore a resemblance to a type of venom he had encountered before, although that venom had originated from an insect, and there were clearly no insects in this cavern. Let us investigate further, he suggested. Old Yen interrupted our discussion, raising a black notebook encased in a waterproof bag. We leaned in closer as he opened the notebook, revealing the words Journey to Lop Nor inscribed on the first page, presumably meant for documentation. The initial pages contained no valuable records, suggesting that their entry into Lop Nor was quite tranquil. However, as we progressed further, an unsettling atmosphere began to emerge. Chapter 33. The Black Spirit Star officer. These individuals had traversed safely until they stumbled upon some traces left by Liu Chang'an. The recorder was notably exhilarated, claiming they were trailing closely behind Liu Chang'an, and if fortune favored them, they would soon enter the ancient land of eternal night together. The subsequent pages detailed the meticulous following process. While it appeared unremarkable, the recorder harbored suspicions about Liu Chang'an, suspecting he was intentionally leading them on. Countless times, they had lost sight of him due to unforeseen events, yet he would reappear before them at the most opportune moments. They also encountered peculiar fish along their journey. Old Yen turned to the later pages, squinting as he remarked, "It seems this is indeed Liu Chang'an's doing." I let out a cold laugh. It appears he is deliberately orchestrating our demise. Old Yen cast a glance in my direction and expressed his concern that this group of vanguards, much like us, had also found their way to this cave, yet none had managed to escape in the end. Indeed, logically speaking, they should have encountered no danger even within the passage. Commander Chun nodded in agreement, subsequently fixating his gaze upon the coffin, the implication unmistakable. There was something amiss with this coffin. The old smoker pondered for a while after collecting the notebook, his brow furrowed in deep thought. I glanced around and sensed something peculiar, yet I could not articulate the reason behind it. Ultimately, I resolved to open the coffin for a closer inspection. Open the coffin? Commander Chun reacted vehemently, shaking his head repeatedly, warning that if something sinister emerged in this place with no escape, we would all meet our doom. His words rang true. The ominous entity you had previously mentioned might very well be sealed within. The emotionless figure of the venomous snake chimed in. I chuckled and reassured them. Fear not, for there is another layer within the coffin, which serves as the resting place for the deceased. Merely opening the outer layer should pose no significant risk. In truth, I felt uncertain myself, and my words were merely a means to comfort the group. The old smoker requested a moment, then retrieved a candle from his bag, igniting it before placing it in the southeastern corner of the palace. After waiting for about a minute, he nodded at me. I was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a skill akin to that of a tomb raider? However, recalling the old smoker's demeanor throughout our journey, I soon found my apprehension dissipating. As I explored the area, I discovered a small raised section on the side of the coffin. I gestured to the old smoker, who promptly produced a bottle filled with a black liquid and positioned himself beside me. I pressed down on the protrusion and quickly retreated. Suddenly, I heard a crack as the coffin lid shifted slightly. With cautious deliberation, I pushed the lid open, and it crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. After a brief moment, however, no movement was detected. The old smoker exhaled, jesting that perhaps too much time had passed, causing the malevolent entity to lose its temper. Yet, I remained uneasy, pointing to the inner layer of the black wooden coffin and remarking that something felt amiss. The coffin's sealing nails, both in number and depth, defy reason. Typically, 7 sealing nails, colloquially known as offspring nails, are employed during funerals to ensure the prosperity of future generations. The placement of these 7 nails is significant. The central offspring nail must remain unfastened, symbolizing the continuation of lineage. However, the coffin before us is adorned with 9 sealing nails, all firmly driven in, leaving only a circle of rounded nail heads visible. These sealing nails, also referred to as soul-binding nails, reach an unprecedented count of 9, with no offspring nail left unfastened, indicating that this coffin serves the purpose of suppressing whatever lies within. Should we open it? I cast a trembling glance at Lao Yen. Yes. He gritted his teeth and replied, I must uncover the truth behind the demise of my vanguard team and why they crawled toward the coffin in their final moments. Besides, the candle remains intact. With that, he stepped beside me and handed me the black dog's blood. This time I will open it. As soon as I do, you must pour the black dog's blood inside. I nodded, clutching the black dog's blood, my focus entirely on Lao Yan. His technique was remarkably adept. Without any tools, he simply tapped 2 fingers, causing the nails to lift slightly. Then, with a swift pinch, he removed the nails with astonishing speed, leaving me in awe. Observing Lao Yan's skillful maneuvering, coupled with earlier signs, I surmised that he must be a tomb raider of the highest caliber, a Mojin Jiao Qi, though I wondered how he compared to the fourth lady. The Mojin Jiao Qi hone their craft through dexterous techniques, favoring precision and elegance, and they hold a disdain for grave robbers who operate like common brigands. Although I have yet to fully comprehend the matter, I am aware that should I one day master the entirety of this tome, I would inherit the title of Heavenly Spirit Star Officer. This prestigious title is associated with dealings in ancient tombs and traces its origins back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, purportedly founded by General Ji Cheng, who is interred in General Ridge, a lineage that predates even the renowned tomb raiders known as the Mojin Jiaoyi. The formidable Heavenly Spirit Star Officers possess the ability to observe the stars and determine burial sites, defying the natural order to probe the dragon's veins. As I pondered these thoughts, Lao Yan had already opened the coffin. I immediately poured the black dog blood I held into it, only to be left in a state of bewilderment. There was nothing. We had anticipated every conceivable possibility, bracing ourselves for the emergence of a formidable Zongzi, yet the scene before us rendered us speechless. It would be inaccurate to say there was absolutely nothing, for beneath the coffin lay an irregular hole, roughly a person's width. I shone my flashlight into it. It was not particularly deep, perhaps around 2 meters, and appeared to extend in other directions. How could this be? Lao Yan stroked his chin and remarked that there were no signs of the coffin having been opened from the outside. But what of the corpse? The venomous snake queried whether it was possible there had never been a body to begin with. I shook my head, explaining that typically, coffins of this nature belonged to individuals of noble status in ancient times. Even in the absence of a body, there would be burial offerings. Yet this coffin was empty, defying all logic. At that moment, Chun, standing beside me, grasped my arm, trembling slightly, his face ashen, and pointed towards the hole, asking, "Do you not feel that this hole appears to have been forcibly created by something?" I glanced once more at the hole, my scalp prickling with realization. "Are you suggesting that the body within escaped through this opening?" Commander Chun, with a pallid countenance, expressed his uncertainty. I turned to Lao Yan and inquired about his thoughts. Lao Yan gazed into the abyss for a considerable time before softly stating, "What old Chen mentioned may indeed hold truth." Upon hearing his words, we collectively retreated a step, feeling as though something might emerge from the depths at any moment. "Shall we cover it first?" Commander Chun indicated towards the coffin, his expression less than favorable. Noticing that Lao Yan concurred, I beckoned to the Viper to assist in sealing the coffin. Subsequently, I asked Lao Yan what our next course of action should be. He illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and suggested, "Let us first ascertain whether there are any exits nearby." As he uttered this, he cast a glance in my direction, causing my heart to skip a beat. I then subtly edged closer to him. "What is it?" I whispered, curious about what could not be discussed in the presence of Commander Chun and the Viper. Lao Yan exhaled deeply. "Do you not find that this cave bears a striking resemblance to the one we previously encountered?" His observation once made struck me. Indeed, this cavern bore a remarkable similarity to the one housing the desiccated corpse. Were it not for the coffin present, it might have been indistinguishable. "You do not think there is a corpse here as well, do you?" I swallowed hard. Lao Yan furrowed his brow, admitting uncertainty, yet he found the situation peculiar, questioning why 2 such similar burial sites would exist in such proximity. I inquired whether this indicated we were nearing the ancient realm of Chang'an, as these artifacts were emblematic of that long-lost civilization. He concurred, expressing his own bewilderment regarding why the ancient kingdom would position its tombs so far apart. Judging by their specifications, the occupants of the 2 tombs we encountered were of considerable status and should have been buried with lavish ceremony rather than a method akin to suppression. What emerged from the cave was likely a formidable entity, yet I suspect the demise of the vanguard was not attributable to it. Old Yan's countenance grew even more somber. I glanced at him, a shiver crawling up my spine. "You don't mean there's something else in here, do you?" Chapter 34. Insect repellent. Old Yan affirmed with a nod, advising me to exercise caution. Why not inform Uncle Chun and the others? I inquired, sensing something peculiar. Old Yen sighed. It's not that I don't want to, but some things are better left unknown. Haven't you noticed Chen's impending breakdown? His words struck a chord. Though Chun and his comrade maintained a facade of composure, the inexplicable phenomena they had witnessed were gradually eroding their resolve. All right, I'll be careful, I conceded, before posing a question that had been gnawing at me. When you communicated with those bizarre fish, why did you deceive me by claiming it was a hallucination? You discerned that, did you? Old Yen produced a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply before responding with a grave expression. You are not yet affiliated with the department. I comprehended his meaning. The abilities he displayed were far from ordinary, and if I were not part of that clandestine organization, he would naturally conceal them. But what about Chun and the others? Old Yen seemed to discern my thoughts and said softly, I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment, but rest assured, it is not a bad thing. You are not alone in this. Neither Lao Chen nor the Viper are aware of it either. This revelation eased my mind. If others were equally kept in the dark, I felt a twinge of apprehension about the path ahead. After a brief respite, Old Yen moved aside to search for an exit. The place was not particularly vast, and after a thorough inspection, we all shook our heads in disappointment. Apart from the stone door through which we had entered, there appeared to be no other egress. It seemed we had no choice but to exit through the same route. With a cigarette clenched in his mouth, Old Yen gestured towards the coffin, his expression revealing a hint of trepidation. Uncle Chun was indeed correct. Old Yen, you must consider this carefully, for within lies a formidable and ominous entity. This time I too dared not take any risks. The exact location of this malevolent being remained uncertain, and should we encounter it directly, our chances of survival would be bleak. Old Yen, somewhat irritated, retorted, What do you suggest we do then? Let us rest for a moment and search again later. Perhaps there are mechanisms we have overlooked. The Viper interjected with a conciliatory proposal. Having been pursued by the monstrous fish to this point, we had not even had a sip of water. We had indeed reached our limits. After consuming our rations, we ventured once more around the cavern, only to be met with the disheartening realization that there were truly no other exits here, unless we retraced our steps to the entrance. Have you given up? Old Yen glanced at us, seemingly mocking. I recalled his words about the possibility of other entities within this cavern, aside from the malevolent being, and instantly grasped his implication. I called out to Captain Chun and the Viper, saying, since we have come this far, we might as well take the plunge. Given that this sinister creature had already escaped, it was likely no longer in our vicinity. Their faces darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. It was the only course of action left. Seeing their consent, Lao Yen and I opened the coffin once more, gazing into the ominous abyss beneath, a wave of trepidation washing over me. Finally, gritting my teeth, I resolved to enter the coffin. Lao Yen, you follow behind. Understood, he replied promptly. As I slung my backpack over my shoulder and prepared to descend, I suddenly heard Captain Chun let out a hiss. I quickly stood up to inquire what was amiss. He touched his arm, looking puzzled. Feels as though I've been bitten by an ant. An ant? Lao Yan's expression turned grim as he cautioned that in such a place, one must remain vigilant against any threat. He urged Captain Chun to roll up his sleeve for inspection. Without hesitation, Captain Chun revealed his arm, and there, perched upon it, was a large black ant, nearly the size of his pinky finger. Lao Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly swatted Captain Chen's arm. The massive ant tumbled to the ground, and in a flash, Lao Yen brought his foot down upon it. Hiss! At the moment of impact, I distinctly heard the ant's ominous call. A sense of foreboding enveloped me as I listened to that sound. Lao Yen, quickly crush it, I shouted, though I could not articulate why. An instinctual dread urged me to silence that sound at all costs. Old Yen acted swiftly. Seeing that one foot could not extinguish the menace, he hastily trampled down several times, yet it was too late. A chorus of hissing emanated from the surrounding rocks, seemingly in response to the fallen ants. In the blink of an eye, the once barren stone wall was now teeming with ants. These ants varied in size, some akin to normal ones, while others were nearly twice the size of the one we had just encountered, transforming the entire rock face into a darkened mess. Without a doubt, if we were besieged by this throng of ants, we would be mercilessly overwhelmed and devoured. Move quickly, Old Yen urged, shoving Captain Chun and the Viper into the coffin before climbing in himself. However, the colossal ants were even quicker. As we barely settled into the coffin, they had already surrounded us, with some scaling the walls of the coffin. Old Yen produced a lighter from his pocket, tore a piece of his clothing, and ignited it to smoke out the ants. The crackling sound echoed around us. Yet, the sheer multitude of ants was staggering. As we dispatched a few, hundreds more surged forth. Old Yan's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Old Chun, you take the Viper down first." Captain Chun understood the urgency and wasted no time, diving into the hole before assisting the Viper. As Old Yen continued to fend off the ants with smoke, he quickly instructed me, "Chang'an, when the moment is right, lift the coffin lid." I nodded silently, my gaze fixed on the writhing mass of ants covering the coffin lid, a shiver coursing through me. The old smoker wiped the nearly burnt clothing against the coffin's wall, then retrieved a bottle of an unknown green liquid from his bag and poured it directly onto the coffin lid. Finally, he swiftly ignited a piece of clothing, continuing to smoke out the ants that attempted to ascend. The liquid flowed across the coffin lid, causing the ants to retreat as if confronted by a deadly poison. I swallowed hard, fearing that merely touching the coffin lid would expose my hand to the corrosive venom. The old smoker bellowed, "Do you think I would harm you? Hurry up, or you'll be devoured by those ants." Without hesitation, I quickly bent down to retrieve the coffin lid. Observing my action, the old smoker promptly scattered the remaining liquid around before sealing the coffin lid while the ants continued to withdraw. Once the lid was closed, darkness enveloped the coffin, but within mere seconds, the sound of ants gnawing at the lid echoed, indicating they would soon bore through. The old smoker and I swiftly crawled into the tunnel, using the flashlight to locate a rock to barricade the entrance. We must move quickly. Those little creatures are still pursuing us. After securing the entrance, the old smoker urged us forward with haste. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow, reminiscent of what Sergeant Chun had described, seemingly carved by something forceful. However, the entity responsible was evidently substantial. Although two individuals could not walk side by side, one could easily sprint through. After running for about 10 minutes, the old smoker finally halted, panting heavily. "The swarm of ants should not have followed us," he declared. Upon hearing this, we all exhaled in relief. My curiosity piqued. I inquired about the liquid he had used, wondering why the ants were so terrified of it while I remained unscathed after handling it. Old Yen elucidated that this concoction was developed by their department to counteract venomous snakes and insects, incorporating medicinal components akin to realgar, which serve to repel such creatures. He carried it as a precautionary measure. "This substance isn't entirely devoid of toxicity. Apply some ointment." Old Yen extracted a tube of ointment from his bag and handed it to me, which I promptly applied. After a brief respite, mindful of our predicament, our apprehension resurfaced. Where does this passage lead? I exhaled deeply, realizing the crucial matter that we couldn't ascertain whether this cave indeed led to an exit. Old Yan's countenance darkened, apparently just realizing this predicament. Subsequently, he waved his hand, saying, "Judging by its appearance, it seems to ascend gradually. Let's proceed and observe." Presently, that seemed to be the only viable course of action. We remained silent, straining our ears to detect any sound, fearful that the ominous creature might suddenly emerge. "Why are there forks in the road?" The venomous snake, who was at the front, suddenly exclaimed. I approached him and noticed that there were two caves of the same size, one on each side of him. Could this thing be burrowing through them? Gazing at the cave, this possibility instantly occurred to me. As soon as I finished speaking, a muffled sound emanated from the left passage, as if something were digging. Chapter 35. 5 Crossroads. Old Yen promptly gestured for silence, pointing to the right passage, indicating that we should enter. Cautiously, we entered the right passage, and we only breathed a sigh of relief when we could no longer hear the muffled sound. Could that possibly be an ominous entity? Company Commander Chun inquired, his face ashen. Yet, he seemed to realize the futility of his question, immediately affirming, "There's likely nothing else in here but malevolent beings." Old Yen, however, maintained a sanguine outlook, suggesting if the ominous entity is in the left passage, we'll proceed to the right. Surely we won't encounter it there. Perhaps his words had an effect, as Company Commander Chen's complexion improved somewhat. After advancing along this path for approximately 20 minutes, Poisonous Snake's voice echoed once more. Another fork in the road has appeared. This time, the divergence was even more pronounced, presenting a total of 5 paths, all appearing identical. Poisonous Snake scrutinized the paths for a considerable time before suddenly questioning whether these passages were interconnected, and whether our continued progression might lead us to an encounter with the malevolent entity. His proposition was quite plausible, and we were momentarily plunged into silence, unsure of how to proceed. Let's select one at random, I said, my gaze fixed on the passage. The ominous entity may also be seeking an exit through these tunnels. If we happen to cross paths, it's not entirely devoid of hope. Old Yen, this is your forte. Make your selection, Company Commander Chun said, glancing at Old Yen. The latter did not decline, stepping forward to stand before the 5 passages, crouching down to tap the ground. Finally, he pointed to the second passage from the left. Let's take this one. Once inside the passage, I followed behind him, inquiring, is there any particular rationale behind this choice? He patiently explained that there was a faint, yet prolonged sound of wind within this passage, while the others might not have been fully excavated. He chuckled and remarked, in our line of work, one must possess both audacity and meticulousness. Otherwise, you might not even realize how you met your demise. I recognized the truth in his words. When it comes to tomb raiding, boldness is paramount. Without it, one might succumb to fear before even entering the burial site. Equally important is attention to detail. Even the smallest object within the tomb could prove fatal, and a lack of vigilance would surely lead to disaster. Lao Yen was correct. This path was exceedingly lengthy, and after approximately half an hour we encountered no forks, which brought us a sense of relief, as the absence of splits suggested we would not encounter any malevolent entities. We were ascending further and further. Lao Yen appeared somewhat exhilarated. I nodded in agreement. The air was indeed growing increasingly arid, with occasional grains of sand appearing, indicating that we were nearing the surface. Before we could revel in our progress, a sudden sound of laborious digging reached our ears. We froze, pondering. Could that ominous creature be attempting to excavate this very location? It seemed to have paused. After a brief moment of silence, curiosity compelled me to glance back, and I was momentarily paralyzed with fear. A shadowy figure, clad in heavy armor and shrouded in dark hair, loomed not far behind us, obscured by the darkness that rendered its features indistinguishable. I urgently shouted for everyone to flee, and the others, sensing the abnormality, sprinted away with reckless abandon. After running for a while, we encountered another fork in the path. This time, the choice was clear, as the sound of digging emanated from the alternate route. This creature pursued us like a cat stalking its prey, relentlessly chasing us through the serpentine corridors. I could not ascertain how long we had been fleeing in these winding passages when Lao Yen suddenly halted us in a hollowed area. This is the spot. Dig quickly. Old Yen gestured towards an area above us, cautioning us to exercise prudence while excavating, lest the sand should suddenly collapse. Battalion Commander Chun, hampered by a wound to his right wrist, was unable to dig. Old Yen had to be constantly vigilant, ensuring that the malevolent entity hadn't resumed its pursuit. Thus, it fell to Viper and me to wield the crowbars and delve into the earth. Fortunately, the soil beneath the sand proved rather yielding, rendering the task of excavation effortless. Before long, we had carved out a hole just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Halt! Old Yen exclaimed after we had been digging upwards for more than 10 minutes. Fearing that the malevolent entity had caught up to us, I instantly braced myself for combat. However, Old Yen merely instructed us to step aside. Then, with me supporting him, he thrust the crowbar upwards. Whumph! A deluge of sand cascaded down from the opening we had created. I hastily retreated, still supporting Old Yen, but I was too slow, and he ended up with a face full of sand. Old Yen glared at me. Are you doing this on purpose, lad? I chuckled sheepishly. It wasn't intentional, but I couldn't deny that watching the sand come down had brought a sense of relief. Thankfully, there wasn't much sand in the upper layer, and it soon ceased to fall. A beam of cool moonlight pierced through the opening. I first assisted Old Yen in ascending, then helped Battalion Commander Chun and Viper up as well, before they, in turn, hauled me up. The moment I emerged from the hole, I collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath. Finally out. Gazing at the radiant moonlight above, I felt truly alive. The others wore similar expressions of relief, sprawled on the sand, savoring the joy of escape. First, let's find a secure location. After resting for nearly half an hour, Lao Yen languidly rose from the sand and greeted us. Although I was reluctant to move, the thought of that ominous creature potentially lurking behind us, ready to spring forth at any moment, spurred me into action. However, the notion of the malevolent entity struck me as peculiar, so I inquired whether Lao Yen felt that it seemed to be guiding us. After all, we had been following the sound of its labored digging all the while, and we had yet to catch a glimpse of its true form. Lao Yen found this odd as well. Similar to our previous encounter in the tomb, these entities appeared devoid of malice, almost as if they were attempting to convey something to us. Yet, despite our efforts to unravel the mystery of its message, we could not fathom what it could be, so we set the thought aside for the time being. Eventually, we made camp in a sheltered spot, preparing to rest well for the night before continuing our journey. Lao Yen acknowledged the time, indicating that it was indeed getting late. This time, he did not shy away from us. Instead, he retrieved a signaling device and a transmitter from his pack, tapping out a series of beeps to inquire about the safety of the other party. However, after sending the message, he was met with an unsettling silence, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Perhaps they had truly encountered trouble. With a sigh, Lao Yen expressed his dismay. I attempted to reassure him, suggesting that they might simply be out of range. It was not unusual for this cursed place to lack signal. One could only hope. With a melancholic wave of his hand, Lao Yen instructed us to rest, proposing that we set off at dawn. With that, he turned and entered the tent, followed by Commander Chun, who cast a glance back at him. I urged the snake to rest as well, thumping my chest and declaring, "I shall keep watch over the night. It is now nearly midnight, and by the time my vigil concludes, dawn will have arrived." Although the venomous serpent expressed concern over my solitary watch, he was indeed injured and required rest. Thus, he refrained from further comment and retreated into the tent. I sat outside, gazing at the moonlight above with a sense of melancholy. We had departed during the latter part of the night, and after merely 2 or 3 hours of watch, the sky began to brighten. The venomous serpent emerged from the tent, urging me to rest. I did not decline his suggestion, as we would need to set off again in the morning, and lacking vitality would be unwise. Old Chen. Suddenly, I heard Old Yen bellow, prompting me to dash over. I flung open their tent, where I found Commander Chun biting his lip, his hand incessantly scratching at his arm. My pupils dilated in shock as I beheld numerous pustules emerging on his arm, reminiscent of the 5 individuals who had perished before the coffin. Moreover, the pustules were multiplying at an alarming rate, quickly covering his entire arm and beginning to spread across his body. The pustules were evidently very itchy, and Commander Chun was scratching relentlessly, some already ruptured, with yellow fluid trickling down his arm, eroding the sand beneath. How could this happen? I stammered, momentarily hesitant to approach, desperately hoping that what I witnessed was merely an illusion. Chapter 36. The sacrifice of Commander Chun. Old Yen, his face ashen, asserted that it must be the work of those gigantic ants. The only difference in our journey had been that Commander Chun had been bitten by one of the ants, which had caused the swelling to appear immediately. Whenever I envision the 5 lifeless bodies, my mind becomes a void. I turn to the venomous snake and implore, "Quickly, show Uncle Chun." In truth, there was no need for my urging, as the snake had already strode purposefully inside. We restrained Captain Chun, allowing for a meticulous examination of the festering wounds. Approximately 5 minutes later, the infection had spread to Captain Chen's visage, contorting his expression as he incessantly pleaded for us to release him. "What is the status, Snake?" I firmly held Captain Chen's arm, inserting my hand into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair. Then I turned to the solemn-faced snake. With a grim countenance, the snake replied, "I am powerless. The condition has deteriorated too rapidly, and we lack sufficient supplies." Tears welled in my eyes as I cried out, "What do you mean you are powerless? Aren't you the foremost expert on these toxins? There must be a way. Save him, please." I glanced at Old Yen, clinging to a flicker of hope. Old Yen, surely you have a solution. Yet, Old Yen remained silent, his gaze toward Captain Chen imbued with sorrow. He then murmured, Old Chun, I have brought this upon you. Kill me. Just end it. Captain Chun struggled to free himself from my grip, uttering a desperate plea. My eyes widened in horror, tears streaming uncontrollably as I exclaimed, Uncle Chun, hold on just a little longer. It is truly nothing, merely an ant bite. Surely it will heal. Your nurturing grace has yet to be repaid. And Longin has already lost his father. He cannot afford to lose you as well. Commander Chun turned to me, forcing a smile that, despite the suppurating sores on his face, should have appeared terrifying, yet I discerned a warmth within it. Longin, live well, he admonished slowly. Before turning to Old Yen, I ask nothing of you. If you kill me, at least ensure long and safe passage. That would suffice as repayment for my life. Old Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he solemnly saluted. He then turned to me, commanding, You and the Viper must leave first. No. I opened my mouth, knowing only to mechanically repeat this phrase. Old Yen said nothing more. He simply raised his weapon and asked whether I wished to witness Commander Chen perish before my very eyes. Released by Old Yen, Commander Chun had succumbed to madness, thrashing violently, and I was incapable of restraining him alone as he broke free. I watched in horror as he clawed at his face, even tearing the skin away, yet he derived no relief, banging his head against the ground in desperation. We must go, Viper urged, unable to bear the sight any longer. He grasped my arm and pulled me from the tent. Just as we emerged, the sharp crack of a gunshot reverberated through the air. I sank to the ground, powerless, unable to utter a word. For me, after my father's passing, Captain Chun has been my steadfast companion, guiding me through the most arduous times. Subsequently, he trained me with a stern yet nurturing hand, akin to that of a father. Over the course of these 3 years in the military, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge, all imparted to me by him, piece by piece. Without Captain Chun, I shudder to think of the life I might be leading now, perhaps squandering the wealth my father left behind, ultimately leading a desolate existence. The Viper, already taciturn by nature, remained silent in this moment. We lingered in a stillness, one standing and the other crouching, lost in contemplation for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Lao Yen pulled aside the tent flap and emerged, his voice hoarse as he said, Why not take one last look? It was evident that he too was deeply affected. From the rapport between him and Captain Chan, it was clear they had known each other for a considerable time. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, the weight of having ended his old friend's life must weigh heavily on his heart. However, my thoughts were consumed by my own grief, and I mechanically knelt on the ground, slowly crawling into the tent. Lao Yen had clearly prepared Captain Chen's body, rendering him less disheveled than before, yet the festering wounds and the bloodstains remained, causing a pang of sorrow to rise within me. I knelt beside Captain Chun in solemn silence, and after a span of about 10 minutes, I gradually rose to my feet and stepped out of the tent. Addressing Lao Yen, I wish to have Uncle Chun cremated. Lao Yen glanced at me, then nodded in understanding. You wait here. I will go with the Viper to gather some firewood. With that, he beckoned the Viper to accompany him. Observing their retreating figures, I was acutely aware of the unreasonable nature of my request. The scarcity of firewood in the desert rendered my plea impractical. However, I could no longer afford to hesitate. I could not bear the thought of Lieutenant Chen's lifeless body being interred in the sand, subjected to the ravages of insects, and gradually transforming into mere bones. Gratefully, I quietly spoke, then meticulously arranged the red willow branches, carefully lifting Lieutenant Chen's body alongside the venomous serpent, placing it upon the wooden pyre. With my own hands, I ignited the red willow, watching as Lieutenant Chun slowly disintegrated into ashes amidst the fierce flames, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. Once the fire extinguished and the embers cooled, I retrieved a container from my pack, intended for water, and gently collected what remained of his ashes. To be honest, I was not adept at distinguishing ashes, but I merely wished to retain a fragment of his memory. After tidying everything up, it was already noon. Lao Yen did not hasten our departure. Instead, he produced some provisions for me to eat. Silently consuming the rations, I suggested, let us be on our way. We cannot linger here indefinitely. Lao Yen cast a glance my way, his expression clearly inquiring if I was ready. I nodded, eager to conclude this ordeal and depart from Lop Nur. With that understanding, we commenced our journey. Lao Yen sighed, packed his belongings, and beckoned us to follow. He had already examined the map, and if it was accurate, we had navigated a considerable distance beneath the dark river, bringing us significantly closer to the ancient realm of Chang'an than initially anticipated. The path ahead promised to be even more perilous. Old Yen furrowed his brow and said, upon careful reflection, the phenomena we have encountered along this journey are likely connected to the ancient kingdom of the Long Night, which suggests that the closer we get, the greater the danger we face. I inquired, my expression impassive, will we find Liu Chang'an upon reaching the ancient kingdom of the Long Night? Old Yen nodded, hesitating as he opened his mouth to speak. I reassured him, stating that if Liu Chang'an turned out to be a benevolent figure, I would not harbor any ill intentions towards him. However, should he indeed be the one orchestrating the troubles we have faced, I would not hesitate to exact my revenge upon him. Do as you wish. If it truly is him behind this, I shall not spare him either. Old Yen replied with a tone of resignation. If anything were to befall them, our journey would undoubtedly become more perilous. That day, with the midday sun blaring fiercely, we sought a suitable spot to pitch our tent and rest. As the venomous serpent ventured out to relieve itself, Old Yen suddenly exhaled and spoke to me. He informed me that the leader of that team was an elite within the department, possessing remarkable skills particularly adept in the desert. Should he encounter the sandworms we faced earlier, he could likely dispatch them with his bare hands. However, if he too were unable to emerge, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. I was somewhat skeptical. After all, the sandworms were invisible to the naked eye. How could one possibly defeat them unarmed? You are unaware, Old Yen replied, casting a sidelong glance my way, his tone dripping with mystery. They call him blind hero among my subordinates because he lost his sight in his early 20s. Do you know how he came to be blind? I shook my head, and Old Yen continued slowly. In his youth, brimming with ambition, he heard tales of a treasure belonging to Genghis Khan hidden within the Mongolian desert and ventured in alone. The last person emerged from within, their eyes rendered blind, yet they bore forth a national treasure from the depths of the ruins. The specific nature of this treasure was not disclosed by Old Yen, but it is well understood that a tomb housing such a relic would undoubtedly be fraught with intricate mechanisms. The blind hero who ventured into the tomb suffered only the loss of his sight, which suggests he possessed remarkable skills. Now I comprehend Old Yen's concerns. If a person of such caliber were to meet their demise before even entering the tomb, the perils of this journey are indeed formidable. I can only hope for the best. Old Yen extinguished his cigarette, clearly unfazed by my words. Am I worthy? I pondered, touching my head thoughtfully. Old Yen smiled and remarked that simply based on the dragon tattoo adorning my back, coupled with the wealth of experience I had displayed thus far, I had already passed the test. However, he cautioned me to consider carefully that once one enters this line of work, the separation of life and death becomes an everyday affair. He then added, "Come quickly. There is a corpse here." Before us lay a skeleton, its once enshrouding garments now reduced to tattered rags, clearly indicating it had been deceased for some time. I glanced at it and surmised that it must have recently been unearthed by a sandstorm. I paid it little mind. The desert claims countless lives throughout the year, and this was merely one among many. Yet Old Yen seemed deeply concerned, furrowing his brow as he crouched beside the skeleton, probing its remains. After a moment, he surprisingly extracted a notebook, wrapped in plastic, from the decaying fabric. Old Yen frowned and remarked, "If my memory serves me right, this should be the notebook issued to the expedition team 5 years ago." He mentioned that prior to entering the Lop Nur, he had meticulously reviewed all the materials from 5 years ago, which included a particular notebook that appeared to be specially designed, waterproof and moisture-resistant, making it exceptionally suitable for field records. My curiosity was instantly piqued. Could this person be part of that expedition team? Lao Yen grunted affirmatively and then retrieved the notebook from a plastic bag. As he opened the first page, he seemed momentarily stunned. Noticing his prolonged silence, I inquired about his condition. He leaned the notebook closer to me, and as I lowered my gaze, I was taken aback to see a name boldly inscribed on the title page. Liu Chang'an. This individual was Liu Chang'an? I was immediately astounded. He hardly seemed to have perished just a few months ago. The nearby venomous snake also leaned in, asserting that judging by the state of this skeleton, which could crumble to dust at a mere touch, he had likely been deceased for at least 3 or 4 years. Lao Yen furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, and after a while, he resolved to first examine the contents of the notebook. July 13, 1965. Today we have finally entered Lopner, and everyone is brimming with excitement, myself included. Having dedicated many years to the study of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions, I am naturally filled with anticipation for the emergence of the fabled 37th kingdom. July 16, 1965. Although the route was predetermined, we encountered unforeseen complications along the way, and we have now deviated from our original path. I fervently hope we can still locate the ancient kingdom. July 23, 1965. After several days of diligent efforts from both Chinese and Japanese experts, we have finally rediscovered the correct route, and we are now not far from the ancient kingdom. My blood is boiling with excitement. In the ensuing 4 or 5 days, the notebook chronicled their myriad tribulations along the journey, as well as Liu Chang'an's fluctuating emotions. A pivotal shift occurred on August 7th, when they finally discovered the vast crater created by the Air Force. The entry reads, "We have finally reached our destination. I am convinced that beneath layers of chains lies a civilization yet undiscovered by humankind. The mere thought of excavating this civilization fills me with exhilaration, rendering sleep elusive. It has grown late, and we have resolved to descend at dawn." August 9th, 1965. I can scarcely believe my eyes. An ancient kingdom has manifested before us in such a manner. When it unveiled itself, I was profoundly captivated. August 10th, 1965. Everything within indicates this was a once thriving nation. Yet, the absence of historical records raises questions. Could it, like Lulan, have been buried in the sands overnight? August 11th, 1965. I can hardly trust my own vision. What is that? We cannot escape. None can escape. By this point, the handwriting becomes increasingly hasty, suggesting an atmosphere of urgent tension. In the following days, he continued to document his thoughts, albeit vaguely, repeatedly stressing that no one could evade the impending peril. However, the specific nature of this threat remained unarticulated. It is likely that he either truly could not comprehend it or was unable to discern the crux of the matter amidst the intense pressure. On August 12, 1965, I found myself uncertain whether to deem my escape fortunate or unfortunate. Yet, all those around me had been entombed alongside the ancient nation. No, there remained one entity that had emerged with me. The old man flipped back through the pages, his brow furrowing as he remarked that this was indeed the final page. What precisely did this it refer to? I was at a loss. The old man retorted irritably, expressing his ignorance, yet it appeared that Liu Chang'an did not perish within the confines of the ancient realm but rather in the desert. I inquired if he was certain that this corpse belonged to Liu Chang'an. Casting a glance in my direction, the old man admitted, albeit reluctantly, that according to the records, the only ones to have escaped were Liu Chang'an and it. The nature of this it eluded me for the moment, but the remains before us were undoubtedly those of Liu Chang'an. My expression darkened as I pondered aloud. So, Liu Chang'an has been dead for 5 years? What, then, was the purpose of our journey? The old man remained silent, and I turned my gaze to the skeleton of Liu Chang'an, my frustration mounting as I pressed him. Old man, what was your true intention in leading us to this cursed place? Previously, you found Liu Chang'an rather peculiar, did you not? Is it possible that the one who survived was not human? I fixated on the skeleton, a chill coursing through me as I recognized that the old man was not lying. Thus, the anomaly must lie with Liu Chang'an himself. The old man exhaled deeply and remarked that the department had conducted an investigation into Liu Chang'an. Aside from the aspects he found unsettling, there seemed to be no faults whatsoever, leaving him utterly perplexed. The incessant beeping from the telegraph in old Yan's backpack interrupted my thoughts. He answered the call and, after listening for a moment, his face contorted into the gloomiest expression I had ever seen, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. What could have happened? Observing old Yan's dark demeanor, I felt a wave of concern wash over me. Under normal circumstances, news from the other team would have brought him joy, yet he seemed utterly devoid of any happiness. He remained silent, extracting a cigarette and smoking 3 before uttering, "They've found Liu Chang'an." We were bewildered. After all, wasn't Liu Chang'an's body right beneath our feet? Before we could voice our confusion, Old Yen added, "Alive Chapter 38. 2 Liu Chang'an staring at Liu Chang'an's corpse at our feet." We fell into a profound silence. What could this living Liu Chang'an possibly be? It took Old Yen 2 more cigarettes to regain his composure before he began sending a telegram to the other team. Throughout this process, apart from the incessant beeping of the telegraph, there was an eerie stillness. "Let us go." After approximately 5 minutes, Old Yen had dug a deep pit to bury Liu Chang'an's body, then beckoned us to move on, the notebook still clutched in his possession. Where to now? Gazing at the distant skyline, an unsettling feeling gnawed at my insides. Old Yen exhaled slowly and said, "We must rendezvous with the other team. We need to ascertain what exactly that is." His expression was peculiar as he spoke, prompting both me and the Viper to refrain from uttering a word. The designated location was not far from where the body of Liu Chang'an was discovered. The reason for burying the corpse was merely to avoid arousing suspicion from the impostor. Upon reaching the site and setting up the tent, Lao Yen remained silent, sitting in wait. However, the number of cigarettes he consumed betrayed his fade of calmness. After waiting for over 2 hours, a group of individuals approached from the distance. Lao Yen immediately stood up, extinguishing his half-smoked cigarette in the sand, and commanded, "Do not reveal any flaws. I rely on this to locate the ancient kingdom of Chang'an." "Understood," responded both myself and the poison snake. As we spoke, the group drew nearer. I counted 5 in total, with the leader being a tall, gaunt figure, almost devoid of form, likely in his 30s. His eyes were half open, revealing only the whites, giving him an odd appearance. I surmised this was the blind hero Lao Yen had mentioned. The 4 companions trailing behind him bore weary expressions, one of whom, a burly man with a dark complexion, carried a slender figure, unmistakably Liu Chang'an, despite the obscured features. Lao Yen greeted the leader with a nod, his voice cool and devoid of inflection. What struck me as peculiar was that although the man was blind, it seemed to pose no hindrance to his movements. Had Lao Yen not indicated otherwise, I would not have perceived him as sightless. Lao Yen patted the man's shoulder, saying, "Blind hero, it's a relief to see you unharmed. Let us enter the tent." The blind hero acknowledged with a sound and gestured for the burly man to lay Liu Chang'an down, briefly outlining the circumstances. When they found Liu Chang'an, he was half buried in sand, struggling to breathe in but unable to exhale. They performed emergency measures, and after considerable effort, managed to save him. Lao Yen stared intently at Liu Chang'an, as if trying to bore a hole through him with his gaze. Liu Chang'an, clad in white, bore deep hollows in his cheeks, a testament to the hardships endured in the desert. However, what caught my attention was the pair of army green rubber shoes he wore. It was evident that Lao Yen had also noticed this detail. His gaze remained fixated on the shoes. Had it not been for the need to avoid alarming the situation, he might have directly removed the shoes to compare them with the photographs on his camera. Perhaps due to the prolonged scrutiny, blind hero sensed something amiss and inquired if there was an issue with Liu Chang'an.
Lao Giang chút cờ sốt đi.
Remarking that he had lost several brothers in the effort to find him, and now that he had been located, it was only natural to examine him closely. "By the way, how have you fared on your journey? I seem to have not seen Xiao Wu," he added. The atmosphere grew noticeably somber upon this statement. Blind hero slowly recounted the events since their entry into the desert. His voice remained steady, yet it conveyed a sense of gripping tension. They had indeed faced numerous dangers. Yet, in comparison to our own tribulations, theirs were but trifles. Most of the threats they encountered were sandstorms, a relatively common climatic occurrence in the desert. With the seasoned guidance of blind hero, they navigated through these perils with little harm. However, regarding Lao Yan's mention of Xiao Wu, the circumstances of his death were rather peculiar. He had passed away that very morning, having spent the night in the tent, inexplicably devoid of any signs of life. With no wounds upon his body, blind hero felt a sense of melancholy. After all, a perfectly good teammate had met an inexplicable fate, which likely weighed heavily on his mind. Upon hearing this, Old Yen inquired whether Xiao Wu had ventured outside during the night. Last night, it was he who kept watch until the early hours, before retreating to the tent for rest. It seemed unlikely that he had gone out again, though he had exhibited some unusual behavior at the time. When I switched shifts, I greeted him, but he paid me no mind. Blind Hero remained silent, while the burly man with a dark complexion expressed his curiosity. Old Yen, after listening, chose not to pursue that line of questioning further. Instead, he asked where they had discovered Liu Chang'an. Not far from our tent, came the reply. Blind Hero contemplated briefly, remarking that it seemed simpler now. They had found him, and now they would await his awakening. Old Yen cast another glance at the unconscious Liu Chang'an, then shifted his focus to introduce the circumstances surrounding another team. We were already familiar with Blind Hero. The burly man was indeed named a He, known for his audacity, unafraid to venture into the most perilous of places. As for the other three, Old Yen refrained from elaborating, simply stating they were brothers with the surname Wu, referred to as Wu De, Wu Er, and Wu San. Old Yen shook his head at me, while Blind Hero inquired about the telegram. I hastily replied that there was nothing significant, yet it was evident that he did not believe me. Let us rest for now, Chang'an. Come outside with me, Old Yen suddenly suggested. I was taken aback for a moment, but seeing him rise, I hurriedly followed. After exiting the tent and walking a short distance of about 10 meters, Old Yen finally halted. After taking a puff of his cigarette, he asked me my thoughts on the discovery of Liu Chang'an. It feels rather peculiar, I replied. I spoke candidly. If the footprints and the red sand previously encountered were indeed the work of Liu Chang'an, then how could he be on the brink of death? Furthermore, did Blind Hero and his companions manage to pass through unscathed? Lao Yen, leisurely puffing on his cigarette, nodded slowly. Indeed, hence my suspicion that this Liu Chang'an either fell into an unforeseen predicament causing his unconsciousness or harbors ill intentions. In the future, whenever he is present, it would be prudent to refrain from uttering certain words. I understood he was referring to the telegram incident, so I nodded in agreement. He then added, "It is only natural that Blind Hero and his group encountered no obstacles, as their chosen path is inherently safer. However, I am perplexed as to why Xiao Wu met his demise, particularly after they located Liu Chang'an. Are you suggesting that Liu Chang'an was responsible?" My eyes widened in disbelief. Lao Yen confirmed with a nod, speculating that it was likely Xiao Wu stumbled upon a secret during his watch and was subsequently silenced. Nevertheless, everything remains uncertain. We must remain vigilant. After saying this, he glanced at me and inquired about my thoughts on the previous matter. I recognized he was alluding to joining the department. To be honest, I found the idea enticing. Moreover, after the departure of Commander Chun, I felt increasingly restless in the military. Thus I nodded. If it is feasible, I am willing to join. In that case, let me preface with a warning. Lao Yen spoke earnestly. At this juncture, you have no right to know the inner workings of the department. You must understand that once you step into the department, your life will no longer be your own. I chuckled softly. Lao Yen, have I not already witnessed enough perils along this journey to comprehend that? Rest assured, having made my choice, I am aware of the path I must tread. Yet I find myself pondering whether I am truly yours now. Lao Yen gazed at me for a moment, a hint of resignation in his demeanor, and remarked, "Indeed, you are still troubled by the matter of the strange fish." I shrugged. The mere recollection of that scene sent shivers down my spine, rendering it impossible for me to feign indifference. Hypnosis, not communication, I questioned, bewildered, as that particular moment had given me the distinct impression he was conversing with the bizarre creature. Lao Yen sighed with exasperation. "It is not as mystical as you presume. In due time you shall understand. This profession may appear enigmatic, yet many techniques can be elucidated. My method of hypnosis differs from the ordinary. It intertwines certain elements exclusive to our field. You will come to grasp that in time." At that moment I merely took a chance, as the strange fish was dwindling in number. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his explanation, I realized that he had been endeavoring to save us, only to have my suspicions complicate matters. However, I could comprehend why he hesitated to disclose the truth. Had others learned of it, they might have deemed him a monster. After clarifying these points, Lao Yen patted my shoulder, stating, "As for the telegram, I shall inquire privately with blind hero. Lao Yen, Professor Yu has awakened, I exclaimed. Lao Yen inquired about his condition, to which I stammered, You will see for yourselves upon entering. Chapter 39. Who are you? Really? Upon entering the tent, the peculiar pallor of his countenance became apparent. Yu Chang'an was huddled in a corner, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at Blind Hero and his companions, seemingly in a state of confusion. Blind Hero was initially attempting to console Yu Chang'an when he saw us enter, and with a pained expression, he said, Old Yen, it's your turn. Old Yen nodded and stepped a couple of paces towards Yu Chang'an, who recoiled as if confronted by some monstrous apparition, wishing he could sink into the ground. Professor Yu? Old Yen called out, then chuckled, This is rather dull. You've certainly not lost your mind over the past 5 years. Old Yen continued, Professor Yu, we are well aware of your purpose here, and you know what we do. Why not collaborate? He added, If it weren't for our people locating you, you might very well have perished in the desert. I couldn't help but admire Old Yan's demeanor. We all understood that Yu Chang'an had likely sought us out. Yet in Old Yan's words, it had transformed into a narrative of our salvation. Yu Chang'an hesitated but eventually nodded, albeit reluctantly. He seemed disinclined to speak or engage with others, likely fearing the exposure of his vulnerabilities. Old Yen did not press him, merely smiling as he declared that henceforth, Yu Chang'an would lead the way. However, it became apparent that Yu Chang'an was quite frail. We remained in place for 2 full days before he regained his strength. During this time, aside from meals, he mostly kept to himself, uttering no more than 3 words in response to inquiries about his needs. Merely a simple affirmative grunt. Shall we depart today? Old Yen inquired with a knowing smile, to which Yu Chang'an nodded, still silent. Old Yen called for us to gather our belongings and followed closely behind Yu Chang'an. I made a deliberate effort to observe the path Yu Chang'an took, only to discover something peculiar. He left footprints that were as deep as ours. I exchanged a glance with Old Yen, who had clearly noticed it too, and subtly nodded. Yu Chang'an walked briskly, his demeanor suggesting he had no need to ascertain his direction, merely pressing onward. I intentionally lagged behind with Old Yen and whispered, This route seems incorrect, doesn't it? Old Yen responded softly, acknowledging that while the general direction was not wrong, the path chosen by Yu Chang'an was not the most direct. Let's first see what he intends to do, Old Yen murmured, furrowing his brow. Come on, hurry up, Blind Hero called out, prompting both Old Yen and me to look up and find Yu Chang'an staring intently at us, his gaze unsettling, as if he could read our thoughts. I felt a chill run down my spine and quickened my pace to catch up with the group alongside Old Yen. After trekking for a significant part of the day, Yu Chang'an finally halted and pointed to a spot, announcing, Rest. Old Yen had no objections and settled down upon the scorching sand to rejuvenate himself. I, however, could not share his tranquility. Being near Yu Chang'an always made me uneasy. Thus, I wandered slowly around the vicinity, seeking to avoid contact with him whenever possible. It was during this wandering that I stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. Not far from us lay a patch of withered grass, yet beneath it sprouted tender green shoots. I scooped up a handful of sand and found it surprisingly moist. If my conjecture was correct, this area ought to have once been a small oasis. Old Yen, I called out, and Lao Yen glanced at me with curiosity. I relayed the situation to him and he approached, puzzled. After grasping a handful of the dry grass, he pulled out a small blade and began to chew it thoughtfully. This shouldn't be the case. The moisture here is abundant, he remarked. Our actions attracted the attention of others, who began to converge towards us, including Yu Chang'an. I observed Yu Chang'an crouching beside the withered grass, mimicking Lao Yan's actions. After a moment, he merely stated that the grass had a weak survival capacity. Lao Yan and I exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of his assertion. How could anything survive in the desert if it lacked resilience? Yet, we kept our thoughts to ourselves, mentally noting his words. After resting for nearly half an hour, we resumed our journey, and to my surprise, Yu Chang'an initiated a conversation with Lao Yan. Did you enter the desert in search of the ancient kingdom of Chang'an?
Liu Chang'an scrutined Lao Yan.
His expression shifted, and he fell silent as he continued onward, while Lao Yan let out a cold laugh before following suit. As we walked for another 2 to 3 hours, an unsettling feeling grew within me. Along the way, I encountered several patches of desiccated vegetation, similar to the dry grass we had seen earlier. Beneath them, new sprouts were emerging. Lao Yen inquired about Blind Hero's thoughts, to which he simply replied that something felt peculiar, though he could not articulate the specifics at that moment. Professor Yu, look, isn't this a cactus? Lao Yen suddenly exclaimed as we passed a patch of lifeless cacti. I am uncertain as to why, but upon beholding the cactus, I experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if this seemingly ordinary species ought not to exist within the enigmatic expanse of the desert before me. I rapped my forehead, attributing such a thought to the myriad of bizarre occurrences I had recently encountered. Just as I found myself at a loss for words, Liu Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. Old Yen, with a contemplative expression, remarked on the extraordinary resilience of the cactus, questioning how such a vast area could succumb to desolation. Liu Chang'an pinched the parched cactus, then lifted his gaze to us. The moisture dissipates faster than it can be absorbed. Is that so? Old Yen murmured softly, before rising and suggesting, in that case, let us continue our journey. He cast a glance at Liu Chang'an, but the latter remained oblivious, guiding us ahead. Old Yen intentionally lagged behind a step to confide in me about the peculiar vanishing of moisture he had discovered, along with an odd aroma emanating from the cactus, as well as some desiccated seeds that did not belong to it, urging me to remain vigilant. I nodded in understanding, observing Old Yen approach the blind man, presumably to relay the same warning. What is this? We traversed in silence for approximately an hour, and as dusk approached, we encountered a grove in the distance, albeit one comprised entirely of dead trees, mirroring the condition of the vegetation we had seen earlier. Liu Chang'an turned to us, asserting that we must pass through this grove, and inquired whether we should proceed now or rest for the night. Let us rest for the night, Old Yen suggested, surveying the surroundings. After all, none can predict what lurks within the grove, and this location is quite suitable for camping. Liu Chang'an did not oppose, and thus the group began to set up military tents, subsequently taking out provisions to hastily prepare their dinner. After the meal, Old Yen, with a cigarette in his mouth, sought out Liu Chang'an to converse, immediately inquiring about their experiences in the ancient land of Chang'an. Liu Chang'an, clearly reluctant to engage with Old Yen, offered a few perfunctory remarks before attempting to withdraw, only to be firmly detained by the latter. Professor Yu, do take a moment to reflect on how you've spent these past 5 years. Indeed, Liu Chang'an's expression shifted noticeably, and he reluctantly replied, I encountered an unknown civilization. Chapter 40. A fragrant aroma. Old Yen was undeterred by his evasive demeanor, asserting that with Professor Yu leading them, they would surely not meet an untimely end. Upon hearing this, Liu Chang'an's expression stiffened, and he soon excused himself on the grounds of feeling unwell, seeking rest. Once he entered the tent, I inquired of Old Yen whether there was something peculiar about the forest ahead. Yes, you all should exercise caution tomorrow, Old Yen replied. According to our original route, we shouldn't have to pass through this forest. It is evident that Liu Chang'an deliberately led us here. Blind Xia, perplexed, asked, what could his intentions be? If it is to excavate the ancient kingdom, should he not require greater cooperation from the state? Old Yen shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I fear there may be ulterior motives at play. Enough of this, let us not linger here. We should rest well tonight, for tomorrow may bring a fierce battle. The remaining individuals, seeing Old Yen depart, exchanged a few casual remarks before dispersing. However, Blind Xia cast several glances in my direction, inquiring about the events that had transpired along our journey, seemingly intrigued by my experiences. I briefly recounted the events on the road, and Blind Man, astonished, exclaimed, You actually encountered such things? I refrained from elaborating further, for the mere thought of those events conjured memories of Commander Chun, leaving me somewhat unsettled. Blind Man patted my shoulder, suggesting that my arrival here was indeed a stroke of fortune and urged me to lighten my spirits. Upon returning to the tent, I noticed the somber expression on the face of the Viper. I hastily inquired about his distress. After the two teams had converged, his words had dwindled significantly, and his current demeanor only deepened my perplexity. The Viper glanced outside and, lowering his voice, remarked, Since we are aware that the professor is an impostor, why do we still follow him? I am certain that this path is fraught with peril. I chuckled softly and shook my head. It is not that we choose to follow, Rather, we have no choice but to proceed. Consider this. If all the previous incidents were orchestrated by Liu Chang'an, what advantage would it serve us to part ways with him? He could still set traps for us. This reasoning also explained why both Old Yen and I chose to remain indifferent. At least with Liu Chang'an among us, he would have to reckon with our safety in the face of danger, as he could not escape unscathed either. The viper remained silent, his expression unwavering, as he lay brooding in a corner. I sighed gently and reclined beside him, tossing and turning in a futile attempt to find sleep. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, racing until the early hours of the morning when I finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of Liu Chang'an shattered my peaceful dreams, startling me awake from my deep slumber. The venomous serpent had already vacated the tent. Rubbing my eyes, I stepped outside to find the dawn just beginning to break. Everyone, except for myself, was gathered outside, seemingly just awakened. Among them stood Lao Yen and Liu Chang'an, locked in a confrontation. Lao Yan's furious demeanor suggested a tumultuous situation had unfolded. What happened? I inquired softly to the side of the serpent, who shook his head in response, indicating his ignorance of the incident. Upon exiting, he had merely heard Lao Yan's furious outburst. Lao Yan's chest heaved with indignation as he pointed a trembling finger at Liu Chang'an, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In stark contrast, Liu Chang'an remained unperturbed, coolly stating, "Why must you be so angry? I too seek the ancient kingdom." Utter nonsense. Lao Yan exploded, his frustration spilling forth. "Pursue your ancient kingdom, but do not use my people as your subjects for experimentation." Upon hearing this, I too felt my countenance shift. Could this be related to previous events? Yet, that seemed implausible, as we were well aware of Liu Chang'an's dubious intentions, and Lao Yan had no intention of severing ties. What had prompted this sudden outburst? Liu Chang'an cast a fervent glance at Lao Yan, exclaiming, "For the sake of civilization, sacrifices must be made." Lao Yan was visibly agitated, breathing heavily in his rage. I hurried to support his arm and whispered in his ear, "Lao Yan, please, remain calm." He glanced at me, perhaps swayed by my words, for his expression softened slightly, though it was still far from serene. With a fierce glare directed at Liu Chang'an, he said nothing further and abruptly strode back into the tent. The rest stood in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. However, it was evident that Liu Chang'an had no intention of providing an explanation. He merely instructed us to rest for another hour, emphasizing the necessity of departing at the break of dawn. I had initially contemplated inquiring with Lao Yan, but since he was sharing a tent with Liu Chang'an, I hesitated to intrude directly, suppressing my burgeoning curiosity. An hour later, once everyone was prepared, Liu Chang'an gestured toward the thicket ahead, indicating that beyond it lay an unknown expanse, urging us to exercise caution. Lao Yan remained sullen until we entered the woods, at which point he seized the opportunity to whisper in my ear, "He is likely to take action." I turned to Lao Yan in surprise. His expression was grim as he recounted how, earlier that morning, he had observed Liu Chang'an attempting to introduce a certain insect onto Wuda. Although he was uncertain of its nature, it was clear that the intent was malevolent. "Does Wuda know?" I asked, glancing at Wuda, who was ahead of us, appearing unfazed and seemingly unaware of any impending treachery. Indeed, Lao Yan shook his head, explaining that he was the sole witness to this incident and that Liu Chang'an had not succeeded in his attempt. In order to avoid causing alarm, Lao Yan had chosen to remain silent. It was unexpected, however, that Liu Chang'an remained undeterred, suggesting that sacrifices should be made for the sake of the ancient kingdom. I found this situation unsettling. Logically, Liu Chang'an should possess knowledge of the ancient kingdom's whereabouts. Shouldn't he? Lao Yan pressed his temples, admitting his own confusion. Ever since Liu Chang'an had proactively approached us, his intentions had been perplexing. Initially, I presumed his actions along our journey were designed to drive us away, but now his sudden appearance raised further questions. Lao Yan muttered under his breath, voicing his discontent with the unfolding events. After conversing for a while, we fell silent as we became fully immersed in the forest, carefully observing our surroundings. However, after merely 2 minutes, an ominous premonition struck me. It was eerily quiet. Though the desert is not like other places, and the forest harbors few birds and insects, complete silence was improbable. Even the rustle of leaves was absent. I raised my gaze to examine the trees around me. They were all withered, appearing tall yet could be toppled with a mere push, and the sparse leaves clinging to the branches were desiccated. Yet, I occasionally spotted a few new sprouts, which prevented the forest from seeming entirely lifeless. While I was inspecting the area, I suddenly noticed something drifting by. I reached out, and to my astonishment, I found a few white, seed-like objects nestled in my palm. "Are these the seeds of the tree?" I inquired. Old Yen took a look and said, "That can't be right. How could these dead trees have seeds?" Before we could delve deeper into this puzzlement, Blind Xiang abruptly interjected, "What is that delightful fragrance?" Fragrance? I inhaled deeply, and indeed, a subtle scent wafted through the air, refreshingly invigorating, compelling one to draw nearer and investigate. Old Yen flicked the seeds from his hand and, following the alluring aroma, ventured forward. The scent, though not overpowering, was easily traceable thanks to Blind Xiang. Despite his lack of sight, his other senses were remarkably acute, making the fragrance seem quite pronounced to him. However, as time progressed, I discerned that the aroma intensified, and the white seeds I had grasped multiplied. Could it be that this fragrance emanated from these seeds? I reached out carelessly towards the sky and grasped a handful of seeds, bringing them to my nose to inhale their faint fragrance. Poisonous serpent. Can you discern what these seeds are? Old Yen beckoned the poisonous serpent over, gesturing towards the seeds in my palm. The poisonous serpent picked up one seed, slowly crushed it, and after a moment of contemplation, shook his head, stating that such trees seemingly did not exist in Xinjiang. However, he noted that the scent was peculiar, seemingly possessing an alluring quality. He was indeed correct. Upon detecting this fragrance, I found myself irresistibly compelled to follow its trail, as if something ahead was beckoning me. Old Yen grunted in acknowledgement, collecting all the seeds from my palm, and then waved his hand for everyone to quicken their pace. "There's no need to hurry," I said, taking a couple of steps forward and pointing to a spot about 20 meters ahead. "Look there." Everyone raised their heads to where I pointed, collectively gasping at the sight of a colossal tree standing majestically amidst the yellow sands. Chapter 41. The forest of the buried sky. What astonished us was the tree's lushness. Its verdant leaves and branches appeared vibrantly alive, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. Encircling the tree was a veil of misty white substance, which I surmised to be the very seeds we had just encountered. Liu Chang'an seemed profoundly intrigued by the giant tree and dashed towards it. We exchanged glances with Old Yen, awaiting his decision, for this tree was exceedingly enigmatic, and venturing closer might pose unforeseen dangers. Old Yen scrutinized the giant tree for a while before nodding in agreement. "Let us go take a look." Blind Hero was the first to approach, and we all clustered together, following him until we stood before the magnificent tree within just a minute or two. As we drew closer, the formidable girth of the colossal tree became increasingly apparent. Its trunk, it seemed, could not be encircled by the embrace of 20 adults. The branches that radiated from the trunk were as thick as a grown man's waist. Some branches stretched outward, while others entwined with their kin, meandering upwards. Indeed, these were its seeds. Old Yen plucked a leaf from the tree, revealing a multitude of tiny white specks adorning its surface. With a forceful breath, he sent the seeds swirling into the air, where they floated delicately. We circled the tree slowly, reassured by the absence of immediate danger. After a thoughtful pause, Old Yen remarked that the desiccated vegetation we had encountered along our journey was likely the handiwork of this giant tree. At this rate, it seemed that the moisture from the surrounding area for dozens of miles had been siphoned away. Gazing up at the magnificent tree, Old Yen sighed after a moment of contemplation. His words struck me, and I murmured, "This giant tree is rather tyrannical, isn't it?" Just as we were lamenting its overwhelming presence, a sudden scream erupted from the opposite side of the tree, seemingly belonging to Wu De and his companions. We hurried over to discover that the branches of the tree had animatedly ensnared the three brothers, tightening their grip with each passing moment. If this continued, they would inevitably be crushed. Old Yen shouted, "What is happening?" Wu De, struggling against his bonds, explained that he merely wished to take a closer look, unaware that the branches would spring to life and ensnare them. "Hold on," Look over here, came a sudden cry from the side, where the silent observer, the venomous snake, had unexpectedly spoken up. We hurriedly glanced over, only to see a small pile of fragmented bones, stark white in color. As I crouched down to examine them, the moment I touched the fragments, they turned to ash. Upon further inspection, I noticed there were several such ashes nearby, using wood as water and flesh as sustenance. Old Yen muttered. I quickly inquired about his meaning, to which he cast a worried glance at Wu De and the others and said, "Have you heard of the Burial Sky Forest?" Burial Sky Forest? A mutual look of confusion exchanged between me and the poisoned snake. It was clear we both recognized from each other's expressions that this was not a favorable omen. However, it was Blind Hero who gasped in horror, his usual composure shattered, as he anxiously remarked on encountering such a monstrous entity, questioning if we were truly to witness Wu De and the others being gruesomely devoured until they became mere bloodless skeletons. Chang'an, prepare the fire. Blind Hero, use your blood. Poison Snake, ahey, take your blades and cut through the branches, but be wary of getting ensnared. Old Yen swiftly issued a series of commands, refraining from further elaboration on what the Burial Sky Forest entailed. I recognized the urgency of rescuing the trapped, hastily rummaging through my bag for a lighter and gathering some dry wood. Old Yen glanced at my efforts and deemed it insufficient, urging me to continue piling more. Old Yen, hurry. Xiao San is in dire straits. Wu De shouted urgently. I lifted my gaze to see Wu San, his face a deep shade of purple as he struggled for breath, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Nearby, Wu Er was not far from Wu San, desperately attempting to pull away the branches that ensnared him, yet he himself was similarly entangled and could muster little strength. Fortunately, both the Viper and Ahei possessed remarkable agility, deftly maneuvering through a cluster of branches. They occasionally slashed at the trunks, and with each incision, the tremors of the colossal tree intensified, causing the branches entwined around Wu De and the others to loosen slightly. As I continued to observe, I heard Lao Yen bellow, "What are you staring at? Get ready." His shout rendered me momentarily speechless, prompting me to hasten my search for dry wood. Meanwhile, on the other side, the blind swordsman expressionlessly severed his wrist, blood gushing into the large porcelain jar prepared by Lao Yen as if it were of no consequence. He poured nearly half a jar of blood directly onto the dry wood and instructed me to ignite it. "Lao Yen, are you trying to burn us alive?" Wu De exclaimed, exasperated. Lao Yen paid him no heed, urging me to act swiftly. I understood he meant no harm, so I promptly set the dry wood ablaze. The wood, devoid of moisture, erupted into flames almost instantaneously upon ignition. I then witnessed the blind swordsman's blood transforming into mist amidst the fierce fire, wafting toward the colossal tree's branches. I could not discern what peculiar properties his blood possessed, but upon contact with the mist, the branches gradually relaxed until the blood was fully expended, causing Wu De and the others to tumble down with a series of thuds. Lao Yen hastily instructed us to help them up and retreat to a safe distance. What should we do? Wu De inquired anxiously. Lao Yen pressed on Wu San's abdomen, then shook his head, his expression darkening as he murmured, "Internal injuries. I'm afraid it's serious." Instantly, Wu De and Wu Er's faces turned ashen, and they stared at Wu San in silence for a long moment, unable to utter a word. Old Yen was not wrong. After a brief moment of repose, Wu San began to cough, only to find himself spitting blood. In no time, his vitality waned, and he collapsed softly to one side. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Wu De and Wu Er observed him with remarkably tranquil expressions. Yet the stillness only deepened the sense of sorrow that permeated the air. I too felt a pang of empathy as I regarded them, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, and promptly turned away. "Professor Yu?" However, upon turning, I noticed Yu Chang'an standing beneath the massive tree, his expression inscrutably fixed upon us. In the urgency of the moment, none of us had paid heed to his actions, and I had presumed he had retreated to a safer distance, only to discover he remained under the great tree. Upon catching my gaze, his demeanor shifted back to nonchalance. He nodded slightly and then continued on his path. I was left perplexed by his intent and called out to Old Yen. He fixed his gaze on Yu Chang'an's retreating figure and muttered darkly, "It must be his doing." "What do you mean?" Blind Hero inquired. Old Yen did not conceal his thoughts from the group, recounting what he had witnessed earlier that morning. Wu De slammed his fist into the ground, lamenting that Wu San's plight was due to him. It's not your fault, Old Yen replied slowly, rising to observe Yu Cheng's silhouette with a countenance that flickered with uncertainty. After a long pause, he added, let us follow him. Old Yen, Blind Hero called out. He turned to seek the opinions of Wu De and the others, and to my surprise, they concurred with Old Yan's course of action. Wu De lifted Wu San into his arms, saying, let us go. With their agreement, Blind Hero refrained from further objections and followed Old Yen onward. After traversing a distance beyond the colossal trees, we emerged from the forest after merely half an hour. Wu De found a suitable spot to lay Wu San to rest, and thereafter he fell silent, trailing behind. It was then that I seized the opportunity to inquire of Lao Yen about the meaning of the burial sky forest. Upon hearing my question, he expressed a sense of regret, lamenting that had he recognized the signs earlier, Wu San's fate might have been averted. I shook my head and replied, intentions do not always align with outcomes. Lao Yen, we must remain vigilant henceforth. Yu Chengzi was well acquainted with this place. Thus, we could no longer afford to wander aimlessly alongside him. Chapter 42. Entering the death zone, Lao Yen emitted a low, contemplative sound, clearly troubled by the demise of Wu San, which he attributed to his own oversight. Nevertheless, the following days unfolded in an unusual tranquility. I noted that Yu Chengzi's chosen path gradually began to align with the route depicted on Lao Yan's map, igniting my curiosity regarding his true intentions. One sweltering day, as the heat proved unbearable for travel, we sought refuge behind a slope, intending to resume our journey at dusk. Lao Yen was engrossed in the map, seemingly lost in thought, while Yu Chengzi huddled in a corner, quietly sketching peculiar patterns in his notebook. The atmosphere was decidedly somber. Since Wu San's passing, a pervasive gloom had enveloped us. Apart from our travels and the occasional necessary conversation, silence reigned supreme. Yu Chengzi appeared rather content with this state of affairs, as a rare smile graced his otherwise impassive visage. How much longer? Lao Yen finally broke the silence, turning to Yu Chengzi in the corner. Yu Chengzi gestured towards the map in Lao Yan's hands, inquiring, can you not discern it? Old Yen folded the map and remarked nonchalantly, this map is inaccurate. The great pit from years past has inexplicably sunk back underground. What lies before us is merely conjecture. However, Professor, you are different. You escaped from there and must possess more knowledge. Wouldn't you agree? I found Old Yan's demeanor rather peculiar. He seemed to regard Yu Chengzi as a true ally, his tone devoid of any irritation. Yu Chengzi, sensing the oddity as well, gazed at Old Yen for a moment before replying. At that time, I was like a headless fly, darting aimlessly through the desert. It was sheer fortune that I preserved my life. How could I possibly remember the route? With Old Yen's shift in attitude, Yu Chengzi's demeanor also transformed. This marked the longest sentence I had heard from him since our acquaintance, laced with a hint of helplessness, as if he truly were a fortunate soul who had narrowly escaped death. To my surprise, Old Yen concurred, indeed, then how shall we proceed? Shouldn't we deliberate on our next course of action? It was then I grasped Old Yen's intent. Had Yu Chengzi claimed to remember the route, Old Yen would undoubtedly have probed further into matters concerning the ancient kingdom of Longya, leaving Yu Chengzi little choice but to divulge information. Conversely, if he did not recall, then the path could not rest solely upon his shoulders. Yu Chengzi's expression darkened, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Following this, Old Yen leaned in closer, and together they scrutinized the map for a considerable time, ultimately determining the route they would take next. Upon achieving his objective, Lao Yan's expression remained far from favorable, which struck me as peculiar. Consequently, after he distanced himself from Yu Chengzi, I approached him and inquired whether there was an issue with the planned route. He merely shook his head in silence, handing me the map and indicating a particular route for my examination. I studied the map intently for a considerable time before correlating the depicted route with the actual landscape, incredulously gazing at Lao Yen. Are you leading us to our demise? Although I was unaware of what lay along that path, it was evident that while we had traversed a desolate expanse, the forthcoming destination appeared to be a perilous zone. Perhaps some individuals could survive the desolate area, Yet I had never heard of anyone emerging from the death zone. Observing Lao Yan's reticence, my tone grew more forceful. Surely, the Air Force would not select a death zone as a target range. Indeed, the Air Force's designated target area was situated in the desolate zone, but he hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, before gradually articulating. However, if we wish to reach that location, we must at least circumvent the death zone. I inquired about the reasoning behind this, and he traced a line on the map. Do you see it now? Furrowing my brow, I noticed that his gesture nearly outlined our previous route. It then dawned on me that although we appeared to be advancing steadily, our path had frequently deviated due to unforeseen dangers. Curiously, the actual trajectory we had taken seemed to form an incomplete shape, a semi-oval. Due to a missing segment, I could not discern the pattern. However, when combined with the route devised by Lao Yan, the design transformed into a complete oval. Upon gazing at the Air Force's shooting range, Lao Yan gestured once more, and I realized that this location was indeed a point on the oval. I remained unconvinced. Why not traverse from the opposite side? One side of the oval led through the death zone, while the other presented a less perilous no-man's land. Lao Yan pointed towards the no-man's land, stating, "The individuals I previously dispatched, including those who sought the Sino-Japanese expedition 5 years ago, all traversed this path. You are aware of their fate." Thus, I surmised that the death zone might harbor a glimmer of hope. Lao Yan remarked, "In the past, I always urged them to steer clear of the death zone, for its contents were unknown to all. Yet, it seems that perhaps the most treacherous locations are, in fact, the safest." I remained silent, cognizant that he was also placing a wager. The no-man's land had claimed its share of lives, yet it did not attest to the safety of the death zone. The perils of the desert have never been relative. Nevertheless, his reasoning held merit. Having already suffered losses in the no-man's land, it might be prudent to explore the death zone, perhaps yielding different outcomes. Thus, we had no choice but to attempt it. I returned the map to him, observing as he conveyed the route to Blind Man, my heart heavy with foreboding. However, it was evident that Blind Man and his companions were not as apprehensive as I. Upon hearing of our journey to the death zone, they did not flinch. As evening approached, the heat finally subsided somewhat, and we prepared our belongings for the journey ahead. We are currently situated approximately 3 to 4 days' journey from the death zone. Lao Yan mentioned that there should be an oasis nearby, where we can replenish our water supply before venturing into the death zone. In his words, everything within the death zone is uncertain, and we must be prepared for any eventuality. For the past 2 nights, we have traveled under the cloak of darkness, resting during the day. After 2 nights of travel, we encountered the oasis that Lao Yan had spoken of. However, spurred by the presence of peculiar fish, both Du Shi and I were hesitant to approach. It was only when Lao Yan assured us of safety that we dared to fill our water bottles and quench our thirst. After resting for half a day at the oasis, we set forth towards the death zone. The journey from the oasis to the death zone was merely 2 days, and we soon found ourselves nearing our destination. During these days, Liu Chang'an remained unusually compliant, refraining from commenting on Lao Yan's decisions, seemingly just an ordinary member among us. Yet, I could not afford to be complacent, as I sensed that once the route was determined, his purpose had been fulfilled. We arrived at the death zone in the early hours of the morning, the moon still hanging in the sky, casting a mysterious veil over the desolate landscape. We decided to enter in the daylight tomorrow, so we opted for rest. Lao Yan waved his hand, and as dawn approached, we chose not to pitch our tents but instead wrapped ourselves in our sleeping bags. My sleep was far from tranquil, as the death zone loomed just a breath away, and I harbored an unsettling feeling that something might emerge in the dead of night. Surprisingly, the night unfolded in remarkable tranquility, devoid of the eerie winds that often howl like wailing ghosts in the desert. The following morning, I observed that Lao Yan had slept soundly. Upon seeing me, he couldn't help but smile, teasing, "Did you go thieving last night?" I complained about the impossibility of restful sleep in such a place. Lao Yan slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. In fact, the borders between death zones and uninhabited areas often prove to be the safest, a rule of nature, perhaps, where the two realms coexist without interference, much like clearly defined rivers. I gazed at him with a sense of melancholy. This was the last night before entering the death zone, and he had forgotten such a significant detail. Yet what was done was done. No amount of glaring would change the past. After consuming some provisions, we set off, and at the very moment we stepped into the death zone, I felt a twitch in my right eyelid, sensing that some ominous disaster loomed. However, it seemed I was merely overthinking, for on the first day in the death zone, nothing untoward occurred. Even the sun above us was not as scorching as expected, allowing us to travel at a brisk pace. The following days unfolded similarly. Were it not for the endless expanse of sand, I might have doubted my presence in the desert, which brought me a flicker of excitement. Lao Yen, you might be surprised, but perhaps this death zone truly harbors a sliver of hope. I took a sip of water, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Lao Yen glanced up at the sky, his optimism not matching mine, and inquired if I had noticed anything. Wiping my mouth, I replied, I understand. You wish to point out the absence of life here, yet there is no danger, is there? I comprehended his meaning well. Previously, in the uninhabited area, we had encountered some vegetation and small creatures, but since entering the death zone, I had observed that there was nothing here but sand. Old Smoke sighed. How can there be no danger? The desert itself is perilous. I momentarily failed to grasp his meaning, but by the 7th day in the death zone, the significance became painfully clear. Our water supply was dwindling. Before entering this desolate expanse, each of us filled 2 large canteens to the brim, and we attempted to conserve our intake, yet the water steadily diminished, and we found no trace of any water sources. Not even Old Smoke, a seasoned veteran, could detect any signs, which indicated that this region was indeed devoid of water. As the situation grew dire, each of us became increasingly cautious with our remaining supply. When thirst struck, we dared to pour only a thin layer of water onto the cap of our canteen, carefully licking it, yet even this meager ration lasted barely 3 days before we were left with nothing. What to do? I licked my parched lips and weakly inquired of Old Smoke. He appeared gaunt, having lost considerable weight, and halted my futile attempts to moisten my lips, saying, Stop licking. It only makes you drier. He then turned to the blind man, asking if he had any solutions. After a prolonged silence, the blind man finally uttered a single word. Urine. I found this suggestion hard to accept. The blind man glanced at me and said, You don't need to accept it. When you're on the brink of death, you'll wish for as much urine as possible, but by then, you won't even be able to produce any. I remained silent, yet I harbored doubts about his words. Throughout my 17 years, even in the direst of times, I had always managed to find sustenance. Surely, when the moment came, I could never bring myself to drink urine. Just then, amidst my conversation with the blind man, Ahei suddenly exclaimed, I think I see water. Devoid of water, Ahei seemed even darker, his entire being reflecting the sun's rays. I heard the sound of water and eagerly inquired about its whereabouts, only to witness Lao Yen delivering a sharp slap to his head. Where is there any water? Wake up. It turned out he had merely glimpsed a mirage, leaving me somewhat disheartened as I let my head droop once more. Professor Yu, are you not thirsty? As I bowed my head, I noticed Yu Chang'an beside me. Although his complexion mirrored my own distress, his lips retained a vibrant red hue, devoid of any cracks. He shook his head and replied, Not thirsty. I contemplated asking him further questions, yet each attempt to open my mouth felt laborious, so I ultimately chose silence. The first day without water dragged on, and by the second day, my throat felt ablaze. I even caught sight of a mirage once more. Had it not been for a venomous snake restraining me, I would have likely dashed towards it. By the 3rd day, I could no longer endure the torment. Observing the blind man and his companions calmly consuming their own urine, I relinquished my internal resistance. Despite its unpleasant taste, it provided some relief. However, by the 4th day, even urine had become a luxury, for we were devoid of water and still perspiring. The prospect of urination had vanished completely. Thus, our water supply was utterly depleted. Water, I need water, echoed Wu Er's voice, his mind clouded, incessantly repeating this phrase, which only intensified my own thirst. Yet none of us possessed the strength to attend to him, allowing him to continue his murmurs. Xiao Er, remain calm. As I lost myself in thought, I heard a weak voice exclaim, and saw Wu De gripping Wu Er tightly, preventing any further movement. I am aware that he must have caught sight of the oasis once more, entirely preoccupied with it. Wu De could not restrain Wu Er and suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Er, halt! I possess water." Upon hearing this, we stared at him in disbelief, witnessing as he retrieved a dagger from his bag and drew it across his arm, allowing his blood to drip into the mouth of the now subdued Wu Er. Wu Er was no longer conscious, merely swallowing the blood instinctively. "Have you lost your mind?" Lao Yen shouted, yet lacked the strength to intervene. Observing this scene, we were momentarily at a loss for words. It was unclear how long Wu Er remained unresponsive until he finally registered what Wu De was doing and, in shock, pushed his hand away. "Brother." With Wu Er regaining consciousness, Wu De ceased the macabre act, but his complexion had already turned ashen. Even halting then seemed of little consequence. As anticipated, Wu De did not survive the day, passing away during the night, and by the time we discovered him the following morning, his body had already turned black. Wu Er said nothing, simply digging a pit in which to bury Wu De. In witnessing Wu De, we could not help but see our own futures, stirring a profound sense of apprehension within us. At that moment, Liu Chang'an unexpectedly spoke up. "I know where there is an oasis." Lao Yen cast a suspicious glance in his direction, but Liu Chang'an asserted that he had encountered an oasis while escaping, claiming it was not far from our current location. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Lao Yen retorted, irate. Liu Chang'an scoffed, "Would you have followed me then?" The journey continued in silence, as we expended the remnants of our strength solely on the act of walking. After a day of arduous travel, a verdant expanse finally appeared before us, its refreshing coolness palpable even from a distance. Upon sighting the oasis, the eyes of the group sparkled with hope. Having traversed the desolate zone for nearly 10 days, with the last 4 or 5 devoid of any water, we feared that without encountering an oasis soon, we would perish from thirst in this barren land. However, no one dared to venture forward recklessly. Having learned from past misfortunes, everyone was cautious. If this oasis turned out to be yet another mirage, the collective despair would surely drive us to madness. Old Yen took out his binoculars and studied the landscape for a while, a look of joy gradually spreading across his face. It was indeed real. Upon hearing his words, the group erupted in cheers. The fatigue that had previously weighed us down seemed to dissipate, and we surged toward the oasis with newfound vigor. The swiftest among us was Ahei, a robust figure who perspired profusely, losing moisture at an alarming rate. The days without water had been particularly torturous for him. Upon spotting water, he dashed forward as if reuniting with a long-lost mother, collapsing at the water's edge to drink greedily. We couldn't help but chuckle at his eagerness. Yet we too hurried our steps. Mere seconds later, we reached the riverbank, and as I bent down to collect water, I noticed something amiss. The water was red. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I shouted in alarm and, grasping the hand of the nearest companion, the poisonous snake, we hastily retreated from the shoreline. The water was not red. Rather, it was the creature lying beneath the surface that was crimson. It was a red-haired monster. I never anticipated encountering such a phenomenon. An unsettling chill enveloped my heart. I merely recorded the event, and not long after, he too passed away, as that surge of energy had indeed extinguished most of his vitality. My warning came too late. Old Hei's disturbance of the water had already attracted the attention of the creature known as Miao. It emerged from the depths, measuring over 1 meter in length, its body covered in folds, resembling a crimson python. Yet, it possessed 4 limbs, akin to an oversized quadruped, its sharp claws unmistakably capable of effortlessly tearing apart its prey. The moment it breached the water's surface, its pea-sized eyes fixated on Ahei, glowing with an eerie blue light. "Ahei, do not look at it," I shouted, but the instant Miao revealed itself, he had already gazed upon it, and before he could even react, he plummeted into the water with a resounding splash. Chapter 44. The blind warrior Miao's tail lashed out, ensnaring Ahei's body and dragging him beneath the surface. In the next moment, a torrent of blood surged from the depths, staining the water a vivid crimson. What transpired? The venomous snake I had seized stumbled a few paces, momentarily disoriented as it witnessed Ahei being pulled under. Swiftly, I conveyed the situation regarding Miao to the others. This creature's eyes could emit lethal electricity, capable of claiming lives from several meters away. However, as long as one refrained from gazing into its eyes, they would remain unharmed. The group had never encountered such a bizarre entity, and while some hesitated to believe, the mysterious circumstances surrounding Ahei's demise left them no choice but to accept the truth. The blind warrior placed a hand upon the curved blade at his waist, declaring, "I must confront this beast. I comprehend the source of his fury." He had brought 5 individuals into the desert, and despite the preceding days having claimed merely 1 life, within a few days of regrouping 3 more perished, an outcome he could hardly endure. "No!" I exclaimed, seizing the blind warrior who was about to charge forward, casting a significant glance at Lao Yen. However, the sound of splashing water echoed incessantly, sending chills through my entire being. There were at least 3 of the monstrous creatures, each exceeding a meter in length. "Listen closely, do not look into their eyes," I shouted, hastily shutting my own eyes as I raised the Type 56 submachine gun, indiscriminately firing. Fortunately, my prior warning had resonated with everyone. Upon hearing the splashes, they all turned their heads away and hastened backward, firing as they fled, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yet, the creatures advanced with remarkable speed, and we dared not glance back, only hearing the swift sounds of their approach growing ever nearer. "Chang'an, how do we combat these fiends?" Lao Yen inquired anxiously after firing a shot behind him and wiping the sweat from his brow. I shook my head. My knowledge of such a creature was solely due to the influence of the Star official secrets, which provided no guidance on how to confront them. Just then, a piercing scream erupted. It was Wu Er's. Yet, none of us dared to turn back, only listening as the scream faded from a high note to silence. To my left, the blind warrior suddenly halted, his countenance dark and brooding. I tugged at him, yet he remained motionless, grasping me tightly as he inquired whether the creature possessed any other abilities beyond its electric gaze. His question caught me off guard. The Star Officer's manual only mentioned this particular trait, leaving other aspects unaddressed. It seems that since that ancestor's time, no one has encountered such a situation. After contemplating for a moment, I replied that I did not know. This could not continue, so I decided to confront the issue head-on. However, the blind hero remained unfazed. Just as I was about to persuade him otherwise, he pointed to his eyes, declaring, "No one is more suited for this than I am." Frankly, had he not brought it up, I would have forgotten that he was blind. Since he could not see, the red-eyed creatures posed no threat to him. It was indeed the best course of action for him to handle it. I wiped the sweat from my brow and said, "All right, I will provide support." There were 3 of the red-eyed beings, and I feared that he might inadvertently put himself in danger. After all, judging by Wu Er's recent tone, it seemed he had not encountered the red-eyed creatures directly. The blind hero shook his head, asserting, "No need. You take them and run, we will regroup later." I was about to protest further when he firmly patted my shoulder, urging, "Hurry." Old Yen, having heard our commotion, approached us. Understanding the blind hero's decision, he did not object but instead grabbed us and ran. The sound of the red-eyed beings scrambling in the sand ceased. Fearless, I glanced back and saw the blind hero's red scarf billowing in the wind, encircled by the creatures. "What are you staring at? Do you want to die?" After running for merely a few minutes, I halted, reassured, "It's fine now. The red-eyed creatures have not pursued us further." Upon hearing this, Old Yen plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. "Professor Yu, do you know about the red-eyed creatures?" After resting for a moment, I turned to Yu Chang'an, who was sitting on the ground beside me. Upon hearing my words, Yu Chang'an glanced at me and replied, "I don't know him." "Don't know him?" I scoffed. "You were the closest to Ahei just now. When the red-haired figure appeared, you hadn't even left the shore. Moreover, you brought us to this place." In the midst of the tense situation earlier, I had not given it much thought, merely assuming he was startled. Yet now, considering how close they were, why was it only Ahei who encountered trouble? After much contemplation, I could only arrive at 2 possibilities. Firstly, Yu Chang'an was acquainted with the red-haired figure, perhaps even aware of its presence beforehand, which led him to close his eyes early. Or secondly, the red-haired figure's attack was ineffective against Yu Chang'an. Naturally, I leaned towards the first possibility, for if the second were true, I couldn't help but smirk inwardly, as the second scenario was equally plausible. Yet I was reluctant to entertain it, for it would imply that the Liu Chang'an before me was not human at all. However, I recalled old Yen mentioning that if he were not human, the comrades in the department would have already exposed him. Therefore, if the second possibility held true, I shuddered to think about what he truly was. In response to my inquiry, Liu Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. What? Do you need another death to feel at ease? Besides, had I not brought you here, you would have perished regardless. Yet I detected unease in old Yan's eyes. I could not tell if Liu Chang'an's words were meant to reassure me or himself. We sat there, not far from the oasis, as time dragged on, and none of us had the heart to speak further. After waiting for a considerable amount of time, Lao Yen lost hope and rose to brush the sand from his trousers, speaking in a hoarse voice. Let us go. I cast a glance at the nearby oasis, my heart heavy with emotion. I vividly recalled the moment when Blind Hero and his companions united with Liu Chang'an and us. Yet, in such a brief span, this elite force had been completely decimated. A sudden wave of suffocation gripped my chest, and I gasped for air, taking a while to regain my composure. He nodded towards us before collapsing face first into the sand. We hurried over, and Lao Yen placed his hand on Blind Hero's nose to check for breath. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, he's still alive. Poison Snake, you need to examine him quickly. I eagerly pulled Poison Snake closer. It was unclear whether the blood on Blind Hero was his own or Chi Mao's, so it was prudent to investigate further. Poison Snake nodded, crouched down, and tore open Blind Hero's clothing, revealing the extent of his injuries. A gaping wound on his waist that exposed bone, numerous cuts and abrasions on his limbs, and the most perilous injury, a fist-sized hole in his back. Had it been any deeper, it would have likely been fatal. Lao Yen and I naturally voiced no objections, but Liu Chang'an seemed anxious, exclaiming, "We've already wasted considerable time. Let us not forget our purpose, to seek the ancient kingdom of Chang'an." Lao Yen paid him no mind, but I retorted sharply, "You may choose to leave first." At my words, Liu Chang'an appeared momentarily tempted. Yet after contemplating something, he chose not to press further. The Blind Hero sustained grave injuries and developed a high fever that very night. The anxious Poison Snake lamented the lack of water, as his wounds had not been adequately treated and were susceptible to infection. Water. I sprang to my feet. There was a source of water in the oasis behind us, albeit guarded by the red-haired fiend. Lao Yen grasped my arm, urging me not to act impulsively. Are we to simply watch him perish? I glared at Lao Yen. They are all your people, and now only one remains. Are we to let him slip away? Lao Yen produced a cigarette, lighting it as he retrieved a flashlight from his bag. As you said, he is my man. Thus, it falls upon me to go. Chapter 45. Bone-scraping treatment? Absolutely not. I rejected the notion without a moment's thought. Despite Lao Yan's apparent ease throughout our journey, he was over 50 and had gone several days without water. His body could scarcely endure. Lao Yen chuckled softly, pointing at me. You are quite amusing. You can go to your doom alone, but others cannot. I disregarded his jest, fixing my gaze upon him, resolute in my refusal to let him venture out alone. Ultimately, he conceded with a wave of his hand, Fine, fine, we shall go together. At least there will be mutual support. I cast a worried glance at Poison Snake. If we left, only he and Liu Chang'an would remain, along with the unconscious Blind Hero. I was uncertain if trouble would arise. I am fine. Poison Snake seemed to sense my concerns and shook his head at me. Yet his assurance held no weight in my heart. I turned to Liu Chang'an and slowly said, Professor Yu, would you join us as well? If we can procure water, it would be prudent to gather a greater quantity. I initially anticipated his refusal, yet to my surprise, he agreed without hesitation, even displaying a greater urgency than us to seek out water. With our concerns alleviated, we wasted no time. We seized everyone's water bottles and, wielding a flashlight, exited the tent. Liu Chang'an, adorned with 2 water bottles, moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the oasis. Lao Yen and I hastened after him, only catching up after a few quick strides. Why the haste? Lao Yen expressed his discontent. The night has fallen, and with no moon to illuminate our path, our vision is limited to the reach of the flashlight. If we rush, we risk losing our way. Furthermore, we must ensure Liu Chang'an does not deviate from our course. One can never predict his actions. His remark left both Lao Yen and me momentarily speechless, and we continued to follow quietly. After a short while, I caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, instantly recognizing that we had arrived at the site of the battle between the blind hero and the red-haired warrior. I quickened my pace, but Lao Yen seized my arm, gesturing towards Liu Chang'an ahead, then whispered, "Let him proceed first." I understood Lao Yan's implication. He merely wished for Liu Chang'an to take the initial risk. However, I sensed an underlying purpose in Liu Chang'an's urgency and was reluctant to let him venture alone. I waved my hand dismissively at Lao Yen, saying, "I'll follow him to observe. You stay here and be ready to assist should any issues arise." Lao Yen grasped my intention. Though concerned, he acquiesced, urging me to exercise caution. I nodded and swiftly followed Liu Chang'an. He appeared visibly displeased at my presence but refrained from voicing his feelings, quickening his pace instead. Before long, we arrived at the site where the blind hero was engaged in combat with the Miao. Liu Chang'an seemed taken aback, managing only a single utterance before falling silent. I was no better. My mind was a blank canvas, utterly unable to fathom the scene before us. 3 lifeless Miao lay scattered, their corpses in a ghastly state, some even reduced to mere flesh and blood, staining the surrounding sand a deep crimson. While the death of the Miao could be considered a fortunate turn of events for us, I found it hard to envision how the lone blind hero had managed to bring about such devastation. Liu Chang'an's astonishment was fleeting. As I continued to contemplate the remains, he had already pressed onward. I did not linger either, as the corpses would still be there tomorrow. I waved to Lao Yen, who was waiting not far off, signaling him to join us. Lao Yen hastened his steps, and upon seeing the Miao's bodies, he appeared unfazed, even chuckling as he remarked, "Truly, the blind hero retains his former valor. Had he engaged in such feats before?" I was taken aback. Lao Yen glanced at me and said, "Did you think he was called the blind hero merely because of his sightlessness? Isn't that what you said?" I shrugged. Lao Yen smacked his lips thoughtfully and slowly articulated, "Do you understand the deeper meaning behind the title blind hero?" I gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, incredulously pondering whether it was due to his remarkable martial prowess, akin to that of ancient chivalrous heroes. It became evident that the formidable curved blade, sheathed at the waist of the blind warrior, could cleave through iron as though it were mere clay. Furthermore, his keen ears could discern the faintest whisper of the wind, and his powerful arms possessed an immense strength. When engaged in a fierce confrontation, he would unleash a flurry of swift strikes, reducing his adversaries to mere fragments. Indeed, the scattered remnants do evoke the essence of a martial arts hero's legacy. "Let us fetch some water," I suggested. Old Yen nodded, recognizing the astonishment in my eyes, yet he refrained from saying anything, merely giving my shoulder a reassuring pat. It was at that moment I realized Liu Chang'an had already distanced himself, prompting me to hastily pursue him. This time, upon my arrival, he exhibited no reaction, silently approaching the water's edge to fill his water flask. Suddenly, the viper emerged from the tent, wearing a look of urgency, likely alerted by the commotion. I raised my water flask to inform him of our success, and his eyes brightened as he seized one of my flasks and hurried back inside the tent. Following closely, I soon understood Viper's haste. The blind warrior's face was burning with fever, and he was breathing heavily, as if he might succumb at any moment. Viper first retrieved a piece of cotton cloth, dipping it in water, and carefully began to cleanse the grime from the blind warrior's face before methodically tending to his wounds. "Old Yen, Chang'an, hold him down," he instructed, his gaze darkening as he began to examine the warrior's back. I gently lifted the blind warrior's head, resting it upon my lap, while I grasped his arms, and Old Yen secured his legs. Only after the venomous serpent had cleansed the filth surrounding the wound did I comprehend his reasoning for urging us to restrain the blind hero. The flesh in that area had indeed begun to rot. If we wished to avert infection, it was imperative to excise it. The serpent produced a dagger, heating it over the flames, and uttered, "I shall begin," then diligently set to work on the decaying flesh. The blind hero shuddered, and as I prepared to exert force, I noticed that he had managed to control himself, enduring the pain with remarkable fortitude. The serpent cast a look of astonishment at the blind hero and, with increased diligence, completed the excision, applied the necessary ointment, and rebandaged the wound before remarking with a smile, "I did not anticipate his resilience." Recalling the tales that old Yen had shared about the blind hero, it all made sense. A man who could emerge from the tomb of Genghis Khan and dispatch his foes with a curved blade would surely find this pain trivial. Once the wound was treated, the blind hero's condition stabilized, and I insisted that the serpent take a rest while I kept vigil over him. The serpent did not protest. Having expended considerable effort in treating the wound, he drained the remaining water from his flask, wrapped himself in his sleeping bag, and quickly succumbed to slumber. Before drifting off, he cautioned me repeatedly to awaken him should the blind hero exhibit any signs of fever. When dawn broke the following day, the blind hero's fever had completely subsided, leaving me in awe of his remarkable physical condition. I ventured to fetch more water, slinging the 2 empty flasks over my shoulder as I exited the tent. My intention was to closely examine the body of the foe from the previous day, for Liu Chang'an's demeanor had left me somewhat uneasy. Old Yen inquired if I was overthinking things, suggesting that, based on my observations, Liu Chang'an's conduct had seemed entirely appropriate. I rubbed my temples, unable to articulate my thoughts. It struck me as peculiar that his presence yesterday was not merely for fetching water. However, when I arrived at the site from the previous day, I was taken aback to find the 3 lifeless bodies, once so vividly present, had vanished without a trace, not even a shred of flesh remaining. Were it not for the blood-soaked yellow sand confirming my location, I would have doubted my own senses. Could there be other beasts lurking in the vicinity? I quickly dismissed that notion. If a wild animal had devoured the bodies, there would surely be some evidence left behind. As I stared intently at the yellow sand, my gaze fell upon a small piece of what resembled animal droppings, no larger than a fingernail. The atmosphere inside the tent was strangely tense, with the venomous snake vigilantly positioned beside the blind warrior, its eyes fixed on the old smoker, who was wielding a dagger and glaring fiercely at the snake. Chapter 46. The old smoker has lost his mind. What are you doing? I exclaimed, placing the water flask on the ground in shock. The snake nodded its head towards the old smoker, stating, "You need to ask him." I was guarding the blind warrior diligently when he suddenly lunged at him, intent on taking his life. In disbelief, I cast a sidelong glance at the old smoker, questioning his motives. Yet, he seemed oblivious to my inquiry, fixated instead on the snake, as if poised to strike at any moment. I turned to Liu Chang'an, who was spectating the unfolding drama, seeking to discern if he understood the situation. Finding no answers from him, I took a couple of steps towards the old smoker, only to have him point the dagger at me, warning, "Don't come any closer." "Old smoker, what has happened to you?" I shouted in desperation. Old Yen remained impassive, his gaze still fierce, the dagger in his hand gleaming coldly. I had no doubt that if I approached, he would stab me without hesitation. I gestured to him to stay put, saying, all right, I won't come any closer." Subsequently, I settled down beside Poisonous Snake and inquired about the incident in detail. It turned out that this morning, as Poisonous Snake was changing Blind Xiao's dressing, Old Yen had suddenly lunged at him, nearly plunging a dagger into Blind Xiao's chest. Fortunately, Poisonous Snake had intervened in time, otherwise Blind Xiao would have been dead. After I stopped him, he retreated into the corner and has been like that ever since. "I'm afraid he'll try again, so I have no choice but to keep an eye on him," Poisonous Snake said with a hint of helplessness. I looked at Old Yen, unsure of what had happened to him and hesitant to disturb him rashly. The situation remained at a standstill until noon. Even during meals, Old Yen didn't put down the dagger in his hand. Fortunately, he didn't initiate any further attacks, so we simply ignored him. However, due to Old Yan's condition, we were confined to the tent. Liu Chang'an went out once and I intended to follow, but Poisonous Snake stopped me, saying, "You should stay here. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him if he goes crazy again." Under normal circumstances, Poisonous Snake would never have said such a thing, but after being in the death zone for so long, and after spending so much time and effort caring for Blind Xia, his condition had indeed deteriorated significantly. Therefore, I had no choice but to stay behind. I wonder what Liu Chang'an is up to at this moment? The mysterious disappearance of Red Mane's corpse made me uneasy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Liu Chang'an was somehow involved in these events. The Viper shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. regardless of his actions. Our immediate concern is to preserve our own lives. A glance at the Viper revealed that his reluctance regarding this mission had peaked following Captain Chen's unfortunate incident. I refrained from dissuading him, as survival was uncertain, and even if we did survive, the Viper would not join that enigmatic department. You ought to keep an eye on him, or he might soon descend into madness, Liu Chang'an remarked enigmatically from the corner. Though he did not specify whom he referred to, I understood he meant Lao Yan, prompting me to cast a worried glance in his direction. At that moment, Lao Yan suddenly lunged at Liu Chang'an. Caught off guard, Liu Chang'an stood frozen, staring blankly as a dagger flew towards him, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. I muttered a curse under my breath and rushed to intervene. Liu Chang'an could not afford to perish now. Thanks, he said nonchalantly after I restrained Lao Yan. I had no time to respond, as Lao Yan, seemingly incited, shifted his focus onto me after failing to harm Liu Chang'an. Despite being in his 50s, his agility was remarkable, and perhaps due to his agitation, his strength was particularly formidable. Several times I barely managed to fend him off.
Lao Yan,
I shouted in anger, but his relentless assault continued, as he brandished the dagger and charged towards me. Previously, I had maintained a defensive stance, but now my temper had been ignited by him. In a fit of rage, I swung a fist at him, only for him to seize the opportunity, deftly slicing my arm with a dagger, leaving a crimson mark. This time I was thoroughly enraged. Disregarding all caution, I charged at him. After parrying 2 of his dagger strikes, I delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could gather himself, I plopped down on his waist, casually tossing his dagger far away. Observing his futile struggles, I landed a punch on his face, exclaiming, "You lured me to this forsaken place, and now you're the one losing your mind. What a fine game you've played. If you wish to be mad, then I shall oblige you." With each punch, I vented my pent-up frustration, cursing with every strike. While I understood that the losses we incurred along the way had nothing to do with him, had he not stubbornly sought the ancient kingdom of Chang'an, none of this turmoil would have arisen. His current state ignited my fury. "Enough, Chang'an," the serpent shouted, and only then did I realize that I had nearly beaten old Yen into unconsciousness. I collapsed to the side, taking a few deep breaths, acknowledging my overreaction with a resigned shake of my head. "Serpent, what are we even striving for? If madness was our fate, we would have succumbed to it long ago, amidst the countless lives lost. There is no reason for it to end like this." "Check him for anything unusual," the serpent suggested. I patted my head, realizing how I had overlooked that detail. Immediately, I began to search him, but apart from the contents of his waterproof pack, which differed from ours, I found nothing else of note. "Let us wait for now." With a sense of despondency, I muttered my wish that Lao Yan would awaken with clarity. Otherwise, I feared he would not withstand a beating from me. Yet, Lao Yan remained unresponsive. Throughout the night, both Poison Snake and I kept vigil, but there was no sign of him stirring. Meanwhile, Liu Chang'an, lying nearby, tossed and turned as if burdened by unspoken concerns. As dawn approached, and seeing that Lao Yan was not likely to cause any trouble, I succumbed to exhaustion and lay down to rest. "Chang'an, where is Lao Yan?" Poison Snake's furious roar jolted me from my slumber. Still dazed, I pointed towards the corner, stammering that he was right there. But as I spoke, I realized that Lao Yan had vanished from sight. The ropes I had used to bind him lay scattered, stained with faint traces of blood. He had escaped after breaking free. "I'll go find him." Faced with Poison Snake's accusatory glare, I felt a pang of guilt. It was indeed my responsibility to keep watch during the latter half of the night, and now such a blunder had occurred. Moreover, I was deeply concerned for Lao Yan's well-being. Poison Snake, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration, questioned, "Where will you search for him?" "Regardless, I must search for him. Just be cautious." After speaking, I cast a glance at Liu Chang'an, who merely scoffed, seemingly dismissive of my words. Poison Snake nodded, assuring me, "Do not worry, I will be prudent." Though my unease lingered, there was little I could do at that moment. I grabbed my gun, stowed 2 magazines at my waist, and exited the tent, making my way swiftly towards the oasis, as it was the first place that came to mind. As I traversed the expanse of red sand, an unsettling feeling gripped my heart, prompting me to hasten my pace through that desolate stretch. As I was about to walk towards the riverbank, I suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from the nearby thicket. This sound was all too familiar. It was the sound of someone gulping voraciously. "Old Yen?" I tentatively called out, and the swallowing ceased for a few seconds, only to intensify thereafter. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I cautiously approached, gun in hand. Peering through the foliage, I beheld a figure squatting with his back to me, gnawing on a corpse that was stripped bare. It was old Yen. I exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. He halted, slowly turning his head, his gaze dark and feral, akin to a beast interrupted during a feast, as if he yearned to consume me as well. His lips were smeared with crimson blood, and the body that had vanished yesterday lay in a heap at his feet. It was evident that old Yen had devoured more than half of it. "What are you doing?" I demanded, fury and dread coiling within me, compelling me to rush towards him. Yet, as I lifted my foot, a low, guttural growl reminiscent of a wild animal escaped his lips. I froze, the realization dawning upon me that I could no longer deceive myself. Something was terribly amiss. Chapter 47. The egg-sack vessel. I tightened my grip on the gun, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted. I charged forward and struck him with the butt of my weapon, watching as he crumpled to the ground. A sigh of relief escaped me as I dragged him aside. I crouched down to inspect the corpse he had been devouring. Most of the bodies bore old Yan's bite marks, while the remaining flesh was haphazardly piled, as if he intended to swallow it whole. The sight of it made my stomach churn. It was unfathomable what kind of potion had ensnared old Yan's mind, driving him to commit such atrocities. Or, return it to me. As I was engrossed in examining the cadaver, a furious roar erupted from behind me. "Old Yen, regain your senses," cautioned, but he remained deaf to my pleas, lunging at me with reckless abandon. Seeing no alternative, I brandished my firearm and discharged a round into the ground before his feet. "Halt, or I shall be compelled to terminate you," I exclaimed. Unexpectedly, he displayed a complete disregard for his own mortality, his advance unwavering. Reluctant to inflict actual harm, I cursed under my breath and resorted to using the gun as a bludgeon, delivering a forceful blow to his cranium. "Ugh!" Old Yen whimpered, the sound bearing an uncanny resemblance to the inhuman wails I had heard on the recording. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled the death throes of those unfortunate souls. Panic began to set in as I desperately sought a solution while simultaneously fending off old Yan's relentless attacks. This bizarre predicament was unprecedented, leaving me momentarily bereft of any viable recourse. Old Yan's objective was not to subdue me, but rather to corner me before resuming his macabre feast upon the corpse. In a moment of desperation, I shed my garments and forcefully hauled him from the ground, exposing my back, adorned with the intricate 9 dragons tattoo. I recalled his initial astonishment upon beholding the ink, and how it had previously deterred the animated cadaver. With a glimmer of hope, I prayed that it would prove efficacious once more. "Do you remember?" I bellowed, turning my head to confront him. He stood transfixed, his gaze fixated upon my back, a bloody chunk of flesh still clutched within his grasp. Emboldened by his apparent captivation, I pressed him further. However, to my dismay, he abruptly shoved the meat into his maw and lunged at me with renewed ferocity. Caught off guard, I was instantly tackled to the ground. He then ravenously began gnawing at my tattoo, as if it were a delectable treat. The pain from his gnawing ignited a fierce anger within me. With a forceful arch of my back, I flipped him over, following up with a sharp slap across his face. "If that's all you've got," I retorted, "I'm not following you any further." Whether it was the slap or my words, the crimson in old Yan's eyes receded somewhat. He then feebly croaked, "Water." "What water?" I began to inquire, but he abruptly lost consciousness. I cursed under my breath, and after a moment of observation, seeing no sign of him waking, I resigned myself to dragging him toward the river. I wasn't sure what he meant by water, but at this point, it was my only recourse. Having dragged him to the riverbank, and utterly drained by his actions, I had no patience left to coddle him. I simply plunged his head into the water. Miraculously, old Yen, who had seemed utterly comatose, instinctively began gulping down water. Just as I thought he would burst, he finally stopped, but remained unconscious, sprawled out like a limp rag. Fearing he would drown, I hauled him away from the water's edge and sat beside him, keeping watch. Suddenly, old Yen belched, and before I could react, he crawled forward and began violently vomiting water. I couldn't help but wonder if he had simply imbibed too much. But as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I noticed something unsettling. The water he was expelling had turned red. Startled, I hurried over to investigate, and what I saw sent shivers down my spine. Clusters of red creatures wriggling about, which scattered the moment they touched the water. After expelling a considerable number of these insects, old Yen appeared to be somewhat relieved but wasted no time in urging me to flee. His demeanor suggested a profound apprehension towards these creatures, so I refrained from further inquiries and promptly led him to a safer location before asking if he recalled his actions. Of course, he remembered. His face was ashen, and he looked exceedingly frail. How could he not remember? I nodded and remarked, but surely nothing disastrous occurred at that moment. Those insects? The mere thought of them sent goosebumps racing across my skin. Old Yen gestured toward the riverbank and said, "They must be the eggs of the red-haired worms." I gazed at him in confusion, and he asked if I knew the implications of consuming the eggs of these red-haired worms. I admitted my ignorance, though his expression indicated that it was likely not a trivial matter. Shaking my head, I confessed that I only recognized the red-haired variety, while the rest eluded my knowledge. With a sigh, old Yen lamented, "I cannot ascertain the consequences of ingesting the eggs of the red-haired worms, but I am aware of the effects of another species' eggs. Judging by my current state, it seems these two types of eggs may yield similar outcomes." The image of those creatures resurfaced in my mind, and I shuddered at the thought of them emerging from old Yen's body. "Does Liu Chang'an wish for your demise?" I clenched my fists. Yet old Yen shook his head, suggesting instead that he likely desires the death of blind hero. The blind hero bore the unmistakable stench of crimson, a harbinger of imminent danger. When the urge to attack arose, my first instinct was to strike at him, to consume him as sustenance for the larvae within. Had it not been for the vigilant serpent that guarded us, it is likely that the blind hero would have perished by now. My escape was precipitated not only by the failure to attack him, but also by the irresistible scent of blood that wafted through the air, compelling me to struggle free from my bonds. I let out a derisive chuckle and remarked, "I fear it is more than mere coincidence. His intent likely encompasses our total annihilation." If the blind hero were to die, old Yen would not fare any better. The moment the larvae within him matured and emerged, we, the unsuspecting, would inevitably become sacrificial pawns. Old Yen furrowed his brow and said, "Let us keep my recovery a secret for now. I have a nagging suspicion that Liu Chang'an's motives are far from straightforward. The larvae require at least 2 weeks to mature within a host, and there is no need for him to go through such convolutions. For now, we shall observe discreetly. Indeed, I had not anticipated the ferocity of your actions." Old Yen shot me a glare, yet he begrudgingly acknowledged, "You inadvertently saved my life. It seems this place is more suited for the crimson than I am as a vessel." I chuckled softly, choosing my words carefully, for he recalled everything, including the time I had dealt him a severe blow. I feared that further conversation might prompt unwelcome memories. I fumbled around my person, awkwardly admitting that I had not brought any rope. When old Yen inquired about our course of action, I glanced at the rifle's butt and, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Old Yen, I must impose upon you once more." Without waiting for his reaction, I struck him on the head with the butt of the rifle. As he slumped to the ground, he cursed, "You little rascal. Do you think I can't feign unconsciousness?" I touched my head, realizing that I had indeed overlooked this matter. However, since the damage was already done, there was no turning back. Chapter 48. A massive bite mark. "What is wrong with him?" the poison snake inquired with concern. "How could this happen?" He frowned. I shook my head and replied, "For now, we can only bind him. As long as he remains unharmed, that is sufficient." At that moment, Liu Chang'an suddenly spoke up. "Why is he soaked?" My heart skipped a beat, fearing that my secret had been uncovered. Nevertheless, I maintained a stoic expression and responded, "What? Am I not allowed to submerge him in water? If it weren't for this water, I truly would have had difficulty overpowering him." After saying this, I ignored Liu Chang'an and proceeded to tie up Lao Yen securely. For the sake of realism, I intentionally made the ropes tighter than the previous day and instructed the poison snake to keep a close watch on him. However, it dawned on me that it was my negligence that had allowed Lao Yen to escape, leaving me feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the poison snake did not hold it against me and simply nodded seriously. After a morning of commotion, I finally felt a sense of relief. I had some provisions and then let the poison snake rest. "Are you called Chang'an?" Just as the poison snake fell asleep, Liu Chang'an suddenly approached me. I cast him a wary glance and asked, "What brings Professor Yu to inquire about my name?" "Haha, I just think you have great potential," he said cryptically. Noticing my lack of response, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and mentioned that he needed to step out for a while. Intrigued, I asked where he was headed. "To the riverbank." "What? Do you wish to accompany me?" Liu Chang'an looked at me with an enigmatic smile. I understood that he intended to assess the situation, which made me somewhat anxious, yet I managed to smile. After a morning of turmoil, I had no desire to run around any longer. "You go ahead." Liu Chang'an appeared somewhat taken aback, but he said nothing and simply left. Once I confirmed that Liu Chang'an had gone far, I patted Lao Yen. I was not too forceful. He stirred awake halfway through, and upon my touch, he opened his eyes. "Has he left?" "Yes. He should be going to check on the riverside. What if he discovers something?" I felt a pang of nervousness, uncertain of what Liu Chang'an might do if he found out. Lao Yen also seemed unsure, merely suggesting that it was unlikely. Despite his reassurances, my brow remained furrowed. Lao Yen chuckled lightly. "If he finds out, so be it. It's not a major issue." He reasoned that if we remained unnoticed, we would merely observe in silence. Should he uncover our presence, it would simply shift from the shadows to the light, and we would be more vigilant in the future. Since he was already aware, Lao Yen saw no reason to continue feigning ignorance and chose an opportune moment to revert to his true self, leaving the poison snake momentarily bewildered. After resting in place for 3 days, the blind hero awoke. The first thing he did was hoarsely request water. The poison snake provided him with a few sips, allowing him to regain some strength and inquire about our current whereabouts. The blind hero nodded slightly before succumbing to sleep once again. In the following time, he would occasionally awaken. Although his condition remained precarious, it was evident that he was gradually recovering, which brought us some relief. Though the poison snake did not voice it, we understood he lacked confidence in reviving the blind hero, given the severity of his injuries and the harsh desert environment. Fortunately, the blind hero managed to endure, and by the 3rd day he was able to rise and walk on his own. His injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to move about. After resting in place for 3 or 4 days, Liu Chang'an could no longer contain his impatience. Once Old Yen confirmed that the blind hero was indeed fine, he acquiesced to Liu Chang'an's request. The group tidied up and finally set out on their journey. Initially, they contemplated filling their water supplies before departing, but the thought of those insects deterred them. Thankfully, there was still enough water remaining, and by rationing it, they hoped to reach the next water source. Following the incident in Miao, we grew increasingly wary of Liu Chang'an. However, he seemed unfazed and continued to act according to his own whims, only voicing his opinions when the route strayed. How much longer? I wiped the sweat from my brow. Surrounded by an endless expanse of desert that instilled a sense of despair, as if I could never escape. Old Yen glanced at Liu Chang'an and then shook his head. "I'm not sure. Logically, we should be nearby." I irritably raked my fingers through my hair and turned to the blind hero, inquiring if he could still manage. Despite his wounds healing well, the continuous strain of travel was hardly beneficial for an injured individual. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine, then surveyed the surroundings, his tone oddly serious as he remarked that the atmosphere felt increasingly heavy with an air of death. "That must mean we are close," he concluded. His words stirred a sense of unease within me, yet Old Yen appeared invigorated. It was only then that I learned of the blind hero's acute sensitivity to ancient tombs, capable of perceiving things beyond the grasp of ordinary senses. Snap! As I ambled along, I inadvertently stepped upon something, eliciting a sharp, brittle sound. Startled, I leaped aside, discerning the vague outline of a cadaver beneath the ochre sand. Old Yen's countenance shifted as I hastily began to excavate the sand, revealing the ghastly spectacle below. 2 desiccated corpses lay there, their skulls reduced to bleached bone, yet their flesh remained, encased in a layer of viscous fluid. This secretion had long since solidified, melding with the remains to form a repulsive tableau. Upon beholding these morbid figures, my initial conjecture was that they had been engulfed and subsequently regurgitated by some entity. Though outlandish, this notion seemed plausible amidst the eerie desolation of the desert. Were these men among those you dispatched previously? I inquired, noting the somber expression on old Yan's face. He affirmed with a nod, stating that the attire of the corpses suggested they were indeed part of the vanguard. He had harbored a sliver of hope, but the condition of these bodies extinguished any prospect of survival for the rest. These corpses are exceedingly peculiar, Viper remarked, donning gloves as he examined the remains. There are no visible wounds, only a layer of desiccated fluid. It appears they were asphyxiated by this substance. The blind swordsman demurred. They were consumed. What? Viper exclaimed, incredulous. Impossible. If they had been devoured, how could their bodies remain intact? His words piqued my interest, as they echoed my own conjecture. The blind detective gently caressed the corpse's skull and remarked, "It is not whole. This head has not yet turned to bone." We instinctively understood his implication. These two individuals had their heads devoured. The expression on the venomous serpent's face shifted dramatically as he supported the decayed head, examining it for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. "You are correct. There are subtle bite marks on the skull. Judging by these impressions, it must have been a formidable creature." He then pointed out the bite marks to us, revealing that one single mark occupied nearly half of the skull, giving the appearance of a significant indentation. No wonder the venomous serpent had overlooked it earlier. The mark seemed far too unusual to be merely a bite. Were it not for the blind detective's insight, I would have mistaken it for a scar on the skull. What sort of beast must possess such enormous teeth? I murmured. The old smoker remained silent, meticulously searching for clues around the corpse, eventually shaking his head in resignation, indicating nothing had been left behind. The blind detective, however, tapped on the skull and asserted, "Everything they left behind is contained within." At this juncture, the old smoker, somewhat exasperated, urged, "Stop with the riddles. Speak plainly. What have you discovered?" The blind detective shook his head. "It is too early to say. I merely sense that the entity responsible for their demise does not seem capable of surviving in the desert." Intrigued, I inquired further, asking him to elaborate. He glanced at me with his eyes rolled back, explaining that large animals seldom survive in the desert. This is due to the lack of suitable nesting sites and the fact that larger creatures generally require more water. In such an arid environment, it is exceedingly difficult for them to find adequate water sources. This is precisely why camels are so highly valued. I dismissed his words, asserting that not everything along this route can be deduced by logic. Had he said this upon my entrance to the desert, I would have taken it seriously. However, after encountering so many bizarre creatures, my belief waned. Blind Man chuckled softly, "Indeed, but every creature you have encountered along the way meets the criteria for survival in the desert. Does it not?" I was about to respond when Old Smoke nodded, pointing out, "Look at this bite mark. This creature is likely larger than a camel. It is indeed difficult to survive in the desert, so it might be something from the ancient kingdom."
Blindman concluded.
Although I sensed the mood was amiss, I couldn't contain my excitement as I rubbed my hands together. So, the ancient kingdom is nearby. After such a long journey, we are finally nearing our destination. Chapter 49. You have something on your back. Old Smoke cast a wary glance at me, his expression grave as he remarked that we did not know what we might encounter next. If this unknown creature truly belonged to the ancient kingdom, why had it ventured out? Or was the ancient kingdom beneath our very feet? It is not Liu Chang'an, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, prompting us to turn our attention to him, eager to hear his thoughts. To our surprise, he fell silent again, merely urging us to hasten our pace. Old Yen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Professor Yu, since you are aware of the ancient kingdom's location, might you enlighten us on how much longer it will take to reach it?" Liu Chang'an cast a sardonic glance our way and retorted, "At the pace you are moving, you shall never arrive." "Well then, please, be my guest." I shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an air of indifference. Liu Chang'an shot me a glare but chose to remain silent. A fleeting glance exchanged between old Yen and me revealed an unsettling atmosphere. Clearly, Liu Chang'an viewed us as a burden, yet he hesitated to depart himself. His intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Are we going or not? Liu Chang'an urged again, his impatience growing as time slipped away. Old Yen waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to engage in a dispute. After reinterring the two corpses, he resumed our journey. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead. Initially, I had the energy to exchange a few words with old Yen, but soon I found myself devoid of the will to speak, mechanically following in their wake. Did something just dart past us? Just as I felt on the verge of fainting from the heat, a sudden breeze brushed by, subtle yet unmistakable, akin to an entity swiftly passing in close proximity. Stunned, I exclaimed. They halted and inquired what I had witnessed, to which I shook my head, confessing that I had seen nothing, only felt the wind. Chang'an, could it be that you misperceived? One remarked, I am right behind you and sensed nothing. The venomous serpent glanced around before posing the question. I shook my head resolutely, insisting that my perception was accurate. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. Lao Yen cast a brief glance in my direction, ensuring there was nothing amiss before he spoke in a subdued tone. Liu Chang'an let out a cold laugh, accusing us of being overly suspicious. We chose to ignore him. His temperament had grown increasingly irritable in recent days, and we were disinclined to engage in disputes. Although we ultimately found nothing, an unsettling chill lingered within me, as though something were lurking, watching me from the shadows. I glanced back several times, yet saw nothing, ultimately attributing my unease to the sun's relentless heat. Let us rest here, I suggested. By noon, the sun blazed so fiercely that it rendered our eyes nearly useless. Lao Yen made his way to a shaded spot, dropped his backpack onto the ground, and sat down first. However, the moment he settled, he yelped and leapt up, for the sand was unbearably hot. He had no choice but to sit atop his backpack, which offered some relief. Upon discovering a place to rest, we all naturally gravitated towards it. Liu Chang'an appeared somewhat displeased, yet he recognized our exhaustion and begrudgingly acquiesced. Lao Yen regarded Liu Chang'an with curiosity and remarked, Professor Yu, how is it that, under such a scorching sun, you do not seem to perspire at all? This assertion was, in fact, inaccurate. Liu Chang'an had indeed perspired, but in stark contrast to our drenched appearances, he appeared remarkably composed. Liu Chang'an merely stated that he did not sweat much, then settled into silence, though I noticed his eyes were continually surveying the surroundings. As I caught my breath and began to feel somewhat better, that eerie sensation of being watched resurfaced. What could it be? I abruptly rose to my feet and exclaimed. Yet behind me lay the sandy slope sought by Lao Yen, devoid of any substance. Lao Yen gazed at me with concern, questioning whether I was experiencing hallucinations. I shook my head in resolute denial. Impossible. You all wait here. I shall investigate. With that, I raised my firearm and circled around to the back of the slope, only to find an expanse of emptiness before me. Nothing at all. Chang'an, take a moment to rest. The viper followed closely, and judging by his expression, he too presumed I had succumbed to confusion. Frustration simmered within me as I yearned to demonstrate my clarity of mind, yet the void before me was undeniable. Defeated, I sank back to the ground, enveloped in silence. Share with me your feelings, blind hero interjected at that moment. I inquired, do you truly believe in my sensations? This could be considered his seasoned advice. And seeing his willingness to listen, I hurriedly recounted my experiences along the way. He furrowed his brow and stood, straining to listen intently. Then he asked if I was aware of a creature known as the glass snake. Glass snake? I shook my head. I had indeed never heard of such a thing. Blind hero offered no explanation, but nodded towards Lao Yen. Everyone, exercise caution. Chang'an's instincts may not be mistaken. If I am not mistaken, we are nearing the edge of the death zone. Indeed, Lao Yen affirmed. According to our deductions, the ancient kingdom of Chang'an lay at the fringes of the death zone and the desolate area. Blind hero pondered for a moment and recounted how, in his youth, he had come across an ancient text that stated the glass snake was among the most common entities to manifest in such borderlands. Upon his repeated mention of the glass snake, I could not suppress my curiosity and inquired about its true nature. As its name suggests, This serpent is entirely transparent, resembling glass or ice, thus it is also referred to as the ice snake. With a swift gesture, Blind Man described it as being approximately half a person's height, yet remarkably slender. Under the reflection of sunlight, even when it is right beside you, it may remain unseen. Intrigued by his words, I quickly glanced around, only to realize that he had indicated it was difficult to spot. Consequently, I discharged my firearm into the surroundings, ensuring there was no such creature present, which alleviated my concerns significantly. Blind Man chuckled, reassuring me that I need not be overly anxious, as this species is not particularly aggressive. One simply needs to avoid provoking them. Then, might the gaze I have sensed along my journey belong to this glass snake? I turned to look behind me, feeling a sense of unease, for the gaze seemed too human-like. Blind Man admitted uncertainty, suggesting that this was merely the most plausible possibility. What do you think his urgency signifies? Poisonous Snake furrowed his brow. Suddenly, Blind Man's ears perked up as he remarked, "Do you think his apparent urgency is a deliberate performance for our benefit?" We all stared at Blind Man, momentarily taken aback by his observation. "What's the matter?" he asked, slightly bewildered by our gaze. Old Smoker slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How did I not consider this? Could it be that the ancient kingdom is attempting to escape?" Regardless of his intentions, we found ourselves ensnared in his game. "Let us proceed with caution." I shrugged and continued onward. Chang'an, Old Smoker suddenly called out, prompting me to turn and inquire what was the matter. Old Yen remained silent, merely gesturing towards me before parting his lips. "You have something on your back." Instantly, the warmth within me dissipated, leaving a chilling sensation that enveloped my entire body. Stiffly, I craned my neck to glance at my back, yet in the limited range of my vision, I discerned nothing amiss. However, Old Yan's serious demeanor suggested he was not jesting, compelling me to remain motionless. The others, too, were paralyzed with uncertainty, while only the figure of the snake in front of me approached slowly, brandishing a stick, silently inquiring of Old Yen what lay upon my back. Chapter 50, Midnight Seduction, the Serpent. Old Yen opened his mouth. At that moment, I felt a distinct presence gliding across my back. The icy touch, which should have been soothing, instilled a sense of dread within me. The snake edged closer, his breathing becoming notably restrained, heightening my tension to an acute level, prompting me to urge him to hasten his movements. Yet, he paid no heed to my entreaties, maintaining his deliberate pace. It took him a couple of minutes to traverse the mere distance of a meter. Then suddenly he spoke. "Chang'an, how do you feel?" Confused, I could only watch as he abruptly pivoted, raising the stick and bringing it down upon my back. I heard a faint sound, followed by the snake yanking me forcefully to his side. It was a glass snake. Only then did Old Yen and Blind Hero approach. Old Yen observing the traces on the ground and nodding in confirmation. Trembling, I queried, "This creature. It hasn't he been riding on my back the entire way, has it?" Only thus can it be elucidated why this gaze is perceptible solely to me, eluding detection each time I seek its source, for even a glass serpent would invariably leave some trace. Blind Hero patted my shoulder, offering no words, yet his demeanor unequivocally affirmed my apprehension. I wiped the perspiration from my brow, on the verge of tears, and lamented, "Did you not assert that this entity possesses limited aggression?" "Indeed," he replied, "without so much as a glance, were its potency greater, your existence would have long since ceased." I found myself torn between relief and lamentation. The realization that a serpent had been clinging to my back for such an extended duration, unnoticed, sent a chill through my very being. Old Yen cast a glance in my direction, surmising that the creature's attraction stemmed from something inherent within me, perhaps my youth. Blind Hero gestured for the others to encircle me, casually remarking, "Its affinity lies in its perception of the human vasculature. The more vigorous the flow of blood, the greater its allure. As the youngest among us, with the vitality of youth coursing through your veins, and exposed to the sun's intensity, you inadvertently beckoned this creature." I was rendered speechless, questioning whether youth itself had become a transgression in this era. Fortunately, Blind Hero's assessment proved accurate. The entity displayed no aggression and vanished upon discovery, allowing me a moment of respite. "Could you not expedite your pace? Liu Chang'an, having retraced his steps, suddenly interjected with a reprimand, yet we disregarded his impatience, maintaining our deliberate pace. His countenance darkened, and he grumbled, "I have located a suitable site for pitching our tents. Hasten your steps, for nightfall approaches." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. Such a venture had never before crossed his path. A glance exchanged among us ignited a silent caution, prompting us to follow him. Liu Chang'an did not deceive us. The location he had chosen was indeed quite suitable for camping under the night sky. After partaking in our evening meal, we gathered to converse, and as Lao Yan remarked, we ought to be drawing ever closer to the ancient realm of Chang'an. At this, Liu Chang'an emitted a dismissive grunt, the meaning of which remained elusive, yet Lao Yan paid him no heed, focusing instead on advising us of the potential perils ahead. The closer we approached the ancient kingdom, the more dangers may lurk. If we were to falter on this path to our destination, this journey would be deemed futile. After imparting numerous warnings, he suddenly sighed, likely burdened by the series of unfortunate events and the grim discovery of a body among his ranks. I nodded solemnly, urging him not to dwell excessively on his worries. After all, we had already come this far, and fretfulness would serve little purpose. Beside us, the serpent concurred that since we had arrived, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. After all, the worst that could befall us was merely the loss of a life. Let us sleep. Lao Yan's spirits remained low as he enveloped his head in his sleeping bag, leaving only he himself to ponder whether slumber would come. Observing Lao Yan's descent into sleep, the serpent approached to change the bandages for the blind swordsman. "It's nearly healed. Your physique is indeed remarkable," the usually taciturn serpent remarked, gazing at the nearly mended wounds of the blind swordsman. The blind swordsman waved his hand dismissively, stating that his body had grown accustomed to injury, thus allowing for a swifter recovery. The venomous serpent chuckled softly twice and fell silent, gathering his belongings before retreating into his sleeping bag. Just as I presumed that the blind man would also succumb to slumber, he unexpectedly turned to me and remarked, "You are quite impressive." Puzzled, I found myself in a state of bewilderment. Throughout our tumultuous journey since our reunion, I had not discerned any particular merit in myself that would warrant such praise. The blind man nodded towards the old smoker, a rare smile gracing his features. It has been quite some time since I have seen the old smoker take such an interest in someone, especially within such a brief acquaintance. I am certain there is a reason for his attentiveness towards you. I recalled the dragon tattoo on my back. It was likely that the old smoker had noticed it, prompting his initial curiosity and subsequent consideration for my well-being. However, I refrained from divulging this to the blind man, for the old smoker had previously advised me to keep the tattoo as discreet as possible before he introduced me to the organization. "So what exactly is your department?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. The old smoker had frequently mentioned the term department, yet had never elaborated on its specifics, and I found myself genuinely intrigued. The blind man expressed surprise at my question. "He even divulged that to you?" Realizing from his demeanor that the department likely maintained a high level of confidentiality, I opted not to mention the old smoker's intentions regarding my induction, simply stating that he had carelessly let something slip. Now that's rather curious. How could the old smoker possibly let something slip? He arched an eyebrow, then added with a knowing tone, "Since it is the old smoker who has taken an interest, it is only fitting that he explains it to you. If he has yet to do so, it may be that the timing is not right. Be patient." Observing him in such a manner heightened my intrigue towards the department. His demeanor suggested an inability to articulate, so I decided to let it be, contemplating that once we emerged from the desert, Old Yen would undoubtedly elucidate matters. Yet could we truly escape? I sighed deeply within, ceasing conversation and instead cocooning myself in my sleeping bag, vigilantly keeping watch. As the night deepened, just when I felt I could no longer stave off sleep, a piercing whistle abruptly pierced the stillness. How could there be a whistle in the desert? Instantly alert, I extricated myself from the sleeping bag and ventured out of the tent, eager to uncover the source of this sound. The whistling intensified, urging me onward. I took a few steps forward, convinced that the origin of the sound must be a person. Anyone capable of traversing this terrain would undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities, perhaps even offering us valuable information. My excitement surged, and my pace quickened. Approaching, I rubbed my hands together in anticipation, convinced that locating the whistler would lead us to the ancient kingdom of Long Night, thus facilitating our exit. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted. Bewildered, I grasped my head, disoriented by the situation. There was no one around me. Where had the gunfire come from? In that moment, the whistle resumed, this time more urgent than before, causing me to disregard the gunfire and press forward. You reckless fool! What are you doing? I still need to find someone. My frustration mounted as the whistling echoed directly ahead. Yet Old Yan's interference thwarted my pursuit. Almost striking me with the butt of his gun, Old Yan barked, "You better open your eyes and see what lies before you." With a sharp shout from the old smoker, my senses abruptly returned to clarity. The gunfire echoed sharply, and before me, a spider, about half a person tall and more than half a meter wide, crouched on the slope, its lantern-like red eyes fixated on me. Had it not been for the old smoker's timely intervention, I would have likely become its next meal. Chapter 51. Blood battle with the giant spider-blind hero, and the viper unleashed a barrage of fire upon the colossal arachnid, while the old smoker seized the moment to pull me back slowly. Suddenly, the spider lunged forward recklessly, rising like a human, and then expelled silken threads as white as snow from its abdomen, swiftly ensnaring me. Dodge! The old smoker shoved me aside, and just as the threads were about to ensnare him, I felt an overwhelming urgency. Astonishingly, the silk seemed to possess a will of its own, circumventing him and heading straight for me. I rolled and scrambled to evade the first wave, drawing my dagger with unwavering focus on the advancing threads. This creature exhibited intent. I recognized my assumption was correct, for the threads had brushed against the old smoker and the others multiple times without any inclination to attack them. Chang'an, do you possess something on you? The old smoker, realizing that firearms were futile against the threads, unsheathed his dagger and shouted at me. I shook my head. Our belongings are the same. I hesitated, suddenly recalling that I indeed carried something they did not. A dark object resembling excrement. I had intended to mention it to the old smoker when I first acquired it, but in the heat of the moment I had forgotten. Just as I was about to reveal that object to him, strands of web ensnared me once more. I instinctively crouched down, while Lao Yen swiftly severed the web, kicking me away with force. Stay back. Without you, this thing likely has no target. I knew he spoke the truth, as I dashed towards the tent, fumbling in my pocket for the animal dung. However, whether due to my anxiety or the diminutive size of the object, I failed to grasp it despite my efforts. Poisonous snake, aim for its eyes. Lao Yen bellowed. The snake, readying its ammunition, targeted the spider's eyes. Perhaps the snake's movements alerted the spider to impending danger, for the strands that had been searching for me suddenly surged toward the snake. Caught off guard, they failed to react in time, and the snake found itself entangled, collapsing to the ground. The snake, however, remained composed. Using its gun for support, it rolled over, allowing the spider to drag it while keeping its weapon aimed at the spider's eyes. Bang! The shot rang out, but due to being dragged along the ground, it missed its mark, striking the spider's foot instead. Keep going, Lao Yen shouted, brandishing his dagger and lunging towards the snake to slash at the web. Blind Hero's movements were even more ferocious. He dashed directly in front of the spider, wielding a curved blade to strike at its legs. With their combined efforts, the spider momentarily shifted its focus away from the snake, which calmly fired another shot, striking the spider squarely in the left eye. The spider emitted a hissing sound, ultimately retreating in reluctant defeat. The old smokers lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, particularly Blind Hero, who, already injured, now bore the marks of their recent ordeal, with faint traces of blood seeping from certain wounds. Are you all right? I inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt for having instigated this situation. Upon emerging, they observed me walking forward in a mechanical manner. After calling out to me twice without eliciting a response, they decided to follow and ascertain what had transpired. Their words struck me as peculiar, prompting me to articulate my own feelings. I was at a loss. Upon hearing the whistle, I instinctively believed its source could assist us, and thus, in a daze, I followed. As I spoke, I too felt a sense of unease. Firstly, I was uncertain whether the sound was a friend or foe. Even if it were a friend, I would not have ventured out so unguarded. After pondering for a considerable time, old Yen suggested that perhaps I had been ensnared by that entity, questioning whether I was certain there was nothing sinister about me. Indeed, there was something. I hastily produced the black animal feces, recounting its origin before adding, I intended to show it to you, but then I forgot. Old Yen understood my lapse of memory and, for a moment, said nothing. He took the specimen, scrutinizing it from various angles, ultimately expressing disappointment in his inability to identify it. How shall we test it? I inquired. Old Yen tucked the feces into his pocket and, with a pat, replied, This is quite simple. I will keep it with me and see if it proves effective by tomorrow night. And what of you, Chengza? Seeing the reason in his words, I ceased to be entangled in my thoughts, but a mere glance revealed the absence of an individual. Lao Yen gestured towards the tent, stating, He has not emerged. I let out a cold laugh. It seemed that Liu Chang'an wished to witness our complete demise. What do you intend to do? Lao Yen inquired, somewhat perplexed. I chuckled lightly, replying, Even for an experiment, one cannot use you as a subject. Lao Yen expressed concern about being discovered, to which I shrugged indifferently, remarking that discovery mattered little. We merely had not pierced through that thin veil of pretense. Very well, but everyone must exercise caution tomorrow. Lao Yen nodded in agreement with my approach. Professor Yu, I called out loudly before even entering the tent. A stir arose from within, and I smirked. Clearly, he had not been asleep. Liu Chang'an emerged from the tent, eyeing us with curiosity. What is going on with you? He asked. Professor Yu, did you not hear? I feigned astonishment, widening my eyes, questioning how he could remain oblivious to such a commotion. Indeed, the corners of Liu Chang'an's mouth twitched, and after a pause, he finally uttered, I was in deep slumber. With a casual "oh," I supported Lao Yen as we entered, and as I passed Liu Chang'an, I pretended to be displeased and bumped into him. You could not hear such a racket, yet now you respond to my calls? I teased Professor Yu. You wouldn't be feigning it, would you? Seizing the moment, I discreetly tossed excrement into his pocket, affecting an expression of indignation as I glared at him. Among the four of us, I was the only one suited for such petty thievery. After all, my youth rendered me inconspicuous in these mischievous endeavors. Liu Chang'an did not utter a word, merely assisting the old smoker as he entered, and subsequently resumed his slumber with eyes closed. I too refrained from further theatrics, offering only a sharp remark before attending to the blind hero's wounds alongside the viper. Chapter 52. A battle of wits. The injury to the blind hero's abdomen had reopened. Fortunately, he had made a commendable recovery prior, facilitating a straightforward treatment. The viper, however, expressed his irritation, stating, next time, stand back during such incidents to avoid wasting medicine. Thank you. The blind hero recognized that the viper's intentions were in his best interest, thus refraining from further argument. Once the medicine took effect, he promptly withdrew to the side to rest. By the time all was settled, it was already the early hours of the morning. I dared not succumb to sleep again, fearing the spider might return, as I could not ascertain whether it had been summoned by the excrement. The following morning, just as we intended to pack our belongings, Liu Chang'an halted us, suggesting, let us remain here for a few days. I believe the ancient kingdom lies nearby. I wish to ascertain its location. The old smoker nodded noncommittally, and seeing no reason to depart, I ensconced myself in my sleeping bag for a much-needed rest, having been deprived of sleep the previous night. When I awoke, it was already noon, and Liu Chang'an was absent from the tent. The old smoker informed me that he had gone out, believing this area to be familiar, and had set out to seek the entrance to the ancient kingdom. Why did you not accompany him? I inquired anxiously. The old smoker replied that it was not the appropriate time to follow, and he harbored suspicions that Liu Chang'an was not genuinely in search of the entrance. How can you be sure? What if he truly discovers the entrance and leaves us behind? Pressed. Let us wait, he responded. I believe he has yet to fulfill certain matters. After pondering for a while, Lao Yen concluded, by tonight, I shall have certainty. Now, everyone who can rest should do so, for the ghostly spider awaits our presence. Given his assertion, my impatience was in vain. Moreover, Liu Chang'an had departed after I had succumbed to slumber, making him elusive even now. I had slept throughout the morning, and by afternoon I felt invigorated, thus allowing them to rest while I stood guard over the tent. Blind Hero and Poison Snake had nestled in a corner, fast asleep, yet Lao Yen remained alert, engrossed in studying the map he held. However, the map was rather small, leaving me perplexed as to what he hoped to glean from his incessant scrutiny. Chang'an, once we enter the ancient kingdom, follow closely behind me, he suddenly declared. I was taken aback and inquired if he had discovered the entrance to the ancient kingdom. It is not so simple. However, Liu Chang'an undoubtedly knows, he replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. We merely need to follow his lead. With that, he tucked the map into his coat and closed his eyes to rest, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. What exactly have you been doing? I inquired out of curiosity. Liu Chang'an cast a glance my way and replied, naturally, I have been searching for the entrance to the ancient kingdom. Have you found it? I pressed, staring intently at him. He shook his head, a hint of despondency evident in his demeanor, then retreated into a corner to clean the grime from his body. I was left puzzled, feeling that his demeanor was not that of someone who had been searching for something, but rather like one who had engaged in a fierce battle. Upon awakening, I shared my discoveries with Lao Yen. He cast a deep glance at Liu Chang'an, and to my surprise, he smiled and murmured, You are drawing closer to my judgment. Let us remain vigilant tonight. With Lao Yan's admonition, we naturally dared not sleep that evening. As the night descended, I anxiously awaited, fearing we might have misjudged and that the spider possessed other means to ensnare me. When the sharp whistle pierced the stillness, my entire being jolted, and I quickly glanced at Lao Yen, who nodded reassuringly. It seemed they could all hear it. Fortunately, I was not deceived this time. Instead, Liu Chang'an, who had been resting in a corner, suddenly rose and began to walk out. We followed him and discovered he was indeed heading in the same direction as the previous night. Look, it is the spider, I whispered, only to realize something was amiss. Why did this spider appear to be injured? A fleeting thought crossed my mind, yet eluded my grasp. At that moment, Lao Yen suddenly shouted in terror, and I turned to see the spider charging recklessly towards me. I hastily dodged, catching a glimpse of Liu Chang'an smiling at me, and it dawned on me that he had likely uncovered our plan. My hand instinctively reached into my pocket, and indeed, I felt the small piece of excrement. Good heavens, how intelligent is this creature? Just as I contemplated discarding the feces, the spider's silk ensnared me. Lao Yen and the viper climbed onto the spider's legs, wielding daggers and striking relentlessly. Why are you hesitating? Throw it away, Old Yen shouted, and only then did I come to my senses, hastily discarding the items in my hands. Upon entering the tent, Old Yen fell into a deep silence for a moment before suddenly suggesting, Let us withdraw from the desert. Are we not searching for the ancient kingdom anymore? I inquired deliberately, for as he uttered those words, he made a gesture that seemed like an inadvertent bend of his finger, yet I understood it was a signal for collaboration. He expressed his disheartenment, stating that he no longer wished to search, recounting how many had lost their lives in pursuit of the ancient kingdom since we entered the desert, and how he himself had nearly fallen victim. He feared that if we continued our search, everyone might meet a similar fate. I held no objections. I shrugged, and the viper was naturally aligned with my stance. In truth, this statement was as much to support Old Yen as it was my genuine sentiment. After all, our quest for the kingdom of eternal night felt rather forced, and its allure was not particularly compelling to us. Blind Hero, what is your opinion? Old Yen turned to the Blind Hero, who was seated nearby. After taking a drag from his cigarette, Old Yen declared that since everyone was in agreement, we should pack our belongings and retreat at dawn. I have not yet consented. At this juncture, Liu Chang'an could no longer remain silent. Chapter 53. The Rising Ancient Kingdom. Liu Chang'an's expression darkened as he glared at Old Yen for a long while, exclaiming, Do you dare to defy me? I alone possess the means to locate the kingdom of eternal night in this world. Is that so? Old Yen replied dismissively. The Air Force's experimental target site is documented. Just because it cannot be found at present does not mean it will remain elusive forever. Liu Chang'an let out a cold laugh, asserting that one could not locate the kingdom of eternal night relying on the coordinates recorded by those inept individuals. After speaking, he directly grasped the gun in his hand, adopting a stance that suggested he would pull the trigger if Liu Chang'an dared to shake his head. Liu Chang'an was incensed. At least since I had known him, it was rare to witness him lose control of his emotions. His finger trembled as he pointed at Lao Yan, exclaiming, "Do you understand what civilization means? If we could uncover the ancient country of Chang'an, it would be a civilization unparalleled in history." You. He stammered for quite a while, yet he could not articulate a single coherent thought, appearing as a professor who would risk his life for the sake of ancient civilization. Lao Yan, however, did not engage in idle chatter. He simply chambered around and said, "Enough of this nonsense. Are we leaving or not?" Liu Chang'an widened his eyes in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Lao Yan's brigand-like demeanor. I too was surprised. Lao Yan had always exhibited composure, yet now he seemed imbued with an air of the underworld. The blind man, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, already beginning to gather his belongings, showing no concern that Lao Yan's side might falter. But indeed, there was no room for error. Under the ominous barrel of the gun, Liu Chang'an, despite his reluctance, nodded in acquiescence. Fortunately, he had little to pack, and with a curt remark about Lao Yan's lack of backbone, he settled down to sleep. Once we had organized our belongings, Lao Yan instructed us to rest. In the midst of the night, as I was drifting into a deep slumber, I was abruptly awakened by a sudden force. As I attempted to rise, this force restrained my arm, and then I heard the hissing voice of the snake. "It's me." The snake pressed an object into my hand and leaned closer, whispering for me to consume it. I contemplated in silence, but soon found him stealthily approaching Blind Hero once more. I swallowed the words that were on the tip of my tongue, and then chewed and consumed the herb-like substance given to me by the serpent. Upon waking the following morning, before I could seize the opportunity to inquire about the peculiar item the serpent had provided, I was greeted by the sight of Liu Chang'an, who usually exuded an air of nonchalance, busily preparing breakfast. Remarkably, he had procured rice and a pot from somewhere, and had prepared a steaming pot of porridge for us. Though we were not particularly discerning about our meals, our diet had consisted solely of dry, compressed biscuits since entering the desert, and our stomachs could no longer endure it. The aroma of the porridge was irresistible, and I found myself swallowing in anticipation. "Go ahead, it seems this is all the rice I have left," Liu Chang'an remarked as he distributed the porridge. Although each of us received only half a bowl, it was sufficient to ignite our spirits. Lao Yan chuckled lightly. "Professor you haven't added any peculiar ingredients, have you?" Clearly, Lao Yan was recalling the incident with the red-haired insect eggs. His comment made me regard the porridge in my bowl with suspicion, akin to gazing at poison, rendering it difficult to swallow. Liu Chang'an remained unfazed, retorting, "You need not drink it." Yet, Lao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "It's a rare occasion for Professor Yu to cook. How could I refuse to show my appreciation?" With that, he was the first to grasp his bowl and drink heartily, casting a glance in my direction before doing so. Remembering the herb the serpent had given me the previous day and connecting it to Lao Yan's earlier words, I realized that if I failed to grasp his intentions now, I might as well forfeit my intellect. Upon witnessing the elderly smoker collapse after consuming the porridge, I too feigned a fall to the side, even allowing a few remnants of porridge to spill onto my clothing in the interest of authenticity. Once I pretended to be unconscious. I sensed Liu Chang'an meandering around us, and he even patted my face, seemingly to verify whether we had truly lost consciousness. After a few minutes, he appeared to be reassured, turning to exit the tent. Just as I was about to open my eyes to inquire what the elderly smoker was up to, I heard a soft voice nearby, "Don't move!" My intention to open my eyes was immediately halted, and I then heard the sound of the tent being reopened, clearly indicating that Liu Chang'an had returned. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the elderly smoker had warned me, or I would have been caught red-handed. This time, Liu Chang'an did not linger for long, exiting after merely a minute or two. Nevertheless, I dared not act recklessly. After he departed, I kept my eyes closed and waited for approximately 10 minutes before hearing the elderly smoker say we could rise. Elderly smoker. No questions now, just follow quickly. I opened my mouth to ask something, but the elderly smoker swiftly interrupted, efficiently shouldering his backpack. Fortunately, we had prepared our belongings the previous night, so we wasted no time. After Yu Chang'an had been gone for only a few minutes, we soon caught up with him, but to avoid detection we maintained a distance, ensuring we could see his back. Once we were following Yu Chang'an, I eagerly inquired what our plan was. The elderly smoker cast a glance at Yu Chang'an ahead and replied, "He does not wish to accompany us to the ancient kingdom of Long Night. However, if he did not wish to engage, why did he approach us so willingly before? Had he not done so, we might never have discovered him. I find myself somewhat perplexed. What does it mean? Not only I, but even the blind hero beside me bears a look of confusion." Lao Yan's expression turned solemn as he slowly remarked, "I have traversed deserts before, yet do you not think the abundance of phenomena along this route is rather excessive?" The venomous snake and I held no authority to comment, but the blind hero nodded in agreement. "My side is relatively manageable, yet if your observations hold true, the sheer number of these sinister beings is indeed anomalous. Such entities possess territories. It is illogical for them to concentrate solely on this path." "Precisely. Thus, I suspect that these creatures are intrinsically linked to the ancient kingdom of Long Night. To uncover the secrets of this kingdom, we must confront these entities. This also elucidates why Yu Chang'an alternately guides our route and then seemingly leads us into the jaws of monsters." Lao Yan swiftly analyzed. "I suspect that the colossal spiders we encountered in the past 2 days are the final wave. However, since we thwarted their attempts, he appears anxious for reasons unknown, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Do you not find that the spiders we faced last night were unusually easy to deal with? Moreover, according to the map, our destination should be nearby. Thus, he seeks to part ways and independently pursue the ancient kingdom. In light of this, I shall grant him the opportunity, sparing us from further wandering in the desert. So that is how it is." After listening to Lao Yan's explanation, the previously perplexing matters have become clearer. From the moment we encountered the red-tailed scorpion, it seems we had already been under his manipulation. Even his discovery must have been orchestrated to facilitate the rendezvous between Blind Knight and us, to collectively confront him. How could you ascertain that he intended to administer poison? Moreover, he had the venomous snake prepare the antidote in advance. I expressed my bewilderment, questioning what would happen if Yu Chang'an decided to eliminate us outright. Lao Yan scoffed, asserting that it was impossible. Even if Yu Chang'an were not human, he could not transcend reality. With 4 of us present, he could not contend with us. As for the poison, it is the simplest method, and my knowledge of the substance he used stems from our investigation of the items on him when he was rescued. Therefore, he must have procured it along the way, and the venomous snake is most knowledgeable about what could serve as poison." Lao Yan chuckled, playfully patting the venomous snake on the shoulder, who smiled in return, evidently proud of his expertise. I suspected that Xiao Wu had stumbled upon this. Lao Yan inhaled deeply, letting out a slight sigh. Perhaps that night he inadvertently uncovered Yu Chang'an's scheme, which led to his silencing. Our expressions darkened. The thought that those who sacrificed themselves had merely become stepping stones for Yu Chang'an weighed heavily on our hearts. Lao Yan shared our discontent, crushing the cigarette but into the sand with resentment. We must penetrate the ancient kingdom, uncover the true nature of this being, and retrieve the treasures within to present to the nation. Indeed, we echoed in unison, and then we resumed our pursuit of Yu Chang'an. Perhaps he possessed unwavering confidence in the efficacy of his toxins, for he proceeded with haste, utterly oblivious to our pursuit. This circumstance proved advantageous to our endeavor. As Old Yen had forewarned, our expedition in the wake of Yu Chang'an was devoid of any formidable encounters, an unusual serenity that bordered on the surreal. For 2 days, we maintained our surveillance of Yu Chang'an, until, on the cusp of the second evening, he halted amidst a vast expanse of desert, barren of any vegetation. He produced a rod-like implement from his person and commenced measuring the terrain, depositing an object at intervals of approximately 20 to 30 meters. After placing around 7 or 8 such items, he desisted and positioned himself within the confines of the circle they formed. He lacerated his hand, allowing droplets of blood to cascade onto the sand. Subsequently, he initiated a series of movements that defied simple description. It resembled a dance, yet bore a closer affinity to the ritualistic performances of certain indigenous peoples, imbued with an aura of profound eeriness. His dedication to the performance was palpable, his countenance radiating an unwavering piety, even from our distant vantage point. For a full half-hour, he persisted in this dance, before prostrating himself in the direction of the setting sun. His forehead pressed firmly against the sand in absolute stillness. In concert with his actions, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur unfolded before our eyes. A majestic palace, accompanied by the resounding clamor of chains, rose gradually from beneath the ochre sands, silhouetted against the backdrop of the receding sun. In stark contrast, I couldn't help but feel that this palace emerged from the very heart of the sun. Chapter 54, Utter Terror. The palace stood at least 50 or 60 zhang tall, its slightly yellowed walls exuding an air of antiquity. As the bronze chains clanked noisily, it gradually ascended, with the most striking feature being the statue of a woman perched above the central city gate. This statue depicted a woman of exquisite beauty, adorned with a veil, even carved from stone. Her enchanting allure was undeniable. She gazed downwards, resembling a haughty queen surveying her subjects. Once the palace had fully risen, the city gate slowly creaked open, revealing a wide road within, flanked by neatly arranged houses. Is this the ancient kingdom of eternal night? Took me a long moment to utter these words. Lao Yen was no better off than I. None could have anticipated that the ancient kingdom of eternal night would unveil itself in such a manner. He swallowed hard and remarked, "It must be merely an entrance." Lao Yen, agitated, no longer needed the blind man's encouragement. He dashed towards the palace with remarkable speed. We followed closely behind, exerting all our strength, covering the short distance in mere seconds. By the time we arrived, the city gate had already narrowed to a gap barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Without a moment's hesitation, we swiftly slipped inside. Just as we entered and barely found our footing, we heard a resounding bang. The city gate had slammed shut. I looked up, puzzled, and asked, "Why is it dark above?" Old Yen glanced over and explained that it must have sunk again, and that the black structure should be the top of the palace we had just seen. The layout was indeed peculiar. I nodded in agreement. The palace was not dark. Rather, the illumination appeared to emanate solely from the houses flanking the road. As I approached to take a closer look, I noticed that these houses were embedded with numerous moonstone gems, casting a soft blue glow that rendered the entire palace ethereal and dreamlike. I must admit, the ancient kingdom of the long night is truly affluent. Old Yen followed suit, gently touching the moonstone and exclaiming, "Just as I thought." I responded in curiosity. As Old Yen continued to caress the moonstone, he surveyed the wide road that seemed to lead to an unknown destination. According to legendary accounts, this small nation of the western regions is called the Long Night Kingdom because its inhabitants have lived in darkness for ages. Their light derived from the magnificent moonlight, which now appears to refer to these moonstones. I cast a skeptical glance at Old Yen, deeply doubting the phrase legendary accounts. According to him, the Long Night Kingdom had only just emerged 5 years ago, with scant information available. From where did he hear such a legend? Noticing my disbelief, Old Yen offered no explanation, merely urging us to follow. "Where does this road lead?" I inquired. Old Yen replied, "It should lead to the main hall. The place we currently occupy is merely the entrance to the Long Night Kingdom, akin to a city gate." "Where has Liu Chang'an gone?" Blind Hero suddenly interjected, and it was only then that we realized we had not seen Liu Chang'an since we entered the palace. Logically speaking, his arrival was not significantly earlier than ours. If he were indeed on this path, there would be no reason for us to overlook him. I glanced at the houses on either side and pondered whether he might have entered one of them. However, I had just attempted to open the doors and found them unyielding. Suddenly, the serpent, who had remained silent since our entrance, interjected with an unexpected remark. My skepticism led me to personally push against a nearby door, only to confirm that these doors were indeed immovable. Furthermore, it appeared that from the moment of their construction, there had been no intention for habitation, as although door-like structures were present, they were evidently sealed shut. What purpose could these houses possibly serve? A sense of confusion enveloped me. This seemed to violate the principles of Feng Shui, as only tombs would have their doors sealed. Old Yen chuckled enigmatically, suggesting that they might indeed be intended for the deceased. With this diversion, we momentarily set aside our concern for Liu Chang'an's whereabouts. Having arrived in this ancient land, there was no necessity to stay closely aligned with him, We merely needed to exercise caution to avoid falling into his traps once more. As we continued along the path, I felt that this ancient nation, buried for millennia, was not as terrifying as I had imagined. Aside from the sound of our footsteps echoing on the road, there were no signs of anything sinister. Yet Old Yen cautioned me against complacency. If his conjectures were accurate, the creatures we had encountered along the way were guardians of the long-night ancient nation. If the guardians themselves were so fearsome, it was inconceivable that this ancient land harbored no peculiarities. I acknowledged his words with a solemn nod. Felt as though something awaited us. After walking for about 10 minutes, I noticed what appeared to be a figure lying not far from the path. It resembled a person, but logically, living beings should not be present here. Upon hearing the words, Lao Yen immediately glanced over and quickened his pace. As we approached, we realized that these were indeed human beings, and not merely one, but a total of 7, all of whom had already succumbed to death. They were also coated in a viscous substance. I pointed at the corpses, speculating that perhaps due to the lack of exposure to sunlight, the slime on these bodies had not completely dried, rendering them even more repulsive. Unlike the 2 desiccated remains we had encountered in the desert, these bodies still retained a fair amount of flesh and blood. However, their skulls were all that remained of their heads, confirming the blind man's assertion that their brains had indeed been devoured. Is this another group of brothers? The blind man inquired. Lao Yen initially nodded before shaking his head, declaring, "Something is amiss." When I asked him what was wrong, he pointed at the corpses and remarked, "The number is incorrect. This vanguard team consists of 8 members, and we have already encountered 2 bodies outside. How can there be 7 here?" I surveyed the corpses and then stumbled upon a peculiar detail. Have you noticed that these 2 bodies appear strikingly identical? Positioned between the 7 corpses, these 2 were nearly indistinguishable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that their garments were exactly the same. While the attire within the team was largely similar, individual preferences often manifested in various personal touches. Yet, these 2 corpses bore clothing that matched in every detail, even down to the length of the belts tucked into their trousers. Moreover, unlike the other bodies, both wore shirts with pockets containing a pen, and astonishingly, the caps of these pens faced the same direction. Venomous snake. Take a look. Lao Yen gestured towards the serpent. The snake acknowledged with a nod and donned a pair of gloves before examining the skulls of the 2 corpses. After a thorough inspection, he inhaled deeply several times and slowly remarked, "If my judgment is correct, these 2 skulls belong to the same individual." Lao Yen, do you have any twins in your team? I inquired, my palms clammy with trepidation, clinging to a flicker of hope. However, before Lao Yen could respond, the serpent shattered my optimism. It's impossible. Even twin skulls would not be identical. Following him, Lao Yen delivered another blow. No. Thus, it was concluded that one of these corpses had inexplicably emerged. We exchanged glances, both reflecting disbelief in each other's eyes. What could have suddenly materialized? And what was its purpose? Why had they perished together in this place? Lao Yen remained silent for a long while before squatting down to examine the 2 bodies. Eventually, he stated, "The serpent is correct. These 2 corpses are indeed the same person." He then pointed to the arms of the corpses and continued, "This is a young man named Mao from my team. He bears a scar on his arm, a remnant from a previous altercation." Indeed, both corpses exhibited an identical scar on their arms. While the examination of the skulls could have harbored errors due to insufficient equipment, relying solely on the serpent's expertise, these scars were irrefutable evidence. Even if 2 individuals were injured by the same object, their scars could not be precisely identical. What on earth could this be? I found myself rendered mute, struggling to articulate a single word. This phenomenon surpassed my understanding. Despite my extensive study of the celestial official secrets, I had never encountered such a bizarre being. Chapter 55. Clouds of doubt. When was this photograph taken? Lao Yen held up the image, clearly perplexed. I took the photo from him, scrutinized it, and gestured. Doesn't it seem like it was captured in this corridor? Yes, right at that corner. After saying this, I rushed to the corner and meticulously compared it with the photograph, confirming indeed it was taken here. The only mystery is why the background appears blurred, making it hard to discern. Lao Yen and the others approached, examining it closely, and they concurred with my assessment. This implies that the photo was likely taken when they entered, when there were still 8 individuals present. I counted the figures in the photograph and pointed to a man with a buzz cut in the center. This person bears scars on his arm. Yes, that's him. Lao Yen nodded. I stared at the photo for a long while, an unsettling feeling washing over me. It seemed profoundly eerie. Lao Yen remarked, but it looks perfectly normal, doesn't it? His words sparked a revelation within me, and I slapped my thigh, exclaiming, precisely, it is too normal, almost as if it were a commemorative snapshot taken at a scenic spot. We had already experienced the manner in which the ancient kingdom of the Long Night manifested, and anyone witnessing such an event would be incapable of maintaining a tranquil demeanor to capture a photograph that appeared so ordinary. The 8 individuals in the image wore relaxed expressions, presenting an impression as if they were merely there for amusement. Upon my remark, Lao Yen and the others sensed something amiss. Subsequently, Lao Yen retrieved a telegraph machine from his backpack, settled on the ground, and began to send a message. After a considerable period, his expression shifted, and he slowly stated, "The telegraph can indeed be sent. Is there a problem with that?" I felt a twinge of confusion. Lao Yen gestured towards the corpses, explaining, if they had discovered the ancient kingdom, they would have promptly sent me a telegram. Judging by their appearances in the photographs, they clearly encountered no danger, yet I have not received any correspondence from them. So, are you implying that the 8 individuals in these photographs are no longer human? The face of the venomous serpent contorted in disbelief. Lao Yen expressed uncertainty but asserted that it at least indicated that these 8 individuals had become abnormal after entering this place. The cause remained unclear to him. I glanced at Lao Yen, recalling a long-forgotten incident. Lao Yen, the telegram we received earlier. It was the one sent from beneath the dark river. Lao Yen shook his head, stating, Blind Hero and the others did not send any telegrams. We can only suspect that it was Liu Chang'an. He added, let us proceed cautiously. There may be peculiarities lurking within this passage. I nodded gravely. If I had previously felt that this passage was safe, I now regarded it as a descent into the depths of the inferno. After all, before us lay 7 corpses, and even that unidentified entity had not escaped unscathed. We turned left at the corner, for from that direction, the entrances to other palaces could be faintly discerned, while the right led into an unknown expanse of corridor. The path was unexpectedly lined with moonstones. I sighed, pondering aloud, surely thousands of years ago, moonstones were not so easily collected? Lao Yen nodded in agreement, indeed, yet the wisdom of the ancients is unparalleled by our modern understanding. He appeared somewhat despondent, perhaps mourning the lost wisdom that could not be preserved. We are nearing the end, I reminded the group. The left passage was short, and as we cautiously traversed it, we encountered no peculiar occurrences, to the point where we almost convinced ourselves that the earlier corpse had been a mere figment of our imagination. With my reminder, everyone's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the palace not far from us. In contrast to the passage, the palace emanated a warm, golden glow that seemed invitingly comfortable, yet even at this proximity, we could not discern what lay within. The left side is typically reserved for the nobility, is it not? I turned to Lao Yen. In ancient times, the left was often deemed superior, but different eras might hold varying customs. I wondered what the traditions were here in the western regions. Lao Yen replied affirmatively, indeed, at least according to the historical texts regarding the 36 states of the western regions, it is true that the left is esteemed. Then let us proceed and take a closer look. Blind Hero took the lead. However, before we could catch up, we witnessed a bizarre scene. Enveloped by the yellow light, Blind Hero appeared to be consumed, as if he had stepped into water, creating ripples before vanishing entirely. Blind Hero, the grizzled veteran, bellowed a warning, and as he was about to rush forward, I restrained him, advising him to assess the situation first. The ominous golden light seemed peculiar, and we couldn't afford to fall into its trap one after another. In a moment of impetuosity, the veteran had been about to charge, but after I checked him, he regained his senses and halted, merely straining his voice to call out to the Blind Hero. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you following? I promptly inquired whether he had sensed anything unusual just now. No, what's the matter? The Blind Hero was even more perplexed. Why do you all look as if you've seen a ghost? The The veteran stared intently at the blind hero for a long moment before uttering, "When did you join the department?" "Old Yen, why are you asking this?" The blind hero was clearly becoming impatient. The veteran breathed a sigh of relief. "Just now, we suddenly couldn't see you, and I was afraid that whatever came out might not be the real you. So, with your remarkable hearing, you didn't hear Old Yen calling you just now?" The ever-silent serpent suddenly interjected. The blind hero shook his head, and our hearts sank. It seemed this golden light was indeed peculiar. "Let's go. It shouldn't be too much of a problem." The veteran pondered for a long moment before making a decision. I nodded, agreed, but we should enter one after another, so that if there's a problem, those behind can still figure out a way to help. "You're right. I'll lead the way, with the blind hero and serpent following behind, and you bring up the rear." The veteran swiftly assigned the positions. No one objected to his arrangement, and so each person, spaced about half a meter apart, proceeded one by one into the golden light. "Chang'an, what are you looking at?" The veteran patted my shoulder. I pointed outside into the yellow light, uttering the name Liu Chang'an. However, as I gestured, I found myself momentarily stunned. There was no trace of Liu Chang'an to be seen. Yet, there was only this short corridor from which he could have emerged. Where could he have possibly concealed himself in such a brief span of time? Had I truly been mistaken? Lao Yen glanced back, seeing nothing of note, and inquired. I rubbed my eyes, shaking my head uncertainly. Perhaps it was just an illusion. After all, I only caught a fleeting glimpse. It's possible that the impact of Liu Chang'an on me was simply too profound. Nonetheless, I remained vigilant. Let us proceed. After we surveyed our surroundings once more and confirmed that indeed there was no sign of Liu Chang'an, we chose to disregard the matter. Ahead, the blind hero and the viper had begun to explore the palace, and Lao Yen and I hurried to follow suit. The artifacts here appeared astonishingly pristine. I marveled as I touched the two statues of warriors that stood at the entrance of the palace. Despite having endured thousands of years, these sculptures looked as if they had just been crafted, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. However, upon considering that this ancient kingdom had long been buried underground, I felt a sense of understanding. If it were buried elsewhere, it might have been affected by subterranean rivers, but in a desert, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Once inside the palace, Lao Yen retrieved his camera, snapping pictures with fervor. "Can you discern anything?" I inquired, leaning closer to him. Without lifting his gaze, Lao Yen replied, "Not yet, but once these artifacts are revealed to the world, they will undoubtedly stir a sensation in the realm of history." Chapter 56. The moving palace. I shrugged. It was only natural. A nation with a history spanning thousands of years must surely hold treasures even within its very bricks. Observing him engrossed in photography, I chose not to disturb him and wandered through the palace instead. However, as I strolled, an unsettling feeling washed over me, prompting me to ask Lao Yen if he had noticed that the palace seemed to be in motion. "Moving?" Lao Yen echoed, shaking his head in disbelief. He claimed he had not observed anything amiss. Rubbing my eyes, I wondered if I had indeed misperceived the situation. "You have not erred. It is indeed shifting," hissed the snake, gesturing towards the entrance. "The passage has moved a few centimeters." His words summoned Lao Yen and the others immediately, yet the movement was so gradual that we could not ascertain its authenticity at that moment. "Should we exit?" Lao Yen inquired, glancing at us. If the palace were truly shifting the passageway, we might soon find ourselves trapped. I shook my head. From the looks of it, it will take at least half an hour for it to completely shift. Let us observe the situation for now. Very well, Lao Yen conceded without objection. Thus, he resumed his examination of the artifacts within the palace, while I continued to explore, keeping a vigilant eye on the juncture between the passage and the palace. Suddenly, I perceived a peculiar sound. The blind assassin's ears perked up as he moved towards a corner of the palace, where a statue stood, a knight, though its face was left uncarved. The blind assassin halted before the statue, reaching out to touch it, yet hesitated, turning to us with a question about the object before him. I described the statue's appearance to him, and he furrowed his brow, stating that was incorrect. He distinctly heard a sound emanating from this location. How could it possibly be a statue? "What sound did you hear?" I inquired hastily. The blind man tilted his head, Pondering for a moment, then hesitantly responded, "It is rather difficult to describe. It resembles the sound of a musical instrument, though I cannot discern which one." "A musical instrument?" I questioned, doubting if he had misheard, as we had heard nothing at all. The blind man insisted it was impossible. His hearing was exceptionally acute, and although the sound was faint, he was certain it existed. As he hummed a tune, just as he produced the first note, Old Yen suddenly bellowed, "Do not hum that out." The blind man momentarily lost control, humming 2 more notes before he ceased, perplexed and asking Old Yen what was amiss. Old Yen, with a stern expression, remained silent, gesturing for us to vacate the vicinity of the statue. I was already at a considerable distance from the statue, so it did not trouble me, though I sensed Old Yen was in a state of agitation, while the blind man could not perceive his gestures. Therefore, I prompted the blind man, who then curiously stepped back a couple of paces. Old Yen approached and grasped him firmly, subsequently guiding us to gather at the entrance of the palace, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and stated, "That is a spirit melody." "A spirit melody?" I gazed at Old Yen in bewilderment. He affirmed, mentioning that had it not been for the blind man's discovery, he too would have overlooked the sound. "It is said that the spirit melody is a funeral tune from the ancient kingdom of Long Night. Those who hear this melody cannot help but hum along, and if one were to hum the entire piece, their life would be forfeit." I asked him if there truly was such a sinister phenomenon. Old Yen shook his head, expressing his ignorance on the matter. He only knew that during funerals in the ancient land of Long Night, people would indeed stuff their ears with something to avoid hearing the mournful melodies. After mentioning this, he gestured toward the wall he had just been studying, claiming it bore a mural depicting a funeral that was identical to the legend. Poison Snake, unimpressed, remarked, "If that's the case, why not simply refrain from playing the mournful melodies?" My reaction mirrored that of Poison Snake. If it was indeed an ominous tune, why would it be used for funerals? Surely, if someone inadvertently heard it, it could spell their doom. Old Yen cast a peculiar glance our way, his expression somewhat strange. He stated, "It is said that this mournful melody is not performed by them, but rather emerges naturally when someone dies during the funeral." As his words grew increasingly eerie, I quickly waved my hand, urging him to cease. His implication made me feel as if this palace were a tomb. With a resigned glance, Old Yen sighed, declaring that the entire ancient land of Long Night had transformed into a vast grave, and this palace was no different from a burial site. However, he mused, there was no need to overthink it. Viewed through a modern lens, the melody was likely just a psychological suggestion. Old Yen smiled faintly. He then cautioned Blind Hero to exercise caution, for we could not hear the mournful melody, and only he, with his acute sense of hearing, had caught some of it. Blind Hero nodded in agreement, yet, that statue must hold some mystery. Should we go take a look? I turned to examine the corridor, acknowledging that while I was open to the idea, our time was limited, and the corridor seemed to be shifting at an ever-increasing pace. Old Yen glanced at it as well and, after a moment's hesitation, declared it would be best to take a look. However, he merely instructed me to accompany him, leaving the blind swordsman and Viper to remain where they were. Having prepared himself, Old Yen led me toward the statue. Fearing the spectral melody, I covered my ears. Upon seeing this, Old Yen reassured me that there was no need to fret, as our auditory senses were certainly not as acute as the blind swordsman's. "Old Yen, are you certain?" I inquired. No sooner had I uttered the words than I discerned a sound, both clear and profound, its essence defying description. After a moment's contemplation, I declared that it was inconsequential, for there was strength in numbers. As we drew nearer to the effigy, the sound grew increasingly distinct, resembling a zither, yet lacking its crispness, instead inducing a sense of melancholy and oppression. Visages of those I knew, their countenances alight with mirth, materialized in my mind, each beckoning me with outstretched arms. "Chang'an, come hither!" Behind them lay a void, and as they receded into it, they continued to entreat me to join them. I advanced toward them, momentarily unable to distinguish reality from reverie, perceiving their forms with striking verisimilitude. "Chang'an, come with me," Battalion Commander Chan said kindly, extending his hand. I reciprocated, slowly reaching for his grasp. Just as our hands were about to meet, Battalion Commander Chun smiled, urging, Chang'an, make haste. I abruptly clenched my hand into a fist, regarding the figure before me with suspicion. Battalion Commander Chun rarely addressed me with such levity, often resorting to playful admonishments or adopting the demeanor of a stern father. Now, this Battalion Commander Chun, so amiable, seemed disconcertingly out of character. As Commander Chen's eyes widened, he exclaimed, "You little rascal! How could you forget me so soon?" A wave of relief washed over me. This version of Commander Chun felt far more genuine. I scratched my head and replied, "Isn't it just like dreaming?" The moment the words left my lips, I was struck by a sudden realization. Hadn't Commander Chun passed away? Yet, as quickly as that thought emerged, I found myself unable to recall when exactly he had died. I reached out once more, grasping the hand he extended, and followed him into the abyss. The nearby short figures regarded me with smiles, particularly the little one, who still clung to me affectionately. Just as I was on the brink of entering the void, I heard gunfire. I was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a harmonious setting could be pierced by the sound of gunshots. Before I could fully grasp the situation, the expressions on Commander Chun and the others suddenly shifted. He abruptly released my hand and began to drift away. "Uncle Chun," I called out, watching him vanish, my heart heavy with confusion and dread. I looked at Lao Yen, feeling disoriented, but he seized my ear in frustration, glaring at me as if he wished to devour me whole. It was then that I began to regain my senses, realizing that the environment around me had transformed dramatically. I hurriedly inquired about what had transpired. Chapter 57. Lament for the souls. Upon hearing the snake's words, Lao Yen scoffed, "You still want to give him face? If it weren't for his forceful dragging of us, we wouldn't all be trapped." The venomous serpent fell silent, and I grasped the situation. It seemed they were all dragged down by me, which explained Old Yen's foul mood. "Old Yen, does that spirit melody possess the ability to create illusions?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. At this, he shot me an irritable glare. "Just consider yourself. How many times have you been deceived by these illusions on our journey? How is it that you possess no capacity for retaliation? Where exactly are we?" I coughed a couple of times, hastily shifting the topic, knowing that if I continued, Old Yen would likely seize my ear in reprimand. Nonetheless, I was genuinely eager to comprehend this bizarre locale. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, it was difficult to discern much, with only the faint beam of the flashlight revealing that we were in what resembled a basement. But what about the gunfire? It struck me as peculiar. If they were indeed pulled down by me, then there was no reason for anyone to discharge a firearm. Old Yen suddenly fixed his gaze upon me, questioning whether I truly had heard the gunshots. I nodded and recounted the illusion I had just experienced, stating, "It was that gunfire that saved my life. Otherwise, I would have had no idea what awaited me upon stepping into the void." "We did not fire a gun, nor did we hear any gunshots," the blind hero remarked coolly, while the other two regarded me with a peculiar intensity. A chill ran down my spine under their scrutinizing stares, and I stammered, But the gunfire certainly did not seem like an illusion. While I may have been oblivious to it amidst the illusions earlier, now that I had emerged, I was convinced that the gunfire had indeed existed." Old Yan's expression darkened. "Then it must only be Liu Chang'an. How is that possible?" I immediately retorted, "Even if it were him, how could he fire a gun without you hearing it? Why did he save me? Save you? Why not say he is harming you?" Old Yen scoffed. "All right, let us first ascertain our surroundings before contemplating an escape." I touched my nose, wary of provoking his ire, and instead raised my flashlight to survey the area. The space was modest, roughly the size of 2 average rooms, cluttered with various ceramic vessels and a few small bronze artifacts tarnished with verdigris. Did this resemble a shadow palace? Upon seeing these items, my immediate thought was that this was a burial goods repository. Old Yen acknowledged my observation, noting that even the quantity of the ceramic wares corresponded with burial specifications. Yet, why would a shadow palace exist beneath a palace? He murmured to himself, then shook his head, suggesting it might be a custom of the ancient Long Night Kingdom. No, Old Yen refuted, explaining that when he first entered the ancient realm, he had attempted to use slightly more sophisticated instruments, only to find them utterly ineffective due to a powerful magnetic disturbance. I let out a disappointed sigh and walked to the center of the Shadow Palace. Gazing up at the placement of the burial goods, the most valuable items were typically positioned to the east. Based on the historical value, bronze should outweigh ceramics. Positioning this direction as east, thus southwest must lie over here. I sat down dejectedly on the ground, pondering how I ended up trapped in this predicament. Isn't it because of you? Old Yen shot me a glare before moving aside to investigate an exit. Upon the utterance of Lao Yen, a sudden spark ignited within my mind. I recalled his suggestion that the gunfire might have been orchestrated by Liu Chang'an. I promptly seized him by the arm and inquired whether he felt that ever since our entry into the ancient kingdom, we had been led by the nose by Liu Chang'an. Do you remember before we entered the palace? I mentioned having seen Liu Chang'an. I hastily added, could it be possible that he deliberately guided us here? It seems rather unlikely. After all, our choice to enter the palace was our own, as we opted for the left path when presented with two. Lao Yen shook his head, asserting that even if Liu Chang'an possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not manipulate our thoughts. After stating this, he shook his head again, conceding that it might not be entirely unlikely, considering we had been under his influence since our arrival in the desert. Caution is always prudent. Indeed, I chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling your words that our purpose was to eliminate those guardians while he sought the ancient kingdom of Long Night at his leisure. In retrospect, his escape was likely a ruse designed to lure you into sending reinforcements. Alas, it is unfortunate that the previous two vanguard teams did not meet his expectations, meeting an untimely and ambiguous demise. Lao Yen lamented. Suddenly, I slapped my forehead and turned to Lao Yen, who appeared bewildered by my gaze and asked what was amiss. Taking a deep breath, I exclaimed, but one vanguard team did enter the ancient kingdom, having accompanied Liu Chang'an. Lao Yen paused, abruptly retrieving a photograph of that team from his pocket, scrutinizing it intently, then spoke with an air of intrigue. Could it be that Liu Chang'an has already entered once during this interval? I fear there is no mistake. However, since he has entered once, he should possess a clear understanding of the location of the ancient kingdom of Long Night. Moreover, what could his purpose for re-entering be? I tapped the photograph, a myriad of thoughts fleeting through my mind, yet none could be grasped. Lao Yen, equally perplexed, remarked, it is unclear. It seems we must reassess his intentions. Previously, we believed he sought merely to locate the ancient kingdom, but now it appears otherwise. Lao Yen tucked the photograph back into his coat, stating, it seems that only by finding Liu Chang'an can we discern the truth. We cannot continue to be led by him. I inquired about our next course of action, and he gestured towards our surroundings, saying we must first locate an exit, then devise a way to circle back to the point of entry. If I am not mistaken, Liu Chang'an has undoubtedly been following us closely. Only by maneuvering behind him can we seize the opportunity to capture him. Lao Yen made a fist, as if Liu Chang'an were already within reach. Blind Man nodded in agreement, asserting that should be correct. You all rest for a moment. I shall take charge of finding the exit. Are you certain you can manage? I expressed my concern, considering his blindness. Lao Yen smiled, stating that precisely because he cannot see, and trusting such a task to him is indeed reliable. He can sense any peculiarities, unlike us who might be deceived by sight. I acknowledged this, yet felt that collaborating would expedite our search, hence my desire to assist. Lao Yen halted my intentions, insisting that our priority now is to refrain from disturbing Blind Man, allowing him the tranquility necessary to navigate effectively. Since he has said so, I find it difficult to persist any longer and can only sit aside, observing the blind hero as he meanders around. The blind hero appears to lack any particular purpose. At times he taps on a wall, while at others he crouches down to listen intently. I even witnessed him standing still for what seemed like 5 or 6 minutes. What is he doing? Unable to contain my curiosity, I quietly inquired of Old Smoke. He gestured for silence, urging me to simply observe. My curiosity was mounting, and I felt a sense of urgency, yet I could not hasten the blind hero's actions and could only watch. What a conundrum! Old Smoke furrowed his brow, pondering whether there was no exit. The blind hero shook his head and replied, no, there are many exits. Many? Old Smoke's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Chapter 58. The living above, the dead below, the blind hero affirmed with a nod, indicating that, according to his observations, there are at least 7 exits, though each conceals its own mysteries, rendering him unable to ascertain which one is the correct path. 7. I surveyed our surroundings. The area was not large, and if there were indeed 7 exits, it suggested an abundance of life, yet also peril lurking at every turn. The blind hero nodded in agreement, then pointed to my position, stating that I stood in the spot where life was most conspicuous, yet danger was also most acute. Let us give it a try. We cannot remain trapped here. Old Smoke took a couple of puffs from his cigarette before instructing the blind hero to work on revealing the exit nearest to me. The blind hero retrieved a collection of peculiar items from his backpack. They appeared to be ordinary tools, like hammers and crowbars, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed subtle differences. This is a tool he has meticulously devised, one that only he can wield. The old smoker, noticing my curiosity, kindly elucidated. I inquired about the utility of these tools, to which he gestured towards the blind hero, who was diligently tapping away, indicating that this was his method for deciphering mechanisms. He once aspired to learn it as well, yet found himself unable to grasp it. While the actions appeared deceptively simple, the intricacies involved were countless. Even he frequently erred, ultimately deciding against further study to avoid the peril of inadequate mastery. The old smoker's observation rang true. Once the blind hero commenced his work, I perceived it as straightforward as hammering nails in our abode. However, upon closer inspection, I discerned subtle variances in his technique. At times, a mere twist of the wrist or a slight adjustment in pressure would yield a markedly different sound against the wall. Are you intrigued? The old smoker inquired, eyeing me with a knowing expression. I chuckled, responding, indeed, who wouldn't be captivated by such remarkable tools? To be candid, I found myself deeply fascinated by the myriad skills exhibited by both the old smoker and the blind hero. Although the Star Official's manual contained numerous insights for tomb exploration, I had yet to put them into practice. Observing their adeptness in uncovering hidden mechanisms was truly enchanting. The old smoker, with a smile, suggested that should I wish to learn, I could seek the blind hero's guidance once we emerged. Is that permissible? I questioned, aware that every individual possesses unique skills often kept secret. The old smoker's ability to learn likely stemmed from his elevated status, yet he dismissed my concerns, stating, why should it be impossible to learn? The blind master is no longer young, and inevitably, he needs someone capable of inheriting his skills. Otherwise, at this point, the old smoker ceased his words, merely suggesting that I seek out the blind master if I wish to learn, as he would undoubtedly be eager to teach. However, I discerned his underlying implication. Should anything happen to the blind master, his craft would cease to exist. It was rather ominous to broach such a topic at that moment, which is likely why he fell silent. While we were contemplating the blind master's skills, he suddenly turned his head, his expression grave, and said, it should be opening soon. You all stand back. Indeed, do be cautious. The old smoker pulled me back a step, his gaze intently fixed on the blind master's movements. I observed as the blind master gathered his items, pressing his ear against the wall, his fingers rhythmically tapping on a brick a half-arm's length away. Thud, 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 thud. Click. Suddenly, the sound reminiscent of a copper lock being released echoed sharply, and the blind master darted aside with a swift maneuver, revealing a long spear emerging from the very spot where he had just stood. The sharp tip gleamed ominously. Had the blind master not reacted swiftly, he would surely have been impaled. Adjacent to the spear was a dark entrance, 2 to 3 meters wide, obscured in shadow, leading into the unknown. We waited for a while, yet no further mechanisms revealed themselves, stirring a sense of curiosity. Is there more? The old smoker inquired. The blind master, somewhat perplexed, remarked that there shouldn't be merely this one mechanism. His demeanor filled me with unease as I hurriedly asked, didn't you say this place was fraught with danger? I am uncertain. Can you discern anything unusual? He replied. The blind man shook his head. Naturally, we could not see anything, as the area was shrouded in darkness. Lao Yen turned on his flashlight and directed its beam inward, muttering, why does this resemble a tomb passage? I glanced at him and realized he was correct. Although the distinction between a typical passage and a tomb corridor is not vast, we could discern the differences at a glance. The materials and dimensions clearly set the tomb passage apart from a normal corridor. The passage before us stood approximately 5 to 6 meters high, with impeccably polished walls. Yet, it was evident that there were peculiarities in these walls, suggesting the presence of hidden mechanisms. Thus, it was indeed plausible that we were in the Shadow Palace. I turned to Lao Yen and speculated, could it be that the ancient kingdom above is inhabited by the living while the dead lie buried below? It was highly probable. Lao Yen stroked his chin thoughtfully. I inquired whether we should proceed further, to which he replied, we can't just wait here to meet our demise. Lao Yen shot me an exasperated glance, and I chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. There were deeper mysteries within, so we must tread carefully. Observing our decision, the blind man offered a brief warning before stepping into the darkness, unfazed by the obscurity that enveloped him. I grasped the viper tightly, flashlight in hand, trailing behind him, while Lao Yen brought up the rear. The blind man moved with utmost caution, his footsteps nearly soundless upon the passageway, clutching the curved dagger as if anticipating an imminent threat. I, too, felt no better. My breathing quickened, sensing that something extraordinary lay ahead in the passage. However, after traversing approximately 10 meters, everything appeared to be quite normal, and we beheld a verdant jade gate, roughly 3 meters wide, situated about 5 or 6 meters away from us. With a click, my apprehension did not subside. Generally, the closer one approaches a burial site, the more traps one encounters. I parted my lips, intending to caution them to be wary of the traps, when I heard another click. The figure beside me, known as the Viper, had tensed up entirely, evidently having triggered something. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as everyone stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. However, after a prolonged silence, we exhaled in relief. Wait, Viper, do not move, I urged, taking a cautious step forward. Noticing the stillness persisted, I turned to the Viper beside me. He nodded slightly, and I retrieved a length of rope from my backpack, binding it around his waist before gesturing for Old Smoke to step in front of me. We shall proceed first, and upon our signal you will swiftly follow. Do you comprehend? Although no immediate danger was apparent, one could never ascertain what alterations might occur if the Viper were to move and inadvertently activate a trap. The Viper acknowledged with a grunt, handing me his backpack while clutching a dagger in his hand, urging us to hasten. Blind Man and Old Smoke had already reached the end of the corridor. Holding onto the rope, wasted no time and swiftly joined them, signaling to the Viper. I wound the rope around my waist twice and settled down. Subsequently, Old Smoke grasped the rope in front of me, tightening it as he called out to the Viper. On the count of 3, the Viper nodded, preparing himself to sprint. 1, 2, 3. With a swift motion, the Old Smoker summoned the venomous serpent, which darted forward in response to his strength. In that fleeting moment, the walls on either side began to converge rapidly. Although the serpent was swift, the walls closed in even faster, leaving barely the width of 2 individuals between them. Startled, I hastily scrambled to my feet, disregarding the coordination of the Old Smoker, and instead exerted all my strength to bring the serpent down, forcibly hauling it towards us. Chang'an, what on earth are you doing? The serpent bellowed in pain as it was yanked. I had no time to explain. After all, it had failed to notice the perilous passage during its flight, and now was not the moment for debate. I signaled to the Old Smoker, and together we exerted every ounce of our strength, finally managing to pull the serpent free just as the walls crashed shut with a resounding thud. The walls sealed tightly, leaving us with scarcely half a meter between ourselves and the jade-green gate. The serpent untied the ropes binding it and was about to argue with me when the Old Smoker yanked him aside to reveal the situation behind. Upon seeing it, the serpent nearly succumbed to fear, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. This mechanism is utterly ruthless. If it weren't for Chang'an's vigilance, we would have been reduced to mere paste by now, the Old Smoker remarked, still shaken. The serpent nodded in agreement, then rose and delivered a punch to my shoulder. Thanks to you, kid. I wiped the sweat from my brow. I had no inkling such a mechanism existed. I thought it would be no more than the long spear that had appeared beside the door earlier. At least we emerged unscathed. The Old Smoker patted my shoulder. Now, You all come take a look at this door. The previously silent blind warrior finally spoke up. Chapter 59. The mysterious empty coffin. Old Yen cautiously touched the door, exclaiming his astonishment at the existence of such a grand jade gate in a small kingdom of the western regions thousands of years ago. If this were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir in the historical community. However, my reaction to the verdant jade gate diverged from his. I murmured, "Whose tomb do you suppose lies beyond this door?" From the shadow palace to the tomb passage, and the terrifying mechanisms within, it was hard to believe that this was anything but a burial site. Old Yen and I exchanged glances, words unspoken, yet we both discerned the answer we sought in each other's eyes. This could only be the tomb of the Queen of the Long Night. The grandeur of the structure and the jade, which was nearly priceless at the time, confirmed that the person interred here was of the highest significance. "Can we open it?" The Viper, intrigued, seemed to have been numbed by the bizarre occurrences along our journey, and now his excitement was palpable. Old Yen examined the jade gate. It should be possible. After all, craftsmanship was limited back then, and even if there are mechanisms, they would not be overly complex. "Blind hero, you observe from the left, and Chang'an, keep watch behind us. Should anything occur, do not hesitate to alert us." "Understood," I replied, and observed as Old Yen moved to the right, pressing 2 fingers against the junction of the jade gate and the wall with great care. Meanwhile, the blind hero mirrored his earlier actions, wielding his peculiar tools, beginning to tap and prod. Standing in the middle, I watched their movements, and slowly, a vision began to form in my mind. It seemed I had encountered a jade gate like this before, but where had I seen it? I tapped my forehead, and suddenly my eyes brightened. "Everyone, stand back!" The blind hero and Old Smoke were startled, retreating a significant distance and leaning against the closed wall. The latter turned to me, inquiring if I had discovered something unusual. I shook my head, and before I could speak, Old Smoke grew furious. "Do you not know that frightening someone can be fatal?" What I intended to convey was that I knew how to open this door. I touched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the tone I had just used, which had indeed startled them. Old Smoke widened his eyes in disbelief. "You know?" "Yes, I have seen this door before," I affirmed, nodding. "It was in the palace we visited earlier." Old Smoke, puzzled, questioned how he had missed it, as he had thoroughly studied the several murals there. I shook my head and explained. The murals depicting the jade door were etched at the entrance of the passage and the palace. I was uncertain of their significance until I beheld this actual door. "Now I understand. Please hasten to open it," Old Smoke urged, no longer dwelling on the matter. I murmured in acknowledgement, moved to the center of the jade door, crouched down, and twisted a thin iron wire into a small loop. I then pushed it through a tiny gap at the bottom, feeling around for a while until I gradually located a protrusion. After considerable effort, I managed to slip the wire over the bump, then tugged it sharply. A thunderous sound, akin to distant thunder, resonated as I quickly rose and stepped aside. Before us, the jade door slowly swung open, revealing a dreamlike, ethereal graveyard that appeared almost otherworldly. Is it truly that simple? The serpent seemed somewhat disheartened by how easily the door yielded. The old smoker cast a resigned glance at him and remarked that had it not been for Chang'an's earlier observation of that mural, the contraption concealed within would have posed a significant challenge, as it was neither visible nor tangible, rendering one utterly clueless as to where to begin. The serpent nodded in acknowledgement and uttered, "I see," before becoming entranced by the scenes within the tomb. Upon entering the burial site, one could not help but marvel at its exquisite restoration. Even the moonstones embedded in the walls had been meticulously polished, each piece identical in size and shape, suggesting considerable effort had been expended during the renovation. This was no mere tomb. It was undeniably a lavish palace. I sighed, pondering that had I not been certain of its purpose as a burial ground, I would scarcely have believed it. However, the old smoker paid little heed to the surroundings. His gaze was immediately fixated on a sarcophagus at the center. Following his line of sight, I felt a shiver run down my spine. This sarcophagus bore an uncanny resemblance to the one we had encountered in the dark river, both in dimensions and the totemic engravings, as well as their weathered state. The blind knight shook his head in disbelief, insisting it was impossible and urging me to inspect it closely for any discrepancies. Heeding his counsel, I cautiously approached and circled the sarcophagus. Suddenly, my eyes brightened. Indeed, there was an additional element at its center. Although the intricate patterns were identical, I was certain that this totem, resembling a full moon, had not been present on the previous sarcophagus. "Let us open it and see," I suggested. Old Yan's gaze was somewhat fervent, and I looked at him in confusion. He waved his hand dismissively, unable to wait for us to take action, and stepped forward to examine the mechanism himself. I inquired if there was something peculiar about the coffin, to which he shook his head, suggesting that the object he sought might be located within. "Are you referring to that treasure?" I felt a surge of excitement. Old Yan nodded, refraining from further conversation and focusing intently on opening the coffin. Fortunately, this coffin was similar to the previous one, with the mechanisms positioned almost identically, allowing us to unseal it with relative ease. "Where is the coffin?" Old Yan's emotions began to spiral. I hurriedly leaned in to take a look, only to find the coffin utterly empty, pristine as a human face. There was not even a splinter of wood inside. Just then, as we stood in shock at the emptiness, a sound resonated from the depths of the palace. It resembled footsteps, and with each echo, the ground seemed to tremble beneath us. What is that?" Poison Snake's complexion paled. Moments later, the source of the sound emerged, leaving us all in a state of astonishment, even forgetting to draw our weapons. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, with a colossal human face at least the size of 5 or 6 adult men. Yet beneath its neck lay the body of a beast, its robust limbs capable of pulverizing a person with a mere movement. "What on earth is this abomination?" Old Yan was equally bewildered. I stammered, "Do you remember the inhuman howls from the recording?" Old Yan suddenly cast a glance at me and shouted, "Then hurry and run. We are far too few to satiate its hunger." His reaction was hardly surprising. At that moment, the recording revealed at least a dozen individuals who had been consumed before they could even utter a cry for help. "Where could we flee?" I inquired, retreating cautiously. Behind the jade-green gate lay a dead end. The only escape was the very spot from whence the monstrous visage emerged. Yet, who could ascertain whether other creatures lurked within? With a steely resolve, Old Yan declared that we had no choice but to dash towards the creature's exit, for it offered a glimmer of hope compared to the certain demise behind us. "Blind Hero, stay close behind the viper," Old Yan advised. Though Blind Hero possessed heightened senses, the terror of the creature was overwhelming. One misstep could lead to annihilation, rendering him incapable of facing it alone. Blind Hero acquiesced, positioning himself behind the viper as we awaited our next move. Suddenly, the face monster let out a chilling roar. My gaze fixated on its razor-sharp teeth, my body trembling with fear. "Old Yan, this creature must be the one that devoured those people's heads." "What?" Old Yan, rummaging through his backpack, lifted his gaze upon hearing my words and replied, "Whatever it is, escaping is our priority." At that moment, I caught sight of what he had retrieved from his bag. A hand grenade. "Are you out of your mind bringing a grenade here? Are you trying to bring the roof down?" I shouted, hastily firing my weapon to keep the monster at bay. The voice of Lao Yen was louder than mine. "I can't concern myself with too much. Poison Snake, listen carefully. I will throw a grenade at the monster. You and Blind Hero will flank from the left. Chang'an, follow me and we'll circumnavigate from the right. Escape first and discuss later." I intended to say more, but the monster charged at us. Despite its large size, it moved swiftly. Lao Yen offered us no chance to retort. He pulled the pin from the grenade, shouted for us to run, and dragged me toward the monstrous rear from the right. Chapter 60. The beautiful Queen Boom. Accompanied by the explosion, Lao Yen and I lunged forward, disregarding the situation behind us, scrambling toward the monstrous emergence point. Behind us, we heard the sounds of Poison Snake and the others catching up. Poison Snake, his face ashen, urged us to hasten. The grenade had been ineffective against the beast. No sooner had he spoken than I heard the earth-shaking footsteps, prompting me to accelerate. "Stop! Quickly, stop!" As I charged ahead, Lao Yen's voice rang out, startling me into turning my head in confusion. His face was pale with terror as he reached out, attempting to grasp me. Bang! We both fell heavily to the ground, thankfully landing on a surface as soft as sand. which cushioned our fall and spared us significant injury. Lao Yen, his expression dark, claimed ignorance, stating he had also witnessed the path suddenly vanish. We exchanged silent glances, and after a pause, I broke the stillness. What about Blind Hero and the others? I don't know, but they are behind us. Upon seeing us fall, they should seek an alternative route, Lao Yen replied. I nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over me, only to be reminded that their presence above was not entirely reassuring, especially with that abominable creature lurking about. Let us take a look, I suggested. Lao Yen rose, brushed off his clothes, and then switched on his flashlight. We found ourselves in a deep pit, and I was certain my senses were not deceiving me. Beneath our feet lay a layer of sand, interspersed with numerous chilling white bones. I glanced upwards, contemplating the peculiarities of this ancient land. It was strange indeed that behind the queen's tomb there existed a mass grave, where deceased subjects were piled without concern for potential necromancy. Look at how many children's remains are scattered about, Lao Yen called out to me. I moved closer to inspect, only to discover that the area beneath his feet was entirely filled with the bones of infants. The smaller skeletons appeared as if they had just been born, while the larger ones could not have been older than 2 or 3 years. Frowning, I remained silent. The sight of so many child remains evoked a singular thought: sacrificial rites. Numerous ancient civilizations practiced child sacrifice, yet the scale of this offering was unprecedented throughout history. As we focused on the grim remnants of youth, I suddenly detected a faint sound of breathing. I quickly hushed myself and gestured to Lao Yen, who nodded slightly and pointed to one side, whispering, I just noticed a staircase over there. We should proceed that way. I acknowledged him with a quiet murmur, and together we stealthily approached the staircase. The sound of breathing grew increasingly close, and I felt the sweat pooling in my palms. Fortunately, the staircase was not far, and just as the breathing seemed poised to catch up with us, Lao Yen stepped onto the first stair. I pursued closely behind, disregarding all else, exerting every ounce of my strength to ascend. It appeared that the entity was humanoid, yet 2 green beams emanated from its eye sockets, startling me to the brink of losing my footing on the stairs. Hurry up! Old Yen had already scaled the steps, turning to extend his hand and pull me up as well. Quickly, Old Yen, there's a door ahead. Let us enter. I gasped, my breath ragged, exclaiming in delight upon spotting the door. In truth, my shout was unnecessary, for Old Yen had already dashed forward. Fortunately, the door seemed ajar, and with a gentle push, he swung it open. Once I squeezed in behind him, he abruptly shut the door, securing it with an object he had hastily grabbed from the side. After a considerable wait, there was no sign of movement from the shadow outside. Summoning my courage, I peeked through the crack of the door, only to discover that it had vanished. Where are we? It was only after confirming that the shadow had receded that I took stock of our surroundings. Bathed in the luminescence of moonstone, I discerned that we were in a grand hall, resembling a venue for festivities. Look here, Old Yen beckoned to me from one side. Approaching him, I was astonished to find the walls adorned with murals. Glancing at the other walls, I noted that apart from the one we had entered through, the rest were entirely covered in vibrant frescoes. Old Yen pointed to a painting on the left, exclaiming, "This must be where it all began." I inquired how he knew this, and he gestured towards the mural, explaining that it depicted the Queen's coronation ceremony. It appeared that these murals narrated the Queen's life. Indeed, the ancient kingdom of Long Night seemed to embody a matriarchal society. In truth, there were inscriptions accompanying the murals, but both Lao Yen and I struggled to decipher the script of this land, leaving us to rely on conjecture. As Lao Yen captured images with his camera, he elaborated on the mural's content. This illustrated the coronation of the newly appointed queen, her bare feet and exquisite figure subtly revealed beneath a sheer veil. I pointed to the man accompanying the queen, wondering if he was the previous owner of the ancient tomb. His devout demeanor left a profound impression on me. Lao Yen nodded affirmatively and urged us to continue. The subsequent mural depicted the jubilant celebrations that ensued after the queen's ascension. However, given their perpetual existence in darkness, this scene bore little distinction from the others. This inscription must be extolling the queen's beauty, Lao Yen mused, tracing the characters on the mural. Can you decipher it? I asked, gazing at a sequence that resembled strokes more than letters, astonished at Lao Yan's knowledge, as I recalled he had previously been unfamiliar with these symbols. Indeed, Lao Yan shook his head, admitting he could only recognize a few, inferring their meaning. Furthermore, this mural vividly illustrated the subject's fervent adoration for the queen, which necessitated her perpetual veiling. For once she unveiled herself, those who beheld her would become utterly entranced. It seemed she was indeed a vision of beauty. As I gazed at the mural, I was reminded of the statue of the woman that once stood at the city gate, and I realized that she must be the queen depicted in the artwork. Subsequently, Old Yen and I slowly examined all the murals, weaving them into a cohesive narrative, a tale that rendered the ancient kingdom of Longye even more enigmatic. The queen, consumed by her own beauty, devoted countless hours to preserving her appearance. Yet, beauty inevitably fades with time. In the zenith of her allure, she devised a scheme to seek the elixir of immortality. This was reminiscent of Emperor Qin's endeavors, as she dispatched individuals to search for it while also recruiting others to concoct it. However, the elixir of immortality is not so easily found. One might even argue that it may not exist at all. Thus, 3 years passed in a blink, with the queen achieving no progress, while her age gradually advanced. Although she remained stunning, she feared that the day she would grow old would herald her replacement by a new monarch. She longed to maintain her youthful visage eternally. Consequently, in her fruitless quest for the elixir, the queen resorted to unspeakable measures. She began to consume human blood, particularly bathing in the blood of infants to preserve her skin's delicate and fair quality. This drove her subjects to fear her, and even the knights who had always protected her gradually succumbed to disappointment. Yet, the queen remained indifferent, relying on these dark remedies to sustain her beauty while continuing to instruct others in the search for the elusive elixir of life. The skeletal remains of infants we had just seen were the result of her actions. As I touched the mural, it was unfathomable to me that a person could commit such heinous acts in pursuit of immortality. Old Yan's expression was inscrutable. In ancient times, the lives of the subjects were deemed worthless. As he spoke, he continued to interpret the content of the mural. The subjects had long since despaired of the queen's actions, believing that under her reign, their demise was inevitable. However, one day, this bleak reality was shattered by a masked man in azure robes. Chapter 61. The Ancient Mirror of Pisces. Yet, the queen held him in disdain, which is why he was absent from the murals until now. This time, he brought with him a meteorite, claiming it contained the secret to immortality, though it had yet to be fully studied. Aware of the queen's relentless quest for eternal life, the azure-clad man hastened from his homeland to present the meteorite to her. The queen, now consumed by madness, was overjoyed upon hearing this news. The loathing she once harbored for the azure-clad man swiftly transformed into eager compliance. She even promised that the day she attained everlasting beauty would coincide with their wedding. Several murals depicted their research process, as they sought to create something wondrous from the meteorite. Their diligence bore fruit, as they seemingly succeeded in crafting a peculiar mirror, shaped like 2 golden fish, their tails intertwined and their bodies curving outward. Standing before the mirror, the queen was astonished to see another queen emerge from its depths, an exact replica of herself. The two exchanged a smile, an unsettling sight indeed. Moreover, she incited other tribes from the Central Plains to wage war against the land of the azure-clad man. The knight, unable to persuade her otherwise, could only watch helplessly as the queen descended into bloodlust. The conclusion of this tale remains a mystery, for the mural halts here, enveloped in a deep crimson hue. Why does this man don a mask from beginning to end? I find it rather peculiar, and I further observe that his attire starkly contrasts with that of the others. Dressed in this azure garb, he must be a sovereign from the southern region, as the art of sericulture flourished there during that era. Yet, several millennia ago, there were no traversable routes between the north and south. How could this ruler have made multiple visits to the queen of the ancient kingdom of Long Night? Lao Yan also found this strange, shaking his head for a considerable time without arriving at any conclusion. My concern, however, was more about the ultimate outcome of this conflict. Do you think the sudden disappearance of the ancient kingdom of Long Night is linked to this war? Lao Yan shook his head, unable to clarify the matter. It is indeed difficult to ascertain how and why the kingdom vanished. Seeing that he could offer no insights, I decided to examine the mural from start to finish once more. The more I gazed, the more it unsettled me, particularly the imagery of the queen frantically bathing in human blood and her reflection before the mirror, which left me feeling profoundly uneasy. I nodded and inquired, "Have you found the treasure?" Lao Yen pointed to the mural, indicating the mirror. The mirror? I turned my gaze towards it. The scene of the two queens before the mirror remained eerie. Indeed, allow me to be candid. I came here specifically for this mirror. Lao Yen retrieved a small notebook from his bag, flipping to a page and stating, "In fact, after Liu Chang'an emerged alive from the desert, our department began to take an interest in the ancient kingdom of Long Night. For 5 continuous years of research, we have encountered a dearth of information. Yet from the limited data available, we have gleaned some insights." He subsequently gestured towards the mirror depicted in the mural and inquired if I knew its name. I nodded, understanding his implication. "Do you mean that both queens are indeed real?" Although I had speculated upon viewing the mural, I had previously thought it merely an exaggeration of ancient narrative techniques. However, the expression on Lao Yan's face suggested that the reality was far more complex than I had imagined. Indeed, after a prolonged gaze at the mural, Lao Yan remarked, "This ancient mirror possesses the capability to create a replica, a being indistinguishable from the original." He confessed that prior to entering the ancient realm, he was unaware of the mirror's specific function, but upon witnessing this mural and contemplating the events surrounding Liu Chang'an, his conviction deepened. Moreover, "Do you recall those 2 identical corpses?" Lao Yen posed a question. I recollected the 7 bodies I had seen upon entering the ancient kingdom, noting that indeed, 2 of them were identical. Lao Yen speculated that one of the other corpses might have been created by the Pisces ancient mirror. So, does this imply that Liu Chang'an was also a product of this mirror? My eyes widened in astonishment. Although I had always known that this Liu Chang'an was not the same individual from the expedition 5 years prior, hearing his origin recounted left me incredulous. Could it truly be that this mere mirror has the power to produce a being endowed with thought and conscious behavior? Old Yen seemed somewhat incredulous, yet the undeniable truth lay before us. He retrieved the Team S photograph from his pocket, pointing at the strangely smiling Liu Chang'an, and remarked, "Have you not noticed that he has undergone no change whatsoever in these 5 years?" I took the photograph and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, the current Liu Chang'an bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, as if time had left no mark upon his visage. I had sensed this discrepancy earlier, but having seen the photograph in the present, I had not perceived anything amiss until Old Yan's observation jolted my awareness. "This ancient mirror is a national treasure. We must ensure its safe retrieval," Old Yen declared with unwavering resolve. I cast a glance at him and questioned whether this was not the very essence of our department's existence. "What?" His words piqued my curiosity. Old Yen gazed steadily towards the capital, raising his hand in salute, his eyes revealing a devotion I had never before witnessed. "With my mission, I shall protect our nation's treasures." Hearing this ignited a fervor within me, dissipating all my previous grievances towards Old Yen. I suddenly comprehended why, despite the sacrifices of so many, he continued to forge ahead without hesitation. "Chang'an, I have previously mentioned that my interest in you extends beyond your capabilities," Old Yen stated, nodding toward the dragon tattoo on my back. "Primarily, it is your 9 dragons tattoo. As a tomb guardian, your fate is intricately aligned with that of our department." I nodded in agreement, realizing that the reason 4th girl entrusted me with the Star Official's manual was likely due to this very consideration. I feigned dissatisfaction and glared at him, exclaiming, "Having come this far, you still claim you're not pressuring me?" "Ah!" Old Yen erupted into hearty laughter, patting my shoulder. "I knew I had not misjudged you." The thought that I might one day fight alongside Old Yen to protect the nation's treasures ignited a fervor within me, causing my blood to surge with intensity. I nodded emphatically, but soon the gravity of our situation dawned on me, prompting me to inquire how we might escape. "I don't know yet. Let's take another look. This is the banquet hall, and judging by the architectural style of the ancient kingdom, there should be more than one exit," Old Yen replied. With that, he began to search meticulously throughout the hall, while I found myself inexplicably captivated by the murals. Instead of seeking an escape, I stood before the fresco, pondering its intricacies. "What are you doing, you fool? We don't have time for this. If you want to study, do it after we've escaped." "I've already captured everything." Old Yen called out to me. I acknowledged him and turned to resume my search for an exit, only to stumble upon a question. "Old Yen, who painted these murals?" Chapter 62. The Throne of Mechanisms. At first glance, these murals appeared to be ordinary narrative depictions. However, if the queen was indeed so apprehensive about the elixir of immortality, going so far as to eliminate all those involved in its research and even extending her wrath to distant southern nations, why then were these murals documented with such meticulous detail? They chronicled the entire journey from the initial pursuit of the elixir to the eventual outbreak of war, allowing us to surmise the events that transpired merely through the imagery. "It must have been that night," Old Yen mused, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. "This speculation is, in theory, the most fitting, for apart from the queen, he alone possesses the profound understanding of the entire affair. However, the timing is amiss. This knight has long stood by the queen's side and has had no opportunity to boldly leave these murals in such a grand banquet hall. Should anything happen to the queen, it would signify the demise of the ancient kingdom of Long Night. Did the knight truly have the time to leave behind these murals, which occupy an entire 3 walls, in such a final hour? This notion eludes my comprehension. Old Yen, do you believe the queen is truly deceased?" As I caressed the mural, an unsettling thought took root within me, one that I could not suppress. Old Yen cast a glance my way. "Surely you do not think these murals were left by the queen herself? Though such an idea seems absurd, I could not help but feel that she was the only one with the opportunity to do so. Moreover, had we not already discovered a method for immortality? It would not be unusual for her to be alive." I slowly uttered these words, as if voicing them might relieve the weight in my heart. Old Yen urged me not to frighten myself, asserting that if the queen were still alive, the ancient kingdom of Long Night could not have vanished so abruptly. Thus, presents a paradox. Furthermore, had we not already ventured into her tomb? Old Yen reassured me. With icy hands and feet, I replied, "But we did not see the queen's body. To deem that place a tomb is merely our conjecture. It is entirely reasonable for a queen to have prepared her burial site in advance. Throughout the ages of our nation, with the exception of tumultuous times, emperors have traditionally begun to renovate their tombs while still alive, so they may swiftly enjoy the comforts of life even after death." The actions of the old smoker in search of an exit came to a halt as he called out to me with a heavy tone. Confused, I turned to him, and he calmly remarked, "Even if she is not dead, she is merely a Zongzi. Chang'an, in our line of work, the greatest fear is encountering a Zongzi. Yet at the same time, it is the least daunting. Do you understand?" "I understand," I replied. "Regardless of whether one is a soil scholar or a tomb raider, the deeper one delves into a grand tomb, the more likely one is to encounter a Zongzi. Naturally, the risks associated with such encounters are considerable, but the potential rewards are equally substantial. Hence, throughout history, countless individuals engaged in this profession have devised methods to confront Zongzi, which is why the old smoker expressed both fear and a lack of it." He patted my shoulder and assured me that my reaction was normal for someone encountering such matters for the first time. He emphasized the urgency of finding an exit, as we needed to secure the ancient mirror before Liu Chang'an. I couldn't help but worry about how the others were faring. Since the encounter with the colossal human-faced monster, I was uncertain if they had encountered any peril. The old smoker urged me to relax, stating that in such ancient tombs, the blind warrior would thrive, and even without significant discoveries, self-preservation was always assured. I nodded in agreement. "All right, then let us find the exit." The old smoker, having been interrupted by me in his search for an exit, resumed his diligent efforts now that I had ceased my futile speculations. I cast another glance at the mural before standing in the center of the hall, slowly surveying the entire space. The sides were occupied by the seats of guests during a banquet, while the center appeared to be reserved for performances. But where was the queen? I slowly advanced forward, where a staircase awaited me. Ascending should lead to the queen's throne, yet this place was utterly devoid of anything, desolate. Where could everything have gone? I murmured softly, crouching down to feel the spot where the throne ought to have been. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed beneath my touch, startling me momentarily before I realized the sound emanated from beneath my hand. "Old Yen, there is something here," I called out eagerly, and Old Yen promptly rushed over, inquiring about my discovery. I pointed to the source of the sound, explaining it just made a noise from beneath. Old Yen quickly asked how it could have made such a sound, so I demonstrated, probing the area once more. Crack, crack this time. The noise grew more pronounced. Old Yen hastily knelt beside me, tapping the ground with his fingers, and indeed, as he increased the rhythm of his knocks, the crackling sound became ever more distinct. What could this sound be? I furrowed my brow. At first, I suspected it might be some sort of mechanism, yet after waiting for some time, no other sounds emerged, leaving me momentarily bewildered. Before long, Old Yen rose. The blind hero and his companions are below. What? I questioned my hearing, but seeing the urgency on Old Yen's face as he searched for a mechanism, I understood he was not jesting. I retrieved a crowbar from my backpack, suggesting, why bother with all this? There may not even be a mechanism here. We could simply pry it open. However, Old Yen, panic-stricken, snatched the crowbar from me, exclaiming, no, we have no idea what lies beneath. If there is indeed a mechanism and we trigger it, we could very well bury them alive. As I searched the seemingly empty space, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hidden mechanism at play. Observing the surroundings, I hesitated to act recklessly. I began to feel along the ground until a thought struck me. I feigned as if there were a throne here, and sat down, my hands gradually exploring the area beside me. Eureka! Before long, my fingers brushed against a small protrusion, no larger than a fingernail, which was barely discernible from the ground. Old Yen, can I press it? I inquired, glancing towards him. Old Yen approached, first kneeling down to tap the ground. Then he nodded at me, indicating that he had discussed this with the others and that I should proceed. Taking a deep breath, I pressed down slowly, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds. The bricks beneath the throne began to shift, and I realized that Old Yen was becoming increasingly diminutive in my line of sight. I had forgotten I was seated on the throne. Chang'an, Old Yen called out, reaching out to grasp me. Peering down, I noted the darkness below. Tentatively, I shouted, Blind Knight, Chang'an, could you turn on the flashlight? I can't see. He smacked his forehead, acknowledging his oversight. Moments later, I heard the rustling of movements, followed by the illumination of the flashlight. The descent was not steep, and I urged Old Yen to let go of me as I jumped down, with him following suit. This seemed to be the Queen's refuge. Though modest in size, it was equipped with everything one might need, and numerous hidden mechanisms adorned the surroundings. Thankfully, I had refrained from carelessly prying with a crowbar. What had befallen the Viper? I hastily surveyed my surroundings and inquired with the blind hero. His countenance was grim as he led us toward the corner of the secret chamber. Following him, I beheld the serpent, and my expression shifted dramatically. The serpent lay slumped against the wall with his eyes closed, clearly unconscious, and his body was drenched in blood. In that moment, I could discern no specific injuries, but his pallid complexion indicated dire circumstances. Where is he hurt? I asked urgently, noting the significant loss of blood, which suggested that the wounds were still bleeding and required immediate attention. I was on the verge of questioning the blind hero as to why he had not tended to the serpent's injuries, yet now was not the time for such inquiries. The blind hero's expression grew even more troubled as he replied, All over. What do you mean? I exclaimed, my eyes widening in disbelief. The blind hero murmured, I do not know. When we were coerced into a passage by a faceless creature, he uttered a word, and then he just collapsed. I had no understanding of his condition initially. He remained silent until his entire body began to bleed, at which point he finally informed me. I realized he could not move, so I sought a place to assist him, but unexpectedly, we stumbled into this location and could not find an exit. The blind hero continued to explain that he had searched the area below, but had not discovered the entrance through which we had entered. With the serpent incapacitated, they could only wait here, but fortunately he had just heard sounds from above. Are you not concerned it could be Liu Chang'an? Lao Yen asked while examining the serpent's wounds. The blind hero dismissed the thought, saying even if it were him, as long as there is an exit, there remains hope. What now? I inquired anxiously. Old Yen wore a grim expression as he remarked that the situation was quite dire. Though his body was not entirely covered in wounds, the injuries were nonetheless severe. In the brief moment he had inspected, He had already spotted at least 5 wounds on the shoulder, abdomen, and arms. These injuries were peculiar, resembling punctures as though something had pierced through. Yet, Blind Man had been with him the whole time. How could he alone have sustained injuries? Old Yen glanced at Blind Man, who hurriedly responded, "I am not certain. There seemed to be something in that passage." Old Yen interjected, "What exactly are you apprehensive about?" At that moment, Blind Man's countenance shifted dramatically at the question. His lips pressed together in silence for a while. I, however, had little interest in the riddle they were entangled in and urged Old Yen to hasten in saving the viper. Old Yen met my gaze and calmly stated, "Cannot be done. Impossible. How can it not be done? He is still breathing," I exclaimed forcefully. In truth, I had known the instant I saw the viper that there was little hope for his survival, yet I was unwilling to accept it. Of the several of us who had ventured out, only the viper and I remained, if he too were to depart. I grasped Old Yen's arm, my voice thick with emotion. "Old Yen, please try again, just one more time. Perhaps it could work." I hurriedly knelt before him. "Viper, hang on. Old Yen will surely save you. Listen to me." The viper interrupted, "I saw Liu Chang'an in that passage." What? My eyes widened in disbelief, and I immediately inquired if his injuries had been inflicted by Liu Chang'an. The venomous serpent rested for a while before mustering the strength to speak again. "Do not utter a word just yet. I lack the energy." His words caused my eyes to well up, and as I pondered what to say, his gaze rendered me speechless. Noticing my silence, he began to recount his tale slowly. The blind hero and I were cornered by a creature with a face, which, surprisingly, did not dare to approach us. Then, unexpectedly, Liu Chang'an appeared. I am uncertain of his actions, but suddenly, the passageway was filled with numerous objects resembling arrows, which shot directly towards me. His account perplexed me. If Liu Chang'an intended to harm us, and the blind hero was alongside the serpent, why was only the serpent struck? The serpent whispered 2 words so faintly that I could barely hear them, prompting me to lean in closer. He continued in a fragmented manner, He is quite familiar with this place. He desires your demise, yet I have noticed something peculiar. He seems to be very afraid of mirrors." Mirrors? Instantly, the image of the twin fish ancient mirror from the mural flashed through my mind. I remained crouched, my legs growing numb, yet I did not stir. "Chang'an." Lao Yen tentatively called out to me. I lifted my gaze towards him, speaking with a hint of madness. Why is it that only he perished? I then shifted my attention to the blind hero, who seemed to sense something amiss. His expression shifted, and after a moment, he inquired if I believed he too should have met his end. Indeed, why did the arrow-like objects target only him? I gradually rose to my feet, nearly losing my balance after squatting for too long, but fortunately, I managed to steady myself against the wall. Blind hero furrowed his brow and remarked with curiosity, "From my intuition, that object should not be an arrow." "Oh, are you suggesting that the serpent deceived me?" I scoffed derisively. "One is visible yet elusive, while the other remains unseen yet unscathed. Blind hero, how did you achieve such a feat?" If I were to choose between placing my trust in the serpent or blind hero, I would undoubtedly lean towards the serpent without hesitation. Lao Yen tugged at me, urging me to refrain from such an attitude, for the uncanny events within the ancient realm were beyond blind hero's comprehension. Refrain from what? I glared at Lao Yen, my eyes aflame. "Lao Yen, while your trust in blind hero is not misplaced, my faith in the serpent is equally steadfast. Do you truly believe that a mechanism could manifest within a passageway, targeting only one individual? Or is it that blind hero failed to sense the arrival of Liu Chang'an?" Lao Yen fell silent, prompting a scoff from me. "You harbor doubts as well, do you not? Although he cannot see, blind hero is often more perceptive than those of us who can. If the serpent had not awakened, would the emergence of Liu Chang'an have been concealed in such a manner? Blind hero." Lao Yen ceased his attempts to persuade me and turned to the previously silent blind hero. "Chang'an raises a valid point. Please elucidate the situation. With only the 3 of us remaining, I hope to avoid sowing seeds of suspicion within our ranks." Blind hero turned his gaze in my direction and let out a soft sigh. "Lao Yen, we should not have ventured into the land of eternal night." "What do you mean?" Lao Yen frowned, clearly caught off guard by blind hero's unexpected declaration. The blind warrior pointed to the snake in the corner and spoke slowly. He did not lie. When the arrow struck, I indeed felt it. I could sense Liu Chang'an's presence as well, yet I was powerless to act. I stared at him in disbelief, and he sighed in resignation, saying, "Chang'an, if you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do." I could not perceive the specifics of the situation, but I knew something peculiar was occurring. It was only after the snake's anguished cry that I found the ability to move. Afterwards, the snake appeared unscathed, and I assumed it was merely an illusion. Who could have foreseen that he would suddenly collapse? Do you know what he said to me before he fell? What did he say? I fixated on him, attempting to discern any deceit in his expression. The blind warrior's demeanor shifted to one of panic, as if recalling something of grave significance. He articulated deliberately, "The snake claimed that half of his wound was inflicted by me." My eyes widened, and I was about to rush towards him when Lao Yen restrained me, insisting, "Let him explain." The blind warrior spread his hands, seemingly unable to fathom the situation himself. What transpired in the corridor with the snake appears to be entirely different. From my perspective, I was suddenly incapacitated, and then the snake was injured. Yet from the snake's viewpoint, I had inexplicably gone mad, thrusting the incoming arrows into him. Bang! I broke free from Lao Yan's grip and landed a punch on the blind warrior's face. He must have sensed it as well, yet he did not evade. His expression only fueled my anger further. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? If we hadn't pressed you, would you have let this matter simply fade away? Regardless of your reasons, I know that you are responsible for Viper's demise, and you dared to conceal it? Chang'an, it's not that I didn't speak up, but that I still cannot believe such a thing could happen, as if he and I have entered different dimensions." The blind swordsman wore a perplexed expression. I raised my fist, ready to strike again, but old Yen calmly interjected, "Even if you kill him, Viper will not return to life. And have you forgotten? When you were previously hallucinating due to the spirit melody, none of us heard the gunshot either." His words arrested my actions, and I slumped to the side, defeated. "Old Yen," I asked, "is there any possibility of us escaping from here?" Old Yan's mention of the national treasure had indeed stirred my enthusiasm, but when the gruesome reality of death confronted me once more, I couldn't bear it. Old Yen nodded resolutely, "We will." I didn't pursue the matter with the blind swordsman any further, as I knew in my heart that he wasn't to blame. However, upon gazing at Viper's corpse, I couldn't help but seek an outlet for my emotions. "Blind swordsman, think back. Was there anything peculiar at the time?" Old Yen inquired, while surveying the secret chamber. The blind swordsman furrowed his brow and shook his head after a long while. "No, if Viper hadn't mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have detected anything amiss. Old Yen, it seems we've encountered a formidable adversary this time. Merely a replica. There must be flaws," Old Yen remarked dismissively. Blind hero, perplexed, inquired about the nature of replicants. Old Yen recounted the mural we had observed in the hall, and suddenly, the former slapped his thigh in realization. "I remember. Before the Viper collapsed, he not only uttered a word to me but also inscribed something on my arm. You must take a look. Could it be that mirror?" With that, he extended his right arm. I beheld a design presumably drawn in blood by the Viper. Indeed, it was the twin fish ancient mirror. I gazed at blind hero's hand, incredulous. Old Yen, equally astonished, abruptly turned to the Viper's corpse and stammered, Did he see the ancient mirror?" Perhaps, I nodded. "He just mentioned to me that Liu Chang'an fears the mirror." Old Yen pondered for a moment, unable to decipher why Liu Chang'an, created by the mirror, would harbor such fear, and waved his hand dismissively, suggesting we proceed further. "What shall we do now?" We sat on the ground, exchanging glances, unable to articulate our thoughts. Old Yen produced a cigarette, offered one to me, and after lighting it, inhaled deeply. "We must seek out Liu Chang'an. It is evident from the Viper's words that he is behind all this." Blind hero took a puff as well and posed the critical question. "But where do we find him?" Chapter 64. The appearance of Liu Chang'an. I twirled the cigarette in my hand, glancing at Old Yen before stating, "It seems our only option is the Queen's tomb." I had just replayed in my mind the trajectory of our journey since entering the ancient country of Long Night. Though the Queen's tomb lay beneath, it was unmistakably at the center, and furthermore, the twin fish ancient mirror was crafted for the Queen. Thus, if any location could be pinpointed, it would undoubtedly be this one. Is it possible to find the Queen's chamber while she was still alive? Blind man inquired. I responded affirmatively, acknowledging that I had initially entertained the same thought. However, upon reflection, it seemed to me that this ancient land of eternal night was likely but a fragment of a much larger realm. The murals depicting streets and residences had long since succumbed to the sands of time, buried beneath the shifting dunes as the Lopner transformed from an oasis into a desert. Many palaces had vanished as well, and it was probable that the remnants we beheld did not include the Queen's abode. Naturally, these were merely my conjectures. As for the presence of the Pisces ancient mirror within the Queen's tomb, I could not ascertain that either, given that we had only glimpsed the coffin before being driven out by the faceless creature. Blind man hesitated, questioning whether we truly intended to proceed. What if we encountered not Liu Chang'an, but rather that monstrous being? Our luck in escaping might not hold this time. I chuckled softly, asserting that even if we chose not to venture forth, we might still find ourselves trapped within this ancient realm, as the path we had traversed was now severed. Only by locating Liu Chang'an could we hope to escape. And wherever the ancient mirror lay, Liu Chang'an would undoubtedly be there as well. Though I remained uncertain of his purpose for entering this ancient land, I was convinced that he would seize the ancient mirror he had created, despite any trepidation he may harbor. Old Smoke nodded in agreement with my perspective. With clarity on our next steps, we remained composed, taking stock of our equipment in the hall. My ammunition was nearly depleted, leaving only my dagger as a viable weapon. Old Smoke, on the other hand, still possessed a grenade and ample bullets in his firearm. As for Blind Man, a gun was no match for his curved blade from the desert. Having meticulously inspected our gear and sufficiently rested in the hall, we embarked once more. After a moment's contemplation, Old Yen posited that we should be secure, surmising that the shadowy figure was likely akin to the two previously encountered zombies, merely attempting to coerce us into the main hall. His words instilled a measure of tranquility within me, and I cautiously ventured forth, opening the hall door with care. It seems your assessment was accurate, Old Yen, I declared, raising my hand in acknowledgement. However, Old Yen wore a distressed expression as he gestured upwards, stating that the paramount concern was ascending. The blind swordsman gestured towards his eyes, explaining that, while pursued by the monster, he had merely followed the viper, unable to discern direction, let alone the path he had traversed. Ah, you have finally arrived. A voice echoed from above, as Liu Chang'an's expectant laughter resounded. Gazing upwards, I beheld Liu Chang'an, partially obscured by shadows, presenting an eerie visage. He stamped his foot upon the ground, and a staircase manifested before us. Ascend, he beckoned. The ancient kingdom is on the verge of resurrection, and you shall behold its former sovereign. The sudden appearance of Liu Chang'an caught us unawares, yet we were left with no alternative but to follow him. Ascending the staircase, I harbored a degree of trepidation, fearing the emergence of the human-faced monster. However, we reached the Queen's tomb without encountering the creature. You should express gratitude for your grenades, which dislodged the artifact I sought. Otherwise, I would not have overlooked your desecration of the Queen's tomb to this extent, Liu Chang'an proclaimed abruptly, standing at the entrance to the Queen's tomb. I cast a fleeting glance around the chamber. Although the grenades inflicted little harm upon the monstrous visage, they indeed wreaked considerable devastation upon the palace. A substantial portion of the floor had collapsed, and the coffin lay shattered, fissures sprawling across its surface, as if a mere push would reduce it to dust. None of us responded to Liu Chang'an's words. We silently entered the Queen's tomb, surveying our surroundings in search of the ancient Pisces mirror. As I listened, I was taken aback, for his last few words unexpectedly transformed into a woman's voice. I swiftly turned to him and, grasping the arms of Old Yen and Blind Hero, retreated several paces in the opposite direction of Liu Chang'an. Until that moment, he had remained half concealed in shadows, and I had not noticed. Now, as he stepped into the light, I beheld his form. One half retained the scholarly demeanor of a refined professor, while the other bore an uncanny resemblance to the Queen. I inhaled sharply, asking, "What do you intend to do? Just now, did I not convey to you my intentions?" TSK, it is, of course, to restore the ancient kingdom to its former glory, and I am to become its new king, ruling over this land. Ruling? I scoffed. Even if the Long Night Kingdom were to emerge from obscurity, it would merely be a historical relic, devoid of substance. What will you rule? A heap of desiccated bones. Liu Chang'an regarded me with amusement, replying, "How could it be devoid of everything? Did you not observe the murals? Ha! As long as the ancient mirror exists, I shall summon as many souls as I desire. You are merely the first batch, truly a stroke of fortune for you." Old Yen, with a stern expression, inquired whether he had already obtained the ancient mirror. Liu Chang'an stretched out his hand, the gesture indistinguishable from that of a woman. Rising slowly from his throne, he spoke, "Indeed, not only have I acquired the ancient mirror, but thanks to you, I have also discovered methods to enhance it. Thus, as a token of my gratitude, I intend to create countless replicas of you. Otherwise, I could simply let my beloved generals devour you." His voice had completely transformed into a feminine tone, sending chills down my spine. "Be cautious. If he produces the ancient mirror, we must devise a way to seize it, but whatever you do not gaze into the mirror," Lao Yen warned in a hushed tone. Blind Hero chuckled softly, "It seems I must take charge. I will act according to the circumstances." Liu Chang'an regarded us as one would a troop of jesters. In truth, for the ancient nation to see the light of day again, 2 sacrifices are required. Shall we deliberate on who shall survive? You lured us here merely for sacrifices? Lao Yen seethed with indignation. Chapter 65. Bloodstained Lop near Liu Chang'an nonchalantly nodded. "Otherwise, why would I allow you to survive this far? TSK, but your other team was utterly feeble. They perished before even crossing the dark river. How else would I have any use for you?" His words incited Lao Yan's fury completely. He could endure the loss of his comrades for the nation, but the absurdity of the reason for such sacrifices was intolerable. "Lao Yan, remain calm," I implored, restraining him. Then I whispered, "Notice his attire. Could it be concealing something?" Feigning casualness, Lao Yan cast a fleeting glance at Liu Chang'an and subtly nodded in my direction. "I suspect that this is the ancient mirror. Soon enough, you will suggest that I become the sacrificial offering. Let us see how he intends to proceed." I swiftly made a decision. The reason Liu Chang'an is so unrestrained is merely due to the presence of the Pisces ancient mirror in his possession. With this mirror, we dare not act recklessly. Lao Yen, recognizing the lack of alternatives, could only nod in agreement. "Have you come to a consensus?" Liu Chang'an inquired, his voice growing softer, with even his other half's appearance subtly shifting towards the queen's unparalleled beauty. I stepped forward, and Lao Yen, seizing the moment while Liu Chang'an was distracted, discreetly handed me something and whispered a caution. I tightened my grip on the object, feigning dissatisfaction, and remarked, "These 2 are teammates. They have yet to reach an agreement, yet they have pushed me forward." Liu Chang'an questioned whether I was truly willing. I despondently replied, "What other choice do I have? I cannot contend with either of them, nor with you." "In that case, you may proceed with peace of mind," he said, raising his hand. I then heard the sound of heavy footsteps, and the monstrous face gradually emerged before us. I felt a surge of panic, yet maintained a facade of composure. Since I am to be the offering, might I have the opportunity to witness the magnificence of the Pisces ancient mirror? Liu Chang'an cast a suspicious glance in my direction, and I, with a steady heart, asserted, "We have come precisely for this reason. You cannot allow me to depart this world with my eyes closed." As I spoke, the monstrous face advanced toward me, seemingly poised to devour me whole, when Liu Chang'an abruptly raised his hand, causing the monstrosity to halt. "Perhaps it is permissible, though I hope you do not regret your decision after witnessing it," Liu Chang'an remarked with an eerie smile. I derisively remarked that death was imminent, precluding any possibility of repentance. Liu Chang'an chuckled, nonchalantly producing an object from his bosom, concealed by a scarlet cloth, its contours unmistakably those of the twin fish ancient mirror. A harrowing shriek emanated from Liu Chang'an behind me, sending shivers down my spine. I was, in truth, ignorant of the nature of the object old Yen had entrusted to me, merely adhering to his instructions to place it upon Liu Chang'an's left breast. "Have you secured it?" Old Yen inquired anxiously. I palpated the mirror, ascertaining the reverse side, before gingerly unveiling the scarlet cloth. allowing Old Yen to confirm its authenticity before reconcealing it. Old Yen ceremoniously deposited the twin fish ancient mirror into his backpack, subsequently brandishing a hand grenade, poised to hurl it. You believe you can abscond with the ancient mirror from the ancient kingdom of eternal night? Liu Chang'an's agonizing cries gradually subsided, replaced by a venomous female voice emanating from behind us. Take the ancient mirror and flee. Blind Xia propelled us backward, whereupon I discerned that the mechanisms outside the jade portal had been restored, revealing a level thoroughfare. Old Yen thrust the backpack containing the ancient mirror toward me. You go first. Upon reaching the Shadow Palace, I realized I was bereft of any notion of how to escape. They were drawn down by me. I smacked my forehead, peering directly upward. The Shadow Palace was not lofty. I could reach the apex merely by standing on tiptoe. I positioned myself where I had previously awakened from the illusion, commencing a deliberate exploration. What are you still doing here, you rascal? The voice of Lao Yen reached my ears, prompting me to turn and behold Blind Hero and his pursuer, the monstrous creature with a human face, retreating desperately while engaged in combat. Their bodies bore countless wounds, yet the narrowness of the passageway constrained the creature's movements. I shouted that we had not yet found an exit and urged them to hold on a little longer. No sooner had I finished my exhortation than I felt a protrusion and, without hesitation, pressed down upon it. A thunderous sound erupted, revealing a night statue capable of emitting ethereal melodies. I swiftly ascended, then turned to extend my hand below, beckoning, "Quick! Come up!" Lao Yen had already dashed forward, extending his hand towards me. I grasped him firmly and pulled him up. Just as I was about to reach for Blind Hero, I caught sight of Liu Chang'an's face, which had emerged halfway. "Blind Hero!" I shouted urgently. With a flourish, Blind Hero shook his crimson scarf, drawing forth a gleaming curved blade. "Everyone, go ahead. Do not concern yourselves with me." I gazed at Liu Chang'an, who was perilously close to emerging, my eyes brimming with tears as I implored Blind Hero to ensure his escape. In a moment of desperation, I pushed the statue, sending Liu Chang'an tumbling back down. Wiping away my tears, I seized Lao Yen and turned to flee. The passageway, which had remained uncertain for some time, now lay open before us, allowing Lao Yen and me to reach the original entrance unimpeded. At that moment, however, both Liu Chang'an and the monstrous creature were hot on our heels. Blood stained Blind Hero's mouth and nose as he wielded his bloodied blade, continuing to fight fiercely, though his movements had evidently slowed. "Lao Yen, make the call," I urged as I scrambled towards freedom, casting a glance back at him. I am acutely aware of the arduous nature of this decision. However, should we allow Liu Chang'an and his companions to pursue us further, escape would be an impossibility. I have not forgotten the capabilities of that monstrous entity with a human face, which managed to traverse the ancient land of Chang'an. Lao Yen climbed out alongside me, gazing intently at the blind swordsman still struggling within the passage. He then produced the last grenade, mustering all his strength to shout, "Brother, may your journey ahead be smooth." Upon hearing the voice, the blind swordsman lifted his gaze towards us, a look of relief spreading across his face. He rarely smiled, yet this time his joy was palpable. In an instant, he executed a graceful somersault, severing the monstrous figure with a swift strike, before tackling Liu Chang'an, who was attempting to escape, and vanishing amidst the explosion's fiery glow. The palace appeared as I had first seen it, though this time it slowly sank back into the sands of time. The passage had been utterly obliterated by the grenade, gradually disappearing before our eyes amidst the clattering of chains. Once the palace had entirely vanished, Lao Yen and I collapsed onto the sand, exchanging relieved glances before erupting into laughter, a testament to our survival. Yet, as we laughed, thoughts of the blind swordsman and the venomous serpent, entombed beneath the sands alongside Liu Chang'an, weighed heavily upon my heart. Lao Yen patted my shoulder, stating, "This is the harsh reality. You must learn to adapt." "Is it truly over?" I asked after a prolonged silence. Lao Yen rested his hand on the ancient Pisces mirror I held, his expression grave as he replied, "No, this is merely the beginning." Chapter 66. The passing of years after an arduous journey, Lao Yen and I finally emerged from the Lop Nur. I turned to gaze at the vast expanse of the desert, a torrent of thoughts flooding my mind. I found myself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel gratitude for my survival or sorrow for my comrades eternally entombed beneath the sands. Perhaps due to the multitude of experiences I had endured, Lao Yen exhibited none of my tumultuous emotions. He immediately made a satellite phone call upon emerging, the specifics of which eluded me. However, once he hung up, he urged me to accompany him to the capital, the very hub of that enigmatic department. Lao Yen shook his head, stating that it was unnecessary, as he had already dispatched someone to handle the situation. The soldiers there would soon be dispersed and reassigned across the nation. No one will remember you, Liu Chang'an, nor will anyone recall Old Chen and the others, he asserted. I was momentarily taken aback by his words and inquired whether all the fallen were treated in such a manner. Indeed, he replied, his expression devoid of emotion. After a brief silence, I confessed my desire to at least catch a glimpse of the military camp. Lao Yen acquiesced, but insisted we wait until the following day. I was not in a rush, and given our current state, both Lao Yen and I required some respite. We found a resting spot not far from the company, indulged in a refreshing shower, and enjoyed a peaceful slumber before setting off towards Bayan-Goling. Yet upon arrival, I refrained from entering, for everything had changed. I did not recognize the guards at the entrance nor the small units conducting drills. It was still not the time for new recruits to enlist. I stood there, observing the soldiers bustling about within the camp, even catching sight of the new company commander reciting the 3 major disciplines and 8 points for attention over a loudspeaker, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of my imagination. Were it not for my continued existence, and the ashes of Commander Chun that I carry with me, their presence in this world would surely be obliterated. Lao Yen, observing my dazed expression, gently patted my shoulder. I turned to glance at him, uncertain of how to respond, ultimately exhaling a soft sigh. Let us go. Clearly, Lao Yen had made all necessary preparations. No sooner had we exited Bayan-Goling than a vehicle arrived to collect us. The driver appeared to be an ordinary individual, unfamiliar with Lao Yen, as he had merely been instructed to pick us up. Chang'an, have you truly resolved to accompany me to Xinjiang? Once we were in the car and ensured that the driver could not overhear our conversation, Lao Yen asked me earnestly. I nodded in silence. Lao Yen extended his hand towards me, and I inquired, puzzled, about his intentions. Present your soldier's ID and identification card, he beckoned with a finger. Although I was unaware of his motives, I retrieved the 2 items from my bag. Lao Yen took the documents, then produced a lighter from his pocket and, before I could comprehend his actions, ignited them. What are you doing? I exclaimed, alarmed, reaching out to snatch them back. These were my means of identification, essential for my survival. Lao Yen evaded my grasp, the documents slowly transforming into ashes in his hands. He then looked up at me, enunciating each word with gravity. From this moment forth, Liu Chang'an no longer exists. I remained in the act of reaching for them, stunned by his declaration, taking a considerable time to process the enormity of his words. Afterward, I sat silently to one side, refraining from speaking. Although his actions were abrupt, I had mentally prepared myself, recalling the situation with Captain Chun and his team. My curiosity regarding that department only intensified, until we transferred to the train heading to Xinjiang. Old Yen and I engaged in little conversation, as we simply had no words to share. Upon our arrival at Xinjiang railway station, I spotted a young man, approximately in his 20s, clad in a crisp shirt and sporting sunglasses, holding a sign to greet us. Hurry up, didn't your master wear you out? Old Yen said, feigning disdain as he sidestepped an embrace. Yet, the curve of his smile and the lightness in his tone revealed a camaraderie with the young man. It was then that the young man seemed to notice me, his gaze sweeping over me from behind his sunglasses, before he cheerfully remarked, finally, we have someone even younger than I am. I remained silent, merely offering him a smile. To my surprise, he suddenly stepped forward and threw an arm around my shoulders, saying, listen, little brother, once you join the department, I'll look out for you, ensuring you enjoy the best of everything. His words struck me as somewhat inappropriate, prompting a silent plea for help towards Old Yen. In response, Old Yen swiftly smacked the young man's hand away, saying, enough of your nonsense. Hurry up, I have important items with me. Listening to his enthusiastic invitation, I finally managed to utter, "Can you see the road clearly while driving with those sunglasses on?" Old Yen, however, ignored him and waved him away, urging him to start the car promptly. As I journeyed onward, I came to a profound understanding of the young man driving. He narrated the sights along our route, from the grand tourist attractions offering free admission at certain times to the humble vendors of delectable bean juice by the roadside, his commentary uninterrupted. His engaging manner made me perceive his words as delightful tales. After nearly an hour of travel, we arrived at a rather isolated location, halting before a white edifice. Upon disembarking, I noticed a sign emblazoned with the words Beijing Cultural Relics Bureau. A wave of skepticism washed over me, prompting a furtive glance at Lao Yen. This remote place, adorned with such an esteemed title, could it genuinely belong to a legitimate department? He offered no clarification, merely urging me to enter. The young man beside him, grinning broadly, reassured me not to be anxious, jesting that I was not an artifact. Thus there was no fear of being sold off. His light-hearted words drew a smile from me, and I followed them into the Bureau of Cultural Relics, yet my doubts only deepened upon entry. Inside, the individuals I observed appeared to be engaged in mundane clerical tasks. Many were diligently writing reports or conversing on the phone, while a balding elder in slippers leisurely perused the newspaper. Lao Yen, are you truly not deceiving me? I mused internally, for his description of this department seemed almost mythical, starkly contrasting with the scene before me. Lao Yen cast a glance my way, still silent, merely gesturing for me to proceed further. Very well, I resolved to follow. I was eager to uncover the secrets he harbored. We traversed the office building and approached a massive iron gate guarded by several soldiers. When the gate swung open, I was rendered utterly astonished. Before my eyes lay an immense semicircular hall, partitioned by glass into countless workspaces. At its center was a communal area, cluttered with an array of telegraphic machines, radios, and several unfamiliar instruments, truly resembling a functioning mechanical fortress. The number of occupants was modest. As I surveyed the scene, I estimated there were merely a dozen or 20 individuals, most of whom were engrossed in their tasks, offering little reaction to my presence. Upon entering, the old smoke-filled figure greeted the young lad, instructing him to show me around and elucidate the department's operations before hastily departing. I found myself intrigued by his whereabouts, particularly as I observed him pass through a secure door leading to a staircase ascending mysteriously. The young lad then threw an arm around my shoulder, dismissing my curiosity. Forget about him. Let us explore together. Chapter 67. The most mysterious department with that, he guided me into the central communal area. I curiously scanned my surroundings, noticing a group diligently organizing telegrams, while another set of individuals translated and dispatched the received messages to various locations. From their conversations, I occasionally caught mentions of geographical names and some esoteric terminology. Adjacent to this bustling scene were numerous offices, partitioned off. Some were securely locked, while shadows flitted within others. Noting my interest, the young lad informed me that access to these spaces was restricted. Those fortunate enough to possess private offices were indeed exceptional individuals, often characterized by peculiar temperaments. I nodded in understanding. After a brief tour, the young man escorted me to a modest conference room of approximately 10 square meters and inquired about my knowledge of the department. I offered a wry smile, admitting that, as of now, I was only aware of its existence and that it pertained to the protection of national treasures, but I did not even know its name. When it came to serious matters, he adopted a solemn demeanor and saluted the national flag in the room, stating, "Our organization is known as 701. The number 701 is merely a code name, and all members within 701 go by code names as well. However, we share a common mission, to defend the national treasures with our purpose." Although I had previously heard this from Lao Yen, hearing it again stirred a passionate fervor within me, yet I refrained from interrupting the young man's narration. Currently, the treasures housed in museums nationwide have largely been unearthed with the participation of our members, such as the gilded beast head agate cup, the sword of King Yu, and the along the river during the Qingming festival painting, among others. Naturally, the risks involved are considerable. As the saying goes, where treasures are hidden, great tombs lie, and within great tombs peril abounds. It is not only ordinary archaeologists who face danger. Even seasoned experts are not immune to casualties. One could say that 701 is a profession that treads upon the edge of a blade. Look at all those people outside. It is conceivable that one day, some may just vanish without a trace. Those whose remains are eventually found are fortunate to have closure. Yet the majority of comrades who go missing leave behind no knowledge of their fate. At this point, the young man tapped the table and turned to me, asking, "Since you have chosen to join us, I presume you are prepared?" Naturally, I nodded, comprehending why the old smoker had incinerated my documents. Upon stepping into 701, Liu Chang'an would indeed cease to exist in this world. The lad chuckled lightly. That is essentially the situation. If you wish to gain a clearer understanding, you may visit the archives. I inquired with astonishment. Am I permitted to enter? Such places are typically deemed classified. During my time in the military, that was certainly the case. He erupted into hearty laughter. Those who can enter here are genuine patriots. Thus, 701 maintains confidentiality externally while sharing resources internally. After all, the higher one's experience, the lesser the risk of incidents. I nodded in comprehension, and he then rose to escort me to the archives. The archives were located on the second floor, accessible via a winding staircase at the far end of the public area, an entire floor dedicated to their purpose. He sought the custodian to unlock the door, then allowed me to explore on my own, as he had matters to attend to. He promised to return at dinner time to introduce me to authentic Beijing snacks. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck me. Do you know Xinjiang? Is she also affiliated with 701? The lad, halted mid-turn, widened his eyes as he approached me, his tone betraying his astonishment. How do you know Xinjiang? I merely replied, she saved my life. I offered no further explanation. He circled around me, making a clicking sound with his tongue. It seems the old smoker has truly struck gold this time. With Xinjiang backing you, we feel rather diminished in your presence. The young man departed swiftly, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. I had sensed his extraordinary nature when he was rescued by the fourth miss during our childhood. However, it was only upon hearing his recent words that I realized I might have underestimated him. The entire 701 is indeed a reservoir of hidden talents. Yet the demeanor of the young man suggests that the fourth miss looms over them like deities in the heavens. Are you going in? Inquired the custodian of the archives. Lifting his eyelids slightly, the archives resembled a colossal library. Yet the clear organization prevented me from wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. The foremost section contained intelligence reports, with the most recent being from this morning, indicating that a batch of unidentified Wu Zhu coins had surfaced in a market in Hunan, prompting an investigation into potential tomb robberies. I was momentarily taken aback. I had not anticipated that they would collect even such minor pieces of information. I bypassed the intelligence section and proceeded deeper until I reached a row of cabinets marked Class S Confidential. This series of classified documents encompassed 3 entire cabinets, all adorned with red headers, meticulously organized by region. My attention was drawn to a volume labeled Xinjiang, which I instinctively retrieved, as I had narrowly escaped from that very place. The mere mention resonated with me profoundly. However, as I flipped it open, I was struck dumb by the bold inscription on the title page, Long Night Ancient Kingdom. Leaving my mind a blank slate, casually flipping through the pages, I stumbled upon a series of bizarre events that transpired in the Lopner region, accompanied by several indistinct photographs. It then dawned on me that Lao Yan had mentioned his department had been researching the ancient Long Night Kingdom for 5 years. I had not anticipated the depth of their investigation, which even pinpointed potential locations of the Long Night Kingdom. A bitter smile crossed my face. It seemed that only upon truly reaching the Long Night Kingdom would Lao Yan reveal everything to me. Until then, he had been somewhat reticent. However, recalling the secretive nature of Unit 701, I understood his rationale. If Commander Chun and his team had survived and exited the desert, in accordance with Unit 701's protocol, they would likely be dispersed to various locations, ideally to places where they would never encounter each other again. Thus, Lao Yan's decision to withhold information was, in fact, a means of safeguarding them. The confidential cases here span an extensive range, including the Mongolian Khan's sacred tomb from the 1960s, the lost treasure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, and the underwater dragon palace of Poyang Lake, among others. Some of these mysteries have been resolved by Unit 701, while others remain elusive, still under investigation with no updates to this day. Upon completing my review of these cases, I finally comprehended the true significance of my mission, to safeguard the nation's treasures. Chapter 68. Destiny, how's it going? Yazi's voice echoed from behind me, startling me. I lifted my gaze from the confidential documents, only to realize I had been in this position for an indeterminate amount of time, my neck stiffening. Stretching my neck, I inquired about his arrival. Yazi raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's pitch black outside, and my stomach can't take it any longer." Frowning slightly, I noted that the archive room had no windows, and I was astonished to find that I had been engrossed for several hours. I too found myself feeling hungry, and the thousands of documents in the archive were indeed not something that could be perused in a short span of time, so I refrained from declining. The young man soon drove the jeep over, and upon entering the vehicle, I realized that apart from him, I was the only other passenger. Curiosity compelled me to inquire if old Yen would be joining us. After a moment of silence, I clarified that is not what I meant to ask. Rather, I wanted to know if you could remove your sunglasses while driving. It is quite late in the day, and I wonder if you can truly see. The young man fell silent, seemingly contemplating my words, and after a considerable pause, he started the engine with a sort of determination, ignoring me throughout our journey. I touched my nose, perplexed as to what had incited his irritation. Cautiously, I ventured to ask if there was an issue with his eyesight, which only rendered him more speechless. After some time, he resignedly explained that it was merely his habit. "Well, just pretend I never asked," I offered with an awkward smile, choosing not to pursue further conversation. Noticing my discomfort, the young man waved his hand dismissively, signaling that everything was fine, and then enthusiastically began to introduce me to the local specialties of Xinjiang, eager to impart as much knowledge as he could. Eventually, he parked the vehicle outside a hot pot restaurant. In comparison to the surrounding establishments, this one appeared rather unassuming. Aside from a wooden plaque inscribed with the words hot pot, there were no other distinguishing features, and the shop was indeed half the size of the neighboring ones. Pointing at the establishment, the young man insisted, "Do not underestimate it. The owner of this hot pot restaurant comes from a lineage of practitioners of this craft. Their lamb is exceptionally tender, and the broth contains secret ingredients that will surely make you disdain any other." As a newcomer, I felt inclined to defer to his recommendations and accepted whatever he suggested for our meal. I chuckled softly and followed the young lad inside. It was precisely mealtime. From the outside, one could not discern the bustling activity within, but upon entering, I found the place nearly filled to capacity. The lad seemed quite familiar with the proprietor, as he entered and exclaimed, "Old Zhang, the usual, and add 2 more servings of lamb." A stout chef, presumably in his 40s, responded with a jovial tone reminiscent of the Buddha, "New friend? I haven't seen you bring anyone along before." "Indeed, I'm looking out for him, so make sure to offer a bit more discount next time," the lad replied with a grin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, old Zhang finally ushered us to a windowside table. According to the lad, he often dined here and frequently occupied this very corner, which he found quite amusing. Once seated, I glanced around and quickly understood what he meant by amusing. This windowside spot was indeed a corner, with a pillar positioned to our right front, shielding us from the gaze of others while allowing us to observe the myriad of patrons unfolding before us. Their diverse behaviors were vividly displayed beneath our watchful eyes, and through the window we could see the ebb and flow of passers-by. However, I found little fascination in these distractions, choosing instead to listen silently as the lad narrated the customs and culture of Xinjiang through the actions of others. The food arrived swiftly, and the tantalizing aroma wafting from the copper pot stirred my appetite. Without needing an invitation from the lad, I immersed myself in the meal. With a sense of pride, the lad remarked, "I chose a splendid place, didn't I?" After indulging in the feast, I felt a twinge of bashfulness and chuckled softly a few times. The young lad, seemingly indifferent, stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and inquired whether I had eaten enough. Upon hearing that I had not, he called for the proprietor to bring more dishes. I'm satisfied, I hastily nodded. "As long as you're content, that's splendid. I genuinely appreciate your company. I can easily consume an extra bowl of rice when I'm with you. You have no idea about a certain individual in our department named Akun. When you meet him someday, you'll understand. You wouldn't even dare to eat in his presence. He muttered with a hint of disdain. This topic piqued my interest, prompting me to ask if he could introduce me to the core members of the team. Why? I inquired, somewhat perplexed. He pointed to himself. Can you guess how long I have been in 701? I shook my head. Observing the demeanor with which Lao Yen had brought me here, it was evident that 701 judged individuals by their capabilities rather than age, leaving me uncertain about his tenure. He chuckled, revealing that he was unlike others. Being an orphan, he had been recognized by Professor Su at the tender age of 7 for his extraordinary memory and subsequently brought into the 701 compound, where he practically grew up. At that time, Lao Yen was not even the director of 701. And so, I probed. He gazed at me, then sighed despondently. Someone like me has yet to even catch a glimpse of the fourth miss. I've only heard tales about her. Now you realize how fortunate you are, don't you? I was taken aback, then chuckled. Not having seen her is indeed a stroke of luck. I nearly lost half my life in the process. You make a valid point. Wherever the fourth miss appears, it's akin to a realm of torment, he reflected, tilting his head as he considered my words, ultimately conceding that I had a point. We continued our conversation about 701, and soon enough, the table was cleared of all its dishes. It was then that the young man inquired whether I had secured accommodation. I had not, having just arrived. I scratched my head in surprise. Aren't there dormitories? While examining 701 earlier, I distinctly noticed a separate small building that resembled a dormitory. The young man nodded, confirming that there was indeed a dormitory, albeit sparsely populated. Most of the residents were engaged in intelligence work, and none of the core members preferred residing there. It was not due to an unpleasant environment, but rather because each individual had their own temperament, and living together often led to conflicts. They preferred to stay outside. Then I shall reside in the dormitory, for I lack the funds to stay elsewhere, I shrugged. Upon my arrival, the office disguised as the Cultural Relics Bureau had some activity, but now it was dark and deserted, suggesting everyone had left for the day. However, upon passing through the 3 heavy iron gates, I found 701 still ablaze with light, although it appeared that a different group of people had taken their place. In our line of work, one could never predict when matters would arise. Thus intelligence personnel were often present, keeping watch day and night, as the young man explained. He then led me to a separate small building on the right side of the courtyard, first acquiring a key from an elderly gentleman on the first floor, and subsequently guiding me to the second floor. He opened the door to a room at the end of the corridor. This room is unoccupied. You may stay here temporarily. Tomorrow, after old Yen finishes his work, we shall see if he has any other arrangements. All right. I nodded slightly. The room was modest, containing only a military cot, accompanied by a cabinet and a table, along with a rack holding a basin and a footbath. There was nothing else, yet these conditions were deemed acceptable. The young lad handed me the bag I had forgotten in the vehicle that afternoon, along with the key to my room, then patted my shoulder, stating, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, feel free to knock on anyone's door. If they cannot assist you, they will know how to reach me. I acknowledged him with a grunt, watching as he descended the stairs before turning to enter the room. After closing the door, I tossed my bag onto the bed and collapsed heavily onto the mattress, feeling as though everything before me was somewhat surreal. Just a month prior, I had been a mere transport soldier in Beiyangguling, and now I found myself within the confines of China's most enigmatic department, 701. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense that this was all predestined. Ever since I was 9 years old, when I was branded with a dragon tattoo and vowed to become a guardian of the tomb, it seemed my fate had already been sealed. Chapter 69. Ancient Shu Kingdom. The green-robed deity, I was unsure whether it was sheer exhaustion or an absence of wariness towards my surroundings, but I soon fell into a deep slumber. Hey, Chang'an, are you in there? A series of loud knocks echoed from the door, jolting me from my dreams. Took me a moment to orient myself, and by then, the young lad outside could no longer contain his impatience, banging on the door with fervor. I halted mid-sentence, realizing the daylight outside was not that of early morning. Indeed, the young lad scolded, It's nearly past noon. I offered an embarrassed smile and inquired what he wanted from me. Upon hearing his words, I anxiously wiped my face and followed him. Lao Yen was in one of the offices in the row that had piqued my curiosity yesterday. As we pushed open the door, he first waved at me, then turned to speak with an elderly gentleman beside him, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and sported a scholarly goatee, exuding an air of sophistication. Lao Yen, the young man called out, and then respectfully addressed the elder as master. "Is this Professor Su?" I stole a few glances at him. When the young man had mentioned his master yesterday, his demeanor was not only respectful but also filled with reverence. He described him as possessing profound knowledge of both the heavens and the earth, calling him the encyclopedia of the 701. Now, encountering such an elegant figure, I could not help but ponder whether he truly possessed such remarkable abilities. His appearance alone suggested that he was far from ordinary. Professor Su acknowledged with a soft then whispered a few words to Lao Yen before rising to head towards the door. As he reached the threshold, he turned and glanced at the young man. "You come out too." The young man shot me a quick look, seemingly intrigued by the proceedings here, yet ultimately followed Professor Su out. "Chang'an, come sit over here," Lao Yen called to me, drawing my attention to the bloodshot eyes that suggested he hadn't rested well. I inquired, "I heard from the young man that there has been progress with the Pisces ancient mirror. Is there truly progress?" My curiosity was piqued, considering it had only been a single night. He exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "Do you remember the masked young man depicted in the mural?" I nodded, and at that moment, we speculated that the man in the green attire was a fervent suitor of the Night Queen, as well as the ruler of a small southern kingdom. The ancient Pisces mirror was a creation born of his collaborative research with the Night Queen. Lao Yan's gaze was fixed on the void, and after a pause, he slowly remarked, "After our exhaustive studies last night, we have discovered that this man in green is likely connected to the ancient Shu kingdom, which dates back over 3,000 years. The mention of the ancient Shu kingdom sparked my interest. I had previously perused information regarding this civilization. Following the excavation of the Sangsingdui site in 1929, this ancient kingdom had garnered significant attention. However, studies indicated that the Sangsingdui site was merely a fragment of the ancient Shu kingdom, revealing considerable gaps in our understanding of its civilization. Despite the archaeological community's relentless pursuit of the kingdom's true remnants, progress had been elusive. To my astonishment, we had unearthed clues related to this enigmatic ancient realm in the distant western regions. Lao Yen nodded in affirmation and added, "Moreover, we suspect that this man in green might very well be the most renowned ruler of the ancient Shu kingdom, known as Kong." My eyes ignited with fervor as I inquired whether he intended to seek out the ancient Shu kingdom. Indeed, Lao Yen confirmed. "Given the lack of progress in our research, this is a rare lead, and we shall certainly pursue it." I gazed at him intently, my eagerness palpable as I implored, "Take me with you." Lao Yen chuckled softly. "I summoned you with the intention of bringing you along. However, you must brace yourself mentally, for this journey will be far more perilous than our expedition to the Night Ancient Kingdom." Reflecting on the dangers we faced in the Night Ancient Kingdom, I fell silent for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Then we must go." I promptly answered the call, for this was indeed a rare artifact. I was certain that there were but a handful of such items across the nation. To my surprise, I had managed to acquire one today. With a hint of embarrassment, I glanced at Lao Yen and said, I haven't prepared any funds for this. Although my father had left me a considerable sum, I had, prior to my arrival in Xinjiang, taken the opportunity to distribute a portion of that money to the families of comrades who had perished in the desert. While I retained a small amount, it was still quite limited. Just then, he excitedly rushed down from the second floor, pulling me aside with an air of mystery. "Did Lao Yen mention the ancient Shu kingdom to you?" he inquired. "You know about it?" I was taken aback. The young lad was practically dancing with joy, exclaiming, "This time, I'm going too." "But didn't Lao Yen say no one had been assigned yet?" I asked, puzzled. He chuckled, explaining that a trip to a place like the ancient Shu kingdom would naturally require the presence of his master, Professor Su, given the vast historical knowledge involved. However, by a stroke of fortune, Professor Su had other archaeological commitments, allowing his apprentice to step in. He rubbed his hands together, saying, "You have no idea. This will be my first time going out without my master. At last, I understood the source of his excitement. He believed this was his chance to truly showcase his abilities. It seemed he had just discussed this matter with Professor Su at Lao Yan's. I promptly relayed Lao Yan's message to him, indicating that since he was also going, we could prepare together. The young lad exclaimed, "Most things are available in the department, but some items can only be found at the Ghost Market. Let's go there tonight." Ghost Market? This was my first encounter with such a place. The lad glanced at me, seemingly puzzled that I was unaware of it, though his demeanor was predominantly one of excitement. Indeed, in the next moment, he affectionately draped his arm over my shoulder, exuberantly declaring that he would take me there to explore tonight. With the afternoon free, I made another trip to the archives, where I diligently searched and, to my delight, discovered classified documents regarding the ancient Shu kingdom. Compared to what was circulating outside, the details here were somewhat more intricate, albeit still limited, indicating that research progress was indeed minimal. Nevertheless, it sufficed for me. It was certainly preferable to being entirely ignorant. I spent the entire afternoon engrossed in my findings and only reluctantly exited the archives, reminded of my promise to the lad. To my surprise, upon stepping out, I encountered Professor Su, whom I had seen earlier that morning, entering through the door. "Professor Su," I greeted him respectfully. I smiled and nodded, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say. Professor Su, perceiving my discomfort, offered a warm smile. "I heard from old Yen about your situation. This time, while you're out, I hope you will take good care of the lad." "Absolutely," I nodded vigorously, only to realize my phrasing was amiss, and quickly corrected myself. "Actually, it is I who needs his care." "Haha, as long as that rascal doesn't cause me any trouble." Professor Su waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I noticed the lad was looking for you in your dormitory when I arrived. You should hurry along." I promptly acknowledged his words and hurried off. Indeed, as I arrived at the dormitory, I spotted Yazai pacing about. Upon seeing me, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Where did you run off to?" After Yazai patiently instructed me, we both headed out and got into the car. We grabbed a quick bite before heading straight to the ghost market he had mentioned. Chapter 70. Ghost Market. The so-called Ghost Market, it turns out, is where one can offload items that can't be sold openly. Typically opens at night and closes before sunrise. Petty tomb raiders often sell their ill-gotten gains there. It's known for having many treasures, but also many fakes, making it easy to be deceived. Yazai explained this as he drove. I listened with great interest, occasionally asking for clarification. By the time we arrived at the Ghost Market, I had a general understanding. Yazai parked the car at the entrance of an alley, saying, "Cars can't go in there. We'll reach the market by walking through this alley." Sure enough, as we reached the end of the alley, I could hear a multitude of voices and see the glow of yellow lights. Despite Yazai's explanations, the Ghost Market was still a significant shock to me. Unlike ordinary markets, this one consisted mostly of small stalls with only a few shops. The items on display were bizarre and varied. I even saw people trading grain coupons. What I found unsettling was the dim lighting. Some stalls were lit only by a single candle, requiring one to get close to see what was being sold. At this point, I glanced at Yazai, whose sunglasses were still perched on his nose. I wondered how he could see in such dim light. The young lad seemed to comprehend my thoughts, offering me a knowing smile. I reciprocated with a chuckle and followed him further inside, only to discover that the majority of vendors here refrained from calling out to customers. Even when patrons approached, the enthusiasm was muted, with responses limited to a few words when inquiries were made. Some of these vendors exuded a palpable sense of hostility, their very beings reeking of earthiness, suggesting they were no ordinary individuals. The young lad explained in hushed tones that aside from those engaged in reselling, most were individuals who had unearthed their own items to sell. Many of them had traversed tombs, hence the indelible scent of soil clung to them. Moreover, there was no need for them to shout. The regulars were well acquainted with the unwritten rules. When interest peaked, they would simply negotiate silently with the sellers. And once both parties reached a satisfactory agreement, transactions occurred without a sound, contributing to the somber atmosphere. I nodded in understanding and noticed, indeed, that two vendors were discreetly haggling within their sleeves, which struck me as quite novel. I grasped the underlying principle. My initial curiosity had been momentary, and with his guidance, I was more mindful, refraining from aimless wandering. Our preparations were minimal, as many fundamental items were provided by our department. Thus we procured only a few medicinal herbs useful in remote woodlands, along with 2 well-balanced short knives and some minor trinkets like vermilion powder. Observing the items in my possession, I inquired of the young lad whether he merely wished to indulge in the experience of this market, for surely such items could be acquired even outside the ghost market. Given the rare opportunity presented by the veteran smoker's invitation, I intended to make the most of it. You see, he was not particularly fond of our visits to the ghost market. The young lad chuckled and then tugged at my sleeve, leading me through the winding paths of the ghost market. However, there were not many things that caught his eye, so we soon exited the ghost market. After we got into the car, he mentioned that he would like to return someday, hinting that perhaps he might stumble upon a great opportunity, which would indeed be a significant achievement. What achievement? I inquired curiously. Upon hearing my question, he cast a glance my way. Even through his sunglasses, I could sense his melancholy. Sure enough, in the next moment, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of a disgruntled spouse. Do you think everyone is as fortunate as you, walking in with such a monumental accomplishment? Ha, luck, luck. I hastily clasped my fists in response. Yet, he solemnly remarked, in this line of work, it all hinges on luck. At this, I had no further retorts. Fortunately, he soon regained his spirits, declaring that this journey to seek out the ancient Shu kingdom was indeed an opportunity, and he must strive to make a good impression. In the following days, I waited for news from Lao Yen while casually mingling with him, engaging in no particular business, yet I managed to explore nearly all of Yanjing. Upon arriving at 701, I noticed, aside from Lao Yen, 2 other individuals in the courtyard. The first to capture my attention was a woman standing to Lao Yan's right, clad in a red shirt paired with black shorts, her curly hair cascading down. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, her legs strikingly long and straight, accentuated by her shorts. With her lips adorned in lipstick, she exuded an alluring charm, holding a metallic flask in her hand. I had never encountered a woman like her. In the army, the few women present all wore identical uniforms, and those who took pride in their appearance could only manage minor embellishments in their hairstyles. After reaching 701, the number of women dwindled significantly. Over the past couple of days, it has been quite a rarity to spot even 2 women in skirts within the intelligence group. What captured my attention was the enormous black bag on the woman's back, bulging with unknown contents. My gaze then shifted to a man in his early 30s standing to the right of Lao Yen. His cheeks were gaunt, his skin appeared unhealthy, and he stood there with an expressionless demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. This man exuded an air of peculiarity. Despite the lingering warmth of the weather, he was clad entirely in black, his long sleeves concealing his fingers, leaving only his face exposed. Thick deerskin gloves adorned his hands, yet he bore no sheen of sweat, suggesting he was genuinely unaffected by the heat. While I scrutinized them, the woman cast a glance in my direction, while the man did not even acknowledge my presence. Liu Chang'an, this is Miss Chiu, and the gentleman beside her is Kunbu. You may call him Kuan, Lao Yen introduced, subsequently presenting me to the 2 individuals. Miss Chiu winked at me playfully and smiled alluringly. Don't be afraid, little brother. I shall protect you. I felt a flush of embarrassment and was at a loss for words as Lao Yen chuckled, advising Miss Chiu not to tease me. Meanwhile, Kunbu merely nodded in response to Lao Yan's introduction, uttering not a single word. I could understand why the young lad had no appetite when dining with him. Anyone would likely lose their appetite in the presence of such a sickly visage. Now that we were all acquainted, it was time for us to set off. Old Yen pointed to the 3 packages at his feet and instructed me and Yazai to load them onto the vehicle. Each of these packages was identical, and Old Yen mentioned they were designated for him, myself, and Yazai. Miss Chiu shouldered her own package, while Kuan-bu remained empty-handed, and thus we proceeded outside. I cast a curious glance at Kuan-bu, and Yazai whispered in my ear, he has no need for our belongings. Did you notice his attire? I nodded in acknowledgement, and Yazai lowered his voice further. His clothes are teeming with insects, all sorts, and just one of those deadly creatures could wipe out an entire area. As I observed Kuan-bu's silhouette, a chill ran down my spine. Who could have imagined that such innocuous sleeves concealed lethal entities? This deepened my understanding of Yazai's earlier claim of lacking appetite. Yazai dramatically patted his chest and exclaimed he was terrified, to which I chuckled. We all belong to the same department. Could it be that frightening? You have no idea. He is the youngest Gu King of Miaozhong, capable of communicating with various insects. Don't be deceived by his seemingly indifferent demeanor. If you provoke him, he could easily unleash a creature that would spell your doom. Yazai appeared visibly shaken, leading me to suspect he had encountered trouble in the past. Chapter 71. A gathering of experts after Kuan Bu's penetrating gaze and Yazai's warning, we ceased our discussion about him. Sullenly, we placed the luggage into the vehicle before taking our seats, with Yazai assuming the driver's position. Old Yen settled into the passenger seat, while Kuan Bu slipped into the back, sitting alone in a rather sickly manner. I found myself situated between him and Miss Chiu. Miss Chiu's enormous parcel loomed before us. As I inadvertently brushed against it with my leg, I sensed that it contained some rather solid items. Be careful, little brother. These treasures of mine are exceedingly delicate, she chided, casting a playful glare in my direction that belied her apparent irritation. I quickly retracted my foot and chose not to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, Lao Yen turned his head and remarked, "Let us discuss the objective of this operation." "The Tsang Tsong mask?" I echoed, as the peculiar visage worn by the man in green flashed vividly in my mind. Lao Yen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. We have reason to suspect that this is the fabled Tsang Tsong mask. It is said that long ago, Tsang Tsong donned this mask and, garbed in green, taught the people of Shu to cultivate mulberries and raise silkworms, earning the title of the green-clad deity. This mask is a national treasure, both in terms of craftsmanship and historical significance, and we must secure it at all costs." "Lao Yen, are you so certain that such an artifact exists?" the young lad inquired. "My master has dedicated years to this study, yet all evidence suggests it is ephemeral. It would be far more pragmatic to seek the Silk Road leading to the western regions." As I listened to their back and forth, I realized that Lao Yen had initially focused on this elusive Silk Road, believed to have existed thousands of years ago. However, after extensive research with a group of scholars in recent days, their objective had shifted. They posited that if the man in green depicted in the ancient murals of the Long Night Kingdom truly represents Tsang Tsong, then the existence of the Tsang Tsong mask is beyond doubt. Old Yen helplessly rubbed his forehead, urging her not to act recklessly, for even a mere brick within held considerable historical significance. Miss Chiu responded affirmatively, yet her expression indicated that if it truly came to a confrontation, she would show no mercy. Old Yen ceased his persuasion and directly inquired about the kelp at the back. Kelp merely raised his eyelids and uttered a single word, leaving me utterly perplexed. However, the others seemed to grasp his meaning, and Miss Chiu even smiled at him, asking, "Do you also believe in the existence of this thing?" The distance from Yanjing to Sichuan is no small journey. Aside from kelp, we took turns driving and refueling, occasionally resting at inns in passing towns or staying with local villagers, though more often than not, we simply slept in the car. After enduring this for 3 days, we finally arrived in Chengdu on the morning of the 4th day. We rested well in the city for a day before setting off directly towards the mountainous region. Although the ancient Shu kingdom has long vanished, it is somewhat fortunate that its general boundaries are well defined, with historical records of its successive capitals all located within Chengdu. Thus, our quest to find it by venturing into the depths of the mountains seemed assured. Old Yen consulted the map to confirm our direction, and we drove towards the mountainous outskirts of the city. As we passed a village, he gestured for the driver to stop, saying, "Let us find a place to park the car. The remaining journey may require us to walk." The driver nodded and carefully maneuvered the vehicle along the narrow path suitable for cars. "What are you planning to do?" An elderly woman approached us, casting a curious glance over our group. She remained vigilant, expressing her skepticism by asking, "Are you perhaps from the Stubborn Land?" The term Stubborn Land subtly refers to country folk in Sichuan. We exchanged puzzled looks, wondering how she could discern our origins so readily. Perhaps it was our interactions that gave us away. The woman then chuckled, saying, "You seem to have arrived late. Just a couple of days ago, an archaeological team entered, and the tomb that collapsed has already been cordoned off, prohibiting anyone from approaching." "Ma'am, we are not here for that tomb," Old Yen interjected with a smile. "Could you keep an eye on our vehicle for a few days? We can offer 1 yuan per day." The woman, initially poised to say something further, was visibly taken aback upon hearing the amount Old Yen proposed. It is worth noting that pork costs around 7 to 8 jiao per jin, with the cheaper cuts available for 4 to 5 jiao, making it a luxury for an ordinary family who might not indulge in much pork throughout the year. She nodded eagerly, saying, "I have a yard here. You can park your vehicle there, and I will certainly take good care of it." Without further ado, Old Yen instructed us to unload our belongings and guided the young lad to drive the vehicle into the woman's yard, providing her with a 5 yuan deposit. The woman warmly invited us to stay for lunch, but Old Yen politely declined, stating, "It's the perfect time to head into the mountains. We won't be dining." Consequently, the woman retrieved several steamed buns from her home and handed them to us, saying, "These are freshly steamed this morning. Please take them with you." We accepted graciously and set off with the buns in hand. Shouldn't we inquire about the tomb? It might be related to the ancient Shu kingdom, I suggested to Old Yen. Old Yen shook his head, stating that the department had long received the news. It was merely a small grave, otherwise, they would not have sent the archaeological team directly. I responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent. We ambled along the mountain path, which at this moment was relatively even, occasionally catching glimpses of a few inhabitants. However, after several hours, the path became increasingly rugged, and the forest grew denser, gradually leading us into solitude. To access the mountains from this point, we needed to travel westward. Old Yen pointed towards the thick woods, mentioning that there was a site about a day or two's journey away, possibly linked to the ancient Shu kingdom. We exchanged no words and silently entered the forest. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, the moment we stepped into the woods, our vision dimmed significantly. I looked up to see that the trees obscured much of the sunlight. Once inside, the young lad was brimming with excitement, frequently pointing out various plants and sharing his knowledge with me. I was astonished by his extensive understanding, to which he shyly scratched his head, remarking, "It's all thanks to my memory. I can't analyze things like my master can, even if they turn to ash. You have quite enough knowledge. Such memory is essential in this profession. Your master has studied for many years. There's no need to rush." Old Yen chuckled while keeping an eye on the path. The young lad, scratching his head, replied, "That's true. When I grow into an old man, I will be capable too." "Oh dear, Sister Chiu, please don't say that. If you do, my master would surely make me memorize on the origin of species before I could step outside." The young lad immediately shook Miss Chiu's arm, but she, holding the wine jug, offered no response, leaving him in a state of frantic agitation. Lao Yen jested, "Now you understand the gravity of the situation, don't you?" As everyone chuckled heartily, the foremost figure, Kunbu, suddenly turned to us and made a gesture for silence. I felt a shiver run through me as he crouched down and slightly raised his hand, revealing a small black and white speckled insect that emerged from his sleeve and swiftly disappeared into the underbrush. "This is a shadow insect, used for scouting the path," the young lad whispered to me. Intrigued, I inquired if these insects had specific functions. He nodded. "Indeed, each insect possesses its own purpose. You will encounter many other peculiar ones later." With a terse remark, he led the way, veering left. Chapter 72. The archaeological pit. I paused momentarily. Was the left path not the recently unearthed modern tomb that the villagers spoke of? "Yes," he replied, scratching his head. "Perhaps Kuan's insects are mistaken." Lao Yen shot a disapproving glance at the young lad, admonishing, "Best keep your mouth shut. If he decides to unleash those insects upon you in this infested terrain, you wouldn't be left with a single bone." The young lad promptly mimicked, zipping his lips, trailing silently behind. There was no path leading left from here, so we had to clear our way with sticks, occasionally encountering small snakes along the journey. Evidently, our group has developed a certain immunity to such matters. I observed Miss Chiu effortlessly grasping a silver-ringed viper, intent on attacking her, and discarding it with a mere flick of her wrist. As Kunbu led the way, I noted that none of the venomous snakes or insects dared to approach within 10 paces of him. Despite being the one to forge the path, he traversed it with remarkable ease. After walking for about 10 minutes, our surroundings gradually widened, revealing a trail worn by many footsteps before us. Upon stepping onto this path, we proceeded for merely 5 minutes when we spotted a gathering of individuals busily engaged in activities around a large pit, presumably an archaeological team. As we drew nearer, it was evident that our presence surprised them. Soon, a bespectacled man, resembling a professor, approached us, stating that the area had been designated as an archaeological zone, prohibiting entry to outsiders. At that moment, Kunbu had already reached the edge of the pit, and someone wielding a shovel attempted to obstruct his way, yet he remained unfazed. I noticed his hand subtly rise, and only when the professor ordered the individual to step aside did Kunbu lower his hand. Could he possibly be intending to unleash a curse? I inquired, astonished, to the boy beside me. He chuckled softly but remained silent, his expression confirming my suspicion. A shiver ran down my spine. I realized that in the future, I must avoid provoking Kunbu. We decided to take a closer look. Just as Kunbu seemed on the verge of disappearing over the edge of the pit, Lao Yen waved us over to join him. The bespectacled professor followed suit, introducing himself as Chun, the leader responsible for this archaeological endeavor. Professor Chun, when did you arrive, and what discoveries have you made? Old Yen inquired. Taking advantage of this moment, I cast a glance at the bottom of the pit. The scale of the tomb had become apparent, appearing to be merely a minor grave from the Republican era or at most a late Qing dynasty burial. However, Kunbu was meticulously investigating something, occasionally releasing one or two insects fluttering their wings. Indeed, Old Yen nodded, then remarked, "You continue with your work. We will observe, and if there are no findings, we shall depart." "Akun, have you found anything?" Old Yen called out. Kunbu pointed to the ground below. "There is something down there." Old Yen furrowed his brow, stating that this was already a relatively intact tomb, questioning what else could be beneath it. "Not necessarily, Old Yen. Have you forgotten about the tomb within a tomb?" Miss Cho chimed in, flicking her hair. "However, if it is indeed a tomb within a tomb, even if there is another burial below, its significance may be limited, as it would merely indicate a more recent period of interment. What are your thoughts?" Old Yen asked Kunbu. Kunbu shook his head, remaining silent, as if awaiting something. Old Yen did not urge him, but instead walked around the edge of the large pit, occasionally scooping up a handful of soil to smell. I followed closely behind, observing that the soil in his hands seemed somewhat off. "Oh, in what way does it seem off?" Old Yen appeared intrigued, rubbing the soil as he questioned me. I grasped a handful of soil from his hand, rubbed it until it crumbled into fine particles, and then brought it beneath my nose to inhale. If this were a tomb from the late Qing dynasty, the earth would predominantly consist of gray sand. Even during the Republican era, such gray sand tombs remained prevalent. Yet, this seemed more akin to burial styles predating the Ming and Qing dynasties. Lao Yen nodded in agreement. "You are indeed correct, but observe this grave pit. It is unmistakably a gray sand tomb. If it were from before the Ming and Qing dynasties, it should primarily consist of earthen or brick pits." I glanced at him before expressing my perspective. The so-called tomb within a tomb may be inverted. It is not that someone established a burial site beneath this ancient late Qing tomb, but rather that the subsequent occupants erected their own structure directly atop the prior grave. Noticing the conflicted expression on Lao Yan's face, I understood his dilemma. Generally, only locations with exceptional feng shui would be selected simultaneously. However, the feng shui here is rather mediocre, neither particularly advantageous nor disadvantageous, certainly not a prime burial site. Why, then, would the owner of this tomb choose this location? If it were to deter grave robbers, it should have been constructed beneath the original burial site. Suddenly, while I was lost in contemplation, a series of knocking sounds emanated from the pit. I quickly turned my head to see Kunbu wielding a shovel, striking at the northwestern corner of the pit. Just then, Professor Chun, having likely heard the commotion, approached from a distance, rubbing his hands together as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Although this tomb holds little archaeological value, it must not be carelessly destroyed." Lao Yen, originally raising his voice to address Kunbu, was abruptly interrupted by Professor Chen's shout before he could articulate his thoughts. Old Yen promptly offered a couple of placating words, then mysteriously said, "Rest assured, he is not one to act rashly." Professor Chan wore a look of consternation. With each thrust of Kunbu's spade, his brow would twitch, and his complexion would darken perceptibly. I surmised that were it not for Old Yan's prior declaration of identity, Professor Chun might have descended to grapple with Kunbu. Yet, After Kunbu had been digging for a dozen or so minutes, the professor's tormented expression gradually transformed into astonishment, for at the spot where Kunbu's spade had struck, there appeared a narrow aperture, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, clearly a looter's tunnel. Old Yen and I exchanged glances, mutual incredulity evident in our eyes. That the tunnel was situated here suggested that it had existed since the initial construction of this Qing dynasty tomb. Could it be, then, that the tomb's occupant was aware of the tunnel's presence? Old Yan's countenance shifted. Before he could utter a word, Kunbu released his hidden insect and, after signaling to Old Yen, turned and plunged into the tunnel. Is everything all right? I inquired with some trepidation, for I had the distinct sense that this peculiar burial site was meant to conceal something. Old Yen waved his hand dismissively, assuring me that all was well and that, given Kunbu's abilities, he would undoubtedly detect any trouble and alert us immediately. I remained silent, my gaze fixed intently on the tunnel, my hand gripping the walkie-talkie tightly. Meanwhile, Miss Chiu took another couple of swigs of liquor, which, according to Yazai, meant she anticipated impending action. His words heightened my anxiety. Yazai chuckled and patted my shoulder, remarking, "I heard from Old Yen that you are exceedingly brave. Why, then, are you suddenly apprehensive when nothing has yet transpired? Be quiet." I whispered a curse under my breath, inexplicably engulfed by a sense of unease, as if an impending calamity loomed on the horizon. Professor Chun, oblivious to our tension, eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming in delight, "I never anticipated we would uncover a tomb within a tomb. This significantly enhances its archaeological value." None of us paid him any heed, our gazes fixated on the excavation site, awaiting news from Kunbu. Chapter 73. "The bronze figurine, I shall take a look," Miss Chiu declared, setting down the wine jug and slinging her peculiar large bag over her shoulder before leaping into the burial pit. I pointed to Miss Chiu's slightly flushed face and inquired whether, given her apparent inebriation, she was fit to proceed. "You see, Sister Chiu must always be imbued with a hint of intoxication while working. It would be unwise to provoke her now, as she is far more formidable in this state than when sober," the lad chuckled. It seemed Miss Chiu caught wind of his words, as she turned with a charming toss of her hair and asked, "Little lad, would you care to join your elder sister?" The boy quickly waved his hands, replying, "With Sister Chiu in action, there is no need for my assistance." "Chiu, wait." Just as Miss Chiu approached the excavation hole, Old Yen raised his hand. "Is that not the shadow insect of Kunbu?" Indeed, as Old Yen pointed, we beheld a tiny black and white insect scuttling at the entrance of the hole, and for some reason, I perceived a hint of panic in its movements. After a brief glance, Old Yen swiftly made a decision. Turning to Professor Chun, "We shall all enter shortly. You remain outside and ensure no one approaches. Regardless of what transpires before we emerge, do not act. Understood?" He was evidently quite urgent, infusing his tone with an air of command, to which Professor Chun responded with a dazed nod. Lao Yen, dissatisfied with his demeanor, raised his voice to inquire whether he understood. The latter promptly stood at attention and declared with vigor that he comprehended, which seemed to satisfy Lao Yen. "Be cautious. This shadow gu is here to lead us in, and we have no knowledge of what has befallen Kunbu." Lao Yen was the first to leap into the grave pit, and once we all followed suit, he solemnly admonished us. The little creature, noticing our descent, turned its head and scurried inside, exhibiting a certain intelligence that left me momentarily astonished. Miss Chiu, grasping a wine jug, was the first to lower herself and slip into the tunnel, her long, beautiful legs accentuating her alluring posture as she knelt. The young lad and Lao Yen followed closely behind, while I assumed the role of rearguard. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, and it was only with our flashlights that we could discern our surroundings. This passage was evidently crafted by skilled hands, its width consistent and the edges remarkably smooth. However, I did not take the time to examine it closely. Within the tunnel, the shadow gu was nearly blending into its surroundings, rendering it nearly invisible unless scrutinized carefully. Thus, our gaze was predominantly fixed upon it. The shadow gu moved with remarkable speed, compelling us to employ both hands and feet to barely keep pace. After advancing approximately 10 meters, the tunnel gradually widened, allowing us to stand upright. I surveyed the surrounding grave walls, realizing that this was connected to the tomb. Suddenly, the shadow gu halted. Miss Chiu crouched down and scanned the area where it had stopped, exclaiming, "There are fresh bloodstains. Has Kunbu been injured?" Old Yen expressed a sense of disbelief, while the young lad beside him wore an equally astonished expression. Evidently, it was utterly inconceivable to them that Kunbu had sustained an injury. "No, he is leading the way," Miss Chiu remarked, dipping her hand into the bloodstains. "It seems the shadow gu can no longer guide us on this path." I gazed perplexedly ahead, where a distance of merely 5 or 6 meters lay before us, culminating in a turn. How could such a route render the shadow gu incapable of proceeding? Yet, Ms. Chiu's observation proved accurate, for the shadow gu had come to a standstill, cowering in the corner and nervously rubbing its head with its tiny feet. Old Yen furrowed his brow even deeper. "What lies within?" "We shall discover that by taking a look," Miss Chiu replied, taking another sip of her drink, seemingly unperturbed by the lurking danger. Old Yen cast a worried glance her way. I initially thought his concern stemmed from fear for her safety, but to my surprise, he cautioned her to tread lightly and refrain from recklessly damaging the tomb's contents. Miss Chiu ignored him and swiftly proceeded in the direction of the bloodstains. When Old Yen inquired what was amiss, she pointed toward the corner and remarked that there were no more bloodstains beyond that point. Not severed. A shiver coursed through my scalp as I raised my hand to indicate the tomb wall blocking our path. "Do you see that? Is there not a blood stain there?" The stain was positioned centrally on the tomb wall, and if one were not attentive, it would merely appear as a lighter black spot. I had overlooked it moments prior, but when they mentioned the absence of bloodstains beyond the corner, I realized that this black spot bore the same hue as the last bloodstain we had encountered. Only its central placement had caused us to subconsciously disregard it. Miss Chiu approached and brushed her fingers over the dark stain, instantly revealing a faint crimson mark on her fingertip. Her complexion shifted. How could there be blood here? We exchanged glances, and finally, the young boy timidly suggested, "Could it be he entered from here?" After uttering this, he pushed against the tomb wall, only to seem to find his own notion absurd, scratching his nose and stepping back. Yet, I found merit in his words. The shadow worm could not lead us, compelling the Kunbu to rely solely on blood. Thus this place must indeed be peculiar. Otherwise, if the passageway was consistently capable of allowing us to stand and flee, there would be no reason for the shadow worm to halt so far away. Therefore, I took a few steps forward, tapping against the tomb wall, my expression grave as I shook my head at Lao Yen. There should be no mechanisms. I observed him point at the bloodstain, then lift his gaze above. He ascended. Ascended? Following his line of sight, I too saw a blood trace, which deepened my bewilderment. At our current altitude, our horizontal line should be nearly level with the burial pit, at most 3 to 5 meters above. What could possibly be there? It wasn't particularly high. I could reach it with a stretch. Immediately, I began tapping around the bloodstain, and the sound echoed hollowly. It was empty. I swiftly turned to Lao Yen. He acknowledged with a grunt, and together we commenced searching for the mechanism, while Miss Chiu, in impatience, remarked that it would be simpler to blow it up. We paid her no heed, well aware that her words were merely bluster. "Lao Yen, move your hand half an inch to the left." The young boy suddenly spoke, prompting Lao Yen to cautiously shift half an inch. Under the boy's guidance, he pressed inward 3 times, then shifted his hand to the right by an inch and pressed 4 more times. He meticulously pressed all around, and we heard a click. Above us, a large brick, approximately half a yard square, slowly shifted aside, releasing a scent reminiscent of realgar. Lao Yen chuckled, remarking on the reason why the shadow insects dared not approach. This time, Kunbu had indeed encountered an unexpected setback. It is rare to find realgar used in tombs. Realgar does possess the ability to repel snakes, insects, and ants, making it quite suitable for tombs, a practice not entirely foreign to ancient peoples. However, due to its ephemeral nature, it gradually fell out of favor. Given that the shadow insects were deterred, I had assumed some terrifying presence lay ahead, but the scent of realgar brought me a sense of relief. I then became curious about how the boy knew how to activate the mechanism. He grinned, explaining that he had studied the principles of mechanisms with Professor Su for quite some time and had merely noticed a similarity with what he had learned, never expecting to inadvertently succeed. Lao Yen patted the boy on the shoulder, affirming, "Well done, your master did not teach you in vain." Miss Cho, however, paid no heed to our conversation. With swift movements, she retrieved a climbing rope from her bag, tossed it above, and nimbly ascended, impatiently beckoning us to hurry. One by one, we climbed up the rope, and after pulling it back, she surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Interesting. I never expected to find something right after entering the mountains." Once we came to a standstill, we comprehended the harvest she referred to. The place we found ourselves in was an extended burial passage, flanked on either side by bronze figures, each approximately 2 meters tall, positioned every meter or so. We could discern around 10 such statues, yet the obscured darkness ahead concealed the number still hidden from view. These figures did not resemble the inhabitants of the Central Plains. Their features were etched with an intensity that surpassed even that of the people from the western regions. I exchanged a glance with Lao Yen and mused quietly. Could it be that we have inadvertently stumbled into the tomb of the ancient Shu kingdom? Chapter 74. He is not Kunbu. Let us observe before drawing conclusions. There is an unsettling quality about this place. Lao Yen furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings. The bloodstains of Kunbu had indeed vanished. Miss Cho chuckled, remarking that there was merely this singular pathway, suggesting that a guide was unnecessary. With that, she sauntered into the burial passage, seemingly indifferent to the bronze figures beside her, while the boy and Lao Yen busily captured the scene with their cameras. As I walked among these bronze statues, an eerie chill enveloped me. I had only heard of the Sangsingdui ruins. I had never witnessed them firsthand, which rendered this experience all the more profound. At first glance, these figures appeared identical, yet upon closer inspection, subtle distinctions emerged. Some donned masks, while others wielded long spears. However, one aspect remained consistent. Their eyes were elongated and wide open, imparting the unsettling sensation that they were watching you with every step you took. We hurried towards the end of the tomb passage, where we were met by a colossal stone door that stood ajar, revealing a sight that captivated our senses. Before us lay an array of bronze statues, each more peculiar than the last. Some stood upright, others knelt, and some appeared only half-carved, as though a sudden interruption had halted their creation. "You have arrived." A dry, raspy voice broke the silence, and I quickly directed my flashlight towards its source. There, leaning against the wall, was Kunbu, shrouded in darkness, his complexion pale. His attire rendered him nearly invisible, had he not spoken. Old Yen rushed over, inquiring about his condition. "I am fine," he replied, shaking his head, before adding, "This is not the tomb of the silkworms." Puzzled, I regarded him, struggling to discern how he reached this conclusion. The presence of these bronze figures undeniably indicated that we were amidst the ruins of the ancient Shu kingdom. However, the specific location remained a mystery. Historical records suggest that it was customary for the rulers of the Shu kingdom to erect statues, yet the means of differentiation eluded us. Old Yen surveyed the stone chamber and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this appears to be a tomb that was abandoned for reasons unknown. Both its scale and style suggest it remains unfinished. Kunbu nodded faintly, lacking strength, prompting Old Yen to press him further about the events that transpired. "I am uncertain," Kunbu began. "I seem to have seen a shadow, and then this happened, but the light was too dim to ascertain whether it was merely an illusion." He uttered 2 sentences in succession, after which he seemed disinclined to speak further, merely advising us to exercise caution. No, the young man shook his head. They have not thoroughly studied this. The bronze statues here differ significantly from those that have already been excavated. We all turned our gaze towards him, for in matters of research concerning such artifacts, no one is more qualified to speak than Professor Su. As his devoted disciple, the young man had been influenced by him since childhood and naturally possessed a degree of expertise. He pointed to a kneeling bronze statue and remarked, "Similar figures have been unearthed at the Sangsingdui site, where they were believed to kneel beneath the divine tree in supplication to the gods. All research indicates that these must have been slaves. However, observe this statue. The mask upon its face is golden. In ancient Shu, a golden mask signifies the highest status. Hence this differs from Sangsingdui." His assertions piqued our interest in this place even further, yet regarding this subject, I remained utterly ignorant, merely observing their discourse from the sidelines. Similarly, Kunbu slowly rose from the corner. Upon seeing his frail demeanor, I instinctively moved to assist him, but something felt amiss. He had been seated all this while, his hands tucked within his sleeves, and we had not noticed until now. According to what the young man and the others said, Kunbu had never been seen to remove his gloves. Old Smoke! In my desperation, I could only manage a shout before Kunbu subdued me. His hand was icy cold, akin to a block of millennia-old ice pressed against my neck. The three engaged in heated discussion turned their heads towards us, momentarily stunned, with the young man foolishly inquiring, "Akuan, has Chang'an offended you in any way?" My neck was gripped, rendering me speechless. I could only laboriously shake my head in warning, attempting to convey that this was not Kunbu. Fortunately, the other two were not as naive as the young man. Miss Chiu swiftly secured the wine flask at her waist and retrieved a pair of throwing knives from her bag, casting a glance in my direction as if contemplating the angle of her aim, which left me paralyzed with fear. The old smoker then inquired nonchalantly, "Who are you? Where is the Kunbu?" The young man, slow to comprehend, realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly reached for his gun, only to be admonished by the impostor. The old smoker chuckled derisively, remarking that his fear of firearms indicated he was indeed human. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Until that moment, I had believed a monstrous Zongzi lurked behind me, considering we were in a tomb. Hearing the old smoker's words allowed me to relax, and I turned my attention to the exchange between him and the impostor. This individual was no fool. Regardless of the old smoker's entreaties, he refused to release me or disclose the whereabouts of the real Kunbu, not even revealing his intentions, leaving us utterly perplexed. A tomb raider? The old smoker suddenly suggested, causing a tremor in the figure behind me, indicating he had struck a nerve. Although the words were spoken with a smile, I sensed an undercurrent of menace. "I do not trust you. You are from the National Archaeological Team," the figure spoke, his voice hoarse and not that of the earlier Kunbu. The old smoker replied, "Your disbelief is inconsequential. Now that we are here, we are not afraid to sacrifice a few, thus your threats hold no weight." The individual behind me remained silent, yet Lao Yan spoke again. "You arrived a few days ago, didn't you? When you attempted to leave, you discovered the archaeological team outside, and found yourself trapped within the tomb. Release him, and we shall escort you out. Follow us, and no one will question you, provided you reveal the whereabouts of our companion." Lao Yan, despite his stern demeanor, refrained from being overly aggressive, subtly restraining Miss Chiu and the young lad from intervening. I understood his intentions. After all, this person had disguised himself as a kelp, deceiving us in the shadows, which indicated that something had indeed gone awry. Anyone capable of orchestrating such a ruse must possess considerable skill. The man hesitated, loosening his grip on my hand slightly. Lao Yan cast me a knowing glance, to which I imperceptibly nodded. Subsequently, Lao Yan advanced a couple of steps, prompting the man to tense up, ready to tighten his hold around my neck once more. Seizing the moment, I executed a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling to the ground. Initially, I had hesitated to act, fearing he might be a formidable adversary, but after Lao Yan's prolonged engagement with him, he had relaxed, granting me the courage to strike back. Cough, cough. The man coughed a few times after the fall, attempting to rise, only to have Mississippi Chiu place her foot firmly upon his chest. Leaning down, she brandished a throwing knife near his face, demanding, "Speak plainly about the location of our people, or I shall not hesitate to draw blood." Realizing he was outmatched, the man hoarsely inquired, "If I tell you, will you truly lead me out?" He lamented, "Here, aside from those heavy bronze statues, there is nothing else." The old smoker nodded in agreement, and the man ceased his struggles, pointing at a bronze statue, saying, "It is hollow inside." I concealed him within. A chill ran down our spines at his revelation. Fortunately, he was willing to speak. Otherwise, we would have never suspected that Kunbu was hidden in such a place. After sharing this unsettling information, the man insisted that we must take him out. Miss Chiu, however, ignored his plea and delivered a swift kick, rendering him unconscious. Was he truly so fragile? The lad beside me was left speechless. The old smoker explained that we had merely been intimidated by him. In reality, after being trapped in the tomb for 2 or 3 days, he was already at the end of his strength. Let us not dwell on him. We must rescue the others first. Miss Chiu strode directly to the statue, beginning to search for the mechanism. Chapter 75. The Ancestor's Tomb. Fortunately, the bronze statue was not excessively large, and after a thorough inspection, we discovered a mechanism at its base. When we pressed down on it, the ends of the statue surprisingly retracted, revealing the unconscious Kunbu. As I reached to lift him out, the old smoker halted me, cautioning, "Wait until he regains consciousness. While he is in a stupor, the insects within him will instinctively attack anyone who approaches. Be careful." The old smoker, puzzled, shrugged in resignation, saying, "We can only wait for him to awaken to inquire further." I felt a pang of concern for Kunbu's condition, but thankfully Miss Chiu, having carefully observed him without direct contact, confirmed that he was merely unconscious, which eased my worries considerably. "Lad, do you have any insights regarding the hollow nature of this statue?" The old smoker inquired, lightly touching one of the hollow bronze figures, turning to the lad, who seemed lost in thought. "What are you pondering?" Old Yen slapped the back of his head. The young lad adjusted his sunglasses and stated dryly, "I find the ambience here rather peculiar. It hardly resembles a cemetery." Old Yen inquired with curiosity, then chuckled, explaining that this was not a cemetery at all, as the construction had been abandoned midway. However, the young lad shook his head, clarifying that was not his point. He elaborated, "If we consider the elevation, this stone chamber should be somewhat higher than the ancient Qing dynasty tomb outside. This implies that even without traversing the path of the previous excavation, we could feasibly create another entrance from elsewhere. So, what purpose does the ancient tomb serve in its location?" After speaking, he turned to Old Yen, his tone unusually grave. "Old Yen, you must be aware, right?" I glanced at Old Yen with curiosity. Upon discovering the excavation, we had collectively theorized that the Qing dynasty tomb was likely intended to safeguard whatever lay behind the entrance, or perhaps to claim it for themselves. Yet, the young lad's analysis held merit. This stone chamber was not directly beneath the tomb. Rather, it was elevated, suggesting that the tomb merely obstructed the entrance without providing any real protection. "It's hard to say," Old Yen remarked, shaking his head. I eagerly inquired about what he meant. Old Yen countered by asking if I had ever heard of a generation-spanning tomb. I was taken aback, recalling that the Star Official's Manual did indeed mention such a phenomenon. It is a rare custom found in only a few regions, wherein the ancestors, while constructing their own tombs, would simultaneously prepare burial sites for their descendants, allowing for their eventual interment upon passing. It may seem reminiscent of the imperial tombs and ancestral halls of the Central Plains, yet it is quite distinct. Typically, imperial tombs and ancestral halls merely delineate a general area, and one only needs to prepare the grave before the deceased arrives. However, this type of ancestral tomb has the burial chamber and coffin already prepared, awaiting the arrival of the departed. Such practices are considered inauspicious in most regions, leading to their gradual decline. Even where they persist, they are increasingly difficult to trace. If what the lad suggests is accurate, and the stone chamber here does not resemble a grave, then it was likely intended for use as an ancestral tomb. Lao Yen elucidated that during the restoration of such tombs, due to the uncertainty regarding the identities of future occupants, certain elements are retained, with the intention of finalizing them prior to the interment. Thus, this stone chamber may not represent an unfinished endeavor, but rather one that awaited its intended inhabitant. I found myself somewhat bewildered, yet I managed to grasp the essence of the matter. I inquired whether they believed the owner of the ancient Qing dynasty tomb had some connection to the ancient Shu kingdom, which might explain the choice of this location for their burial as a means of asserting their identity. However, this remains unclear, as the ancient Shu kingdom vanished thousands of years ago, leaving us with nothing but conjecture. Lao Yen sighed heavily. At that moment, Kunbu emitted a grunt, prompting us to gather around him. He was rubbing the back of his head as he sat up, raising his hand to deploy the insect. "It's us," Lao Yen exclaimed, and only then did Kunbu begin to regain his senses. "Yet, that person had already taken you from over there." Miss Chiu pointed to the spot from which we had emerged, then gestured towards the bronze statue where Kunbu lay. He had moved into this bronze figure, and it appeared he had yet to fall victim to the parasitic insects. "TSK. Kunbu, I wonder if your little pets have not yet expired?" I felt an urge to laugh, yet the moment seemed ill-timed, so I stifled it instead. Beside me, the young lad could not contain himself, letting out a snicker, only to be met with Kunbu's icy gaze, prompting him to hurriedly cover his mouth. With Miss Chio's indication, Kunbu naturally noticed the figure lying not far away, who bore a striking resemblance to him. He slowly rose and approached the man, lightly kicking him before snorting disdainfully. "Fool! Do you know him?" I inquired, sensing a familiarity between Kunbu and the reclining figure. Kunbu opened his mouth and delivered a shocking revelation. "My brother, Zashi. So this man is not merely disguised?" Curiously, I stepped forward to tug at Zashi's face, and indeed, I found no signs of alteration. Old Yen chuckled softly. "Is this the brother you mentioned? The one vying for the title of Gu King against you?" "He already is," Kunbu replied with an impassive expression. I understood his implication. Although he possessed extraordinary skills in controlling insects, he was affiliated with the 701 unit. Thus, the Miaojiang would likely dismiss this individual as a nonentity, and the title of Gu King would be bestowed upon another. "He should have seen you by now. How shall we proceed?" Old Yen inquired, his brow furrowed. "Moreover, it seems he is aware of our purpose here, as he just informed us that this is not the tomb of silkworms." I perked up my ears, only to find that they had shifted the topic, which left me with a tinge of regret. After all, I felt that having one kelp was sufficient, and now another had appeared, which naturally piqued my curiosity. Kelp raised an eyebrow, suggesting we take him out first and then let him forget everything. Professor Chun was anxiously pacing above the grave pit. Upon seeing us emerge, he initially sighed in relief, but his expression tightened again upon noticing the Zaxi we were escorting. Yet, Old Yen showed no intention of providing an explanation, nor did he dare to inquire further. This place would soon be taken over by the military, so before their arrival you must refrain from delving into the theft pit, Old Yen cautioned. Professor Chun nodded promptly, but as we prepared to leave, he nervously asked if any discoveries had been made inside. Once we were certain that Professor Chun and his team could no longer see us, Old Yen instructed us to place Zaxi on the ground and then inquired how Kelp intended to make Zaxi forget everything that transpired upon entering the mountain. I was astounded. "Is that all it takes?" Old Yen pondered for a moment, mentioning that this creature was likely Kelp's lifeworm, which could only be utilized on those of blood relation to him. I remained in disbelief, but at that moment, Zaxi was beginning to regain consciousness, compelling me to suppress my astonishment. Upon waking, Zaxi, noticing our presence around him, suspiciously questioned who we were. We exchanged glances, realizing that he had indeed forgotten everything, which brought a sense of relief. Old Yen, maintaining a stoic demeanor, fabricated a story, claiming we were researchers studying plants and had come across him unconscious, thus lending a helping hand. Zaxi appeared unconvinced, yet his expression indicated a complete lack of memory, and he could only express his gratitude before departing silently. Would we not leave him behind? Furrowing my brow, I pondered why Zaxi had ventured from Miaojiang to this place and what his intentions could possibly be. It all seemed rather peculiar. Lao Yen shook his head with a chuckle, remarking, "Do you think Kunbu is easily trifled with? Zaxi had best not follow us any further. If he recalls something and his thieving instincts resurface, Kunbu will show no mercy, even though he is his own brother." Concurred, recognizing that such matters were indeed best left to Kunbu's capable hands. Zaxi, being adept in the art of poison, was a cause of great unease for us ordinary folks, who held a distinct aversion to those vile creatures. Chapter 76. The difficult path of Shu. Once Zaxi had distanced himself, we proceeded to catch up with Kunbu, who appeared largely unaffected by Zaxi's presence. The day was swiftly fading. Traversing through the thicket ahead should lead us to a clearing suitable for camping. Lao Yen scrutinized the map and gestured towards the increasingly dense forest ahead. Having lost considerable time at the grave pit, we were now compelled to quicken our pace. Should we fail to locate an open space before nightfall, camping amidst the dense woods would be unfeasible, and even resting in the trees would not spare us from the disturbances of snakes and rodents, a decidedly perilous situation. However, the path through the forest was treacherous, and despite our hastened steps, we had only covered 2 miles in half an hour. As the light gradually waned, Lao Yen grew anxious, waving his hands and urging, Hurry up. We must exit this forest before darkness envelopes us entirely. Just as I was about to respond to his words, I felt a sharp sting on my arm, only to discover that a mosquito had landed there. I instinctively swatted at it, only to be taken aback by the sight of its lifeless body, which was at least half the length of my finger. In the blink of an eye, the spot where I had been bitten swelled into a painful lump, itching uncontrollably. Unable to resist, I scratched it, and to my dismay, I noticed a faint trace of blood. What's wrong? Seeing me in a daze, the boy leaned in for a closer look. His expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Hurry! There are mosquitoes!" At his words, the others quickened their pace, leaving me bewildered and eager to inquire further. However, the boy grasped my arm and urged, "If you don't want to be drained dry, move swiftly." With Kunbu trailing behind us, the mosquitoes seemed hesitant to approach, likely intimidated by his presence. Yet as time passed, a few daring ones bypassed Kunbu and zoomed directly toward us. The boy swiftly slapped one that landed on his face, yelping in pain. "Everyone, cover up." Kunbu suddenly produced a handful of mud from who knows where and forcefully urged us to smear it on ourselves. The other men took it in stride, but Miss Chiu expressed her distaste, as the mud emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. As the boy hastily covered his face with mud, he said, "I tell you, Miss Chiu, even with mud on your face, you're still unparalleled in beauty. Just stop fretting. If a mosquito bites you now, you'll swell up and lose that charm." Miss Chiu shot him a glare, and as the mosquitoes threatened to breach Kunbu's protective barrier, she abandoned her reluctance and thoroughly coated her face and neck with mud. In an instant, among the five of us, only Kunbu remained with his sickly pallor, a stark contrast to our muddied visages. "Hurry! We must depart before the mud sets in." Lao Yen, ever hasty, forged ahead. Ultimately, we found ourselves encircled. A veritable swarm of mosquitoes descended from all directions, leaving us no respite. Though they dared not approach Kunbu, they were utterly unrelenting with the rest of us, and soon enough, our arms and legs bore the marks of their assault. These mosquitoes, neither particularly large nor small, presented a perplexing challenge. The boy lamented, "Had I known, I would have brought a can of insecticide to spray them in the face." Lao Yen chastised him for such futile chatter and urged us to exit the forest expeditiously. In our moment of despair, Miss Chiu deftly retrieved a slender silver needle from her bag and, with remarkable precision, began to pin the mosquitoes that ventured too close to her. I stood in astonishment, pondering the contents of her bag. How was it that each weapon she produced was so distinct? "Do you need assistance?" she inquired playfully, casting a flirtatious glance my way as she sent another needle flying. I shook my head in resignation. While her silver needles were formidable, there were simply too many mosquitoes for her to manage, and it was a feat for her to safeguard herself, let alone aid me. "Forget it. Just cover your head and run," Lao Yen shouted, heedless of the mosquitoes that swarmed him, as he darted through the thicket with his arms around his head. Observing the relentless onslaught of mosquitoes, I mimicked his actions and sprinted after him. Despite their occasional bites, which stung and itched, we felt utterly powerless, only wishing to escape the forest. Fortunately, we were not too far from the edge. After a little over 5 minutes of frantic running, we finally reached the periphery. Ahead lay water. Quickly, everyone jumped in. Lao Yen shouted from the front, and with a resounding splash, he dove in first. One after another, we heard the sounds of plunging into the depths. Except for Kunbu, we all submerged ourselves beneath the surface, surfacing only occasionally for breath, too fearful to expose ourselves fully. Previously, a naive young lad had thought that merely falling into the water would pose no threat, foolishly revealing his face, only to be met with a barrage of painful mosquito bites. "The safe now," Kunbu called, prompting us to cautiously surface. Seeing that the mosquitoes had vanished, we finally exhaled in relief. Miss Chiu climbed ashore, wringing out her drenched clothes, her expression fierce as she declared, "I must annihilate those pests." As she reached for something in her bag, Lao Yen hurriedly intervened. "Let it be. If you do that, our efforts will have been in vain." Miss Chiu scoffed but ultimately refrained from acting impulsively. As dusk approached and with a water source at hand, we decided to set up camp by the water. We changed out of our soaked garments and lit a fire to dry ourselves, finally beginning to feel a semblance of comfort. However, The welts from the mosquito bites itched unbearably, and Kunbu advised against scratching, insisting we endure the discomfort. Thus, we turned to conversation as a means of distraction. The presence of a bronze figurine indicated that the Zongzong tomb was likely nearby. Lao Yen, with a cigarette in his mouth, mused, "It's peculiar that we are not deep within the mountains, yet archaeologists have struggled to locate it for so long. I find it peculiar that over the years, numerous artifacts pertaining to the ancient state of Shu have come to light, such as the Sangxingdui site and the capital cities of the Shu kingdom that have gradually been unearthed. Yet, the tomb of Kensong seems to have never existed, remaining elusive and shrouded in mystery." Miss Chiu took a sip of wine and sighed. "Who can say for certain? Some tombs lie directly beneath our feet, yet remain undiscovered for millennia." "You have a point," Lao Yen replied with a smile, roasting some provisions over the fire before breaking them into pieces to share with the group. "Let us rest here for the night and explore the vicinity tomorrow." "It is likely not in this area," the young lad remarked, taking a bite of his rations. "Before we set out, my master told me that to find the tomb of Kensong, we must refer to a particular poem." Eagerly, I inquired which poem. I felt rather lost in this matter, as my literary knowledge was quite limited. The renowned poem "The Difficulty of the Shu" wrote by Li Bai from the Tang dynasty. The young lad finally swallowed his morsel. The lines Kensong and Yu Fu, how bewildering the founding of a nation reference the rulers of the ancient state of Shu. My master believes that this poem is certainly connected to the state of Shu and possibly the tomb of Kensong as well. Before he could finish, Lao Yen playfully slapped the back of his head, saying, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Shortly thereafter, Lao Yen transcribed The Difficulty of the Shu Road and began to study it intently. Indeed, this poem does pertain to the ancient state of Shu. Lao Yen smacked his lips thoughtfully. "However, according to its content, we may find ourselves in a bit of a predicament." "And how so?" I approached, yet I could not fully comprehend the words inscribed upon it. I could only vaguely infer their meaning. Lao Yen pointed to a line and read aloud. "In the west, at Mount Taibai, there exists a bird path that may traverse the summit of a May." From this line, it seemed we were destined to make our way to Mount Taibai in search of this so-called bird path. Chapter 77. In the west, at Mount Taibai, there exists a bird path. Then why don't we simply traverse a May? I inquired. This bird path might also connect to a May. Perhaps the destination lies there. Lao Yen shook his head, asserting that if it were that simple, it would not have remained undiscovered to this day, especially since a May mountain has historically been in plain sight of the masses. Reflecting upon this, I asked him what our next course of action would be. He replied that we should head towards Mount Taibai first and discuss matters further upon arrival. Lao Yan's countenance appeared shadowy in the flickering firelight. After a long pause, he sighed softly. If this poem is indeed related to the tomb of the silkworms, the journey ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. He gestured towards the subsequent lines of the poem, his brow furrowed with concern. Miss Chiu, unable to endure the atmosphere, interjected. "Lao Yen, after one trip to Xinjiang, why have you become so hesitant? It is merely a mountain. Even if we were to level it, we would still emerge unscathed." Glancing at Lao Yen, I realized that the affairs of the ancient nation of Chang'e had affected him as well. Despite his outward composure, he, too, had merely become seasoned through experience. Lao Yen laughed heartily a few times. "You speak wisely. Very well, let us rest. Tomorrow's journey will be long." With that, he assigned Miss Chiu and me to keep watch while ushering the others into the tent. Once everyone had entered, Miss Chiu plopped down beside me, extending her wine flask. "Care for a sip?" I shook my head. I wasn't accustomed to drinking much, and during my time in the army, I only indulged occasionally to ward off the chill. It was rather dull. Miss Chiu cast me a sidelong glance. "I heard from old Yen that you're only 17? Why do you appear so weary and world-weary?" For a moment, I was at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Fortunately, she soon broke it. "Could you share the events that transpired in the Lop Nur with me?" According to her, she had only just extricated herself from another mission on the day we departed, and had not had the chance to learn much, merely sensing that old Yen had indeed changed somewhat, which piqued her curiosity about our operation. After a moment's contemplation, I recalled that old Yen hadn't instructed me to keep anything secret, and besides, The lad had mentioned that there was no need for confidentiality regarding our comrades in Unit 701. Thus, I recounted in detail our journey from Bengal, culminating in the fact that only the two of us had emerged. My narration was exceedingly mundane, yet every mention of my comrades, particularly the moment of Commander Chen's demise, caused my eyes to well up. Those memories of our shared experiences felt as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. "You say Commander Chen has passed?" Miss Cho inquired, posing a question that left me astounded. My astonishment stemmed from the realization that her entire focus had been on Commander Chen. I nodded silently. No wonder. Miss Cho took another sip of her wine. So it was indeed old Chen who has departed. I was somewhat taken aback. Although I was aware that Commander Chen and Old Yen were old acquaintances, their demeanor suggested that their relationship was not particularly close. Otherwise, Commander Chen would not have repeatedly pointed his firearm at Old Yen's head. Miss Cho shook her head and remarked, "You are mistaken. It is precisely because they share a good rapport that Old Chen dares to aim his gun at him. Otherwise, let alone pointing it at him, before he could even draw it, Old Yen would have already knocked him down." After contemplating her words, I suddenly realized the truth in her observation. If their relationship were not strong, Commander Chen would not have allowed Old Yen to shoot him at the last moment. Nor would he have entrusted Old Yen with the responsibility of ensuring my safe departure from Lop Nur. Did Old Yen take matters into his own hands? Miss Cho's eyes widened in surprise. That makes it even more understandable. She then sighed softly. "You must recognize that once we entered 701, we ceased to exist in the eyes of the majority. We are hailed as heroes of this nation, yet we are also its shadows. Thus, to avoid unnecessary troubles, we seldom forge friendships." According to Old Yen, Commander Chen was acquainted with him long before his entrance into 701. Although he has always tried to avoid contact with Commander Chen, the latter has never forgotten him. Such bonds are rare within the confines of 701. Noticing her forlorn expression, I offered a smile, but there are still comrades from 701. She glanced at me without uttering a word, yet I suddenly comprehended her unspoken sentiment. The comrades within 701 could just as easily depart from us at any moment. For instance, blind hero. Perhaps I have indulged too much in drink, and my words have become excessive. After a moment of silence, Miss Cho suddenly patted my shoulder and stood up. "Little brother, do not be swayed. The path we tread is destined to bear the weight of a century of solitude." I understood. I smiled faintly, for since my departure from Lop Nur, I had shed my burdens. The individuals connected to me over the years were all in the military, and now they had been scattered, leaving me truly a solitary figure. Thus, I bore no such worries. Miss Cho smiled back, standing by the lakeside, as the evening breeze gently tousled her hair, rendering her appearance markedly different from that of the day. I suspected she was genuinely intoxicated, as she began to softly sing a foreign lullaby, imbued with a certain enchanting quality. I mused that everyone entering 701 must carry their own stories. Despite outward appearances, there remained a shared essence within. As I listened to the melody, drowsiness gradually enveloped me, and I found myself dozing off while cradling my firearm. "Who?" Miss Cho suddenly shouted, jolting me awake. As I stood and chambered around, I discerned nothing amiss. Approaching Miss Cho, I inquired what she had noticed. She pointed across the river and said, "There seemed to be a shadow over there just now." "A shadow?" I glanced across the river but saw nothing. Miss Cho claimed that upon her shout, the shadow had darted into the woods. We exchanged a glance, both suspecting one individual. Zaxi. Though this area was not quite the heart of the wilderness, it was indeed a secluded forest where ordinary people would hesitate to venture at such an hour. At that moment, the incoming shift, Kunbu and Yazi, emerged, noticing our vigilant demeanor and hastily inquiring about the situation. Miss Cho recounted our observations, to which Kunbu replied expressionlessly, "Let him be." Shortly thereafter, Yazi suddenly slipped into my tent, speaking in hushed tones. "Did you really see that Zaxi just now?" I shook my head. Sister Cho saw him. He responded with a soft "oh," seemingly somewhat disappointed. Curiously, I asked, "What kind of expression is that? Aren't you disappointed that you didn't see him?" He chuckled. "I was just thinking, it would be nice to give Zaxi a lesson, especially since he looks just like Kunbu." Yazi adjusted his sunglasses. I laughed lightly. Do you think the current Gu King of Miaojing is easy to bully? Immediately, Yazi fell silent, evidently under the illusion that Zaxi's ability to command the little insects was inferior to Kunbu's. I nudged him. All right, go guard the night. I need to sleep. He reluctantly walked out, scratching his head. Just as he lifted the tent flap, a splash of water echoed, suggesting someone had fallen into the water. Hey, Chang'an, come out quickly, Yazi shouted, and I hurried outside, only to see him diving headfirst into the water. In a haze, I noticed Kunbu was gradually sinking, and alarmingly, he showed no signs of struggle. Chapter 78. The performance I immediately dashed over. Yazi had one arm around Kunbu while using the other to paddle towards the shore. I rushed to assist, pulling Kunbu up onto the bank. The child managed to climb up on his own, shivering from the cold, and immediately approached the campfire to strip off his clothes and begin warming himself. Concerned that Kunbu might suffer from the chill, I pulled him over as well, placing him beside the fire to dry. But what about the parasites on him? I distinctly recalled old Yen mentioning that when Kunbu lost consciousness, the parasites on him would initiate an attack. However, from the moment the child entered the water to the instant I dragged him ashore, I had not witnessed a single worm. Subconsciously, I glanced at Kunbu's hands, which were still clad in his deer hide gloves, so I should not have mistaken the person. The child rubbed his hands together, warming himself by the fire, and paused at my remark. Then, with a carefree attitude, he suggested that perhaps his parasites had drowned in the water. I shot him a disbelieving look. If parasites were so easily dealt with, he wouldn't have been reduced to a mere child in fear at Kunbu's glance. The child seemed to realize his words were unfounded and merely shook his head, stating that he didn't know, and suggested waiting until tomorrow morning to ask old Yen and the others. You should go to sleep. I can keep watch alone. He waved at me dismissively. Uncertain, I asked, can you manage by yourself? He chuckled, asserting that he was perfectly capable and urged me to hurry off to sleep, lest I become burdened with fatigue before our early departure the next day. I patted the child's shoulder, reasoning that should anything occur, his shout would easily alert everyone in the tent. Thus, I felt reassured and allowed him to take charge. After all, I was utterly exhausted. Though I had struggled to sleep earlier, the recent commotion had brought a wave of drowsiness upon me. I entered the tent and fell into a deep slumber. This slumber was remarkably tranquil. Upon awakening, the dawn had already illuminated the sky. As I emerged from the tent, I noticed Miss Chiu seated before the extinguished campfire, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Sister Chiu, where are the others? I inquired, stretching languidly, yet I saw no sign of anyone else. Miss Chiu glanced at me with a cryptic smile and remarked, You certainly enjoyed a sound sleep, despite the chaos that erupted in the latter part of the night. Did you not hear a thing? Chaos? I replied in astonishment. When I fell asleep, it was already 1 or 2 in the morning. There was no commotion at all. My curiosity deepened. Where could Lao Yen and the others have ventured so early in the day? However, it seemed that Miss Chiu was equally in the dark about the specifics of the situation, stating that by the time she emerged in response to the noise, Lao Yen and the others had already dashed into the woods. I was about to inquire further when Miss Chiu raised her hand to silence me. Thereafter, she remained crouched, poking at the remnants of the fire with a stick, seemingly engrossed in her examination. Intrigued, I asked her if there was an issue with the fire pit. Approaching to grasp the object she was inspecting, she swatted my hand away. Are you seeking death? She cautioned. What is this? I pondered, unable to discern its nature. It appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood, albeit with a rather peculiar hue, lacking any other distinguishing features. Miss Chiu tapped the object with her stick and explained, This is a gu. When placed in the fire, it can induce a hypnotic effect. However, if you had touched it, the insects within would burrow into your body, and extraction would necessitate surgery. Gu? I was taken aback and, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, Is that Zaxi? No, it's Kunbu. Miss Chiu's tone bore a hint of gravity, suggesting that she too had not anticipated Kunbu's actions against us. After striking the peculiar object several times, a beetle with a dark body and green markings emerged, swiftly leaping into the nearby underbrush, vanishing from sight. With a smile, Miss Chiu remarked, Did you see that? Had you touched it, it would have jumped into your clothing, making its way through your mouth, nostrils, and ears, burrowing into your very being. Her vivid description sent a shiver down my spine, causing my arms to ache subtly, and I instinctively stepped back from the thicket. As soon as her words faded, I noticed Lao Yen and the others emerging from the forest, but their demeanor was peculiar. Lao Yen and Yazai were supporting Kunbu, who walked in the middle, his face pale and seemingly weak. Upon approaching, they released their hold on Kunbu, who promptly collapsed onto the ground, remaining silent. I gazed at them with curiosity, sensing the oddity in their conversation. Just as I was about to inquire, Lao Yen shot me a glance, and I instantly understood. They were performing for Zaxi, who lurked in the shadows. Miss Chiu also grasped the situation, scoffing as she unceremoniously patted Kunbu's face. Run? Do you honestly believe you can escape? Given the force she used to strike Kunbu, I had no doubt she had harbored grievances against him for some time, seizing this opportunity to vent her frustrations. After a brief pause, Lao Yen spoke with a knowing smile. Old Yan's suggestion to take a brief rest truly was just for a moment. As soon as we had finished tidying up our tent, he informed us that we could set off. However, upon resuming our journey, Kunbu seemed to be under close surveillance. The young lad trailed closely behind him, as if tethered by an invisible rope. Yet, observing the lad's demeanor, one could argue that he was more a victim of torment than a guardian. At the slightest movement from Kunbu, the lad would leap in fright, prompting Old Yen to exhale a deep sigh. Miss Chiu led the way, with Kunbu and the lad walking in the middle, while Old Yen and I lagged behind. I seized a moment to whisper to Old Yen, "Isn't Kunbu's insect supposed to attack people?" Old Yen cast me a sidelong glance before quietly replying, "It's all an act." Though his response was brief, I instantly grasped the implication. The performance had commenced the moment Kunbu fell into the water, much to our dismay. As the young lad and I had been thoroughly frightened, I was puzzled and inquired why they would feign such behavior. After all, given Kunbu's demeanor towards Zaxi, the latter was clearly no match for him. Surely he could simply have dragged Zaxi out? Old Yen shook his head, stating that it was Kunbu's decision, and they had their own methods of handling matters, which we ought not to interfere with. I acknowledged this and refrained from further pressing the issue, instead asking Old Yen about our next course of action. After crossing this river, we should continue westward to reach Mount Taibai, Old Yen indicated. Do you see that slightly elevated peak? That is Mount Taibai. I raised my gaze and beheld the summit of Mount Taibai, seemingly shrouded in layers of mist, with lush greenery enveloping the mountain, obscuring its true visage. And where is Amei? I looked around the periphery of Taibai Mountain, yet Amei Mountain was nowhere to be seen. Lao Yendao remarked that it might be on the other side of Taibai, hidden from view. He too found it somewhat peculiar. After all, Amei Mountain's elevation surpasses that of Taibai. If there truly existed a bird path connecting the two peaks, the distance should not be considerable, for Taibai's altitude ought not to obstruct Amei. Nevertheless, we could only proceed and see. As the saying goes, one cannot reach the mountain by merely gazing at it. Although Taibai appeared to be right before us, after walking the entire morning we had not advanced much, and the mountain seemed as distant as it was in the morning. Miss Chiu found a clearing amidst the trees, boldly sat down to take a sip of wine, and, wiping her mouth with her hand, inquired about our remaining distance. It appeared we still had at least 2 more days of travel. Lao Yen unfolded the map in his hands. Miss Chiu frowned, expressing that the path was becoming increasingly arduous, and the sky was not looking promising. We either needed to hasten our pace or find a place to take shelter. Encountering torrential rain in the mountains is no trifling matter. Her comment prompted me to take note of the sky. Having traversed the forest for so long, sunlight had been scarce, yet it was still midday, and the darkness was indeed unusual. I suggested we rest briefly and seek refuge for the night, for judging by the weather we might not endure another 2 days. The lad, having moved closer from behind Kunbu, pointed towards the ominous clouds, declaring, "Look over there. That is a harbinger of a storm." Old Yan's complexion was rather poor. Encountering a torrential downpour in the mountains is undoubtedly an ill omen. Thus, he nodded in agreement with Yazai's decision. Chapter 79. Yazai's secret. After casually nibbling on some provisions at the spot, we resumed our journey westward, all the while searching for a shelter from the rain. By afternoon, the wind began to intensify, rustling the leaves, and every now and then, a few drops of rain splattered onto us. "Hurry up," Old Yen shouted, abandoning any pretense, urging Kunbu to release the scouting insects. Once the insects confirmed the direction, we swiftly followed behind. In but a moment, large raindrops began to pelt down, and even with the trees providing some cover, the impacts were painful. However, the most concerning aspect was the fog that enveloped the forest as soon as the rain commenced, rendering the already treacherous path even more perilous. "Be careful. Don't get separated," Old Yen called out as he counted heads, his voice shattering into fragments, barely discernible amidst the rainfall. The fog thickened, and the rain intensified. Old Yen occasionally shouted to ensure everyone was nearby, but gradually, I felt his voice receding into the distance. No, it seemed as though everyone's voices were drifting further away from me. In a panic, I called out, "Old Yen?" A response echoed back, yet it felt as if it came from a faraway realm. I hastily wiped my face, only to find the surroundings shrouded in mist, rendering everything indistinct, save for a vague shadow to my left. "Kunbu?" I called out tentatively, taking a couple of cautious steps forward. The shadow paused, then turned its head, causing me to immediately halt in my tracks. Although he bore an identical visage to Kunbu, his hands were devoid of gloves, and his expression lacked the frigid demeanor characteristic of Kunbu. "Are you Zashi?" I inquired, yet the torrential rain muffled my voice, and it was evident he did not hear me. I cautiously retreated a few steps, yet he ambled toward me with an unhurried grace, seemingly unaffected by the deluge. Observing his demeanor, I swiftly drew my pistol from my waist, commanding, "Stop." He halted half a meter before me, his expression subtly shifting. "You are indeed acting." A jolt of alarm coursed through me, for it appeared my earlier utterance had sparked his suspicion. I refrained from responding. At this juncture, verbosity could lead to folly. Instead, I kept my gun trained on him, gradually retreating. "How is Kunbu faring with you?" Suddenly, he uttered a remark that left me perplexed. His countenance suggested genuine concern for Kunbu. I scoffed. "Did you not witness it all?" He mimicked Kunbu's gesture, raising his hand, prompting me to retreat 2 more steps, a reminder that he too was adept in the art of sorcery. It seemed he was faring well. Zashi nodded and lowered his hand. "There is no need for such caution. I have not come here for you." I regarded him with suspicion as the rain intensified, obscuring my vision, yet I dared not use my free hand to wipe away the droplets, fearing it might misalign my weapon. Meanwhile, I pondered anxiously. Where had Lao Yen and the others gone? Had they failed to notice my absence? I stood in confrontation with Zashi, the torrential rain seemingly having no effect on him. He cast a glance in my direction and slowly remarked, "Tell that old chainsmoker in your team that I have no interest in tailing you. We merely happen to share the same path, so there's no need to guard against me as if I were a thief." Yet, the more he insisted on this, the more I found it peculiar, for the demeanor of Kunbu suggested a strained relationship with Zashi, and now the latter's overt friendliness left me perplexed. However, he appeared genuinely harmless. After uttering those words, he turned and walked away, soon vanishing into the gentle drizzle. I exhaled a sigh of relief, wiped my face with my hand, and shouted, "Old Smoke, where have you all gone?" Suddenly, a sharp slap struck the back of my head, startling me into instinctively raising my gun. Hey, don't shoot," came the voice of the young lad, and it was then that I recognized the figures behind me. Old Smoke and his crew were all there, and it was evidently Old Smoke who had struck me, as his hand was still poised to deliver another blow. Dazed, I stammered, "Weren't you ahead?" His expression shifted as he inquired about what I had just encountered, astonished that I had passed by several individuals without noticing them. I promptly recounted my encounter with Zashi, causing Old Smoke to furrow his brow. He then turned to Kunbu and asked if there were any such methods in the southern regions. Old Smoke waved his hand dismissively, clearly not doubting him, but merely inquiring whether Zashi's words could be trusted, whether it was indeed possible to forego vigilance against this ticking time bomb. Kunbu, rarely contemplative, pondered deeply before finally nodding. "For the time being, let us believe him. Let us depart. It seems this rain shall not cease." Miss Chiu wiped her face, appearing somewhat disheveled in such torrential downpour, yet her drenched attire exuded an alluring charm. Following the incident with Zaxi, Lao Yen grew increasingly cautious, steadfastly trailing behind me, his instinct to shield me ignited at the slightest rustle. Had it not been for my conversation with Miss Chiu, I might have merely perceived his actions as those of a mentor caring for a junior. However, I now comprehend that he is earnestly fulfilling his promise to Commander Chun, and a wave of sentiment washes over me. Fortunately, our path ahead remained untroubled, and after traversing through the heavy rain for approximately half an hour, we discovered a cave. After Kunbu sent a creature to scout the interior for safety, we hurriedly followed suit. I gently twisted the water from my sleeves, grumbling, "Who knows how long this rain will last? It seems it could go on indefinitely." Lao Yen glanced at the sky and then beckoned us to explore the cave, searching for dry twigs to kindle a fire, for the temperature in the mountains fluctuates greatly between day and night, and we would easily catch a chill in our damp clothing. Thankfully, the cave housed some branches, which we gathered to ignite 2 small fires, huddling together to dry our garments. As night fell, the temperature dropped further, and we wrapped ourselves in sleeping bags, conversing around the warmth of the flames. Kunbu remained aloof, offering only the occasional grunt, a rare concession. The young lad, typically lively, sat in silence, seemingly lost in thought, a picture of dismay. "Little one, have you been frightened? Miss Chiu is pouring wine from the jug for us, offering a warming drink." As she hands it to the young lad, she playfully teases him with a remark. The lad glances up at Miss Chiu and then lowers his head again, his eyes obscured by misty sunglasses, leaving us unaware of his thoughts. Miss Chiu seems momentarily taken aback and then pokes the old smoker beside her, who shakes his head, signaling us to pay no attention. Subsequently, the young lad reclines to the side, appearing to sleep, though it seems he is not truly at rest. Concerned, I follow the old smoker outside for a moment and gesture towards the cave, inquiring about him. What's wrong with him? He was abandoned on a rainy day. The old smoker sighs and, having taken care of his needs, stands with me at the cave's entrance, sheltered from the rain, as we engage in conversation. I gasp, "Isn't he an orphan?" The old smoker shoots me a glare, stating that one cannot simply emerge from the cracks of stone. He too had parents who discarded him out of disdain when he was merely 4 years old, though he had already begun to form memories. It was indeed a heavy downpour that day when his parents left him in the suburbs while riding their bicycles. He chased after them for a long time, but to no avail, and thus became an orphan, nearly starving to death. It was not until he met old Su at the age of 7 that he finally had a semblance of a home. The old smoker takes a drag from his cigarette, remarking, "This is all from old Su, but I can't shake the feeling that the lad is hiding something, perhaps out of fear of sharing." Listening to this, I find it perplexing, unable to comprehend why the lad, seemingly well, would be deemed unworthy by his parents. The old smoker gestures to his own eyes and asks, "Do you know why the lad always wears sunglasses?" Chapter 80. Delectable barbecue. He attributed it to habit. I uttered a remark only to realize afterwards. Did he have an issue with his sight? Lao Yen let out a deep sigh. Alas, his vision is unblemished, even sharper than that of an average individual, yet regrettably, his appearance gives the impression of a blind man. When Professor Su found him, he was so disoriented that he could not even recall his own name, merely stating that others referred to him as the blind one. Reflecting on the times I had inquired about his sunglasses, I felt a twinge of guilt. It was fortunate that he managed to restrain his anger at that moment. Lao Yen patted me on the shoulder. "Enough, once the rain subsides he will be fine, you need not fret." Yet what right had I to be concerned for others? I let out a bitter laugh. I, myself, had not yet adjusted to my own circumstances, and my thoughts on the boy were nothing more than a fleeting sense of melancholy. Upon returning to the cave, we ceased our conversation. Exhausted, we curled up in our sleeping bags to rest, while I clutched my sleeping bag, staring vacantly at the fire, my mind seemingly racing with thoughts yet simultaneously devoid of anything coherent. As night fell, the rain gradually abated, but the mountain wind grew chillier. I tightened the sleeping bag around me, cautiously shielding the fire from the sudden gusts that threatened to extinguish its warmth. "Let us catch some sleep." Lao Yen, roused from slumber, sleepily tapped my shoulder before taking over my watch. I acknowledged him with a nod, expecting to struggle with sleep. Yet, to my surprise, I quickly succumbed to the realm of dreams. When I awoke again, everyone was already packing their belongings. It turned out that the skies outside had cleared, and even in the morning, one could feel the sun's searing warmth. I instinctively cast a glance at the lad, only to find that he had indeed recovered, merrily jesting with old Yen and the others. Upon noticing my awakening, he rushed over and playfully kicked me, exclaiming, "So you've finally come to? I was beginning to think you had run off with the beauty from your dreams." I mused silently. Perhaps it was you who dreamt of a beauty? Relieved, I maintained a facade of indifference, engaging in banter as if oblivious to his comment. With little luggage to manage, I quickly gathered my belongings. Old Yen extinguished the remaining embers in the campfire before beckoning us to embark on our journey. The mountain path, still damp from the recent rain, proved particularly treacherous. Each step threatened to plunge us into a muddy pit. Yet the air was remarkably refreshing, invigorating our spirits with each breath. Cursed weather, forcing us to take a detour, Miss Chiu muttered under her breath, impatiently prodding the underbrush ahead with her stick, seemingly hoping a snake would emerge to vent her frustration. Old Yen chuckled, "All right, there's no need to rush." We spent the entire morning retracing our steps to the proper path, and this time, no one dared to call for a halt, all eager to make up for lost time. However, the sun, fierce after the rain, bore down upon us relentlessly. After trudging under its glare for over an hour, the lad finally collapsed, exclaiming, "We're nearly cooked. Old Yen, let us take a break. How is it that you two, this master and apprentice duo, possess such frail constitutions?" "Little Chiu here hasn't even complained," she retorted. "Get up, hold on a bit longer. We can rest once we get through this stretch." Old Yen nudged the lad, who, with a melodramatic wail, clutched my arm and staggered to his feet, grumbling about old Yen's exploitation of labor as he reluctantly continued onward. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, we circled to the mountainside. From this point, descending a mere 10 miles would lead us to the foothills of Mount Taibai. Old Yen found a level patch of ground and declared, "All right, let us rest for a moment. Tomorrow we shall make a vigorous ascent up Taibai." How curious it was. He had just urged me to hurry, and now, with Mount Taibai in sight, he suggested we continue onward. The young lad, feeling somewhat resentful, compelled old Yen to walk a few more hours, remarking with a pout as he observed old Yen's sudden halt. Old Yen grunted in response, stating that according to recorded accounts, Mount Taibai was far more perilous than the peak we currently occupied. By the time we arrive, it will be dark, and traversing the mountain at night, in utter darkness, could cost us dearly, he warned. The young lad muttered a few complaints but ultimately found no retort to counter old Yen's reasoning. Frustrated, he sprawled out on the ground, opting for silence. Old Yen, wielding binoculars, gazed towards Mount Taibai, then shook his head. Perhaps it had just rained. "The mist is so thick that nothing is discernible." I took the binoculars from him, peering through them with a sense of curiosity. "Why is the fog so dense?" I wondered. Although it had rained the previous night, a whole day had passed, and under the sun's relentless heat, the mist should have dissipated. Even if it had not cleared entirely, it ought not to be this heavy. "It must be due to the terrain. We shall see more clearly as we draw nearer," old Yen remarked. I returned the binoculars, momentarily casting aside this puzzling thought, and mimicking the young lad, I reclined on the ground. Soon, old Yen and the others cast playful glances in my direction. I shrugged in resignation. Ultimately, being in the forest, having another companion was a source of mutual assurance. Miss Chiu did not stray far. Instead, she crouched behind a relatively dense thicket and leaned closer to my ear, inquiring, "Do you know how to hunt?" I shook my head, and she smiled, a smile that sent a shiver down my spine, as excitement flickered in her eyes. "Just watch and learn," she instructed. I nodded and settled beside her, my attention fully captivated. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes, and a plump, grayish-white rabbit emerged, its nose sniffing the ground while its ears twitched, alert to its surroundings. I glanced at Miss Chiu, but she remained still, her gaze seemingly transfixed on the rabbit. Just when I thought she would not move, she suddenly flicked her wrist, and a small knife shot forth with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, striking the rabbit squarely on the forehead, leaving me utterly astonished. She clapped her hands together. Tiske tiske. If it weren't for this wretched weather spoiling the meat, I would have taken a few more. I held the rabbit in one hand and a wild chicken in the other, trailing behind Miss Chiu as I asked her if she would teach me this impressive skill. Having spent 3 years in the military, I had only acquired some combat and shooting techniques, skills that proved useless against masters and too noisy for practical use at times. She regarded me deeply for a moment, then replied with a peculiar smile, "If you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you these days while we're in the mountains." Though her promise should have delighted me, for some inexplicable reason, her smile left me feeling utterly unsettled. While I was with the lad searching for a water source to clean the rabbit and chicken, he asked why I had impulsively decided to learn knife throwing from Miss Chiu. The young lad helplessly shook his head, remarking, "Who doesn't know that Sister Chiu is renowned as a master of weapons, proficient in all manner of armaments, capable of keeping 100 men at bay?" However, in recent years, not a single soul has shown willingness to learn her craft. Do you know why? Chapter 81. Jungle Savages, is it too difficult? I pondered, recalling Miss Chiu's remarkable skills. The young lad, engrossed in gutting a rabbit, pointed at me with his bloodied fingers upon hearing my words. After a prolonged chuckle, he replied, "No matter how challenging, there will always be the clever ones. The truth is, she simply cannot find a disciple as dim-witted as you. Just wait and see. Whether or not you master the flying daggers, you'll surely learn the art of escape in no time." His words stirred a sense of unease within me. Yet, fleeing from a challenge is not in my nature. So I nonchalantly remarked that acquiring the skill of evasion would indeed be beneficial. The young lad chuckled heartily, offering no counsel, as he hummed a merry tune while preparing the rabbit, clearly reveling in my predicament. With a bounty of rabbit and wild chicken, our evening meal had undoubtedly elevated to a higher standard. To my astonishment, Kunbu exhibited exceptional grilling prowess. With a deftness that belied expectation, he flipped the 2 game meats, and soon a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting my appetite. Finally, he produced a small vial containing a white substance resembling salt, sprinkling it over the roasted rabbit and chicken, signaling that our feast was ready. Old Yen, with a jovial demeanor, handed each of us a rabbit leg. I grasped it eagerly, stuffing it into my mouth despite the scalding heat, too ravenous to care. Although the rabbit legs were merely seasoned with salt, they were remarkably delicious. After several days without a proper meal, this feast felt even more exquisite than the hot pot of lamb I had savored with my companion in old Beijing. Initially, I believed that 1 rabbit would suffice for our hunger, yet both my companion and I managed to devour more than half of it. Ultimately, we only ceased our indulgence to turn our attention to the wild chicken, considering the generous portion still remaining. Old Yen, observing our greasy lips, smirked and remarked, "Aren't you worried that Kunbu might have poisoned it?" My companion and I were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Kunbu's impassive face. In that instant, we found ourselves unable to discern whether Old Yan's words were sincere or merely jest, for he and Kunbu had abstained from meat entirely, watching us with bemusement. My companion, swallowing a mouthful of chicken, queried, "No, it can't really be poisoned, right?" "Idiot," Kunbu retorted, calmly tearing off a piece of chicken and chewing it. I felt reassured, while my companion appeared on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "But chewing it won't help. You're immune to all poisons." Old Yen, exasperated, gave my companion a light smack on the head, saying, "With your brain, you believe everything you hear. Look at Chang'an's demeanor. Now that's what I call composed." I scratched my head and stuffed the remaining chicken into my mouth, choosing not to engage further. After enjoying our meal, I was about to recline and rest when Miss Chiu abruptly pulled me up, insisting, "Let us practice while it's still light outside." Huh? I was momentarily stunned. Having just eaten, I felt drowsy, yet her demeanor left no room for refusal. Reluctantly, I followed her, inquiring about the practice. She smiled warmly, scrutinizing me before pointing towards a nearby tree, instructing me to stand there. I complied and stood still, only to see her gripping several small knives she had retrieved from her bag, aimed directly at me. I hurriedly exclaimed, Sister Chiu, aren't we supposed to practice throwing knives? Why have I become the target?" "Oh," she responded nonchalantly, and before I could react, a knife soared towards me. My pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpoints, fixated on the approaching blade, unable to move. Clang! The knife embedded itself into the tree trunk beside my head. A bead of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. Only then did Miss Cho leisurely explain, to practice throwing knives, you must first learn not to fear them. I fell silent, refraining from responding, sensing that her reasoning was flawed. However, her earnest demeanor suggested she was not deceiving me. Thus, I leaned against the large tree, awaiting her to finish throwing all the knives before I could finally relax. She patted my shoulder with an air of satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. Much better than the previous one who wet his pants." I forced a smile, though my legs felt weak. Had it not been for the harrowing ordeal in the Lopner, I imagined my state would be hardly better than that of a child in distress. Continuing, Miss Cho retrieved the knives from the tree trunk and uttered 2 words. Glancing at the darkening sky, I bitterly remarked, "Sister Cho, it's getting dark. Is the enemy still going to trouble you in broad daylight?" She shot me a fierce glare, leaving me speechless, although these horizontal lines appeared quite thick. Standing 2 meters away in the dark made them virtually invisible. I could only flail helplessly, missing every throw. Miss Cho picked up the knives one by one and placed them back in my hands, instructing, again. I squinted my eyes in an attempt to discern the markings on the trunk, yet I failed. With a hint of dissatisfaction, I muttered that I couldn't even see to throw. The enemy, too, remained unseen. Miss Cho suddenly wore a frosty expression. I glanced at her, then tightened my grip on the flying dagger and hurled it once more. This time, I did not throw aimlessly. Relying on my memory, I directed the blade toward the designated spot. I had just observed her carving. Thus I retained a rough impression of where those markings were located. Should I practice again? A surge of excitement prompted me to rub my hands together. Upon returning to the tent, the young lad immediately tugged at me, inquiring about the training. I recounted the experience, and he chuckled, saying, "It seems that Sister Cho is quite pleased with you, but you must tread carefully from now on." "What does that mean?" I asked, perplexed, as I lay in my sleeping bag. The boy rolled over, explaining that the more satisfied Sister Cho was with someone, the more rigorously she would train them, advising me to prepare myself mentally. Having traversed nearly an entire day and practiced throwing knives for a while that evening, I fell into a deep slumber. Thus, when I was stirred awake by a sudden wailing, I felt nothing but irritation. "Stop crying, lad," I called out, only to realize immediately that it was odd for someone of his age to weep without reason. Moreover, the sound did not resemble his voice at all. What pierced my ears was distinctly that of a child's cries. Judging by the timbre, the child could not be older than 3. Though I was annoyed by the disturbance, I sensed something was amiss. How could there be a child's cries in this deep forest? Furthermore, the sound was markedly different from the rustling of a red scorpion's tail in the Lopner. It seemed far more genuine. I emerged from the tent, gun in hand, to find Kunbu and Miss Cho on watch. The latter inquired about my intentions for stepping outside. "Did you hear the cries?" I asked. Miss Cho nodded nonchalantly, remarking, "There are many creatures in the mountains. Some emit sounds akin to that, much like a cat in heat." "Is that so?" I tilted my head to listen, finding the noise peculiar. However, seeing their lack of concern, I began to doubt my own apprehensions. Thus, I returned to the tent without further comment. Once I reclined again, the cries gradually subsided, and I soon drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, after a brief interlude, I was abruptly stirred by a gust of wind. Had I failed to secure the tent properly? I pondered, attempting to rise to investigate, but for some inexplicable reason, my eyelids felt unbearably heavy, thwarting my efforts to open them. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through my arm, akin to someone scratching me. I jolted awake, only to behold a creature cloaked in dark fur, with a human-like face and long arms, clawing at my arm. I could feel its claws sinking into my flesh, each scratch leaving a trail of blood. With a swift motion, I kicked out, but to my astonishment, the sinewy creature barely flinched. Instead, it seized my leg and flipped me over, its claws raking along my back, eliciting a grimace of pain. "Child!" I shouted vehemently, causing him to bolt upright, rubbing his eyes in a dazed manner. "What is it?" he asked, appearing still half asleep. Frustrated, I exclaimed. I'm on the brink of peril here. Why aren't you helping? Chapter 82. The classic of mountains and seas, the appearance of the mountain demon in the intervals of our conversation. The wild man seized my leg and forcefully dragged me out of the tent. Grasping the edge of my sleeping bag, I clutched the Type 56 submachine gun, striving to turn over and pull the trigger. Alas, my position was poor for aiming, and I only managed to strike its arm, failing to inflict significant harm and instead inciting its fury. It roared, and with a single claw, it raked across my leg, leaving deep gashes that exposed the bone beneath. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, injuring the wild man's eye. It howled in pain, instinctively releasing me, and I rolled backward, aiming the gun and firing alongside the boy. To my surprise, the creature exhibited remarkable intelligence. Upon realizing it was outmatched, it covered its injured eye and wailed, leaping out of the tent and swiftly vanishing into the forest's depths. I collapsed onto the ground, tending to my wounds while recounting the events. How could such a large creature have entered unnoticed? Both Kunbu and I were oblivious. Miss Chiu expressed her astonishment. The boy pointed to a gaping hole opposite the tent entrance, offering a wry smile as he remarked on the wild man's cunning in evading the night watch. Are you certain it was a wild man? Lao Yen inquired, assisting me in bandaging my injury. I described the creature's appearance. Though my vision had been obscured in the darkness, I could only ascertain that it stood over 2 meters tall, covered in black fur, resembling a gorilla more than a human. Nonetheless, its strength was formidable. I added, had it not been for the boy shooting its eye, I suspect I would have been dragged away. Lao Yen furrowed his brow, expressing doubt. That does not align with the typical behavior of wild men. They are generally quite timid. What is that? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Old Yen shook his head and replied, based on your description, it could be many things. After all, we weren't able to see clearly at that time. Just then, the boy who had repaired the tent rushed over and adjusted his sunglasses, saying, I suspect it's a mountain demon. A mountain demon? Is it the one mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas? I asked. In my childhood, I had perused many books on mountain folklore stored in my father's bookshelf. Although I couldn't recognize all the characters, I grasped the general idea, and I recalled that the classic indeed documented such beings. The boy nodded and recited, according to the classic of mountains and seas, it is recorded that in the south, there exists a giant with a human face, long arms, a black body covered in hair, and backward feet. When it sees a person and laughs, it elicits laughter in return, but its lips conceal its face, prompting it to flee. Enough of this ornate language. Speak plainly. Miss Chiu interjected impatiently, waving her hand. After she spoke, she cast a glance at Miss Chiu, the meaning behind it unmistakable. Miss Chiu huffed, spinning her knife in her hand. If it dares to come, I shall castrate it. Seeing her resolve, we fell silent. It was old Yen who broke the tension, cautioning, be careful. The mountain demon has a strong capacity for retaliation and prefers to dwell in groups. If we've harmed it, the latter part of the night may prove troublesome for us. We should all stay awake. Indeed, old Yan's words rang true. Less than half an hour later, the sound of a child's wailing echoed through the air once more. Old Yan's expression shifted as he noted, from the sound, it seems there is more than one. We must gather our belongings and prepare to flee. I sustained an injury to my leg, rendering my movements cumbersome. The young one swiftly gathered my belongings and helped me secure them onto my person, advising, stay close to me and do not overexert yourself. Meanwhile, Miss Chiu retrieved a throwing knife from her bag and handed it to me, saying, a ready target has arrived. Remember to practice. Before I could utter another word, the others had already organized our things. Miss Chiu thrust the throwing knife into my grasp and, without further ado, dashed out with her large backpack. The young one, too hurried to jest, grasped my hand and followed suit. Despite their considerable size, they moved with remarkable agility, utilizing branches to swing swiftly and reduce the distance between us. Miss Chiu pivoted and hurled several throwing knives, striking the abdominal region of the central mandrill with precision, while Lao Yen and the young one provided suppressive fire against the mandrills on either side. However, these mandrills, with their tough skin and thick flesh, proved resilient, and our rapid movements often led to missed shots. At that moment, Several black-bodied, gold-spotted insects emerged from Kunbu's palm, flying towards the mandrills and burrowing into their fur-covered bodies, momentarily slowing their speed. We must move quickly. We cannot hold them off, Kunbu urged, swiftly turning and running. We raced downhill, but we found ourselves deep within the forest, devoid of any clear path to descend. While daylight offered some visibility, the night enveloped us in darkness, and with pursuers at our heels, our pace inevitably slackened. Do not engage recklessly. This area may be teeming with mandrills, and being surrounded would spell our doom. Just as Miss Cho was about to unveil the large package behind her, the young lad abruptly seized her. The mountain goblins are social creatures. These three may merely be the vanguard. We must flee at once. Before long, daylight will break, and they will retreat. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than Lao Yen, who was running to my right, tripped over something and crashed headfirst into a protruding tree root. Before I could assist him, a mountain goblin suddenly descended from above, seizing Lao Yan's leg and dragging him into the forest. Lao Yan, I shouted, raising my firearm and pursuing after them. Miss Cho decisively commanded, Yazi, you and Kuanbu deal with these two. I shall go with Chang'an to rescue Lao Yan. Let us regroup at the foot of the mountain. Yazi seemed to want to protest, but Miss Cho fixed him with a stern glare. I paid no heed to their exchange and dashed into the woods, calling out for Lao Yan. Strangely, despite having just witnessed his abduction, there was not a sound to be heard. I followed the traces on the ground in search of him, but the marks only extended a few meters before vanishing, as if they had dissipated into thin air. Above, Miss Cho shouted, and at that moment, a chilling beam of light shot forth. I looked up, and before I could comprehend the situation, a mountain goblin hurtled down upon me, lunging for my arm with its jaws wide open. In such close proximity, I had no chance to fire my weapon. Instead, I drew the small knife Miss Cho had bestowed upon me and plunged it fiercely into the goblin's neck. It roared in response but did not retreat. Rather, clamped down harder on my arm. Fortunately, Miss Cho arrived just in time. From her bag, she retrieved 2 steel rods and joined them together, forming a sharp triangular prism. With an elegant motion reminiscent of a gymnast, she leapt and plunged the prism into the spinal column of the mandrill. Twisting it as she did so, the mandrill, which had been biting my arm, instantly released its grip. Though still alive, it could only collapse to the side, the spine injured. It emitted pitiful grunts, lacking the strength to cry out loudly. Quick, find Lao Yan, Miss Cho said, pulling out the triangular prism without a hint of concern as blood splattered onto her face, which she casually wiped away, turning to me. After a tense 10 minutes with no sign of Lao Yan, I anxiously raked my fingers through my hair. Miss Cho pressed down on my shoulder, reassuring, do not worry, Lao Yan will be fine. I exhaled heavily, striving to calm myself, standing still in the place where the signs of struggle had vanished, lost in thought. Miss Cho, undistracted, approached and swiftly dispatched the still grunting mandrill. I hurried toward a nearby thicket, where I found Lao Yan lying in a pool of blood, his face ashen. Lao Yan. I rushed over, extending my hand yet hesitant to touch him, his bloodied appearance reminiscent of a dying serpent, a scene hauntingly similar to a past memory. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Miss Cho, who had followed closely behind, gave me a sharp slap on the head. He won't die. Why are you mourning? She chided. But he is covered in blood. I stammered, unable to articulate further. With a resigned roll of her eyes, Miss Cho assured me that Lao Yan merely had a severe shoulder wound, and there was nothing to worry about. Upon her reminder, I too felt something amiss. Casting a glance at Lao Yan, I realized that indeed only half of his clothing was stained red, with the bloodstains exhibiting a distinct pattern, clearly flowing from his shoulder. Embarrassed, I wiped away my tears. My earlier concern had clouded my judgment. Miss Cho and I swiftly attended to Lao Yan's wound, and just as we were about to carry him away, a rustling sound emerged from behind us. Trouble was brewing. Miss Cho's expression shifted. For our distance was a mere 10 meters. The mountain goblins could easily leap over and reach us, especially with an injured companion in our midst. Miss Cho pushed me gently and whispered, "You carry Lao Yan and escape first. I will hold them off." I shook my head, replying, "We won't be able to flee. The moment we move, the goblins will detect us. There are 5 of them, One person cannot contain them. Then what shall we do? She asked, her voice tinged with urgency. I glanced at the large bag behind her and said slowly, surely you have some formidable weaponry in that bag? She hesitated momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Do you have any grenades? I inquired, maintaining my composure while hoisting Lao Yen onto my back. Miss Chiu looked at me, astonishment flickering in her eyes, before she nodded again. Take them out. When I count to 3, you throw them while I carry Lao Yen, and then we run together. Assuming a crouched position to better support Lao Yen, I spoke softly. Miss Chiu appeared uncertain, yet the 5 mountain goblins had already turned their gaze toward us, clearly having noticed our presence. Upon reaching this point, Miss Chiu deftly retrieved a miniature grenade from her bag. At the count of 3, she swiftly pulled the pin and hurled it away. Simultaneously, we darted out of the thicket and sprinted downhill. A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the forest in a blaze that illuminated the night as if it were day. The anguished cries of the mountain demons echoed around us, urging Miss Chiu and me to flee with utmost haste. Along our path, we stumbled upon 2 more lifeless bodies of the mountain demons, and the blood-soaked ground suggested that Kumbu and his companions were faring no better. After approximately half an hour of running, we finally spotted Kumbu and the others. Their expressions indicated they were also fleeing downhill, momentarily paralyzed by the terrifying flames. Even Kumbu wore a look of disbelief. The young lad was the first to notice us, stammering, "Why, you all aren't afraid of burning down the entire mountain?" It was only then that he noticed the severely injured Lao Yen slung across my back, prompting him to leap 3 feet in shock. Enough chatter, we must hurry. We've encountered 5 mountain demons and there's no time to waste. I continued to carry Lao Yen, fully aware that the flames could ignite a catastrophic forest fire, but the urgency of the situation left us no alternative. Upon hearing that we had faced 5 mountain demons, the young lad fell silent, casting another glance at the flames and murmuring that only the authorities could manage the situation. He then followed us down the mountain. When we finally reached the foot of the mountain, dawn broke, and I exhaled a sigh of relief, carefully placing Lao Yen in a patch of grass before collapsing onto the ground. The flames raged for most of the night. Fortunately, it had rained the day before, which limited their spread. Nonetheless, a significant portion of the hillside was consumed, and it was likely causing quite a stir. Miss Chiu sent a message to the department via radio, then turned to me and said, "It's all right, help will arrive soon." She then glanced at me with a smile, remarking on my unexpected bravery. What if the department can't handle it? At that moment, I could hardly think of anything beyond survival. I managed to smile in return and, after a brief rest, redressed the wounds of Lao Yen. A chunk of flesh had been violently torn from his shoulder, leaving the injury a gruesome sight. Despite my careful ministrations, he remained unconscious, yet the pain had drained the color from his face. Concerned about the potential for further complications, we decided not to wait for Lao Yen to regain consciousness. After a brief respite, we continued our journey toward Mount Taibai. Fortunately, the stretch of road leading to the mountain was relatively flat, and within 2 hours, we found ourselves at its foothills. Viewed from below, Mount Taibai appeared magnificently imposing. However, I furrowed my brow at the entrance, noticing an unusual thickness in the fog. The others shook their heads, equally perplexed. Miss Chiu suggested, "Let us wait for Lao Yen to wake up. We have no idea what awaits us inside, and it could be perilous to enter now." We all agreed, fatigue weighing heavily on us after a restless night, particularly on Yazi, whose pallor was even more pronounced than that of the injured Lao Yen. Upon hearing that we could rest, he immediately sprawled out on the ground, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Miss Chiu cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Those younger than you in Chang'an, even while carrying a person, do not appear as fatigued as you." "Ah, Sister Chiu, such words are not fair." The lad chuckled. "Look at my delicate skin. How could it possibly compare to Chang'an's rough and sturdy exterior?" As I was tending to old Yen, I instinctively made a comparison upon hearing his words, and indeed, it became evident that the lad's complexion was notably tender and refined, his demeanor far from that of one accustomed to the rigors of the outside world. Sensing my bewilderment, Miss Chiu wore a look of disdain and stated, "His master is commendable in many respects, yet he indulges him too much. The places he takes him are devoid of peril, and he coddles him throughout. Goodness, he might as well be raising a fool. Ah, but here you err, Sister Chiu. My master has said that for research, one need only commit those matters to memory. Otherwise, if we were to do everything ourselves, what purpose would your expertise serve? The lad retorted, his tone playful. I found merit in his argument. One cannot be proficient in all domains. Moreover, the lad's physique, while slightly weaker in comparison to us, was nonetheless far superior to that of an average person. Otherwise, he could not have endured these past few days. Miss Chiu, with an air of condescension, replied, Your master is merely deceiving you. Do not be misled by his scholarly faade. Should it come to a contest, not even 10 of you combined would stand a chance against him. Is that so? The lad was taken aback. I have never seen my master in action. Miss Chiu scoffed further. That is precisely because there has been no need for him to intervene. Learn a bit more. Can you truly believe in the childish tricks your master employs? The young lad wore a perplexed expression, seemingly unable to believe that his master was merely jesting with him. I, too, harbored doubts as Miss Chiu shrugged and remarked, I suppose he cannot bear to part with you. After all, he has nurtured you since childhood. The greater one's abilities, the more perilous the encounters become. The young lad's confusion deepened, and he murmured that his master's words made him feel utterly useless. Noticing his distress, I was about to offer some words of comfort when Miss Chiu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You are truly gullible. Do you honestly believe your master could take on 10 opponents single-handedly? After saying this, she took a swig of her drink, appearing quite pleased with her ability to deceive the young lad. He glared at her with clenched teeth and, after a long pause, turned his head away in silence. I cast a glance at Miss Chiu, sensing that she was not genuinely trying to deceive the young lad. Rather, she was simply teasing him in light of his disheartened demeanor. While I pondered this, Miss Chiu winked at me, her intention unmistakable. I nodded slightly, indicating that I would not divulge anything to the young lad. As we continued our banter, Old Yen let out a groan. I quickly turned my gaze towards him, observing as he slowly opened his eyes. He attempted to sit up, inadvertently pulling at his wound, which elicited an involuntary grunt. You were injured in the shoulder. Take care, I said, assisting him in sitting upright. Old Yen appeared somewhat dazed, taking a moment to recollect the events of the previous night. Upon recalling that we had thrown a grenade in the mountains, his complexion shifted, and he opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Miss Chiu curled her lip and said, All right, I know what you wish to convey, but in the end, your life is of greater significance. Subsequently, we conveyed the current situation to him. I assisted him in rising to his feet as he raised his binoculars to gaze at Mount Taibai. Soon, his brows furrowed deeply. This is likely not mere fog, but miasma. Chapter 84. The miasma of Taibai miasma? I cast a glance at Mount Taibai, shrouded in thick fog, feeling a sense of unease. Miasma differs significantly from fog. It is often a toxic gas generated from the decay of animal and plant corpses, capable of inducing illness. If the miasma in the forest were less pronounced, we might endure a minor ailment, for we are all robust individuals. However, the miasma here is exceedingly dense, and I cannot shake the feeling that we would be consumed the moment we step inside. How could there be such a dense miasma on Mount Taibai? Old Yen furrowed his brow. Kunbu, give it a try. Old Yen gestured toward Kunbu, who nodded and took a few steps forward. He raised his hand, and the shadow insect descended from his palm, burrowing into the forest. Before long, the shadow insect ventured into the miasma, and Kunbu's expression shifted dramatically. Old Yen inquired about his reaction, and Kunbu, staring at the miasma, spoke slowly. It's dead. Dead? Old Yen exclaimed in surprise. Isn't the shadow insect immune to all toxins? From Old Yen, I learned that Kunbu had invested considerable time in training the shadow insect to be suitable for exploration while minimizing its energy consumption. After all, if the shadow insect were prone to mishaps when released, its exploratory capabilities would be rendered useless. Thus, the shadow insect he had trained was indeed immune to all toxins. The last time it refrained from advancing upon detecting the scent of realgar was likely due to the presence of a Zaxi on top. The expression on Kunbu's face appeared rather grim. To him, every insect represented a companion, and the loss of even one naturally left him feeling unsettled. With the death of the Shadow Gu, it seemed this path was fraught with obstacles. Miss Chiu leaned against the tree trunk, her brow etched with worry. After finally arriving at the foot of Mount Taibai, they found themselves thwarted at the entrance, which explained the somber demeanor of the group. "Is there a way to circumvent this?" the young lad inquired. I raised my binoculars to survey the surroundings, only to discover that the miasma shrouded a significant area. I shook my head in response. Setting aside the possibility of detouring, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Moreover, the breadth of this miasma leaves us uncertain if other areas are free of it. Even if we hypothetically found a location without miasma, it does not guarantee the absence of other dangers. The young lad's face fell as he muttered, "What then? The Shadow Gu, impervious to poison, has perished. Surely, our entry would spell doom." "Patience," Old Yen instructed as he leaned against me for support, settling on the ground. "Miasma typically dissipates over time. We shall reassess by nightfall." This was indeed the most pragmatic approach, albeit a reluctant one, as no superior solution presented itself. Old Yen bore significant wounds, and my own injuries had worsened from the exertion of carrying him such a distance. Thus, waiting was not without its merits. Miss Chiu had initially intended to practice throwing knives with me, but, upon observing the grotesque gashes on my legs, she abandoned the idea and took the young lad hunting instead, claiming she wished to procure nourishment for the two of us convalescents. In truth, I was indifferent. Had it not been for this respite, I might have forgotten the pain in my legs, only to have it resurface upon halting our journey. "Chang'an, you must not act so recklessly next time." While Miss Chiu was pulling the child away, Kunbu sat on the other side, eyes closed in meditation. Lao Yen sighed deeply at me. I shook my head. "It is not recklessness, Lao Yen. In that situation, this was the only way for us to survive. Would you rather we be eviscerated by the mountain demon? It is merely a mountain peak. Though the trees may burn, they will eventually grow back. But once a life is lost, it is irretrievable." Though I felt a twinge of hesitation at that moment, I was aware of the weight of the matter. The loss of trees is regrettable, yet the death of someone like Lao Yen would be a significant detriment to the nation. Lao Yen produced a cigarette case, offered me one, and lit another for himself. After taking a couple of deep drags, he bitterly smiled and said, "Ah, you young folks possess a bravery that we lack. You are right. Once a person is gone, everything is lost." After his words, he seemed to recall something, his gaze fixating on the void, revealing a hint of sorrow. We dined heartily, with Miss Chiu indulging in wine and meat with remarkable grace. By the time we had satisfied our hunger and thirst, twilight had descended. Yet, what alarmed us was the thickening miasma, rendering the trees indistinct, leaving only vague silhouettes. "Lao Yen, come look." I gazed intently at the miasma and gestured for Lao Yen after a moment. He approached cautiously, inquiring what was amiss. I gestured towards the miasma and murmured, "This miasma cannot be of natural origin. Could it be man-made? But who possesses such formidable power?" Following my gesture, Lao Yen scrutinized the area, and after a while, his brows furrowed tightly. I shook my head, expressing my uncertainty. The miasma was indeed peculiar. The southern forests are often shrouded in such vapors, predominantly during the spring and autumn seasons. Yet, autumn has not yet graced us, and the miasma should not be this dense. Furthermore, our current location lies in the most commonplace terrain, not in a valley where the miasma could linger. Strangely, it seems that this miasma swirls solely around Mount Taibai, without a trace escaping. Lao Yen inhaled sharply, remarking that if someone could harness the natural miasma for their own use, it would be utterly astonishing. I lowered my voice and suggested, "Perhaps this is a barrier set by the ancient Shu kingdom?" My conjecture stemmed from the belief that such grand designs would not be conceived by ordinary individuals. The extent of the miasma's coverage suggests it could not have been established overnight. Moreover, the lessons from the ancient Longye kingdom illustrate that these ancient civilizations were adept at creating natural barriers. Lao Yen looked at me in astonishment before glancing at the miasma again, saying, "If that is the case, then this miasma may pose an even greater challenge." We both gazed intently at the miasma, and after a while, we could only sigh in resignation. "Tomorrow I shall venture in," Kunbu suddenly declared as we resumed our seats around the fire. Lao Yen hesitated, stating, "The toxicity of that miasma is evidently severe. Although your constitution is unique, it remains an exceedingly perilous endeavor." Kunbu retorted, "Is there any alternative at this point? If the miasma remains this thick tomorrow, then we shall proceed as you suggest." Lao Yen conceded with a reluctant nod. In the stillness of the night, silence reigned until the break of dawn, when the group gradually awoke. For slumber was elusive in such desolate surroundings. My gaze instinctively turned towards Mount Taibai, where the thick miasma lingered, seemingly more dense than before. Kunbu was already prepared, shrouded in darkness with only his eyes visible. He nodded at Old Yen and slowly ventured into the miasma. We held our breath, our focus unwavering, as we observed the point where Kunbu had entered, hesitant to make a sound. "How long has it been?" Old Yen inquired, to which Miss Chiu promptly replied, "Half a minute." Though half a minute may seem brief, the memory of the shadow insect disappearing into the miasma in mere seconds rendered this duration an eternity. Old Yen maintained a stoic expression, suggesting we wait a little longer. A minute passed. Miss Chiu's tone was tinged with urgency. I clenched my fists and asked, "Can we reach him via the walkie-talkie?" Old Yen, as if just recalling the existence of the device, hurriedly picked it up to contact Kunbu, calling out repeatedly, yet only silence echoed back from the other end. "Chang'an, I must go in and check. What if?" Old Yen clipped the walkie-talkie to his waist and prepared to plunge into the miasma. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the walkie-talkie, sending chills down our spines. "Kunbu, what has happened?" Old Yen shouted, yanking the walkie-talkie back. He quickly moved to support him, exclaiming, "What on earth happened?" Kunbu, after a brief respite, during which the swelling on his face subsided slightly, recounted the ordeal he had faced within the miasma. Originally, it was not only the miasma that was toxic. Within it lay myriad tiny insects. Although these insects appear harmless at first glance, their sheer numbers pose a significant threat, as they can easily burrow into one's body if one is not vigilant. Were it not for Kunbu, the insect master, those who entered would likely find themselves trapped. Upon hearing this, we exchanged glances, while the old smoker, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a grimace, remarked, "Does that mean we are to be ensnared here?"